You accidentally obtained the F-rank awakening stone, widely regarded as the most useless on the entire internet. Everyone laughs at you for spending 500,000 on a worthless talent, but in reality, this is Sage Divinity. The moment you press the awakening stone against the palm of your hand, a blinding golden light tears through the room. A maniacal, monkey-like cackle explodes in your mind. Old sun is here. A pale blue interface flickered frantically across your retinas. F-rank awakening talent, Sage Divinity. Everyone thought the first talent, fasting, was just a money-saving piece of junk, but when the system notification, second talent, colossal form, popped up, you smiled. Your body swelled to massive proportions, all stats skyrocketed fivefold, and your basic attacks now dealt terrifying true damage. You clenched the battered Doran blade, feeling the frenzied mana about to overflow from within you. The hunt in the Abyss dungeon had begun. This book is dedicated to adults. I will write an unconventional high martial arts world from an adult's perspective. Hey, you hard-working folks, real life is tough, isn't it? Why not come here and have some fun? Here, you're invincible. Not an Academy-style story. Not an Academy-style story. Not an Academy-style story. I'll say it 3 times because it's important. If you want an Academy-style story, don't scroll down. The protagonist is an adult. Main story begins. Tianyuan Continent, Xuanwu Kingdom. Blaze City, inside a high-end office building. Miracle Online Games Company, Ltd. At a workstation, a young man named Hao is intently staring at his computer screen. He had delicate features, arched eyebrows, and starry eyes, and stood tall and straight. Suddenly, his arched eyebrows furrowed sharply. His expression betrayed a hint of disappointment. As if he'd missed something. He lit a Yushi cigarette and began puffing away. SSH huff. As the smoke filled his lungs, his previously furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Just then, a heavy-set man at the neighboring workstation shifted his chair and leaned in, his chubby face coming close. Bro Hao, studying the Awakening Stone auction again. Hao nodded, handed him a cigarette, and said calmly. Bad luck, I didn't win the one I wanted. Just moments ago, Hao had watched a live stream of the Awakening Stone auction. He'd set his sights on an F-grade Awakening Stone called Fiery Fist. Hao had originally estimated he could snag it for 1.5 million. Unexpectedly, a few uninvited guests jumped in to join the bidding war, driving the price of Fiery Fist sky high. From the starting bid of 1 million, it soared all the way to 2.3 million. With his pockets empty, Hao had no choice but to give up and withdraw. He watched helplessly as Fiery Fist was snapped up by someone else. Don't be down, brother Hao. This happens all the time. I've participated in hundreds of auctions, and I still haven't managed to buy an Awakening Stone I really like. It's just like looking for a partner. The expensive, good-looking ones we can only watch from the sidelines. The cheap, ugly ones we won't even bother with them. Just keep bidding. Hearing Zhu's words of comfort, Hao smiled wistfully. This is way harder than finding a partner. Hao was a time traveler who, a month ago, had been transported to this high martial arts world known as the Tianyuan Continent. In this world, there existed a wondrous stone. The martial artist's Awakening Stone. The Awakening Stone is a magical or mind from the Abyss dungeon. It contains extraordinary energy and, after undergoing a series of complex processing steps, can awaken a person's innate talents. Awakening stones are divided into 7 grades, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Grade S is the best, while grade F is the worst. The higher the grade of the Awakening Stone, the more powerful the martial artist's talent it can awaken. The opposite is also true. The Royal Association of the Xuanwu Kingdom regularly lists a batch of Awakening Stones on the Martial Wiki app for online auction. The auctions are broadcast live nationwide, and adults aged 1840 are eligible to bid. Keep in mind that the Xuanwu Kingdom's population is a whopping 10 billion. The 1840 age group alone numbers at least 2 billion people. With so many participants, the competition is exceptionally fierce. The starting bid for Awakening Stones has consistently remained sky high. Take an S-Class Awakening Stone, For example, the starting bid is 100 million. The price can soar as high as 10 billion. Only members of the imperial family or the children of wealthy merchants can bid. Even for the lowest tier F-class awakening stones, the starting bid often reaches 300,000 to 800,000. Consequently, ordinary people with dreams always work tirelessly to earn money, to save up enough to purchase an awakening stone and fulfill their dream of becoming a martial artist. The original protagonist was exactly that kind of person. To realize his dream of becoming a martial artist, he worked day and night without rest. He scrimped and saved on food and clothing, all to set aside a little more money to buy an awakening stone that suited his needs. A month ago, the original protagonist successfully secured an E-rank awakening stone called Sonic Wave for 1.3 million. Keep in mind that the average selling price for an E-grade awakening stone is usually around 1.5 million. This was a real bargain. Just as the original owner was eagerly awaiting the delivery of the awakening stone, hoping to unlock his talent and embark on the path of a martial artist. Who could have imagined that the official Martial Wiki platform would call, claiming there was an issue with the original owner's eligibility to participate? The auction was voided. The Sonic Wave Awakening Stone was forcibly confiscated. The original host was also fined 500,000. Later, the original host learned that this stone had actually been pre-arranged for someone else all along and had accidentally ended up at the auction. Unable to tolerate such under-the-table dealings, the original host cursed darkness 3 times in a row and died of a heart attack. Meanwhile, the time traveler house seamlessly took over the original host's body. Next, we'll begin the auction for Awakening Stone number 100869527. At that moment, the auctioneer's voice rang out through his headphones. "I'll have to cut this short." After saying this to his colleague Zhu, Hao fixed his gaze on the computer screen, listening intently to the beautiful auctioneer's continued explanation. This awakening stone, numbered 100869527, is rated F. According to testing, its name is Sage Divinity. Its primary talent attribute is fasting. Fasting, abstaining from food and drink, subsisting on the breeze and dew, avoiding grains and mundane fare, and sustaining life through the breath of qi. Starting bid, 500,000. As soon as the beautiful host finished introducing the details of this awakening stone, the comments section of the livestream was instantly flooded with insults. With such a shitty attribute, and they dare to give it a fancy name like Sage Divinity? In my opinion, fasting divine ability would be more fitting. Fasting? Fasting my ass. I want a divine talent powerful enough to split mountains and rivers, not some junk that lets you skip meals. They actually set the starting bid at 500,000? Has Martial Wiki lost all sense of decency just to rake in a quick buck? This is clearly a worthless awakening stone. It doesn't even qualify as an F grade. How dare Martial Wiki try to scam people with this? I'm on Yobi frowny face everyone, calm down. At least judging by the attribute description, once you awaken this talent, you'll never have to eat for the rest of your life. That's at least a talent that saves you money on food. Let us say your annual food expenses are 50,000 yuan, that's 5 million yuan saved over 100 years. So spending 500,000 to buy it isn't a loss. When you crunch the numbers, you'll actually make a profit of 4.5 million. Give it a round of applause if you get it. Bro Nyobai really makes a good point. That really makes sense, damn it, thumbs up. Applause. Martial Wiki livestream moderator, I am Nyobai has been permanently banned from the platform and kicked out of the livestream for violating the comment rules, maliciously misleading others, and defaming the Martial Wiki platform. He is prohibited from participating in auctions. Whoa! Brother Nyobai isn't so Nyobai any more covering face? Farewell, Brother Nyobai. May there be no Martial Wiki in heaven dog head emoji? Brother Nyobai's dream of becoming a martial artist is gone just like that. Snap. The fun's over spreading hands. Holy crap, this is hilarious. The fun in the comment stream is way better than the auction house covering face. Meanwhile, over at Hao's end, Hao had no interest in paying attention to the commotion in the comment stream. His deep, jet-black eyes were fixed intently on the detailed information for the Sage Divinity Awakening Stone displayed on the left side of his computer screen. Sage Divinity? The Great Sage? Whoa! Could it be? How couldn't he help but mutter to himself? As an earthling, Hao knew all too well who the Great Sage was. Sun Wukong, the Great Sage, equal to heaven victor over demons, Buddha Bima, one hairy face, thunder goddess mouth. Disciple of Bodhi's mother, Bodhi the ancestor. 30 million supernatural powers. Colossal form. The supreme celestial immortal art. Vajra-like, indestructible body. 3 heads and 6 arms. Cloud somersault. Fire-eye golden gaze. 8-9 mystical arts, 72 earthly transformations. And right now, this awakening stone is actually named Sage Divinity? Plus, the attributes of its first talent are exactly the same as one of the 72 earthly transformations, fasting. Such a coincidence has Hao getting really excited. As everyone knows, the tier of an awakening stone is determined by the strength of its first talent. The first talent of an awakening stone is public, anyone can see it. However, the subsequent talents, the second, third, fourth, and so on, are invisible and unknown. Only after the user activates the awakening stone and upgrades the first talent to 3 stars will the second talent be unlocked, revealing what it actually is. In other words, there's a chance to snag a hidden gem. Just because the first talent is weak doesn't mean the subsequent talents are weak too. At that moment, the live stream has close-up focused on that awakening stone. It looked incredibly monkey-like. It really did look just like a monkey. Ugh, screw it, I'll take a chance. Hao decided to go all in. He was betting that this awakening stone contained all of the Great Sage's divine powers. Damn it, he'd already traveled through time. If he was still going to be timid and hesitant, he might as well go home and cuddle his kids. Hao decisively clicked the join auction button. Bid amount, 510,000. Click submit. The next second, the beautiful hostess said with feigned excitement. Someone has already joined the auction. The bid has risen from 500,000 to 510,000. Future martial artists watching at home, you have 1 minute to place your bids. Don't miss out on this powerful awakening stone. As soon as she said this, the comments section erupted with activity again. Whoa! Is there really some fool daring to bid? These days, are there really so few fools with money to burn? What if they're just trying to save on meals? Be a martial artist who saves on meals, doghead. Choosing an awakening stone requires more care than choosing a marriage partner. It's a one-time deal. Pick the wrong one and you're screwed. How can you be so careless? Some people's thought processes are just baffling. I've decided to join the fun. I'll add 10,000 to drive up the price. That way I feel like I'm part of it, doghead. I'll bump the price up too. Let's give that guy a little boost. Even though this stone is junk, I can't let this guy get his hands on it so cheaply. That's just how mean I am, doghead. Hey, you guys above, what if that fool stops bidding against you? Then this crappy stone will be stuck in your hands, won't it? Whoa, you're right. I'm not about to shoot myself in the foot. Soon, the auction entered the countdown. No one was bidding at all. Nobody is stupid. No one would want an awakening stone with 0 combat power. 510,000. 3 seconds left. 510,000. 2 seconds left. Any more bids? 510,000. 1 second left. Countdown over. Congratulations to user Zhu Zunbao for successfully winning lot number 100869527, an F-grade awakening stone named Sage Divinity, for 510,000. Please, Zhu Zunbao, settle the remaining balance within 10 minutes, otherwise, you'll be blacklisted by the platform. Phew. Hao let out a long sigh of relief. Everything had finally settled. He leaned back comfortably in his chair, lit another cigarette, then pressed the number keys on the keyboard, entered his payment password, and prepared to complete the transaction. Just then, Zhu's hand covered the numeric keypad, blocking Hao's input. Bro, Hao, are you really going to buy it? Why don't you think it over a bit more? Standing nearby, Ju looked at Hao with a complex expression. Yeah, I'm going for it. I'm almost 30, I can't wait any longer. Hey, could you please move your pig-ass trotter off my keyboard? Be a good boy, stop messing around, and listen to me. No way. I can't just stand by and watch you do something stupid. Ju let out a loud yelp. He covered the keyboard tightly with his hands. Hao. The boss is here. Hao pointed toward the door. Ha? Ju instinctively looked toward the office door. Taking advantage of this moment, Hao quickly typed in his payment password. The boss isn't here. Shu scratched his head. By the time he snapped back to reality, he realized Hao had already sent the payment. Bro Hao, are you out of your mind? Shu slapped his thigh in frustration. This awakening stone isn't just trash, it's the absolute worst of the worst. Isn't that just throwing money down the drain? It's not too late to get a refund. At worst, we'll just have to pay a penalty. Let me chip in and sponsor you to buy an E-rank talent. I'm not short on cash. Hearing this, Hao felt a warm glow in his heart. Speaking of Zhu, he was the original hostess' good buddy and a close comrade in arms. His family owned a weapons manufacturing plant. As the son of a factory owner, he was moderately well off. He basically went to work just for fun. He was a down-to-earth, honest guy. The original host was Zhu's mentor, teaching him programming skills on a daily basis. Zhu was grateful and would always treat the original host to cigarettes, meals, drinks, gifts, foot rubs, and massages. After Hao was reincarnated, he found that Zhu's personality really suited him, so he quietly continued to build a close friendship with him. Zhu, brother Hao eats standing up. I never accept handouts, Hao said with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. You're always like this. You're just living off me a little, what's the big deal? Ha? What's the big deal? Who says a man can't live off another man? Hao's stubbornness nearly made Zhu jump out of his skin. I mean, if you'd spent money on a decent awakening stone, that would VE been one thing. But who would VE thought you'd go for the cheap option and end up with a piece of junk? It's like throwing your money down the drain. I might as well have sponsored you and bought you an E-grade awakening stone. Stubborn. So stubborn. Zhu, do you believe in scoring a bargain? As he spoke, Hao's face broke into an inscrutable smile. Zhu froze for a moment, then couldn't he help but mutter. Bro Hao, are you saying? Do you think this stone's subsequent talents will be pretty powerful? At this, Zhu waved his hands repeatedly, completely unwilling to believe it. Are you kidding me? If the awakening stone's first talent is trash, the subsequent talents are basically all trash too. That's a well-known fact. Otherwise, why would the developers use the strength of the first talent's stats to determine the awakening stone's grade? Hao shrugged and smiled. Nothing is absolute in this world. Trust my judgment. Sigh. Whatever you say. Seeing that he couldn't change Hao's mind, Zhu gave up. With a dejected look on his face, he muttered to himself. Sai Zhu, we'll have to go into the Abyss dungeon alone to slay monsters from now on. I don't even have a reliable teammate anymore. This had been Zhu's original plan. He and Hao, who had started at the same time, would each buy a suitable awakening stone, awaken their talents, and then team up to venture into the Abyss dungeon for training. They knew each other inside and out, could trust each other with their backs, and would have someone to watch their backs in case of danger. But now, Hao had actually lost his mind and bought this piece of junk of a stone with life-related attributes. Fasting? What the hell does that have to do with killing monsters? This basically ruins any chance of us going into the Abyss dungeon to train. Seeing Zhu looking like he was on the verge of tears, Hao couldn't he help but punch him in the gut. Look at you, you look like you just got dumped. What are we having for lunch after work? It's on me. The moment he heard the word food, Zhu instantly forgot his troubles. His eyes lit up, and a mischievous grin spread across his face. Bro Hao, back when you were saving up to buy the awakening stone, I didn't dare spend your money recklessly. I always treated you. Now that you've bought the talent stone, I'm definitely going to fleece you good. I want to eat at the 5-star Heaven and Earth restaurant. I also want to smoke some Supreme 95. I want to order 2 girls to keep me company. I also want. Hal was grinding his teeth in frustration as he punched him again. I think you're just dreaming. The street food stall downstairs, take it or leave it. Shu scratched his head with a mischievous grin. Sure, I'll eat there. Whatever Brother Hao tells me to eat, I'll eat. He. Before long, it was time to clock out. The two left their workstations one after the other and headed downstairs to the food court beneath the office building for dinner. They found a street food stall, ordered a few dishes and some beer, and chatted while they ate. Shu, you'd better hurry up and buy that awakening stone. I'm waiting to go to the Abyss dungeon with you. Hao said, taking a sip of beer. Yeah. I really should hurry. Since you've already bought yours, Hao, I can't fall behind. Shu took a hearty bite of a duck leg as he shared his thoughts. I've been wanting to save up for an S-rank awakening stone for a while, but with my financial situation, it's a bit difficult and a little unrealistic. I can't exactly sell my dad's factory just to buy an awakening stone, can I? I've come to a realization recently. Why not settle for the next best thing and get an A-rank one? I talked to my dad the day before yesterday, and he agreed we should get an A grade one. If all else fails, we'll just get a B grade one. This duck leg is really delicious. Waiter, another duck leg, please. Before long, after polishing off 20 duck legs in a row, Shu let out a long, satisfied belch. Hal thought he was full, so he stood up to pay the bill. Shu called out again, waiter, 5 more duck legs. Hal silently sat back down. By the way, Brother Hal, have you told your girlfriend about buying the awakening stone? This is a big deal, Haven T. You even asked her opinion? Shu sucked on his greasy finger and suddenly asked. Like hell I told her. Hal snapped. Guts. Shu silently gave him a thumbs up. Bro Hal, you're finally standing up for yourself. That's how a real man should be. You can't let a woman boss you around all the time. Hao just smiled it off. Just then, a text message popped up on his phone. Your package has been delivered. The courier has placed it in the parcel locker at your doorstep. Please pick it up promptly. How didn't he even have to think it had to be the awakening stone? After getting up to pay the bill, Hao said to Zhu, who was still sucking on a duck leg. Zhu, I'm taking the afternoon off. Let HR know for me. I'm heading home first. Oh fucking K. Shu flashed an OK sign and went back to munching on his duck leg. Before long, Hao rode his little scooter back home. Hao's apartment was an 80 square meter unit. Not too big, not too small, just right for 2 people. The LCD screen on the parcel locker by the door displayed new package. Hao entered the password, opened the locker, and took out an exquisitely crafted square box. He opened it, and the awakening stone he'd been longing for lay quietly inside. Inside the box was also a user manual for the awakening stone. Hao licked his lips excitedly, cradled the awakening stone, and sat down on the living room sofa. He then followed the instructions in the manual to begin the awakening ritual. First, he used a small knife to carve a cross-shaped incision into the palm of his hand. Next, he pressed his entire palm against the top of the awakening stone. In an instant, the awakening stone burst into brilliant light. Hao could feel a surge of ferocious energy coursing through the wound and his blood, flooding into his body. At the same time, a mischievous, monkey-like cackle echoed in his mind. He old son is finally out. Before long, the awakening ritual concluded. With a thought, Hao activated the talent assistance system. The talent assistance system is a system-like feature that is automatically activated when a martial artist unlocks their talents. Every martial artist possesses one. The talent support system helps martial artists unlock subsequent talents, utilize their talents, and gain an intuitive understanding of their current strength. Talent support system. Martial artist, how? Level 10100 EXP. HP, 50. Attack, 5. Defense, 1. Agility, 7 max running speed, 7 meters second. Mana, 1 kilogram 1 kilogram. Talent, Sage Divinity Grade F. First talent, Fasting 1 star 0100 EXP. Fasting 1 star, abstains from food and drink, subsisting on the breeze and dew, avoids grains and mundane fare, sustaining life through the breath of the universe. Passive talent, no mana cost. Second talent, Unknown, requires the first talent to be upgraded to 3 stars to unlock. Third talent, Unknown, requires the second talent to be upgraded to 3 stars to unlock. Fourth talent. At that moment, Hao noticed that his first talent was continuously gaining experience to level up. Fasting in progress, gained 1 experience. Fasting in progress, gained 1 experience. Fasting in progress, gained 1 experience. Clearly, unlike those active talents, fasting only required him to refrain from eating or consuming any food to continuously activate its effect, thereby gaining talent experience in a steady stream. This made Hao can't help but feel delighted. That way, all he had to do was just relax. Since I can level up my talent just by relaxing, I might as well get a good night's sleep. Hao washed up and lay back on the bed contentedly. Time flew by, and 3 hours later, Hao stretched and opened the talent support system again. First talent, Fasting 3 star 55-300 EXP. Fasting 3 star, abstain from food and drink, live on the breeze and do consume neither grains nor earthly fare, survive on vital energy alone. New, while in fasting mode, automatically restore lost HP and mana, and heal physical injuries. Passive talent, no mana cost. Second talent, Colossal Form 1 star 0100 EXP. Third talent, Unknown, requires the second talent to be upgraded to 3 to unlock. Hao let out a long hiss. His deep, piercing eyes were fixed intently on the second talent. Colossal Form. As everyone knows, Colossal Form is one of Sun Wukong's signature moves. Clearly, Hao had made the right bet. It's here, it's really here. This Sage Divinity is truly Sage Divinity. Filled with excitement, Hao clicked on the detailed description of Colossal Form. Colossal Form 1 star. Talent Effect 1, body size increases by 10%. Talent Effect 2, health, attack power, defense, agility, and mana, all 5 stats are boosted by 500%. Talent Effect 3, each basic attack deals an additional 150-200 points of true damage to the target. Active skill, mana cost when activated, 0.1 kilograms minute. Whoa, this thing is seriously powerful. Hao was beyond excited. A 10% increase in size. A 5-fold boost to all 5 stats. At least 150 points of true damage on every attack. Is there any rule left? Is there any law left? This is definitely a god-tier talent. Not to brag, but if we swapped the second talent with the first, then Sage Divinity would absolutely be in the running for an S-rank awakening stone. If I had to point out a downside to Colossal Form? Maybe it's just that the mana cost is too high? It consumes 0.1 kilograms per minute. With my current mana reserves, I can only maintain Colossal Form for 10 minutes. But since this is an ultimate move, it makes perfect sense for it to cost a bit more mana. Totally acceptable. Even if it consumed 1 kilogram of mana per minute, I'd still say it's worth every bit of it. Of course, what surprised Hao even more was this. After upgrading the first talent, Fasting, to 3 stars, it gained an additional effect, restoring mana, replenishing HP, and healing physical injuries. You have to realize that on the market, even the cheapest HP potions and chi potions start at 1,000 yuan. In other words, from now on, I've got an infinite supply of health and mana potions. All I have to do is skip meals and stay in the fasting state to regenerate mana and health endlessly. That's pretty damn awesome. Next, Hao pulled a large suitcase from under his bed and opened it. Inside were the following items and equipment. A Doran-S blade. A set of cloth armor. A pair of wolfskin boots. An Abyss Dungeon Smartwatch Blaze City Edition. 5 health potions. 5 mana potions. 1 low-level spatial storage ring. The original owner had spent several years saving up for these items. The original owner had planned to venture into the Abyss Dungeon with this starter gear after purchasing the Awakening Stone and activating their talents. Most of this gear was secondhand, bought online. Don't let the secondhand label fool you, it cost over 100,000. To save up for this gear, the original owner wore his boxer briefs until they were worn down to briefs, yet he couldn't bring himself to replace them. He only smoked show brand cigarettes. His daily toiletries consisted of a single bottle of dish soap year-round. Even when eating a bowl of instant noodles, he'd wait until the noodles were completely soggy before he'd bring himself to eat them. If he added a braised egg, it felt like New Year's. After work, he'd go to the trash bins in his apartment complex to collect aluminum cans, plastic bottles, and cardboard to sell. It must be said that the original host was a truly thrifty man who had carefully planned every step of his future. It's just a shame he never got to use any of it. House snatched the opportunity from him. Of course, how didn't he let the original host down? He inherited the original hostess' will and set out on the path of martial arts. After equipping the Doran blade, cloth armor, and wolfskin boots, Howe's character stats changed. Health, 50 plus 80 equipment. Attack, 5 plus 8 equipment. Defense, 1 plus 15 equipment. Agility, 7 plus 5 equipment. At first glance, the stat bonuses provided by this equipment seem quite substantial, don't they? In reality, that's not the case. It's because Howe's level is too low. He's only level 1. As a martial artist's level increases, their 5 core attributes will rise accordingly. And there are only 2 ways to level up as a martial artist. The first is to consume expensive experience potions. A single bottle of experience potion which grants 100 experience points costs a whopping 10,000. That's absolutely beyond the means of a lowly office drone like How with no connections. Second, slay monsters in the Abyss Dungeon. Every time you defeat a ferocious beast, a demon beast, or a monster, you'll earn a substantial amount of experience points. Of course, the Abyss Dungeon is no place for the faint of heart. It's incredibly dangerous inside. According to data published on the Martial Wiki app, the casualty rate for martial artists entering the Abyss Dungeon is as high as 30%. Of course, risk and opportunity go hand in hand. High risk means high rewards. Killing monsters in the Abyss Dungeon can yield all sorts of rare treasures, and the dungeon also contains various unknown, wondrous mineral deposits that can fetch a good price just by selling them off. That's why so many people are scrambling to become martial artists. Even if a single awakening stone sells for millions, tens of millions, or hundreds of billions, they spare no expense. Because once you become a martial artist, your ability to make money will be like a money printing machine. Now that I've awakened to colossal form, I've got to go to the Abyss Dungeon to test my skills. After muttering to himself, How walked out of the residential complex. Before long, How boarded a bus and arrived at Tianyuan. Tianyuan is a circular abyss opening that runs perpendicular to the ground. With a diameter of 100 meters, it is enormous. White mist swirls around the abyss's opening, which rotates on its own axis year-round. If you stare at the opening for too long, you'll feel as though your soul is being sucked in and devoured. Hence its name, the Abyss. Once you enter the Abyss, you reach the Abyss Dungeon. Across the entire Abyss continent, humans have explored less than 1/10,000th of the Abyss Dungeon. There are far too many secrets within. Over the past 1,000 years, the total area humans have illuminated in the Abyss Dungeon amounts to less than 10 million square kilometers. On average, for every square kilometer illuminated, the life of one martial artist is sacrificed. It's as if they're filling it with human lives. Furthermore, there isn't just one entrance to the Abyss. Across the entire Xuanwu Kingdom, there are as many as 1,000 Abyss entrances, large and small. The secret realms these entrances lead to are all different. However, some speculate that these secret realms are actually connected. It's just that the Abyss dungeon is so vast that these smaller realms haven't yet been illuminated and connected to one another. At the entrance to the Abyss at that moment, a diverse crowd of martial artists was lining up to enter. A dozen or so Abyss guards stood in 2 rows, maintaining order at the scene. Before long, it was Hao's turn. Just as Hao was about to step into the Abyss, a large hand stopped him. "Hold on a sec." A guard blocked his path, staring at Hao with a complex expression. The guard wore a device capable of detecting a martial artist's level. The device showed that this person was only level 1? What the hell kind of joke is this? You see, there is an unwritten rule in the Abyss dungeon. Martial artists must reach level 10 before they can enter the Abyss dungeon. If that is absolutely impossible, they must at least be accompanied by a high-level martial artist as a leader before they can enter. The purpose of this rule was to reduce the casualty rate. After all, martial artists are valuable assets. They can't just die so easily. It's just like the chickens, ducks, donkeys, cows, and horses on a farm. If a chicken dies, the farmer doesn't care. But if a plow ox suddenly dies, the farmer would be heartbroken. I'm just trying to warn you, your level is too low. Going in recklessly is no different from walking into a death trap, the guard advised. Hao handed the guard a cigarette and chuckled. "I know what I'm doing." The guard furrowed his brow slightly and couldn't help but mutter under his breath. "You just can't reason with a fool. Take this. It's your only chance of survival. Remember to give it back when you come out." With that, the guard roughly shoved an Abyss dungeon smartwatch into Hao's arms. "Bro, I've got a watch already." After returning the watch to the guard, Hao strode toward the entrance of the Abyss. Watching Hao's figure disappear into the Abyss, the guard turned to his comrades and said, "I bet that kid will press the SOS button on that watch in less than half an hour." Hearing this, one of his comrades scoffed. "I'd say 10 minutes is more like it." Another guard with a full beard chuckled. "Don't look down on him like that, guys. What if he is an S-class martial artist? I bet he won't press the SOS button." As soon as those words were spoken, the guards immediately began chattering away. "Look at how shabby he looks, how could he possibly have S-class talent? Let us set up a betting pool and place our wagers. Let us bet then who is afraid of who." Meanwhile, over on Hao's side, Hao looked around with a look of wonder. The place was shrouded in mist, resembling a fairyland. The sun hung high in the sky. Towering mountains loomed in the distance, while dense forests stretched nearby. Beneath his feet lay a wide dirt path, trodden by millions of martial artists, winding its way toward an unknown destination. If this were on Earth, the place would definitely become an Instagram-famous hotspot. Hao ran his finger over the spatial ring on his ring finger. A flash of white light later, an Abyss dungeon smartwatch appeared in his hand. The watch was similar to smartwatches on Earth, but far more advanced. It could display a 3D map of the secret realm via virtual projection, along with the wearer's current location. It could also scan and analyze the strength of Abyss monsters. The watch also had 2 buttons. The blue button was used to scan monsters. The red button was the emergency button. Pressing it 3 times in quick succession would activate emergency mode. The watch would then send the wearer's current coordinates to the Abyss guard. Upon receiving the distress signal, the Abyss guard would rush to the scene as quickly as possible to help the person in distress escape danger. Hao stared at the virtual map projected by the watch. After a quick scan, he settled on the coordinates 666,999. That area was known to be frequented by level 1-5 ferocious beasts. It had long been marked by his predecessors, and its danger level was only F. Quite safe. Following the wide muddy path beneath his feet, Hao sprinted toward the coordinates. Thanks to his wolfskin boots, Hao's agility had reached 12 points. This allowed his maximum running speed to reach 12 meters per second. That's roughly 43 kilometers per hour. Half an hour later, Hao arrived near the coordinates. From a distance, he could see a massive, hideous 2-headed wolf lying on the grass, basking in the sun. Hao aimed his watch at the ugly wolf and pressed the blue scan button. Soon, the watch displayed the monster's information. Monster, two-headed wolf. Level 1. HP 100. Attack 10. Defense 2. Agility 30. Skills none. Only 100 HP? That's not even enough to last a single swing of my sword. After all, in colossal form, each of Hao's normal attacks deals an additional 150-200 true damage. Hao ran his finger over the space ring on his middle finger. A flash of white light later. A Doran's blade appeared in his hand. The blade of the Doran's blade had a few small nicks on it. Oh well, it's normal for second-hand items to have a few flaws. Next, Hao activated his second talent, colossal form. In an instant, Hao's frame grew larger. His physique, which had been extremely thin due to long-term malnutrition, immediately became burly. His height shot up from 1.8 meters to 1.98 meters. He looked just like a human-shaped tank. Hao strode toward the two-headed wolf with the confidence of a dragon and the power of a tiger. He slashed his sword diagonally downward. With a thud, both heads of the two-headed wolf were instantly severed. An instant kill. Above the two-headed wolf's corpse, the damage notification popped up. Damage 100. Overflow. Experience plus 10. One two-headed wolf gives 10 experience points, so I only need 10 of them to level up. I'm going to try to level up 10 times today. After muttering to himself, Hao, too busy to deal with the corpse of the first two-headed wolf, strode confidently toward the other one. After all, with his current mana reserves, Hao could only maintain colossal form for 10 minutes, so he had to hurry and kill monsters. He couldn't afford to kill one monster and then take time to dispose of it. Hao approached the second two-headed wolf. He swung his sword without hesitation. Thud. Another instant kill. Damage 100. Overflow. Experience plus 10. Hao was dealing 999 damage per swing in the Abyss dungeon, leveling up like crazy. Meanwhile, over at his girlfriend Lu Ruyan's place. Inside the bar, thumping music bombarded the entire room. Seductive neon lights flickered all around, filling the entire place with a provocative atmosphere. Lu Ruyan gripped the pole, swaying her body with abandon. Lu Ruyan wasn't a bar dancer, she was just here to have some fun. This woman was naturally promiscuous and a master of PUA, keeping the original host firmly under her thumb. She never went to work, she relied entirely on the original host to support her. Under the guise of, "You're in charge of making money to support the family, I'm in charge of looking beautiful." On top of that, she was damn lazy. She wouldn't even wash her own underwear. All the housework at home was handled entirely by the original host. Furthermore, if the original host made even a minor mistake, the punishment ranged from being forced to kneel on a keyboard to kneeling on a durian. Whenever she was even slightly dissatisfied, she'd either hit or yell at him, and clawing at him. On holidays 5200, 13,140, all those bullshit rituals were non-negotiable. Basically, she didn't treat the original host like a human being. She treated him like a dog she kept by her side. But over the past month, Lu Ruyan had noticed that Hao was acting a bit off. She couldn't shake the feeling that he'd become a completely different person. He stopped doing housework and stopped handing over his paycheck. Last night, they got into a huge fight, and Hao punched her right in the face, shattering her glasses. Lu Ruyan was so furious that she decided to head to the bar today to let off some steam and have some fun to see if she could hook up with a rich guy and then kick Hao to the curb. Just then, Lu Ruyan's phone in her pocket rang. She picked it up and saw it was her mom calling. "Hello? Mom? Your brother has his eye on an E-grade awakening stone, and we're a little short on cash. Transfer 500,000 to my account." "Okay, Mom, I'll take care of it right away." Lu Ruyan agreed without hesitation. She opened the Tianyuan bank app to make the transfer. But the screen showed insufficient funds. The 1 million that had been in her account had shrunk to 490,000. Puzzled, Lu Ruyan checked her transaction history. There she discovered a large transfer. Payment of 510,000 to Marshall Wiki initiated by How? That asshole dared to spend my money? Lu Ruyan cursed furiously. She wanted to call How right away to confront him, but remembering that her younger brother was waiting for the money, she decided to transfer the remaining 490,000 from her account to him first. However, after going through the process, the transfer failed. Sorry, your transfer privileges have been frozen by the account holder, How? You stupid asshole, how dare you freeze my privileges? Lu Ruyan was fuming and dialed How's number. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently out of service. Please try again later. Hearing the busy tone, Lu Ruyan got even angrier. You idiot, you dare not answer my call on purpose? Just, you wait. With that, Lu Ruyan stormed off toward her home. Meanwhile, over at How's end. After 10 minutes of intense one-hit kills slicing through one little wolf at a time with a single sword strike, How had slashed down nearly 100 two-headed wolves, reaching level 9. At the same time, his mana ran out, and he exited colossal form. Talent support system. Warrior, How? Level, 930 180 EXP. HP, 59 plus 80 equipment. Attack, 14 plus 8 equipment. Defense, 10 plus 15 equipment. Agility, 7.7 plus 5 equipment. Mana, 0.01 kilograms 1.09 kilograms. A warrior with an F-rank talent gains the following improvements with each level up. HP plus 1. Attack power plus 1. Defense plus 1. Agility plus 0.1. Mana cap plus 0.01. Meanwhile, a warrior with an E-rank talent gains twice the improvement of an F-rank warrior with each level up. A D-rank warrior gains 3 times that of an F-rank warrior. An S-rank warrior gains 7 times that of an F-rank warrior. This is why everyone wants to purchase high-level awakening stones. The higher the talent level, the greater the benefits gained with each level up. In other words, as martial artists level up, the gap between them becomes increasingly obvious. This goes far beyond simply getting a head start. If the path of martial arts were a marathon, then an S-class martial artist would race the entire course in a Bugatti. A rank is a Porsche. B rank is a performance sports car. C rank is a family car. D rank is a family motorcycle. E rank is a road bike. F rank is rolling across the finish line in a wheelchair. At this moment, How's mana was completely depleted, and he was feeling a bit tired. He took a blue mana potion from his spatial ring and downed it in one gulp. Mana plus 0.1 kilograms. Damn. That's all it adds? If I'd known, I wouldn't have drunk it. I'd have just let my mana slowly regenerate while fasting. What a ripoff. With his mana now at rock bottom and no immediate way to replenish it, How abandoned the idea of continuing to fight monsters to level up. Wielding his Doran blade, he began processing the corpses of 2-headed wolves scattered across the ground. The 2-headed wolves' fur provides warmth and some defense, and serves as raw material for crafting cloth armor and low-level boots. The market price is 100 per gene, not exactly a fortune. But how wasn't he exactly rolling in cash right now? The combined balance across all his cards was only around 1 million. With that little money, buying even a few pieces of high-level gear would wipe him out. So, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Before long, How had collected a wolf pelt. The Doran blade was no longer sharp, it felt incredibly dull as he cut through the pelt. Clearly, the durability of this crappy second-hand sword was running out. The edge was already chipped to pieces. The blade had warped into a snake-like shape. It wouldn't even fit back into its sheath. Second-hand, it just doesn't quite cut it. The blade's already veered to the left. He Changwang's sword. Doran blade, are you even speaking human? You've chopped down no fewer than 100 two-headed wolves in 10 minutes. Not even Garen's greatsword could withstand that kind of abuse. How continued to huff and puff as he gathered wolf hides. But damn, the Doran blade is really hard to use. so it's incredibly exhausting. And there are no fewer than 100 two-headed wolf carcasses. But when he thought about how a single two-headed wolf could provide Hao with 5 gene of usable fur equivalent to about 500 yuan in profit, how didn't he feel tired anymore? This isn't just 100 two-headed wolves. It's clearly 50,000 silver dollars lying quietly on the ground. Just grab the bargain. 3 hours later, Hao finished collecting the hides. As for the meat, internal organs, and such from the two-headed wolves, Hao had no intention of taking them. The main problem is that the spatial ring only has a capacity of 5 cubic meters. There is simply no way to fit it all in. Actually, wolf penises are pretty valuable. There are merchants who specialize in buying them to make aphrodisiac wine. But the hassle is just too much. Hao can't be bothered with it. Just then, a little old man carrying a huge sack on his back walked over. That sack was as big as a damn little mountain, far larger than the old man himself. He jingled a rattle-like object in his hand, making a clinking and clanging noise. Come and see, come and see. A traveling martial artist's treasure stall. High prices for raw materials, low prices on martial arts supplies. The old man shouted as he walked, heading straight for Hao. Seeing the corpses of two-headed wolves scattered all over the ground, the old man feigned surprise. Did you, young hero, kill all these over 100 two-headed wolves all by yourself? Holy shit! What incredible martial prowess, young hero! Having said that, the old man eyed Hao up and down, then adopted an inscrutable expression. I see that although you are incredibly strong, you lack martial skills. I have a martial arts manual called Deliberate Explosive Fist in Ancient, Profound Martial Art. The original price is 888,800. If you're truly interested, I'll sell it to you for half price. How? No, thanks. Hao waved his hand and turned to leave. Ever since Hao had been transported to this world, he often scrolled through a short video app called Douwu. This app featured plenty of short videos related to the Abyss Dungeon. Speaking of the Abyss Dungeon, there was a type of merchant known as the Abyss Merchants. They roamed the Abyss Dungeon year-round, peddling supplies to martial artists and buying up raw materials from them. They're essentially middlemen. These middlemen are pretty shady. They make their living by buying low and selling high. So, naturally, Hao was wary of the little old man. Hey, don't rush off just yet. The old man caught up to him, pointed at the crappy Doran blade in Hao's hand, and added, I see your weapon is almost ready for the scrap heap. Why not buy a new one from me? Don't worry, I'll never rip you off. As he spoke, the old man reached into his storage ring. In an instant, a row of weapons floated right in front of Hao. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, forks, whips, maces, hammers, halberds, scythes, staffs, pikes, clubs, spears, and rakes, everything imaginable. Hao stopped in his tracks and immediately set his sights on a club. The club was about 5 centimeters in diameter. It was covered in patterns resembling steel rebar. The staff was 2 meters long, with a bronze-colored dragon head at each end. It looked quite the part. How much is this staff? Hao pointed at it and asked. Young hero, you have a keen eye. The old man gave a thumbs up with a slight flick of his finger. The staff floated automatically toward Hao. This staff is called the Bronze Dragon Staff. Its power is boundless. A single strike can split the heavens. Fixed price, 8.88 million. How? 800 yuan. Take it or leave it. How couldn't he be bothered to waste words on a crooked merchant like this? As an earthling, he could tell at a glance that this was clearly just a piece of rebar. Who the hell is he trying to rip off? What? 800? Upon hearing Hao's offer, the old man looked utterly incredulous. How could such an absurd figure come out of a young hero's mouth? It's a deal. Here is the rod. With that, the old man, without waiting for Hao's consent, shoved the rod into his hands. How? Oh. Why does it feel like there is still room to haggle? Damn it, I got ripped off. No matter how much Hao had planned, he still hadn't accounted for this cunning old man. I don't have any cash on me. How about I trade you some two-headed wolf pelts instead? With that, Hao gently tapped his spatial ring and handed the old man one gene of wolf pelts. Also, you can do whatever you want with the carcasses of these 100 or so two-headed wolves. Although the old man was cunning, Hao wasn't he one to be pushed around either. If he could gain even a little extra advantage, he wouldn't take the slightest loss. Alright then. Have a safe journey, young hero. The little old man said nothing, happily accepting the mere one gene of wolf pelts. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a jade-green curved treasure sword appeared in his hand. He began cutting up the two-headed wolf carcasses on the ground, taking the useful parts. Whoa, could this little old man have come here specifically for these two-headed wolves? Has he been secretly watching me all along? He sure knows how to do business. Hao watched the little old man bustling about, clearly having a blast, with a complex expression on his face. He glanced at the time. 4 hours had already passed. The sun was already sinking in the west. Dusk was approaching. Once night falls in the Abyss dungeon, the danger level increases tenfold. All the monsters, ferocious beasts, and demonic creatures inside see their power surge under the moonlight. No martial artist in their right mind would spend the night here. If you insist on staying overnight and something goes wrong, even if you press the emergency button, the Abyss guards stationed at the Abyss 1T come to your rescue. Adults have to pay the price for their own stupidity. Old man, it's already 5 o'clock. Aren't you going to leave? Hao turned back to give him a friendly reminder. The old man didn't stop what he was doing instead, he said with a smile. Young hero, you go on ahead. These treasures on the ground 1T last through the night. I can't let them go to waste. Hearing this, Hao shrugged. Well, be careful then. With that, Hao left the area. On the way back, Hao couldn't help but wonder. Could this old man really be bold enough to spend the night in the Abyss dungeon? Could he possibly have some secret magic to protect him? Or maybe he knew a place that was safe enough? This old man definitely has a secret. When I have a chance, I'll rob him and force him to spill the beans. Hao kept mulling it over in his mind. How wasn't he from this world? He didn't really care about anything in it. He could kill whoever he wanted. It was just like playing a game dungeon. You wouldn't actually fall in love with in the dungeon, would you? That would be ridiculous. Before long, Hao followed the path and turned onto a winding, muddy road. At that moment, the road was bustling with martial artists traveling in groups, chatting about their day's haul and the latest gossip as they walked hand in hand toward the exit of the Abyss dungeon. Hao's gaze sharpened as he spotted an old acquaintance, Si Jiayu. The guy was surrounded by a crowd, with several young women draped over him, a broad grin on his face. The girls flanked him on either side, fawning over him. Brother you did an amazing job today. Brother your talent is incredible. Speaking of Si Jiayu, he was Hao's co-worker. His nickname was Dead Turtle. His face was perpetually covered in acne, making it look like the back of a damn toad. This guy was a total scoundrel. He sucks up to bosses and superiors, but bullies his colleagues. When he needs something from you, he calls you bro over and over, sounding super sweet. Once you're no longer useful to him, he'll kick you to the curb without a second thought. When Si Jiayu first joined the company, he didn't know a damn thing, so he went all out to suck up to the original owner, begging him to teach him programming skills. The original owner was honest and good-natured, so he taught him everything he knew without holding anything back. Little did he know that once Si Jiayu had picked up the basics, he started playing dirty tricks. He deliberately planted a massive bug in the source code of one of the company's games. This caused a critical bug in the popular game that prevented players from making in-game purchases. He then framed the original host, insisting it was all the original host's fault. The inability to make in-game purchases is a catastrophic disaster for a game company. It warrants the maximum penalty. Just imagine if players can't even top up their accounts, what's the point of the game? Faced with the boss's interrogation, the original owner had no way to defend himself. Compounded by Si Jiayu whispering slander in the boss's ear, the original owner was made to take the fall. Afterward, of the original owner's 3 titles, chief architect, technical director, and lead programmer, 2 were stripped away in an instant. He was reduced to lead programmer. In effect, he became nothing more than a senior coder. His salary also plummeted from $50,000 a month to $10,000. Meanwhile, Sijayu climbed over the original owner's corpse to become the company's chief architect and technical director. Afterward, Sijayu exploited his position to sell script code to players within the game, raking in money like crazy. He quickly amassed several million. With this money, he purchased a D-rank awakening stone at the martial wiki auction. He became a martial artist. Afterward, Sijayu continued working his day job while venturing into the Abyss dungeon to fight monsters and level up. The only reason he didn't quit his job was to flaunt his status as a martial artist at the office, pick up girls here and there, and satisfy his vanity. Whenever he had nothing better to do, he'd take a few girls to the Abyss dungeon for some outdoor fun and to fight monsters. This guy was really making the most of the social status and perks that came with being a martial artist. Just then, Housegaze met Sijayu. Oh? Isn't this brother Juan? Sijayu's tone was full of contempt and disdain. What? Brother Juan's become a warrior? When did that happen? How come I didn't know about this? According to the rules, you should set up 2 banquet tables and treated everyone to a feast. Brother Juan, you're really not playing fair. Let me see what stats Brother Juan has. As he spoke, Sijayu activated the scanning device on his Tianyuan watch. He quickly obtained Hou's stats. Martial artist level 9. Talent level, F. Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. A trashy F-rank talent, really? Ha 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 ha. But your level S actually pretty decent. You're already at level 9? You're almost halfway to my level. But no matter how high your level is, you're still just a high-level loser. Ah ha ha ha. Sijayu laughed uncontrollably, and the girls around him joined in the mockery. Bro, is this the dumb scapegoat you're always talking about? Looking at him, he really is a total idiot, clearly a professional scapegoat. Giggle, giggle. This guy just oozes stupidity. Hearing the mockery from this rowdy bunch of men and women, Hao pinched his nose and waved his hand through the air. Where's that stench of shit coming from? It stinks to high heaven. Huh? So the stench of shit is actually coming from your mouths? Did you guys eat shit or something? Does shit taste good? Sijayu? The 3 girls? You bastard, what did you say? Sijayu's eyes turned cold as he drew a long sword and pointed it straight at Hao. Do you think I won't chop you to pieces? Hao shot him a sidelong glance and pulled out a rebar. Go ahead and try. You fucking idiot born without a mother to raise you. I should shot you into the wall back then. Sijayu, oh. Fuck you. I'm gonna kill you, you asshole. Sijayu let out a howl and charged forward, swinging his long sword. Ha ha. You're asking for it. How wasn't he about to go easy on him? With a single thought, he activated his second talent, Colossal Form. In an instant, Hou's form suddenly grew massive. The rebar in his hand struck head-on against the long sword Sijayu was swinging at him with lightning speed. There was a loud duong. The long sword flew out of Sijayu's hand. Sijayu let out a long hiss. The excruciating pain radiating from his hand contorted his features. Looking down, the web between his thumb and index finger had been split open by the immense force of the impact, tearing a long gash. Blood gushed out. Just as Sijayu was marveling at how incredibly strong his opponent was. Ha! Hao let out a ferocious roar and swung the rebar once more, bringing it down on Sijayu's head. Sijayu quickly shouted. Stop! I give up. What? You want me to beat you to death? Fine. I'll grant your wish. My magical power. Hao's mouth twisted into a smirk as he unleashed all his strength. You bastard. Seeing that his opponent had no intention of stopping, Si Jiayu immediately activated the first ability of his D-rank talent, Turtle Shell Technique. In an instant, a dark yellow energy shield appeared around him. The shield closely resembled a turtle shell. It was covered in turtle shell patterns. Humph. I'm not made of clay. Si Jiayu smiled confidently. In his view, with Hao's stats as a level 9 martial artist, there was no way he could break through the defense of his turtle shell technique, a level 20 martial artist's skill. However, the very next second, Hao's rebar mysteriously pierced through the energy shield and struck him squarely on the head. It was as if the turtle shell technique didn't even exist. It was as if Hao's attack could completely ignore his defense. A loud thud echoed through the air. Si Jiayu was knocked senseless, seeing stars, and collapsed to the ground on the spot. He felt as if he were about to die. He quickly summoned his talent support system to check his status. HP 100-320. Holy shit! That took 200 HP off me in one hit? Si Jiayu's eyes widened. He quickly flipped his hand and pulled a health potion from his spatial ring, downing it in one gulp to restore 150 HP. Meanwhile, Hao looked somewhat surprised. Oh ho! I didn't even kill you with one swing? Just like a turtle, your health bar is really thick. Immediately, Hao swung the rebar again, smashing it down toward the dead turtle. Unlike the original host, Hao was no coward. Before I crossed over, I put up with Earthlings showing off. Now that I've finally made it here, am I supposed to put up with you natives showing off too? Wouldn't that mean I crossed over for nothing? As for the consequences of killing or injuring someone? Who cares? I'll fight first and worry about it later. In the blink of an eye, the rebar, wielding hundreds of Jin of force, swept horizontally toward Si Jiayu. Turtle Shell Technique. Si Jiayu refused to accept defeat and activated his innate ability once more. He believed that Hao's ability to break through his defense just now was purely a glitch. It was his own staff that had first sliced into his inner circle, and since the turtle shell technique was activated afterward, it was only natural that he hadn't been able to block it. However, the very next second, another thud. The eerie scene played out once more. Hao's staff pierced through the turtle shell art again, slamming into Si Jiayu's left side. The massive impact sent Si Jiayu flying sideways. Si Jiayu was completely stunned. He checked his health bar. HP 5320. The next second. Help! Sorry Lang murderer. Sorry Lang murderer. Si Jiayu scrambled away as fast as he could, crawling and rolling toward the distance while screaming for help. Damn it! Don't run! Hao floored the gas pedal and gave chase. I was having way too much fun beating him up. If I let you get away, how am I supposed to enjoy this? But just then, not far off, an Abyss Guard patrol squad, mounted on towering horses, charged toward them. What is going on? Why are you barking like a dog for no reason? The captain of the guards, leading the group, brandished his long sword to block Si Jiayu's path. Sir! I was just walking along peacefully when that lunatic suddenly attacked me. Every move was a lethal strike. He is trying to kill me and steal my treasure. Si Jiayu jumped up and down, playing the victim and pointing at how to identify him as the culprit to the guard captain. Ha! Is that so? The tall, burly captain of the guards immediately pulled on the reins and spurred his warhorse toward Hao. According to the 6th of the Abyss Dungeon's 10 ironclad rules, if any martial artist dares to murder and rob, or kill to seize treasure within the secret realm, the penalty is death. This is an ironclad rule. Its purpose was to prevent martial artists from killing one another. Who would thought that right now, someone would be so brazen as to violate this ironclad rule right in front of me? As he muttered this to himself, the captain of the guards had already ridden his warhorse up to Hao. The long-handled broadsword in his hand clanged as he swung it down right in front of Hao. Kid, you've got some nerve. You dare to murder and rob? Hearing this, Hao remained completely unfazed, his tone calm. Sir, you've misunderstood. I didn't do it. That kid is slandering me. The captain of the guards was taken aback. At the moment, it was a case of he said, she said. The captain of the guards decided to bring both men forward to face off against each other. Si Jiayu was sobbing and gesturing dramatically, painting a vivid picture of how he'd been framed for the crime that had just occurred, and several young women stood by to corroborate his story. He had completely cast himself as the victim. After listening, the captain instinctively believed Si Jiayu's lies. He shot Hao a sidelong glance and glared at him. Kid. So many witnesses are accusing you of murder and robbery. What more do you have to say? As for Si Jiayu, he felt he had this in the bag. He couldn't help but gloat inwardly. How, oh how, your time has come. Just wait to be chopped to pieces. Ha ha ha. But the very next second. Sir, the reason I beat him up was because this kid slept with my girlfriend. Hao spoke loudly, his tone laced with a hint of anger, a hint of helplessness, a hint of despair, and a hint of lament. In any case, it sounded very heartfelt. He looked every bit the heartbroken lover. Upon hearing this, the captain of the guards froze for a moment. He immediately pieced everything together in his mind. This silly kid had caught his girlfriend getting cozy with this pimply-faced guy, so he went over to confront them. Then a fight broke out between them. Only this kind of rage over a stolen girlfriend could have driven the silly kid to murder. That's why it looked like he was killing and robbing. Makes sense. It makes perfect sense. Damn it, I really deserve to die. I almost chopped down a lovesick fool. I won't be able to sleep tonight. The captain of the guard slapped himself hard across the face, then shot a glare at Si Jiayu. Sure enough, Si Jiayu was surrounded by a bevy of girls. A full 4 girls. What kind of decent person would have this many girls around him? I don't even have a wife yet, and you're actually messing around with 4 at once? Fine, you're messing around, but why the hell are you messing with someone else's woman? Holy shit, for fuck's sake. Kid, it's wrong to be a homewrecker. The captain of the guards glared at Si Jiayu, grinding his teeth. If it weren't for his position, he'd have jumped off his horse and beaten the hell out of him. Si Jiayu, oh. Sir, he is lying. I didn't sleep with his girlfriend. These girls, I met them all on my own. It has absolutely nothing to do with him. He is slandering me. Si Jiayu tried his best to defend himself, but it was useless. The captain of the guards had already taken a dislike to him. Ha, of course you'd say that. You deserve to get beaten up, you little punk. This mess ends right here. With that, the captain of the guards cracked his whip, turned his horse around, and led his men away. He had official business to attend to and wasn't about to waste his time on this kind of bullshit. As for Si Jiayu, seeing that his underhanded scheme to use someone else's hand to get rid of Hao had backfired, he started stomping his feet and yelling at Hao. You fucking son of a bitch. You dare set me up? Who'd have thought, Hao? Haven't seen you in a few days, and now your tongue is sharper than mine? Hao shot him a sidelong glance and silently raised the rebar. Not only is my tongue sharp, my skill at cracking turtle shells is even sharper. Si Jiayu, oh. You've got some guts, kid. We'll see about that. Jiayu got scared, ditched the girls, and took off running. As he ran, something didn't feel right. Damn it, how is this idiot so strong? He didn't happen to take a power pill, did he? Right. That must be it. With this idiot SF rank talent, there is no way he could unleash that kind of attack power. It's definitely the power pill working. I'm gonna buy one and try it myself later. I swear I'll never be human again until I get my revenge. Meanwhile, over on Hao's side. Hao was walking along the main road toward the exit of Tianyuan. Hao, I didn't expect you to be this good? Li Fangfang, the busty girl, caught up with him. Li Fangfang was also Hao's co-worker. Just now, Hao had landed a few blows that nearly turned the level 20 Si Jiayu into a dead turtle, which made Li Fangfang look at him with newfound respect. That girlfriend you mentioned just now, you were talking about me, right? I've decided we can try dating for a while. But let us get one thing straight, I'm not your girlfriend yet. We're just giving it a try. Li Fangfang looked haughty, her expression full of superiority. It was as if Hao would immediately grovel, kneel on the ground, and wag his tail at her. In Li Fangfang's eyes, Hao was nothing but a wimp. According to her co-workers, Hao was completely under his girlfriend's thumb. He had to hand over his entire paycheck to her. He never fought back when she hit him, and never talked back when she yelled at him. Even at work, Hao was just the same. When co-workers teased him, he stayed silent. He doesn't say a word even when he's made the scapegoat. Anyone can step on him or pick on him. So, in Li Fangfang's view, a weakling like this would surely come running with his tail wagging the moment he heard that such a pretty girl was sending him flirty signals. What? Why aren't you saying anything? Seeing that Hao wasn't responding, Li Fangfang's tone turned cold. Don't be ungrateful. There are so many guys who want to chase after me but don't even have a chance. I'm the one giving you this opportunity right now. Once this chance is gone, it's gone for good. Hearing this, Hao let out a cold laugh. Ha, you're way off. Li Fangfang was taken aback for a moment, but she caught on instantly. Oh, I get it. You're just playing hard to get, aren't you? I know you're insecure. How? Hao slapped her right across the face. Smack. The force of the slap sent Li Fangfang spinning in circles right where she stood. Insecure my ass. I've got a million things to handle. I don't have time to deal with a brain-dead, self-important jerk like you. Go home and rot. Li Fangfang clutched her stinging cheek in disbelief. Who are you calling a brain-dead idiot? You, of course. Do you think I'm calling myself? I don't have one of those. Damn it, didn't you check the almanac before leaving the house today? Why do I always run into brain-dead idiots? Hao said angrily, then hoisted the rebar and headed for the exit. Hearing this, Li Fangfang flew into a rage. You fucking idiot. How? You dare call me that? Looks like that slap earlier wasn't hard enough. With that, Hao straddled Li Fangfang and started slapping her left and right. Smack. Smack, smack. Smack, smack, smack. Martial artists passing by all turned to look, and one after another, they burst out in exclamations. Holy shit! They're going at it right out in the open? That's intense. Young people sure know how to have fun. Before long, Hao had had his fill and moved off Li Fangfang, heading toward the exit of Tianyuan. As for Li Fangfang, having been so humiliated by Hao, she was naturally furious. No matter who hits me, it shouldn't be you, you coward. But then it suddenly dawned on her. He must have been holding in his emotions for too long without any out, which is why he hit me. Now that he has gotten stronger, he doesn't know where he stands. Hitting me doesn't mean he doesn't accept me. It's just a twisted sense of revenge. The reason he is taking it out on me is clearly because he saw me getting cozy with Si Jiayu and got incredibly jealous. Otherwise, there is no way he'd have said something like, Si Jiayu slept with my girlfriend, right to my face. In his subconscious, I'm his girlfriend. That's why he hates me. Right, that must be it. Haha, interesting. This guy is a total pervert. So he has been secretly in love with me all along? That's so gross. He didn't happen to do anything lewd to my personal belongings while I was at work, did he? I know what I need to do now. At that moment, Hao stepped out of the Abyss dungeon. Outside, the sky had already grown dark. The Abyss dungeon's day-night cycle was synchronized with that of the Tianyuan continent. Ha! You're still alive, kid? Just then, a familiar voice rang in his ear. Hao turned his head and saw it was the guard who had kindly warned him not to enter the Abyss dungeon earlier. Hao chuckled and handed him a cigarette. Thanks to you, sir. I'm alive and well. You have to understand the Abyss Guard is the royal army of the Xuanwu Kingdom. They're the guardians of Tianyuan. They wield immense power. Even the lowest ranking private is not someone an ordinary person can afford to cross. If you accidentally offend the Abyss Guard, there are only two possible outcomes. First, you commit suicide. Second, you get killed. There is no third option. Ugh. I really underestimated you. The guard said with frustration, then pulled a 100 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to his companion. Meanwhile, his bushy bearded companion grinned and said to the surrounding guards, "Ah, I won. Guys, don't just stand there." As soon as he said that, the guards around him reluctantly handed him a 100 yuan bill each. "Officers, what is going on here?" How didn't he quite understand, so he just blurted out the question. Seeing how confused Hao was, the bearded guard explained with a smile. "Right after you entered the Abyss Dungeon, we guys made a bet. We bet on whether you'd die, whether you'd press the SOS button on your Abyss watch, and how many minutes you'd last. I was the only one who bet you'd come out alive and unharmed. Don't take it personally, it's the first time we've seen a level 1 martial artist dare to venture into the Abyss Dungeon alone." Hao was speechless. You guys are really something. If I'd known about this big bet, I would joined in. Earning a little pocket money would been great. How did you get to level 9? One guard scanned Hao and spoke in a tone of astonishment. As soon as he said that, several guards nearby began scanning Hao as well. Suddenly, there was a chorus of exclamations. Damn! He really is level 9. Hey, kid, how do you do that? Level 9 requires at least 1,000 experience points. Did you kill 100 level 1 monsters in one afternoon? How do you pull that off? Holy crap! That's unbelievable. Hearing the guard's barrage of questions, Hao gave a sly smile. It's a secret. The guards, pfft. After that, Hao chatted with a few of the guards for a while longer. Before leaving, he handed out another round of cigarettes to them, then waved goodbye. Officers, my mama's calling me home for dinner. Hearing this, the guards politely waved back in farewell. After this brief encounter, the guards' impression of Hao had improved somewhat, and they all remembered this smooth-talking young guy. Back on Earth, Hao had worked in real estate sales, and he'd been the top salesperson year after year. His ability to adapt his speech to his audience, talking like a human when with humans, and like a ghost when with ghosts, was top-notch. He knew full well that building a good relationship with these guards would pay off in the future. He might even be able to get some inside information out of them. Like where to find treasures in the Abyss Dungeon. When the Abyss Guard would start recruiting from the public. If he ever found himself in danger, pressing the emergency button might get them to come a little faster. So, being a smooth talker was absolutely essential. Hao returned home. As soon as he pushed open the door, he spotted his girlfriend, Lu Ruyan, sitting on the couch. She was wearing a huge scowl and hadn't said a word. A huge durian lay at her feet. Get on your knees. Lu Ruyan pointed at the durian and glared at Hao. Ha! Hao let out a cold laugh. Pretty cocky, aren't you? Looks like that punch last night wasn't hard enough. Wait until I finish my shower. Hao ignored her and walked straight to the bathroom, planning to take a shower before coming back to deal with her. Lu Ruyan, on the other hand, was livid that Hao wouldn't even look at her. You bastard, did you go deaf? I told you to kneel on that durian. Lu Ruyan roared and stormed toward Hao. When she got right up close, she slapped him across the face without a word. Her fingers were curled into a hook, clearly intending to scratch Hao's face. Smack! But Hao was a step faster. He whipped his hand around and slapped her across the face first. The slap was so hard that Lu Ruyan spun around 3 times on the spot and plopped down onto the floor. She clutched her stinging cheek, unable to believe it. You dare hit me? You son of a bitch! I'll fight you to the death. Lu Ruyan scrambled to her feet and charged at Hao. Her arms flailed wildly, clearly intent on disfiguring Hao. Will you ever fucking stop? How wasn't he about to go easy on this woman? He swung his fist in a wide arc and smacked her again. Smack! Lu Ruyan landed on the ground once more. Seeing that Hao was serious, Lu Ruyan started reasoning with him. You bastard, why did you block the transfer permissions on my bank card? Who told you to buy that awakening stone talent? Why are you wasting my money? Hearing this, Hao let out a cold laugh. Ha, your money? Are you out of your mind? Every single penny in that account is money I saved up myself. What the hell does that have to do with you? But Lu Ruyan remained unmoved, spouting her twisted logic. Even if you saved that money, did you ask for my permission before spending it? How? Why do I need your permission to use my own money? How can you be so brain dead? This is driving me crazy. Let us break up. Lu Ruyan said, hands on her hips. In Lu Ruyan's view, as long as she uttered those words, given Hao's wimpy temperament, he would surely kneel down, cling to her legs, and cry out for mercy. Although Hao's personality had changed drastically over the past month, Lu Ruyan believed it was all an act. The reason he was putting on this act was most likely because he was being manipulated by some scheming person behind the scenes, so he was pretending to be assertive in an attempt to regain some standing in the family. In other words, as long as she showed her ruthless side, Hao would definitely be unable to keep up the charade. He would absolutely kneel down and beg me not to leave. Back when I was training this idiot, this was the move that never failed me time and time again. I'd tighten the noose around his neck. You little punk, trying to take me on? At the thought, the corners of Lu Ruyan's mouth curled upward, her expression one of absolute confidence. But the very next second. It's a deal. Double the joy. But Hao, struggling to suppress a smile harder to contain than an AK-47, picked up the durian and shoved it into Lu Ruyan's arms. Take your durian and get out. Lu Ruyan, oh. Don't you dare regret this. Lu Ruyan stamped her feet, furious. Whoever regrets it is a total jerk. Please, right now, immediately pack up all your personal belongings and leave my house. The fact that Hao didn't throw her personal belongings out the door was already the biggest concession he could make. He was just saving face for the girl. You have to understand, the original hostess life was truly miserable and pitiful. Buying a bottle of counterfeit liquor for 2 yuan 50 would get her nagged by Lu Ruyan back and forth for 3 days and 3 nights. Once, under too much pressure, she hid on the balcony to smoke a cigarette. When Lu Ruyan found out, she immediately locked the balcony door from the inside, trapping the original host on the balcony all night. When she came home late from overtime, she couldn't even get into her own home and had to lie outside the door all night. I even got slapped just for eating an extra bowl of rice. Is this even a life worth living? It's a life worse than that of a dog. And what about Lu Ruyan? Every piece of clothing she wears, even a single piece of underwear, starts at 1,000 yuan. She eats durian for meals. She buys cosmetics, small purchases every 3 days, big ones every 5. The original hostess' monthly salary was only 50,000 yuan, but she spends as if it were 100,000. If it weren't for the original host secretly stashing away some pocket money and taking on part-time jobs after work, forget about her dream of becoming a martial artist. She'd have ended up as a damn beggar. Are you serious? Lu Ruyan looked at Hao with a complex expression. She was starting to get a little scared. Maybe I was a little too cruel to you before. But putting the facts aside, you should reflect on your own behavior. I'll let you have my body. Lu Ruyan knelt down and stroked Hao's beret. How? Then let us have some fun. Hao had never encountered a request like this in his entire life. If I don't play, I'm missing out. If I don't eat, I'm missing out. But playing is pointless, and eating is pointless too. 3 hours later, Hao was done. Hao lit another cigarette, puffed on it for a while, then ordered Lu Ruyan. I'm done. You can go now. Lu Ruyan? Go? What do you mean? Lu Ruyan's expression darkened. It means we're breaking up. Hao shrugged. You bastard. You're messing with me? Lu Ruyan was fuming with rage as she spat out a threat. Fine, let us break up. You've slept with me so many times over the years, and I've wasted so much of my youth on you. You've got to compensate me for emotional distress and the loss of my youth, don't you? I'll compensate you with a ball. Hal was as terse as ever. Just you wait. Gritting her teeth, Lu Ruyan packed her things and left. Once she was outside the apartment complex, she pulled out her phone and made a call. Hello? Is this Sisterly? It's me, Lu Ruyan. That idiot boyfriend of mine suddenly lost his mind and kicked me out. I have nowhere to go. Can I stay at your place for a few days? Sigh, okay, sure. Meanwhile, over at Howes Place. Now that Lu Ruyan, that nagging fly who'd been buzzing around him for years, was gone, Hal felt as if the whole world had suddenly become peaceful. This sense of tranquility was absolutely blissful. Hal had already made up his mind. He wouldn't touch the 3 essentials: cattle, horses, and livestock under any circumstances. He fucking time traveled if he still lugged around those 3 essentials. Wouldn't that mean he was out of his mind? He went to the bathroom to take a shower. Then, on autopilot, he headed to the kitchen to make some dinner. But the moment he realized that eating would end his fasting state, he dismissed the idea. With a thought, Hal opened the talent support system. Talent support system. Martial artist, Hal. Level, 930-180 EXP. HP, 59. Attack, 14. Defense, 10. Agility, 7.7. Mana, 0.38 kilograms, 1.09 kilograms. Primary talent, fasting 4-star, 350-400 EXP. Fasting 4-star, abstaining from food and drink, subsisting on the breeze and dew, eschewing grains and mundane fare, and sustaining life through chi. While in the fasting state, lost HP and mana are automatically restored, and physical injuries are healed at a rate of 5% of the maximum value per hour. Passive talent, no mana cost. Second Colossal Form 2-star, 180-200 XP. Third talent, Unknown, requires the second talent to be upgraded to 3-star to unlock. Fasting is already 4-star. And Colossal Form is only 20 XP away from 3-star. Why not activate Colossal Form and use it to quickly reach 3-star? With a thought, Hal activated Colossal Form. He entered Colossal Form. The star level XP for Colossal Form slowly rose. At the same time, his mana was rapidly depleting. Finally, after 2 or 3 minutes, Colossal Form successfully upgraded to 3 stars. To conserve some mana, Hal quickly exited Colossal Form. With a thought, he checked the talent changes. Second talent, Colossal Form 3-star, 1/300 EXP. Colossal Form 3-star. Talent Effect 1, body size increased by 20%. Enhanced. Talent Effect 2, HP, attack, defense, agility, and mana, all 5 stats are enhanced by 1000%. Enhanced. Talent Effect 3, each basic attack deals an additional 300-600 points of true damage to the target. Enhanced. Talent Effect 4, for every 1% of HP lost, the 5 core stats are boosted by 10% on top of their current values. New. Active talent. Once activated, mana consumption is 0.3 kilograms minute. Nerfed. Third talent, Stun Skill 1-star, 0-100 EXP. Stun Skill 1-star, can immobilize a person's body and soul as well as mythical beasts or any object, rendering them unable to move. The stun effect lasts 0.5 seconds. While the target is stunned, their 5 core stats are reduced by 10%. Active talent, cooldown, 1 hour. Mana cost per use, 0.5 kilograms. Whoa, this is insane. First off, after upgrading Colossal Form to 3 stars, its size increases by 20%. Big is awesome. Big is justice. Furthermore, the 5 stat boost has gone from 500% to 1000%. Maximum true damage has tripled. It's now 600. It even gained an additional talent effect 4. The more HP you lose, the stronger your 5-dimensional attributes become. How has participated in so many auctions and seen countless S-rank talent awakening stones, but not a single talent awakening stone S first talent has ever been this absurdly powerful. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to classify it as an SS rank talent. But the thing is, the 3-star colossal form has an absurdly high mana cost. 0.3 kilograms of mana consumed per minute. It's a total mana guzzler. With How's current mana reserves, he wouldn't even last 4 minutes. Now let us look at the third talent that just awakened, Stun Skill. Compared to Colossal Form, Stun Skill's stats seem quite ordinary at first glance. But if you take a closer look, you'll see that this talent is deceptively clever. It's a god-tier hard CC talent, no doubt about it. It can hard CC the target for 0.5 seconds. Keep in mind that duels between martial artists happen in the blink of an eye. Especially high-level martial artists with their extremely high agility stats, both their reaction time and attack speed are incredibly fast. 0.5 seconds is more than enough time to do a lot of things. It's enough to turn the tide of battle. For example, you could pull down their pants, give their little buddy a quick flick, and then pull their pants back up. In addition, the stun skill applies an effect that reduces the target's 5 core stats similar to an advanced armor piercing effect, or what could be described as a weakening effect. That's pretty damn awesome. But the stun skill has 2 really annoying drawbacks. First, the cooldown is ridiculously long. A 1-hour cooldown means you can only use it once per battle. Second, the mana cost is outrageous. Every time you use it, it drains 0.5 kilograms of mana. Damn, that's even worse than a gas guzzler. Bang bang bang. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, a series of fierce knocks rang out from outside the door. How furrowed his brow. That bitch dares to bother me again? Looks like if I don't show you what I'm made of today, you'll never know how many eyes the Horse King really has. How strode over to open the door with the confidence of a dragon and the stride of a tiger. As soon as the security door swung open, how didn't he waste a second? He threw a punch right at the intruder. Bam! Ouch! A somewhat familiar scream rang out from the doorway. It sounded like a man. How froze for a moment, then took a closer look. He saw Ju crouched on the ground, clutching his head. How? Oh. Bro, how? Who just hit me? That definitely wasn't me. I saw a dark figure punch you and then run off. How denied it, then quickly changed the subject. It's dark out there. Come inside so we can talk. Ju nodded, rubbing the bruise around his eye, and stepped inside. Bro, how? There's an awakening stone auction coming up soon. Could you help me keep an eye on it? Shu explained his purpose, pulled his laptop out of his backpack, and set it down on the coffee table next to the sofa. Oh, sure. I'll take a look for you. Hal leaned in to help Zhu connect the laptop to the home Wi-Fi. After a few steps, Zhu logged into the Martial Wiki app and opened the live stream for the Awakening Stone auction. The screen showed that the auction would begin in 5 minutes. The two chatted casually while smoking. Bro, how? Where's your girlfriend? Why don't I see her? I dumped her. Hal was a man of few words, explaining the situation succinctly. Well, I've got to give you props for that. Zhu gave him a thumbs up and praised him. Actually, I've been meaning to warn you for a while. That woman was way out of your league. I saw all the hard times you went through. It really broke my heart. It's good you broke up. That way, you won't end up losing both her and your money. Later, I'll have my parents set you up with someone who knows how to manage a household. Hearing this, Hal felt a warm glow in his heart. Zhu really is a loyal friend. A true brother in my heart. I really want to give him a kiss. He is so adorable. Bro, how does it feel to have awakened? Zhu asked with a smile. It was awesome, of course. Hal gave a mischievous grin, then let slip a little inside scoop. I'll let you in on a secret. I actually went for a little stroll through the Abyss dungeon this afternoon. Really? Zhu was thrilled. You see, The only people who dare to wander through the Abyss Dungeon are either incredibly powerful or incredibly brave. Ordinary folks or martial artists wouldn't dare go there, it would scare the living daylights out of them. Besides, Zhu had never been to the Abyss Dungeon, his knowledge of it came only from short videos or hearsay. Now that his good friend had actually been to that secret realm, that meant he'd truly risen above the rest. No doubt about it, Hao said with a calm, confident expression. To be honest, I'm already level 9. Hearing this, Zhu was even more astonished. He pulled out his martial artist scanner and scanned Hao. The device displayed 2 lines of information. Martial artist level, 9. Talent level, F. Whoa! Zhu stared at Hao in shock and asked, Bro how did you do that? Although Zhu wasn't a martial artist yet, he'd long heard from others that leveling up as a martial artist was extremely difficult. You either had to take expensive experience pills, or go into the Abyss Dungeon to battle those demon beasts and monsters. Level 9 required at least 1,000 experience points. Just how many monsters did you kill? Hao silently held up one finger. 1. That can't be possible. You leveled up 9 times just by killing one monster? That's not what they say online. 100. Hao declared emphatically. Thud. Zhu was so shocked he fell off his little stool. How do you do it? Zhu pressed his chubby face close to Hao's, asking eagerly. Killing 100 monsters right off the bat, is that even allowed? Zhu had watched live streams of martial artists braving the Abyss Dungeon before others struggled like crazy just to kill a single monster. It was a huge deal if they could take down 7 or 8 in half a day. But brother, how 100 in one afternoon? Oh my god. You'll see for yourself later. Hao gave a sly smile and pointed at the computer screen, saying, The auction's starting. We'll chat later. Zhu nodded vigorously, his admiration for Hao growing even stronger. He had a vague feeling that Hao's talent must be extraordinary. Otherwise, there's no way he could be this good. But he didn't ask any further questions. He figured all he needed to do was cling tightly to Hao's coattails and just go with the flow. At that moment, the Martial Wiki auction livestream was underway. A sexy female host began her opening remarks. Hello, future martial artists watching at home. Welcome to tonight's Martial Wiki Awakening Stone Auction. We're committed to providing the highest quality service to every martial artist. Regarding the auction, blah blah blah. Neither of them bothered to listen to this high-sounding nonsense. Zhu handed Hao a 9.5 Supreme cigarette and shared his thoughts. Bro Hao, I just had someone pull some strings to find out there are nearly 200 awakening stones on display at tonight's auction. Among them, there's 1S rank awakening stone. 3A rank awakening stones. The rest add up to over 100. I guess I can't count on getting that S-class awakening stone. Hao understood what he meant and knew what his goal was, so he asked. What are the primary attributes of those 3A class awakening stones? Tell me. Zhu nodded and replied. The 3A rank awakening stones are as follows. Great Annihilation. First talent, transforms into a demonic form, inflicts a fear suppression effect on the target, and deals true damage equal to 10% of the user's maximum health with each attack. Each time a target is killed, the first talent gains a stack. Execution Sword Chi. First talent, each attack deals a certain amount of additional physical damage and grants the caster a shield. The shield can also be detonated to deal physical damage. Boar Form. First talent, transforms into a massive wild boar covered in tough black bristles, significantly increasing defense. The bristles can be fired as projectiles with a power comparable to flying needles. Bro Hao, which one do you think suits me better? I actually think Sword Chi of Death is pretty. Before Zhu could finish, Hao cut him off. Is there even a choice here? Boar Form. It has to be Boar Form. Zhu, oh? Why does it have to be that one? Zhu scratched his head and asked. Hao just smiled without saying a word. Instead of answering Zhu's question directly, he asked. Zhu, answer me first, how much are you prepared to spend to get an A-rank awakening stone? About 20 million. After saying that, Zhu gritted his teeth and corrected himself. Actually, my dad only gave me 15 million. But I got over 5 million in spending money. Hao narrowed his eyes and cut straight to the chase. So, 20 million is basically stretching your budget to the limit. Zhu nodded silently. Hao, on the other hand, continued sharing his thoughts. Let us talk about Great Annihilation first. First off, the name Great Annihilation is so cool it just rolls off the tongue. Those two characters alone are worth 5 million. Second, the stats for Great Annihilation's first talent are insane. It transforms into a demonic form, inflicts a suppression and fear effect on the target, and deals massive true damage with every attack. This is a textbook A+ talent. I estimate the starting bid will have to reach 15 million. No sooner had Hao finished speaking than the beautiful hostess on the livestream began introducing Demia. Now on display is the A Great Awakening Stone, Demia. This Awakening Stone's first talent is blah blah blah. Starting bid, 15 million. Holy crap! You were actually right, brother Hao? Zhu, standing nearby, was stunned. You're a prophet, man. Hearing this, Hao gave a sly smile. Hee, do you think I've been watching hundreds of auction live streams for nothing? Forget about what kind of awakening stone it is, I can estimate its price just by glancing at it. Hearing this, Zhu was deeply impressed. Go place a bid on the Great Annihilation now, Hao ordered. Ha? Zhu froze, scratching his head. Bro Hao, didn't you already tell me to give up on this awakening stone? Then why are you making me bid on it? Hearing this, Hao shot him a sidelong glance. This move is called stirring up the waters. If you don't stir up the waters, you won't catch any fish, you know? Zhu didn't quite get it. He looked at Hao with that clear-eyed yet naive college student gaze. You locals are really stupid. Hao snatched the mouse from Zhu's hand, opened the auction interface, and typed a string of numbers directly into the box, 30 million. The next second, the beautiful host announced in an almost hysterical tone. A certain incredibly wealthy tycoon has joined the auction. His opening bid is 30 million. With that, the live stream's comments section exploded. That's brutal. 30 million right off the bat? How are people supposed to keep up with that? Looks like this stone has caught the eye of some big shot. This is going to be fun to watch. Holy shit. How, are you out of your mind? Zhu, standing nearby, jumped up in shock. Even Barrett was so scared his balls shriveled up. The starting bid was only 15 million, and you're doubling it right off the bat? If no one matches it, we just be stuck with it? However, Hao looked completely confident, as if victory were already in the bag. I'd bet there are at least 10 people eyeing this stone. Just watch, there's no way we'll be stuck with it. No sooner had he finished speaking than, sure enough, someone raised the bid. The beautiful hostess shouted in an even more exaggerated and excited tone. Another big spender has raised the bid. His bid is 40 million. Boom. The livestream went absolutely wild. That's way too big of a jump. Are they going head to head? Money really does let you do whatever you want. This is just crazy. As for Hao, he gave a sly smile. The fish has taken the bait. He. With that, Hao typed another number into the bidding interface, 80 million. Boom. Zhu was so shocked he couldn't sit still. Brother Hao. You can't do that. I know what I'm doing. Hao replied fearlessly. At that moment, the beautiful hostess shouted in a voice that sounded as if she were about to faint. Oh my god. Another big spender has placed a bid. His bid is 80 million. As soon as she said that, the livestream went completely wild. Holy crap? Is this guy crazy? Jumping up by 40 million right off the bat? Looks like this stone is about to break the record for the highest price ever paid for an A-grade awakening stone. To the person above, the most expensive A Great Awakening stone ever sold went for 89.7 million. We're already very close. I just don't get it. With that kind of money, you might as well bid a little more and go for an S Great Awakening stone. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious villa in Blaze City, the young master of the Wang family, Tianla, glared furiously at the computer screen, where the bidding price had soared to 80 million. Which damn loser is trying to snatch the stone from me? Tianla had expected to secure the Great Annihilation Awakening stone for 40-50 million. He then planned to buy another A-class Sword Chi of Death Awakening stone for around 15-20 million to give to his younger sister. But now, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. The bid for Great Annihilation had actually reached 80 million? This far exceeded his expectations. Bro, that bastard is so cocky. He must be really strong. His younger sister, Wangli, standing nearby, offered her analysis. No matter how strong he is, he can't possibly be stronger than me. Wang Jiala said indignantly, then gritted his teeth and went all in. He entered a new bid, 100 million. Bro! Are you crazy? Wang Li's mouth dropped open in shock. Grandma only gave us 100 million. If you blow all that money on your stone, what about me? Wang Jiala frowned and said impatiently. I have to win this stone. Call Grandma right now and tell her to wire another 30 million. Meanwhile, over at House End. Holy crap! 100 million. That SA record. Zhu was stunned, then suggested. Looks like the other side really wants this stone. Let us raise our bid a bit more. Let us turn up the heat on that kid. He. But Hao just waved his hand. We can't raise it any further. If we raise it again, we'll really be stuck with it. We're playing a game of strategy, not a game of brute force. Zhu, makes sense. Soon, the beautiful hostess began announcing the auction results. Congratulations to user Wang Tianba Wang for successfully winning the Great Awakening Stone Great Annihilation with a bid of 100 million. Wang Tianba Wang? What a stupid nickname, Hao muttered. Next, the second A-rank Awakening Stone, Execution Sword Chi, entered the auction. The starting bid is around 9 million, Hao analyzed. That can't be right. This talent is super strong. How could the starting bid be so low? I'd expect it to start at least at 12 million, Zhu said, sounding skeptical. Hao chuckled and shared his insight. Zhu, you're still too green. The description of Sword Chi of Execution's first talent is, each attack deals a certain amount of additional physical damage and grants the user a shield. Additionally, the shield can be detonated to deal physical damage. At first glance, it seems powerful. But you have to remember physical damage and true damage are in a completely different league. True damage is the real deal. No sooner had Hao finished speaking than the beautiful host announced the starting bid for Sword Chi of Execution, 9 million. It matched Hao's guess to the penny. Bro Hao! Do you own Martial Wiki or something? Zhu was completely blown away. Guessing the starting bid for Great Annihilation was one thing, he might just been lucky. But you guessed the starting bid for Sword Chi of Execution right too? There's no way I'd believe that without some inside info. Save the flattery for later. Hao took a drag on his cigarette, pondered for a moment, then entered the number 12 million on the bidding interface. Ha! Brother Hao, why aren't you going all out this time? Shu couldn't figure out Hao's strategy. Just a moment ago, Brother Hao had been driving the price up by tens of millions at a time. Why is he chickening out this time? This Awakening Stone's stats aren't great. I can't just go all in right off the bat. It'd be a disaster if I got stuck with it. I'll throw out a low bid first to test the waters. Got it? Zhu, nope. It's fine if you don't get it. I get it. Hao gave a sly smile. Before long, someone started bidding. The price was 15 million. Hao raised the bid, 20 million. Another bidder raised it, 25 million. Hao raised it, 26 million. The other bidder, 28 million. This time, Hao closed the bidding interface right away. Why did you stop bidding? Zhu asked, bewildered. That guy's out of money, he can't bid any higher. Hao looked inscrutable. You can tell that? Zhu found it utterly baffling. Through a screen, could you really tell if someone had money in their pocket? Holy crap! Are you a fortune teller or something? Meanwhile, inside the Wang family villa. Which idiot is trying to outbid me? This is driving me crazy. Wang Li was so furious her hair was all messed up. Just a moment ago, Wang Li had called her grandmother to ask for 30 million. Not only did she get an earful from her grandmother, but the auction didn't go her way either. The siblings had discussed it carefully and estimated that the final hammer price for the execution sword chi would be around 18 million. But they never expected the final hammer price to reach 28 million. Sis, why don't we just skip buying this stone? In my opinion, the third awakening stone bore form is pretty good too. I feel like we could snag that one for just 20 million. Saving 8 million, what could be better than that? Hearing this, Wang Li shook her head frantically. Bore form sounds awful. Plus, the first talent is turning into a pig. I'm a girl, how could I possibly want a talent like that? Wouldn't that make me a sow? I don't care. I want the sword chi of execution. No sooner had she finished speaking than the beautiful host announced. Congratulations to user Exquisite Piggy Girl for successfully winning the A-rank talent sword chi of execution awakening stone. Yay! I got it. Wang Li jumped to her feet excitedly, making a V sign with both hands. Hearing this, Wang Jiala rolled his eyes and snapped. Yay my ass! We could VE bought 2 of them for 80 million. But we ended up spending nearly 130 million. We're in the red up to our ears, and you're still cheering? Damn it! With that 50 million, what else could we have done? At that moment, the third grade A awakening stone bore form entered the bidding phase. Bro Hao, it's bore form's turn. Zhu, both nervous and excited, tugged at Hao's shirt and asked. Bro Hao, what do you think the starting bid will be? Hao took a puff on his cigarette and replied. This stone is pretty special. It doesn't really matter what the starting bid is set at. Why? Zhu didn't get it. First off, this stone is called bore form, that's a terrible name. Zhu. Second, the primary ability is turning into a huge wild boar, it's pretty hard on the eyes. Zhu. In other words, no girls are going to bid on this stone. That cuts your competition in half. Plus, guys who are too image conscious wouldn't buy an awakening stone like this either. Let me paint you a picture, okay? One day, a pretty, sexy girl finds herself in danger in the Abyss dungeon. Xiao Ming rushes over, ready to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Suddenly, with a clang, right in front of her, he transforms into a huge wild boar covered in black bristles, drooling, and bearing long fangs. Then, with another clang, he takes down the threat. Afterward, he turns to smile at her, tilts his pig head, and, wagging his long, twirling pig tongue, says, Hey, babe, am I cool or what? What do you think the girl would think? Shoo, oh. It's disgusting. Zhu answered, picturing the scene in his mind. Exactly. Hao nodded in agreement. Then why are you making me buy this? Zhu looked resentful. Ahem. Who cares if he is a pig or not? As long as he is awesome. Hao replied, cutting straight to the point. Besides, you're basically a rich kid. Worried you won't be able to pick up girls? Zhu, guess you're right. Worst case scenario, when saving a damsel in distress, just take out the threat, exit bore form, and then go over to chat her up. That LL work, right? Hao added. Zhu, 6. Before long, the beautiful host announced the starting bid for the bore form talent S awakening stone, 8 million. Bro Hao, it's up to you. Zhu handed control of the computer to Hao. Just watch this. Hao cradled the laptop in his lap and typed in the bid, 15 million. Whoa! Going all out right off the bat? Shu couldn't believe it. Don't worry, no one else is going to bid this time, Hao said confidently. Meanwhile, in the comments section. Here we go again, it never ends. The starting bid is 8 million, and he jumps straight to 15 million? I seriously suspect someone is artificially inflating the price. Forget it. I don't want this stone anymore. Even if I could win the bid, it'd cost me a fortune. My guess is that this Boar Form Awakening stone will be hyped up to the sky, just like those two from earlier. Just as the netizens were chatting among themselves. Bang! The beautiful hostess had already brought down the gavel to seal the deal. Congratulations to Fat Guy for successfully winning the Grade A Awakening Stone, Boar Form for 15 million. Boom! Everyone was momentarily stunned. After the initial shock, many had an epiphany. What's going on? Why isn't anyone bidding anymore? Where's that guy who was driving the price up like crazy? Why did he stop bidding? Do you think there's a chance that Guy's real target was actually the Boar Form? Was he just stirring things up so he could snatch it up on the sly? Bro above, you've got a point. Damn it. We all fell for it. 15 million for the Boar Form? Holy shit. That's a total steal. The actual price of that stone should be around 20 million. Shit. We were played like fools. At that moment, inside the Wang family villa, Wang Jiala and Wang Li stared at the screen in disbelief. What? That kid just snagged Boar Form for 15 million? Why didn't anyone keep bidding? Wang Li looked completely baffled. As for Wang Jiala, he glanced at the live chat and immediately came to a conclusion. He played us. That kid's real goal was Boar Form all along. Damn it, he's really cunning. Wang Jiala said angrily, then pulled out his phone and made a call. Hello? Uncle, could you do me a favor and look into someone for me? His Marshall Wiki username is Fat Lord. What? Marshall Wiki doesn't allow personal information to be disclosed? Just figure something out, that kid cost our Wang family 50 million. Sigh, okay. At that moment, at Hao's house. Ha. Brother Hao, you're the man. Shu jumped up excitedly. He hugged Hao, rubbing and nuzzling him, then hugging and kissing him. Hao smiled without saying a word, stood up, and said, You better hurry home and get ready to welcome Boar Form. I'm going to sleep first. I have to get up early tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Zhu asked curiously. Bro Hao, are you going to the Abyss Dungeon tomorrow? Hao nodded, yeah. Can I come along? Zhu asked, his face full of anticipation. Of course. What do you take me for? Hao raised an eyebrow and gave the time. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Be right on time to pick me up downstairs at my place. Got it. Zhu made a mental note. The next morning at 7 o'clock. Hao woke up right on time, washed up, got dressed, and walked out of the residential complex. He planned to sell the 500 gene of two-headed wolf hides he collected yesterday to free up space in his storage ring. Because martial artists existed in this world, there were many facilities catering to them. Martial artist shops, martial artist restaurants, martial artist recovery spas, martial artist hospitals, and so on. Before long, Hao arrived at his Martial Arts Pedestrian Street. Martial Arts Pedestrian Street had everything under the sun. Weapon shops. Experience pill shops. Equipment and armor shops. Martial arts technique shops. Raw materials shops. It truly had everything one could need. After some careful consideration, Hao chose a shop called Guan Family's Centennial Store Levels 100. The shop was quite large, occupying 4 storefronts in a row. There were 4 more storefronts upstairs. It was quite impressive. It was considered one of the top shops on this pedestrian street. Hao stepped inside, where a slender, middle-aged merchant dressed in luxurious clothes greeted him with a smile and a bow. You look like a new face here, young hero. How may I assist you? Do you buy two-headed wolf pelts? How asked straight to the point. Yes. Of course we do. The shopkeeper asked with a cheerful smile. May I ask, young hero, how many gene of wolf pelts do you have? Surely at least 10 gene? 500 gene, Hao replied. The shopkeeper's pupils involuntarily contracted as he realized he'd encountered a valuable customer, and he hurriedly asked. Would you mind bringing out the pelts so I can take a closer look? Hao nodded and gently stroked his spatial ring. A flash of white light later. A full 500 gene of neatly stacked wolf hides appeared on the ground. They looked like a small mountain. The shopkeeper casually pulled out a few hides to examine them and found they were all top quality goods. There wasn't a single substandard hide mixed in. They were all taken from the wolves' backs and were in excellent condition. There were no holes caused by sharp weapons. The quality was exceptional. The shopkeeper was an expert. He could tell at a glance that this young man had targeted the neck when slaying these two-headed wolves. Moreover, he had severed their heads with a single, decisive blow without the slightest hesitation. Thinking of this, the shopkeeper couldn't help but look at the young man before him with newfound respect. How much are you asking for them, young hero? 50,000, Hao stated the price. According to market prices, a gene of wolf pelt is roughly 100 yuan. There were 500 gene in total, which comes to 50,000 yuan. You're a straightforward young man. The shopkeeper looked at him with approval, then offered his own price. Given the excellent condition of these wolf pelts, I'll throw in an extra 10,000 yuan. How does that sound? For a moment, Hao thought he misheard. You're turning a 50,000 deal into 60,000? Reverse haggling? Are these locals' business practices just too unconventional? But in an instant, Hao figured it out. The shop owner wanted to establish a long-term supply partnership with him. Sure enough, the shop owner's next words were exactly as Hao had expected. Young hero, you don't seem like an ordinary martial artist. You must possess some extraordinary abilities. Why don't we sign a long-term cooperation agreement? As he spoke, the shop owner handed over a paper document. Hao flipped it open. The contents of the agreement were roughly as follows. 1. Party B may only sell materials obtained from the Abyss Dungeon to Party A, and Party A will purchase them at a price 10% above market value. 2. Party B's entire consumption of supplies and equipment wear and tear within the Abyss Dungeon shall be fully borne by Party A. 3. Party A has the right to make procurement requests of Party B, and Party B shall fulfill them to the greatest extent possible. After reading the agreement, Hao began weighing the pros and cons in his mind. If I sign this agreement, my benefits are 1. A 10% premium on the market price for my materials. 2. He'll reimburse me for any consumables and equipment damage incurred in the Abyss Dungeon. And my losses are 1. I can only sell my supplies to him. 2. I'll have to meet some of his specific requests. For example, if he wants certain materials, I'll have to find a way to get them for him. It's not exactly a huge profit, but it's not a loss either. In the Xuanwu Kingdom, many martial artists sign similar cooperation agreements with martial arts shops. It's an unspoken rule. I refuse. Hao handed the agreement back. The shop owner looked disappointed. He gritted his teeth and decided to raise the offer to keep him on board. What if I raise the purchase price the 10% above market value to 20%? Plus, you can pick any weapon you like from my shop. Whatever catches your eye, I'll give it to you for free. Hao's eyes narrowed. With such generous terms, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. Is that for real? Hao asked tentatively. I, Guan Shirin, am a man of integrity, the other man declared emphatically. Next, led by Guan Shirin, Hao arrived at the weapons counter. An entire wall was lined with weapons of every shape and kind. A level 10 Wolf's Tooth Club. A level 20 Spear of Atma. A level 30 Blade of the Fallen King. A level 50 Black Cutter. A level 70 Immortal Longbow. a level 100 divine severer. How scan them one by one, but didn't T-spot any club-like weapons? What's the matter? Isn't there a single weapon here that catches your eye, young hero? Seeing that how Han T responded, Guan Shirin looked somewhat surprised. After all, these were all popular weapons. They basically covered every type of martial artist. Do you have any weapons like staffs? Hao asked. Guan Shirin looked troubled, his expression slightly awkward. Actually, no. It wasn't that Guan Shirin's shop lacked variety, rather, most martial artists preferred swords. At the very least, they used spears. Rarely did anyone use staffs. Merchants, driven by profit, naturally wouldn't stock such niche weapons. That's truly a shame. Hao looked at Guan Shirin with a half-smile. How could Guan Shirin fail to understand the implication behind Hao's words? He was disappointed in me. Young master, please don't think that way. Guan Shirin quickly assured him. I can custom make one for you. Please tell me your specifications, young master. After a moment's thought, Hao replied. Bring me some paper and a pen, I'll sketch a design. Ah, sure. Guan Shirin scampered off to fetch paper and a pen. Before long, the paper and pen were brought back. Hao immediately sketched a staff that was an exact replica of the golden staff wielded by the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. After finishing the sketch, Hao stated his specific requirements. This staff must be forged to the standards of a level 50 weapon. Level 50? Guan Shirin thought he must have heard wrong. Earlier, when Hao first walked in, Guan Shirin had secretly scanned him. His martial artist level was only 9, and his talent was an F rank. And now, this guy actually wanted him to help forge a level 50 weapon? Isn't level 50 a bit too much? In my opinion, level 15 would be more appropriate. Young hero, don't try to be a hero. The martial arts are like eating, you have to take it one bite at a time. Hearing the other man's advice, Hao waved his hand. You don't need to worry about that. I know what I'm doing. All right. Guan Shirin agreed, then added, young hero, a level 50 weapon is no small feat. It'll probably take me about 3 days to deliver it. Then I'll leave it to you. Hao clasped his hands in a bow. Guan Shirin smiled and returned the gesture, saying, It's no trouble at all, you've earned it. Next, the two signed a long-term cooperation agreement as previously arranged. In addition, Guan Shirin showed great generosity by gifting Hao 10 health potions, 10 mana potions, and a level 10 set. The level 10 set included a helmet, chestplate, bracers, greaves, and boots. Its value was no less than 100,000. Such lavish generosity left Hao feeling a bit embarrassed. Getting a free meal and a gift on top of that's a bit too much. So, Hao gave the other party all the second-hand gear he was carrying. Chestplate, wolfskin boots, and a Doran's blade. Mr. Guan, I haven't really used these 3 items much, they're practically brand new. You can have them, just fix them up a bit, and you can resell them. Guan Shirin took a look. The armor and wolfskin boots were just a bit dirty, but otherwise in good condition. A quick wash and polish would have them ready for resale in the second-hand display case. But that Doran blade. The blade was all twisted and bent into a serpentine shape. The edge was completely chipped. Once drawn from its sheath, it wouldn't go back in. Guan Shirin fell silent. Bro, do you have some misunderstanding about 99 new? This is fucking 99 used. Is there even any hope of salvaging this? Guan Shirin shook his head with a wry smile and accepted everything as is. Thank you, young hero, for the gift. Hao raised an eyebrow, looking a bit mischievous. Don't be so formal with me. We're all family here. I'll be off. Hao cheerfully scampered off. After Hao left, a beautiful young girl dressed in a white blouse, white skirt, and white stockings poked her head out from the second floor, then walked down the stairs. She pouted and said, Dad, is that any way to do business? I heard everything perfectly clear just now. You gave that guy quite a lot of stuff. You're losing money left and right. He is only level 9. Why are you being so nice to him? I'm going to tell Mom that you're acting recklessly. But Guan Shirin gently stroked the young girl's head and laughed. My dear daughter, Daddy never misjudges people. My intuition tells me that only he can defeat the legendary ancient golem in the Abyss dungeon. There's hope for your illness. Hao returned home. With a thought, he retrieved the level 10 set Guan Shirin had given him from his spatial ring and put it on. With another thought, he opened the talent support system. Level 9 3180 EXP. HP 59 plus 250 equipment. Attack 14 plus 30 equipment. Defense 10 plus 40 equipment. Agility 7.7 plus 15 equipment. Mana 1.09 kilograms 1.09 kilograms. The stats of this level 10 set were nothing to write home about. Hao was quite satisfied. Just then, his phone in his pocket rang. It was Zhu calling. Hello? Bro Hao, I'm downstairs at your place. Hurry up and come down. Got it. Hao went downstairs and spotted Zhu's fancy X5 luxury car right away. He opened the door and slid into the passenger seat. Bro Hao, do I look cool in this outfit? Zhu gestured to his outfit. Hao glanced at him and recognized it immediately. Whoa! A level 5 supreme set. How much did you pay for it? 500,000. Zhu said with a touch of pride. He then took a small bag out of the center console and handed it to Hao. It's for you. Hao was taken aback. He opened the bag and rummaged through it. Inside was an exquisitely crafted box. He opened the box and saw a ring set with a deep blue gemstone, lying quietly inside. An intermediate level spatial storage ring? Hao was utterly astonished. After all, spatial type equipment was always incredibly expensive. This intermediate level spatial storage ring had a capacity of 100 cubic units and was worth 1.5 million on the market. This is way too valuable, I can't accept it, Hao declined politely. Bro Hao, just take it. If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to take down Boar form. He. Zhu chuckled and started the car. Seeing that his friend had put it that way, how didn't he bother being polite anymore? They were good brothers after all. Being too polite would just seem insincere. At worst, he'd just help him level up a bit more in the Abyss dungeon. Before long, the two drove up to the entrance of the Abyss dungeon. After parking the car, they joined the line to enter the Abyss dungeon. It happened to be Saturday, and since many companies with a 2-day weekend were off, the place was pretty crowded. The line to enter the Abyss dungeon stretched as far as the eye could see. Just then. Whoa! You're here again today, kid? A somewhat familiar voice rang in his ear. Hao turned his head and realized it was the guard who had kindly warned him yesterday. Good morning, sir. Hao chuckled and handed the guard a cigarette. Good morning. You too, follow me. With that, the guard grabbed Hao's arm and led him straight ahead. I'm supposed to wait in line, Hao said, looking puzzled. Hearing this, the guard raised an eyebrow and chuckled. With me here, who needs to wait in line? Remember, my name is Haonan. From now on, whenever you want to enter the Abyss dungeon, just give my name and you'll have free passage. Hao, 6. Before long, with Haonan leading the way, the two arrived directly at the entrance to the Abyss dungeon. Thanks, Haonan. Hao waved goodbye and walked into the Abyss dungeon with Zhu. Meanwhile, the scene of the two cutting in line was witnessed by the young master of the Wang family, Tianla, and his younger sister, Wangli. Bro, look, someone's cutting in line. I don't think we need to wait in line either. We just need to explain our background to the guard. Those two probably did exactly that. Hearing his sister Wangli's analysis, Tianla thought it made perfect sense. With our Wang family's immense influence in Blaze City, cutting in line shouldn't be too hard, right? Immediately, Tianla pulled Wangli out of the long line and walked straight up to Haonan. Tianla smiled slightly, his tone tinged with arrogance and swagger. Blaze City, the Wang family. Haonan? Seeing the bewildered look on the other guy's face, Tianla identified themselves again. We're from the Wang family. Haonan? So what? Haonan was completely baffled. What's with these two idiots constantly emphasizing that they're from the Wang family? Where the hell is the Wang family from?
We want to cut in line to enter the Abyss Dungeon, Tianla said with a smug look.
With the Wang family's clout, that shouldn't be too hard to pull off, right? Haonan got the picture. The next second. Get lost.
I don't give a damn if you're from the Wang family or the Li family, get in line at the back. As soon as those words came out, Wang Li started shouting loudly, looking aggrieved.
Didn't those two just cut in line too? Why can they cut in line, but we from the Wang family can't? You must be blind, don't you recognize a member of the Wang family? Who the hell are you calling blind? Haonan was furious. He tossed the cigarette from his hand, strode over with the swagger of a dragon and a tiger, and slapped her across the face. Smack! After that slap, Wang Li was spun around 10 times on the spot. Her hair, which had been meticulously styled, was now a complete mess. A blood-red handprint appeared on her delicate face. Hey! Why did you hit my sister? You dare to go up against the Wang family?
Wang Jiala's expression darkened as he assumed a fighting stance. By the look of it, he seemed ready to take on an abyss guard.
Haonan burst out laughing. What the hell is the Wang family? Never even heard of them.
If you keep fucking around with me, I'll cripple both of you.
Old Chen, come here for a sec.
As soon as he said that, a bearded guard jogged over.
Captain, what's up? Haonan pointed at the two scumbags in front of him and said. Put these two on the Abyss Dungeon blacklist. They're banned for life. Boom.
Wang Jiala and Wang Li felt as if the sky had fallen.
How did things come to this? Last night, after receiving the awakening stone, Wang Jiala and Wang Li had awakened their talents.
They then consumed experience pills worth nearly 10 million, leveling up their martial artist ranks to level 20. They had originally planned to test their skills in the Abyss Dungeon today.
But now they couldn't even get through the door? Bro, why don't we go home and find Grandma? Maybe she can send someone to put in a good word with these idiotic Abyss guards?
Wang Li tugged at Wang Jiala's arm as she asked.
Don't even say it.
Of course I know we need to ask Grandma to sort this out.
Wang Jiala roared.
Then, glaring at the entrance to the Abyss Dungeon, he added menacingly.
The fact that we've been banned has everything to do with those two assholes who cut in line just now. If they hadn't cut in line, we wouldn't have gotten into an argument with the Abyss guards. It's all those two assholes' fault. We're not going anywhere right now. We'll just wait here. Until those two idiots come out. Hearing this, Wang Li wholeheartedly agreed with her brother. That's right, it's all those two line-jumping idiots' fault. Those two idiots really screwed us over. When they come out, let us team up and beat the crap out of them.
At that moment, inside the Abyss Dungeon.
Akiu. Zhu let out a violent sneeze. He wiped his nose and said to Hao. Bro Hao, why does it feel like someone's cursing us from behind? Hearing this, Hao raised an eyebrow. Did you go to a brothel last night and not pay? Shu, oh. What are you talking about? I always pay when I go to a brothel. Ah, no, I don't go to brothels. Bro Hao, you're so mean. Zhu looked deeply aggrieved. He, you idiot. Hao chuckled, then activated the virtual map projection on his Tianyuan watch. After checking it over, Hao selected a specific coordinate. The location was a gathering spot for level 10-15 monsters. Yesterday, while Hao was killing level 1 monsters, the experience points he earned had been decreasing as his level rose. By the end, he was only getting 1 experience point for each two-headed wolf he killed. Clearly, this was an experience penalty. Since that was the case, he might as well just take Zhu along to hunt level 10 monsters. When a lower-level warrior hunts a higher-level monster, they receive an extra experience bonus. Plus, he wouldn't have to suffer the experience penalty himself. It was the best of both worlds, why not? Next, with a thought, the two linked their talent support systems to each other's, forming a party. Once in a party, the experience they gained from killing monsters would be split evenly between them. After an hour of travel, the two arrived at their destination. This place was farther away than where they de-hunted the two-headed wolf yesterday. It was even deeper within the Abyss dungeon. There were many towering trees here. The massive canopies blocked out the sun, casting a gloomy shadow beneath them. It was completely silent all around, not even the chirping of insects could be heard. It was incredibly eerie. "Zhu, are you nervous?" Hao took a drag on his cigarette and suddenly asked. "Not at all," Zhu shook his head. "Are you really not nervous?" Hao asked again. "I'm really not nervous," Zhu replied, with certainty. "If you're not nervous, then why the hell are you riding on my back?" Hao turned his head and stared, completely baffled, at Zhu, who was straddling his back. "Zhu, oh. Ahem, I guess I'm a little excited." Zhu gave an awkward smile and silently climbed down from Hao's back. Meanwhile, Hao took a ribbed steel rod out of his spatial ring and warned Zhu. "Zhu, this place is haunted." Before he could finish, a spiderweb plummeted from the sky. It came crashing down, covering Zhu from head to toe. With a loud thud, Zhu was completely covered in sticky spiderweb. The next second, the spiderweb was swiftly pulled upward. Zhu looked up. There, perched on a web in the treetops, was a giant spider, roughly 3 meters long. On its abdomen was a sinister, ghostly face. Several claws, resembling scythes, were frantically manipulating the dangling spider silk, hauling the web that bound Zhu upward. Zhu was so terrified he wet himself on the spot. "Bro, how? This has to be a ghost-faced spider, right? Level 15. Why the hell did you bring me to a level 15 area?" Zhu had been watching the Douwu app for years, following martial artist streamers as they fought monsters in the Abyss dungeon. He knew all too well what a level 15 ghost-faced spider looked like. Once, a martial artist streamer he followed had fallen into a ghost-faced spider's ambush, getting tangled in its web and unable to move. Then, right there on livestream, he was devoured alive by 7 or 8 ghost-faced spiders. Zhu still can't forget that scene to this day. "Bro, Hao, help me!" Zhu shouted. "Don't panic," a voice that instilled a deep sense of security rang in his ears. Zhu turned his head to look. He saw Bro Hao launch a leaping slash straight at the ghost-faced spiders perched in the treetops. What puzzled Zhu was, Bro Hao's frame seemed to have suddenly grown a bit larger. His moves were simple and unadorned, but their power was astonishing. Crack! Hao leapt 5 or 6 meters into the air and smashed the ghost-faced spider's head with a single blow of his staff. And the momentum didn't stop there. The staff sank deep into the ghost-faced spider's body. The next second, a notification from the talent support system popped up in Zhu's mind. Experience, plus 25 plus 15 level bonus. Damn! One-hit kill? Zhu was stunned. Back when he watched those martial artist streamers take down ghost-faced spiders, they always had to struggle like crazy. It took at least 7 or 8 minutes just to kill a single one. So when it's brother Hao's turn, he takes them out with a single blow? Holy shit! That is so freaking awesome. Total showstopper. Just then, as the ghost-faced spider died, its body plummeted from the treetops, and the spiderweb that had been binding Zhu and pulling him upward also came crashing down with a clatter. Thud. Zhu hit the ground, web and all. Ouch, that really hurt. My butt's numb, Zhu whined, rubbing his plump buttocks. Look at you, you wimp. You're squealing like a sow in heat. Hao sneered, striding over with the confidence of a dragon and the stride of a tiger. He grabbed the spiderweb draped over Zhu with both hands and gave it a hard yank. With a sharp rip, the hard and extremely tough spiderweb was torn open. Zhu crawled out. Next, Hao began gathering materials. The ghost-faced spider is a level 15 monster, and its most valuable part is the silk-producing sac in its abdomen.
The silk inside the spinnerets is an excellent material for crafting tough armor.
Starting at 500 per gene, it's quite valuable.
Meanwhile, Zhu, watching Brother Hao reach into the spider's rear end with his bare hands and rummage around, immediately wore a look of mixed emotions.
Brother Hao is really something else.
Before long, Hao successfully extracted the ghost-faced spider's silk-producing organ. He stowed it in his spatial ring.
Zhu, how much experience did we just get?
Hao raised an eyebrow and asked.
40. Zhu answered truthfully, his face full of admiration as he said. Bro Hao, at the rate you're taking out monsters one with every swing I feel like we could reach level 30 today. Bro Hao, you're so badass.
Hao shook
his head and pointed in a certain direction. I doubt we'll make it to level 30. Look over there. Looks like someone's trying to steal our mobs. Zhu looked in the direction Hao was pointing.
They saw a group of people approaching from the direction they had come from.
Leading the group was a heavily made-up woman wearing a sexy, ultra-short miniskirt, flanked by a burly man.
A drone hovered above their heads.
Wu Meinyang? Zhu recognized her instantly. Wu Meinyang was one of the 3 most scandalous streamers in Blaze City.
Most of her streams involved flirtatious dancing and pushing the boundaries of decency inside the Abyss dungeon.
Or she'd engage in battles with monsters using provocatively sexy fighting poses.
In short, streamers like Wu Meinyang made their money off ordinary people or low-level martial artists. There's a saying online that describes it perfectly. These martial artists are like digital pets. They fulfill the martial arts dreams of ordinary people who can't afford the real thing.
At that moment, Wu Meinyang waved at the drone hovering overhead and said in a coquettish voice. My family, the monster we're fighting today is the ghost-faced spider. The martial artist here beside me is our top donor, Brother Li. My family, please follow me and give me a like. Move those little hands that bring you wealth and send the streamer a small gift.
Pamper me today, and I'll pamper you 100-fold tomorrow. Also, fans at level 5 or above can enjoy the perk of having the streamer personally lead them into the Abyss dungeon to slay monsters once a week.
DJ, play a track. I'm going to dance to this one.
No sooner had she finished speaking than the drone in the sky began playing upbeat music.
Boom, boom, da. Boom, boom, da. Boom, boom, da. Meanwhile, Wu Meinyang was dancing gracefully to the upbeat music. As for Wu Meinyang's livestream chat, the viewers were getting rowdy. Whoa, the dungeon dancer is online leering. She dances so well, she's got me feeling invincible drooling.
I'm thinking those long legs would be a waste if she didn't use them to pedal a tricycle.
Dance a little sexier. She's dancing so beautifully. Not far away, Zhu was staring at Wu Meinyang with a lecherous look. Smack. Hao smacked Zhu on the head. You idiot, did we come here to watch this nonsense? Come with me to kill monsters. With that, Hao grabbed Zhu by his big ear and dragged him away.
Next, Hao and Zhu divided their roles clearly and began slaying monsters. Zhu simply had to stand at the base of a large tree to lure the ghost-faced spiders out.
Meanwhile, Hao would seize the opportunity to finish them off with a single swing of his staff. Working together seamlessly, the two took down monsters at an incredible pace.
In just 10 minutes, they had already slain 15 ghost-faced spiders.
Hao's level had risen to 11. Zhu had reached level 5. Naturally, the sight of the two of them efficiently slaying monsters caught the attention of the viewers in Wu Meinyang's livestream. Host, those two warriors near you are killing monsters so efficiently.
I saw it clearly just now. That guy with the rebar one swing, one ghost-faced spider.
That's insane. What level must those martial artists be? It must be some big shot helping a rich kid level up, right? After glancing at the chat, Wu Meinyang looked over curiously. Just as the viewers had said, the two were indeed taking down ghost-faced spiders one by one with a single swing. Wu Meinyang's mind immediately started racing. Li Gu, should we team up with them?
Let us just tag along behind them and scrounge up some XP. As soon as those words left her mouth, Li Gu, standing beside her, furrowed his brow and said.
Are you looking down on me? You want me to team up with a level 11 noob? If word gets out, 1T everyone laughed their heads off? Li Gu found those two incredibly annoying. He planned to duo with Wu Mingyang right here. Can't you two assholes just take the hint and get lost? Can't you stop messing up my plans? Trying to steal the spotlight on purpose, are you? Thinking this, Li Gu was really pissed off. He strode over to Hao's side, his tone dripping with arrogance. You two go kill monsters somewhere else. This spot's mine. Besides, you guys shouldn't be showing off and trying to steal the spotlight here, Wu Manyang 1T like you. Don't you think your behavior is pretty ridiculous? How? Zhu? Hao scratched his head, looked at Zhu, and asked. Zhu, did you hear that? Sounds like a dog barking. Zhu playfully pointed at Li Gu. Yeah, I heard it. That dog's barking. Looks like it's a suck-up, too. Li Gu, oh. Damn it. You two are asking for it. Li Gu flipped his hand, and a heavy sword appeared in his grip. He looked at the two of them, figuring the fat guy would be an easier target, so he swung his sword at Zhu. Zhu wasn't about to go easy on him. With a thought, he immediately activated the first talent of boar form. In a clang, Zhu transformed into a massive black wild boar 3 meters long. The next second, a loud duong rang out. Li Gu's sword struck Zhu's boar hide. Flesh and blood spattered. Despite this, Zhu was unharmed. His boar hide quivered. In an instant, boar bristles shot out like flying needles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Gu let out a cold laugh as he swung his heavy sword, forming an impenetrable barrier. Clang, clang. The pig bristles struck the barrier but couldn't break through Li Gu's defense. Ha! Is that all? Li Gu said with a mocking expression. What a load of crap, this so-called a ranked talent. Pathetic. What the hell are you playing at? Zhu flew into a rage and immediately unleashed his second talent, boar form charge. Zhu's body grew even larger as he dug his hooves into the ground and charged toward Li Gu. His momentum was like that of a small tank, but Li Gu simply struck out with a roundhouse kick. Smack! Zhu was sent flying, crashing into a tree trunk with a thunderous thud. His snout was even knocked askew. Zhu, you can't beat him. Let me handle this. Hao stepped forward, shielding Zhu behind him. As for Li Gu, after sizing Hao up from head to toe, he sneered. So you're just an F-rank trash fighter. Oh? Is that so? Hao smiled, casually swinging his rebar and delivering a jumping slash toward Li Gu. Li Gu didn't take it seriously, casually raising his sword to block. In his eyes, the attack power of a mere level 11 F-rank martial artist had to be pathetically weak, right? Maybe even weaker than that wild boar. But the very next second, the moment the rebar collided with the greatsword, boom! Li Gu was sent flying backward, sword and all. It felt like he'd been hit by a truck. His health surged violently. It felt absolutely awful. He glanced at his health bar. Health, 100-750. Damn! That took out 600 HP in one hit? Li Gu couldn't believe it. Was this really the kind of attack power an 11th level martial artist could unleash? Just as he stood there in shock, Hao had already launched his second attack. Here comes the little flying staff again. Hao leaped forward for another slash. Li Gu didn't dare take it lightly and rolled out of the way. Another thunderous crash. The spot where Li Gu had been lying was cleaved open by Hao's staff, leaving a deep gash. Just as Hao was about to unleash his third strike. Hey! Why are you two fighting? Wu Manyang ran over, pointing at the drone in the sky, and said. The drone already captured video evidence of you hitting him just now. Apologize to Li Gu right now. Otherwise, I'll submit the video evidence to Abyssguard. Wu Manyang had already made up her mind. She planned to trim the video, keeping only the parts where Li Gu was being bullied, and then submit it to Abyssguard.
According to the 10 iron laws of Tianyuan, these two kids would be in for a world of trouble,
if not outright death. However, the very next second.
As it happens, I also have a piece of video evidence.
With that, Hao pulled out a miniature camera and said,
"In my video, this guy who calls himself Li Gu harassed the two of us for no reason and was the first to attack my brother. Hao had learned his lesson from the incident yesterday when Si Jiayu slandered him right in front of the guard captain. If he hadn't been quick-witted enough to successfully deceive the guard captain back then, Si Jiayu might have actually managed to twist black into white, and he might have ended up getting chopped down by the guard captain. So before heading out today, he made sure to bring a miniature camera. It was precisely to prevent situations like this. In this martial arts world, there are many martial artists, but even more brain-dead idiots. He had to be on his guard." Sure enough, when Wu Meinyang saw Hao pull off this move, her expression immediately turned panicked.
Alright, let us just drop this. Li Gu, let us go."
Wu Meinyang helped Li Gu up from the ground, and they walked off into the distance.
But they didn't get very far. Clearly, they still wanted to secretly compete with Hao and his companion. At that moment,
Hao and Zhu were each taking down a ghost-faced spider with a single strike. In contrast, Wu Meinyang and Li Gu were struggling for ages just to kill one. This prompted viewers in the livestream chat to start complaining.
"Hey! Are you two even capable? One is level 20, the other level 30, and yet your monster-killing efficiency can't even match that of two martial artists in their teens? Please point the camera at those two martial artists.
Compared to your slow and tedious monster killing, I'd much rather watch the brutal beauty of them taking down one with a single strike."
At Wu Meinyang, stop trying to prove yourself. Just sweet talk them and team up with them.
It's just for experience, no shame in that.
At Wu Meinyang, if all else fails, give them a little flattery.
Maybe they'll let the past slide and agree to take you two along. Reading the viewers' comments, Wu Meinyang couldn't help but agree in her heart.
Their own monster killing
efficiency was just too slow.
It wasn't even a fifth as efficient as the other guy's. Wu Meinyang discussed it with Li Gu, and he agreed. So, the two of them walked over to Hao once again.
Wu Meinyang spoke in a tone brimming with arrogance.
"Hey, you two, wanna team up? You only get one chance. If you agree, join the party right away." In Wu Meinyang's view, teaming up with a streamer should be a tremendous honor, right? They'd surely be over the moon to agree.
Then, like lapdogs, they'd scamper along behind her, ogling her beautiful legs with lecherous eyes, wouldn't they?
They might even sneak a photo and practice their aim under the covers that night, right? Get lost.
But how didn't he give them so much as a friendly glance? Then, right in front of them, he smashed a ghost-faced spider to death with a single blow.
Splatter! Green liquid spurted from the ghost-faced spider's body, splattering the two of them from head to toe. Wu Meinyang was furious.
Wiping the green liquid from her face, she gritted her teeth and said, "Don't be ungrateful.
Teaming up with me is clearly a blessing for both of you."
At those words, both Hao and Zhu burst out laughing.
"Ha ha ha, what an idiot. Blessing, my ass."
Even the viewers in the live stream couldn't resist mocking her.
"Host, no offense, but is this how you ask people for favors? Damn.
That is so gross.
Host, why are you being so arrogant? Guys, unfollow her.
This virtual pet has gotten way too big for her britches.
Unfollow.
In the blink of an eye, literally within a minute, Wu Meinyang's follower count, which had been 400,000, dropped by 50,000.
Wu Meinyang panicked and quickly started apologizing to the camera. "Family, you've misunderstood me. I'm really not arrogant, I'm not getting a big head. It's clearly those two who are in the wrong, how can you blame me?" Just then, Li Gu started showing off. "Meinyang, those two don't know a good thing when they see it.
They refuse to team up, it's their loss.
Let me lead you in killing monsters instead. It's just one-shotting a ghost-faced spider, right? As if anyone couldn't do that.
Leave the most dangerous parts to me."
I've always loved the thrill of danger. With that, Li Gu grabbed his greatsword, took a huge leap, and charged toward a massive ghost-faced spider lying beneath a tree. Suddenly, there was a loud duong. When the greatsword struck the ghost-faced spider, it felt as if he struck a steel plate several meters thick. Li Gu's thumb went numb instantly. At that very moment, the ghost-faced spider awoke. It turned around, opened its 8 blood-red eyes, and glared intently at the man before it. As it opened its massive jaws, streams of spider silk shot out, wrapping tightly around Li Gu's arm. No matter how hard Li Gu struggled, he couldn't break free from the spider silk. Oh no! It's a mutated ghost-faced spider. Li Gu suddenly realized what was happening and immediately called out to Hao and Zhu for help. Brothers, save me! In response, Hao gave a cold laugh. Didn't you just say you love relishing danger? Then stay here and enjoy it at your leisure. We're out of here. With that, Hao grabbed Zhu and took off. Li Gu, oh! Damn it! Save me! Li Gu bellowed. However, Hao and Zhu were running so fast that they vanished in the blink of an eye. Just then, the mutated ghost-faced spider began reeling in its web, slowly pulling Li Gu toward its mouth. With no other choice, Li Gu could only cry out to Wu Mainyang for help. Mainyang! Help me! Wu Mainyang had intended to step in and rescue him. But just then, one ghost-faced spider after another dropped down from the treetops, surrounding the area. Wu Mainyang knew full well that if she didn't run now, she'd never escape. Li Gu! I'll go get help. With that, Wu Mainyang ran off without looking back. You fucking bitch! Li Gu was utterly desperate. He could only watch helplessly as he got closer and closer to the menacing mandibles of the mutated ghost-faced spiders. The next second. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the mountains and forests. It startled countless birds into flight. Meanwhile, over at Hao's side, the two of them had reached levels 13 and 8, respectively. They were heading to a new monster hunting spot. This was the gathering ground for level 20-25 monsters, the lava behemoths. The lava behemoth is a rock-based creature. It's massive, covered head to toe in hard rock, with high attack power and thick health. It possesses a monster skill. In the Abyss dungeon, monsters become formidable starting at level 20. Almost every monster above level 20 possesses a unique, exclusive skill. Hao activated the scan button on his Abyss watch and scanned a lava colossus in the distance. Monster, Lava Colossus. Level, 21. HP, 1000. Attack, 350. Defense, 200. Agility, 30. Skill, Unstoppable. Unstoppable, the lava colossus charges at high speed toward an area, dealing 300 physical damage and knocking back enemies within the area. Cooldown, 1 minute. Hao stared at the lava colossus' stats panel and began his analysis. Hao is level 14, and his total attack power, including equipment, is 50. After activating colossal form, his attack power increases by 1000%, reaching 500. The lava colossus' defense is 200. This means that a single swing will deal 500-200 is equal to 300 physical damage. Additionally, the extra true damage from the 3-star colossal form is 300-600. Combined, this means Hao's minimum damage is 600 and his maximum is 900. Since the lava colossus has 1000 HP, he can't one-shot it. It'll only take 2 swings, no big deal. Hao looked completely confident of victory. In contrast, Zhu swallowed hard, staring in terror at a lava colossus about 5 meters tall not far away, and said timidly, Bro, how are we sure we want to take this thing on? Can we even take it down? Look, its balls are bigger than our heads. Zhu had just analyzed the lava colossus' 5 stat attributes as well. This thing is tougher than I am. I've only got 500 HP and this thing is twice as much? On top of that, the lava colossus has a defense rating of 200. You need an attack power of at least 201 to break through its defense. And this thing packs a serious punch too. A single normal attack deals 150 damage. Even more insane is that this thing has an AoE ultimate that deals 300 damage. If you accidentally get knocked into the air, you're toast. Seeing Zhu's worried expression, Hao smiled reassuringly. What's there to be scared of? Just go for it. Don't forget, your talent is defensive. In boar form, the lava colossus can't take you down in a second. Hearing Hao's encouragement, Zhu wasn't as scared anymore. Yeah. Brother Hao's right. I'm a tank, I'm not scared. I can do this, I can do this. Brother Hao, stay right where you are. I'll go pull the mob. Shu volunteered, and with a furious roar, he transformed into a massive wild boar covered in black bristles. Then, Zhu activated his second talent, Boar Form Charge, and galloped on all fours toward a giant lava beast roaming back and forth about 10 meters away. Boom! Zhu's two massive tusks slammed into the lava colossus's knee. Damage, 0. The lava colossus roared in fury and swung its enormous rocky fist toward Zhu's boar head. Thud! Zhu saw stars. He quickly turned and ran back. Meanwhile, the enraged lava beast roared and gave chase. With every step it took, the ground shook. Brother Hao! I'm counting on you. Zhu darted past Hao in a flash. Just then, the lava colossus closed in on Hao. Without a moment's hesitation, Hao launched a jumping slash. Though his move was simple and unadorned, lacking any martial arts special effects, its power was immense. Boom! The rebar slammed into the lava colossus's skull. A string of numbers popped up. Damage, 750. In an instant, the rock shield covering the lava colossus cracked in countless places. It let out a furious roar to the heavens. A blood-red glow surged across its entire body. It was clearly about to unleash the barbaric charge skill. Freeze! Hao bellowed. Third talent, Stun skill proved its might. In an instant, the lava colossus was suddenly frozen in place. It was as if time had been frozen. Without a moment's hesitation, taking advantage of the 0.5-second hard control on his target, Hao swung his rebar once more. Boom! Damage, 250. Overflow. Experience, plus 80 plus 50 level bonus. The next second, the lava colossus's rocky body crumbled with a thunderous roar, reducing it to a pile of shards on the ground. At the same time, level-up effects appeared on both Hao and Zhu. Zhu was over the moon, jumping up and down with excitement. Killing one gives 180 XP, that's insanely high. Bro Hao, I'm gonna go pull some more mobs. With that, Zhu prepared to shift back into boar form. Wait! Hao called out to him. What's up? I'm out of mana, Hao scratched his head awkwardly. Just now, after casting the stun skill, Hao's mana had instantly hit rock bottom. The stun skill's 0.5 kilograms mana cost was more intense than a water pump. His colossal form also vanished immediately afterward. If only he'd known, he wouldn't have shown off that skill. It's way too damn mana intensive. Shu found it hard to believe. He scratched his head and asked in a deep, muffled voice. I still have more than half my mana left. How, you're actually out of mana? Does your talent drain that much mana? It's not just a little mana drain, man. Hao said with a wry smile, then pulled 10 low-level mana potions from his intermediate storage ring in one go and downed them all in one gulp. Status, mana plus 1 kilogram. Bro Hao, have one of mine. You're taking me monster hunting, I can't let you lose out. With that, Zhu handed him a high-level mana potion. But Hao waved him off. No need. Someone's going to reimburse me for these expenses later. If I drink yours, how am I supposed to get reimbursed? Shu paused for a moment, unable to resist speculating. Bro Hao, have you already signed a long-term partnership agreement with the owner of a martial arts shop? Hao chuckled, and the unspoken meaning was clear. Holy crap, I'm so jealous. Zhu was practically drooling with envy. Bro, how was only in the teens, and he'd already been signed by someone?
A single stone soul is worth tens of thousands, it's incredibly expensive.
After checking his inventory, Hao gave the order. Zhu, go lure the monsters. Got it. Zhu nodded excitedly and activated the boar form talent once more.
He transformed into a massive black wild boar and charged toward yet another lava colossus. After taking a severe beating, Zhu turned and ran straight back toward Hao. Seeing this, Hao swung his staff at him.
Damage, 800.
The lava colossus, feeling the pain, immediately unleashed its ultimate attack and charged at Hao. Hao knew his stun skill was currently on cooldown and couldn't be used, so he chose to swing his staff and clash head-on.
Boom! The two collided. Hao was sent flying into the air by the lava colossus's powerful impact. Damage taken, 0. Hao's current defense is 56.
With the colossal form buff, his defense increases by 1000%, bringing it to 560.
A stone golem's ultimate, dealing a measly 300 damage? That's nothing.
The lava colossus slammed headfirst into Hao's club, dying instantly and turning into a pile of rocks.
Damage, 200. Overflow. Hao started looting again.
This time he had better luck, obtaining a total of 2 stone souls. Meanwhile, Zhu was puzzled by the 0 number that had just popped up on Hao's stats.
0 damage doesn't that mean? Hao's defense is already over 300. Zhu thought that was absolutely impossible. Defense of 300, what does that even mean? I'd rather believe the stone golem missed its ultimate. Yeah. Right. It's definitely the stone golem's ultimate that missed.
As everyone knows, the stone golem missing its ultimate is the norm. Next, Hao and Zhu worked together seamlessly, methodically taking down the lava behemoth. Zhu was in charge of pulling the mobs, while Hao handled the kills. A little over 3 minutes later, after taking down 7 or 8 stone golems, Hao's mana was once again completely depleted. In addition, the experience bar for the colossal form talent had filled up, reaching 4 stars.
Second talent, Colossal Form 4 stars, 400 experience. Colossal Form 4 stars. Talent Effect 1, body size increased by 25%. Enhanced.
Talent Effect 2, health, attack power, defense, agility, and mana, all 5 stats are increased by 1250%.
Enhanced.
Talent Effect 3, each basic attack deals an additional 600-900 points of true damage to the target.
Enhanced.
Talent Effect 4, for every 1% of health lost, all 5 stats are increased by 20% on top of their current values.
New. Active talent, once activated, mana cost is 0.4 kilograms minute. Nerfed. I've gotten even stronger. Hao's eyes burned with intensity.
Hao deliberately activated Colossal Form to check his 5 core stats while in that state.
Level, 1950, 270 EXP. HP, 5250, 5250. Attack, 825. Defense, 900. Agility, 350. Mana, 0.01 kilograms, 17.4 kilograms. That's freaking awesome. Hao was so thrilled he almost came.
Such insanely awesome stats were completely on par with a fully equipped martial artist at levels 50-70.
If I keep consuming mana potions to ensure my mana never runs out, couldn't I maintain Colossal Form permanently? If I did that, wouldn't I be invincible forever? Hao suddenly realized the key point.
But upon further reflection,
he was actually quite useful. He'd even been patting himself on the back for it. But he never would have imagined. Brother Hao could totally solo this. He was just a tag along. Wah!
So I don't even have a shred of presence.
What a clown. Total clown.
Before long, all the lava behemoths in the area had been slaughtered.
Only then did Hao call it a day. The two had reached levels 21 and 15, respectively. It was now noon. Hao, are you hungry? Zhu looked at Hao with pleading eyes. Actually, he wanted to tell Hao that he was hungry. Hao laughed heartily. Hee hee, you goofball, just say it if you're hungry. Come on, let us head back. Next, following the navigation on their watches, the two turned onto a wide muddy road and made their way toward the exit of the Abyss dungeon. They walked for about an hour. Suddenly, the main road ahead became very bustling. Many martial artists had gathered there, and it was unclear what was going on. The two made their way over and squeezed into the crowd. They saw a squad of about 20 Abyss guards working together to take down a massive monster. A level 60 fierce beast, the Imperial Land Crab. This crab stood about 20 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in hard, blood-red armor. Its massive claws were 3 times larger than a truck cab. At that moment, the Imperial Land Crab was rampaging, charging wildly in all directions. The Abyss Guard squad had it surrounded, preventing it from escaping. Hao's gaze sharpened as he spotted a familiar face. The guard captain who had spared him the day before. The guard captain was leading the charge, wielding a long-handled broadsword as he stood his ground right in front of the Imperial Land Crab, locked in a fierce battle with its 2 massive claws. Blue mana swirled around him. The long-handled broadsword in his hand glowed even brighter. At first glance, it was a sight to behold. It was as if Guan Yu himself had returned to life. Behind him, more than a dozen guards wielding various weapons launched ranged attacks at the Imperial Land Crab. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thud, thud, thud. Boom, boom, boom. Damage numbers flashed one after another on the Imperial Land Crab's body. 89. 39. 98. The Imperial Land Crab's health, which had been over 20,000, slowly dwindled to just over 5,000. If things continued this way, it was practically a foregone conclusion that the Imperial Land Crab would be slain. The martial artists watching from the sidelines looked relaxed, sensing no danger whatsoever, and chatted animatedly among themselves. Abyss Guard is truly impressive. Captain Zhao is a true hero. This place is clearly a hotbed for level 10-15 monsters. Why would a level 60 beast suddenly appear here? And a boss, no less? I heard this thing burrowed its way out of the ground. Should we lend a hand? Don't go up there and make a mess of things. They're the regular troops, they have their own battle tactics. If you charge in and start messing around, you'll just cause trouble. Meanwhile, Hao pieced together the whole story from the back and forth chatter among these warriors. Zhu, let us take a detour. Hao wasn't too keen on getting mixed up in this commotion. His intuition told him that this Imperial Land Crab wouldn't be easy to deal with. Oh, okay. Zhu was very obedient and silently followed behind Hao. No sooner had the two of them circled around than they heard the guard captain's pupils contracted, and he quickly issued an order. Everyone, fall back. I'll cover your retreat. You onlookers, stop fucking gawking. Run. With that, the guard captain raised his sword horizontally, buying everyone time to escape. Just then, a massive crab claw smashed down from above. Its speed was 2 or 3 times faster than before. The captain of the guards couldn't dodge in time and had no choice but to block it with his sword held horizontally in both hands. With a thunderous crash, the crab claw struck the captain's long sword. The massive impact sent the captain and his horse crashing to the ground. Even his greatsword was bent out of shape. Unable to withstand such a force, all 4 legs of his prized steed snapped with a crack, leaving it collapsed on the ground. It let out a pained whinny. The captain rolled on the ground to absorb the impact. Looking back, he saw that his prized steed had already been clamped in the crab's claws. With a crack, the giant claws snapped shut. The steed was crushed in half. A look of grief crossed the captain's face. This steed had fought alongside him in the Abyss dungeon for many years, yet today it had met such a fate. The captain had no time to dwell on his sorrow. After confirming that everyone had fled far enough, he channeled his mana, moved with blinding speed, and escaped the scene. However, the Imperial Land Crab clearly had no intention of letting him escape.
The massive crab claw came crashing down once again with devastating force. The captain of the guards rolled out of the way once more. However, due to its mutation, the imperial land crab had developed an extremely high IQ. As soon as the first claw struck, it had already anticipated where the captain would dodge and swung the second claw in anticipation. As a result, the captain's roll landed him right where the second claw was about to strike. His move was like teleporting straight into his own grave. The captain looked up. The massive claw was about to smash down right on his head. "I'm done for." The captain had even thought of a name for his next life. But just then, from the panicked crowd nearby, someone shouted "Stop!" at the top of their lungs. The voice was full of power, as if it were some kind of divine ability. In an instant, the crab claw, less than a meter from his head, suddenly froze in mid-air. The captain was certain this wasn't an illusion. The claw had indeed been immobilized by a mysterious force. Seizing the opportunity, the captain lunged forward and escaped. The very next second, the crab claw slammed into the ground where it had been moments before, carving out a massive 3-meter deep crater. Still shaken, the captain of the guards quickly channeled his mana and, with a few leaping strides, escaped the imperial land crab's range of attack. At the same time, the martial artists all around were frantically running for their lives, terrified of being caught by the imperial land crab. At that moment, they wished their parents had given them 2 extra legs. Some cursed themselves under their breath, wondering why they'd ever gotten mixed up in such a life-threatening mess. Others secretly hoped the people around them would run a little slower that way, they wouldn't be the ones to die. Meanwhile, quite a few wealthy young men summoned horses from their spatial rings, leapt into the saddle, and fled the scene in the blink of an eye. A perfect demonstration of the power of money. As for Hal, on the other hand, Hal was itching to get his hands on it. He really wanted to kill this imperial land crab. As everyone knows, every part of an imperial land crab is a treasure. Just its crab meat alone goes for 500 yuan per gene. An imperial land crab this big must weigh at least several dozen metric tons, right? If he could bring just one back, he'd be set for life. But when he saw its nearly 30,000 HP, and his own mana bar already on empty, Hal made a decision that came straight from the heart. "I'll let you off this time." Just then, Zhu's voice rang in his ears. "Bro, how? Stop spacing out. Hop on me." Hal glanced back and saw Zhu transform with a clang into a massive black wild boar. Holy crap! That's pretty impressive. Without a second thought, Hal leaped onto the boar. Zhu dug his hooves into the ground and took off at breakneck speed. They passed every other rider left and right. The martial artists around them were completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Whose subordinate is this guy, to be so fierce? Riding a wild boar as a mount? I didn't hop on. Bro! Take me with you. Holy cow, this speed isn't any slower than a horse's. As for Zhu, even though he was already running at top speed, he still didn't feel safe. Without hesitation, he twisted his snout. Second talent. Boar form charge. Activate. In an instant, Zhu's running speed doubled. He left a group of martial artists far behind. On top of that, Zhu's massive fangs furiously plowed through the dogs blocking his path. Just like a damn bulldozer. He forcibly cleared a path. At that moment, Hao's gaze sharpened as he spotted an old acquaintance, the captain of the guards. With every step the captain took, blood seeped from the ground beneath his feet. Clearly, he'd been wounded in the recent battle. Given the severity of his injuries, if he continued charging forward, his speed would only slow down, and he'd eventually end up as dinner for the crabs. "Friend! Give me your hand!" Hao roared loudly, intent on rescuing him. The captain of the guards glanced back and saw a man riding a massive wild boar charging toward him. Whoa, what an unusual mount! Amazed, the captain of the guards reached out his hand. Hao appeared in a flash, grabbed his hand, and yanked him onto Zhu's back. "Hold on tight," Hao instructed. The captain of the guards nodded and clung tightly to Hao. Before long, the three of them successfully escaped the peril. After bursting out of the abyss dungeon, the three of them were already gasping for breath. Just then, Senior Guard Hanan approached. "Captain Zhao, what happened? Why do you look so disheveled?" In response, the guard captain cut to the chase. "Hurry and organize a team to evacuate the martial artists who are still lined up waiting to enter the abyss dungeon. There's a mutated imperial land crab inside. Level 80. Also, notify the military district immediately. Tell them to send reinforcements to rescue the martial artists trapped inside the secret realm." Hanan realized the gravity of the situation and immediately worked with several guards maintaining order to clear all the martial artists from the area. In addition, Hanan used his communication device to contact the military district right away and gave a brief report. By this time, quite a few martial artists had also rushed out of the secret realm, and the scene had become chaotic. They were all venting their frustrations to one another, taking turns describing what had happened inside. "Holy shit! That scared the hell out of me. Damn it! That damn crab was seriously fierce. I was just a hair's breadth away from getting crushed by its giant claws. My wife was split in half by that giant crab's claw. My wife's gone. My wife's gone. Wah!" Such accounts sent shivers down the spines of the martial artists who hadn't yet entered the abyss dungeon. One after another, they asked the survivors what exactly had happened inside. Just then, Hanan, accompanied by several guards, stepped in to restore order. "Stop crowding around here. Go back. Everyone, go home. The abyss dungeon is closed to the public today. Keep your mouths shut, don't spread panic." Upon hearing this, the martial artists dared not linger any longer and scattered in all directions. Just then, a large contingent of guards rode up from the distance. There were at least 100 of them. Mounted on towering steeds, they entered the abyss dungeon one after another, clearly on their way to deal with that imperial land crab. Meanwhile, over at Hao's side. "Young gentlemen, thank you both for coming to our rescue just now." After the guard captain had bandaged his wounds, he turned to Hao and Zhu to express his gratitude. "Don't mention it, it was the least we could do," Hao said with a faint smile. With a look of admiration in his eyes, the guard captain clasped his fists and asked, "My name is Zhong. My military rank is Junior Wolf Lieutenant, and I serve as the guard captain. May I ask, young friends, what are your names?" In response, Hao and Zhu each gave their names. "Hao. Zhu." Zhong silently noted their names and, clasping his fists once more, said, "If you two ever encounter any difficulties in the secret realm, or if anyone dares to bully you, feel free to contact me. I'll rush over immediately. My Abyss Dungeon direct line is 977,759,745. All you need to do is dial this number using your Abyss Dungeon watch, and you'll reach me immediately. I have other business to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." Just then, an elderly woman approached, accompanied by a man and a woman. "Oh, Captain Zhao, how have you been lately?" Zhong looked over, and immediately furrowed his brow. He recognized this elderly woman, he'd seen her a few times before. She was from his wife's side of the family, a member of the Wine clan. She was quite persistent, constantly asking to meet with him time and again, hoping he'd do her a favor and get her eldest grandson a position in the Abyss Guard. He had already flatly refused her no fewer than 5 times. He hadn't expected this old woman to show up again today. And she'd even found her way here? She was really pushing her luck. "What is it?" Zhong asked in a deep voice. "Captain Zhao, I have a personal matter I'd like your help with. Could we step aside for a moment?" As she spoke, the old woman pointed at Hao and Zhu, who were standing beside Zhong. "I'm a bit embarrassed to discuss this in front of outsiders." Zhong remained unmoved, his tone icy. "I'm sorry, but in the eyes of Abyss Guard, there is no such thing as a personal matter. If you have something to say, please say it right here. These two aren't outsiders, they're my sworn brothers." Hao silently straightened his back. Zhu straightened his back a bit too much. The old woman realized she said the wrong thing, but she didn't apologize.
Instead, she gave an awkward chuckle and got straight to the point.
Captain Zhao, I heard from my two precious grandsons that you, the Abyss Guard, won't let them enter the Abyss Dungeon anymore.
They said they've been blacklisted from the Abyss Dungeon.
And my precious daughter was even slapped by a soldier.
Oh? Is that so?
That shouldn't be the case. Zhong looked taken aback and replied by the book. Any martial artist has the right to enter the Abyss Dungeon. There is no such thing as being barred from entry. As for being slapped, that's even more impossible. Unless your grandson violated the 10 ironclad rules of the secret realm.
Could it be that he said something he shouldn't have?
With that, Zhong fixed a scrutinizing gaze on the man and woman standing beside the old woman. In response, Wang Jiala and Wang Li looked at him with disdain, taking turns to retort.
We didn't say anything out of line. That soldier was just being petty.
You two, shut up. The old woman interrupted them with a low snap, then looked at Zhong with a smile and said,
It's perfectly normal for children to be a bit reckless.
As adults, we should forgive them. There is no need to hold a grudge against children. They're just kids, after all.
Captain Zhao, don't you agree?
Hearing this, Zhong's face twisted with disgust.
You call those two men and women in their early 20s kids? Haha, you sure know how to protect your own, don't you? Old Shah. Come here for a moment.
Zhong decided to settle this matter once and for all. If you just apologized and said a few kind words, I could have gone easy on you.
But you had to act all high and mighty?
If you make me uncomfortable, don't blame me for making you uncomfortable in return.
Just then, Hanan jogged over, saluted Zhong, and said, Captain Zhao, what is the matter? Zhong then questioned him in detail about the incident. After listening, Hanan played the video footage from the time and explained the whole story.
The two of them came to me, claiming to be members of the Wang family.
They insisted I cut them in line.
I ignored them and told them to go back to the end of the line, but they wouldn't let it go. They camped out here, causing a huge scene, and even spoke rudely, publicly insulting me and calling me blind.
According to Tianyuan's ironclad rules, I could have arrested them both.
But I didn't do that, I just slapped them both.
That was already quite lenient of me. After that, I blocked them both.
Zhong nodded, looking at the old woman with a half-smile.
Your two precious grandchildren are quite something. They dared to insult an Abyss Guard? Ha! At those words, the old woman's legs trembled with fear. But in the blink of an eye, she began making excuses. Captain Zhao, there's some kind of misunderstanding here?
My grandson and granddaughter are usually very well-mannered at home, they wouldn't normally speak like that.
Could it be that? As she spoke, the elderly woman frantically winked at Wang Jiala and Wang Li.
The two caught on immediately and, pointing at Hao and Zhu standing beside Zhong, began shouting loudly. We saw these two cutting in line, so we decided to step forward and say hello and cut in line ourselves.
Right. It's these two who caused all this trouble. If they hadn't cut in line for no reason, would we have gotten into a conflict with this guard? These two line cutters should be arrested. How? Zhu? Holy crap! How did this mess end up on us?
Zhu was completely stunned.
This isn't exactly how you get caught in the crossfire, is it? Old Shah, is this true? Did my two good brothers really cut in line? Zhong looked at Hanan and asked, blinking. Of course not. Hanan insisted firmly, I swear to God. How, 6? Zhu, 6. Wang Jiala? Wang Li. Clearly, they didn't cut in line.
Zhong immediately set the tone, cutting off any chance for them to squabble, then glared coldly at the two idiots and said, You two publicly insulted the Abyss Guard, that's already a grave offense of disrespect.
But since this is your first offense, I've decided to let it slide this time. From this moment on, you two are forever forbidden to set foot within the Abyss Guard. Let this serve as your punishment. Get the hell out of here.
Upon hearing this, the old woman's face instantly twisted with loathing.
Captain Zhao, you're really throwing your authority around. We're relatives, after all. Are you really unwilling to help? Are you really unwilling to cut us some slack? Our Wang family is a prominent and distinguished clan in Blaze City.
Hearing this, Zhong let out a cold laugh.
A distinguished clan? Have you ever seen a distinguished clan that would let a 90-year-old woman parade around in public all day? You really know how to flatter yourself. What a piece of work.
With that, Zhong swept his sleeve and stormed off. The old woman, on the other hand, was so enraged that her body was trembling.
She tilted her head back and fainted. Grandma! Grandma!
Her two precious, good-for-nothing grandsons were terrified and rushed to help her up. As for Hao and Zhu, they found the whole thing utterly hilarious.
Brother Hao, I've never seen anything like this in my life. Zhu was truly amazed. There are all kinds of people in this world. This sort of thing happens all the time. As an earthling, Hao had seen it all, no matter how outlandish. You two, stop right there. Just then, Wang Jiala's voice rang out from behind them.
At those words, both men furrowed their brows, their faces contorted with loathing.
Bro Hao, that asshole looks like he's coming to pick a fight. Zhu frowned. Are you going to handle this, or should I? Hao said casually, cracking his knuckles, clearly ready to fight. Let me handle it. You take a break, brother Hao. With that, Zhu made sure there were no surveillance cameras around, then transformed with a clang into a massive wild boar. Then, with a boar form charge, he launched an attack at Wang Jiala, Wang Li, and the unconscious old woman. After half a day of training, Zhu's fusion with his innate talent had reached near perfect harmony. And he already had real-world combat experience. Damn it, if he didn't have what it takes, how could he have snatched two living people right out of that giant crab's jaws? So, how could Wang Jiala and Wang Li possibly be a match for him? They were immediately knocked to the ground and mercilessly trampled by his hooves. After stomping back and forth several times, Zhu dropped a huge pile of pig shit right on top of the three of them. Then, Hao mounted Zhu and rode off on the boar. As for Wang Jiala, it suddenly dawned on him. Damn it! So that's the guy. The one who drove us into a bidding war and cost us 50 million. Wang Jiala wiped the pig shit off his face and instantly recognized the talent the other guy had unleashed. It was the boar form talent. My dear grandson, why does it smell like pig shit? At that moment, the old woman was awakened by the stench. She wiped her face and was instantly stunned. Where did that pig shit come from? Ugh. Meanwhile, over at Zhong's side, Zhong was recovering from his injuries at the military hospital. Lying in his hospital bed, he was flipping through the casualty report on the Imperial land crab. By the time the Abyss Guard reinforcements entered the Abyss dungeon, the Imperial land crab had already vanished. According to the tally, the Imperial land crab caused a total of 78 casualties. Among them, 8 guards were killed, 1 was seriously injured, and 4 sustained minor injuries. The rest were martial artists who had come to watch the spectacle. Such a heavy toll pained Zhong deeply. Several of his close brothers, trusted subordinates, and comrades in arms were gone. His own warhorse had also perished. At the time, he had done everything in his power to block the Imperial land crab and buy his men time to escape, but unfortunately, alone, he simply wasn't a match for that crab. It was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Zhong was a level 70 warrior. Even facing a level 60 Imperial crab was already a bit of a struggle, so there was no way he could stand a chance against an level 80 mutant Imperial land crab. Fleeing was the only option, and the right one. There is a military code within the Abyss Guard. If encountering a monster of a higher level than one's own, and the combined level of one's troops does not exceed 6 times the monster's level, retreat is mandatory. If an officer fails to issue a retreat order immediately, they will be court-martialed afterward. The reason such a strange military code was established is that in the Abyss dungeon, the higher a monster's level, the more ferocious it is. When facing high-level monsters, it takes 5 warriors of the same level to have a chance of taking down a single monster of that level. With fewer than 5 warriors, it's practically a guaranteed death sentence.
The Abyss Guard strictly prohibits lone hero acts of self-sacrifice.
Failing to retreat when encountering a high-level monster is nothing short of idiocy.
Retreating is not shameful. What is shameful is not respecting your own life.
And not respecting the lives of others. Tell me, which warrior, soldier, or officer wasn't he trained at the cost of enormous national resources? And then you die just to prove a point? This is ridiculous.
At that moment, a military district officer walked in.
He saluted Zhong and said,
"Lieutenant Zhao Xiaolang, according to the combat footage from the scene, you issued the retreat order immediately after discovering that the Imperial Landcrab had mutated. Your order was extremely timely. Based on combat simulations, you successfully saved the lives of at least 8 soldiers and 19 warriors. Furthermore, to buy your men time to escape, you engaged the Imperial Landcrab in a fierce battle for 1 round. Your courage is truly commendable. The military district has decided to promote you to the rank of 2nd Lieutenant Zhonglang. Please rest and recover from your injuries."
Hearing this, Zhong let out a bitter laugh. He hadn't accomplished a single thing, yet he'd actually been promoted? What a disgrace! Suddenly, Zhong realized something was off. A full round of fierce combat against the Imperial Landcrab?
Zhong began to recall the scene of the battle. At that moment, just as the Imperial Landcrab's claw was about to strike, he was clearly in a desperate situation.
There was nowhere to hide.
But the Imperial Landcrab's massive claw suddenly seemed to freeze in place. It was precisely this moment of stillness that gave Zhong a chance to catch his breath.
Moreover, Zhong faintly heard the word stop at that moment. Whoa, someone must have secretly cast some kind of immobilizing innate divine ability to save me.
Next, Zhong used the Abyss Dungeon data system to retrieve information on all the martial artists who had escaped at that time. Soon, a list was printed out. The list contained over 130 names, detailing each martial artist's combat power level, innate talent level, and the general attributes of their primary innate talent. According to the results, none of these individuals possessed immobilization-type abilities.
How that's strange. How could that be? Could there be an omission on the list? Zhong muttered to himself in a low voice, baffled. Meanwhile, over at Hao's side.
Writing Zhu, Hao arrived at a century-old martial artist restaurant in Blaze City, the Maple Pavilion Evening Martial Arts Restaurant. As a martial arts restaurant, its primary clientele was, naturally, martial artists. The ingredients served there were all meat from monsters, ferocious beasts, and demon beasts found in the Abyss Dungeon. Consuming them nourished the martial artists' flesh, blood, and chi, and restored their mana. It was midday, and the restaurant's main hall was bustling with activity. Martial artists of all kinds were seated, chatting with one another about today's gossip, amusing anecdotes, or their recent hauls. Meanwhile, news of the incident in the Abyss Dungeon had already reached this place, and every martial artist was voicing their own thoughts on the matter.
It really baffles me, why would that giant crab show up in a low-level monster zone?
Logically speaking, that shouldn't happen.
Rumor has it the giant crab burrowed its way out of the ground.
Bullshit. In my opinion, that giant crab was definitely released by the Shadow Legion.
What's the Shadow Legion? Dude, are you even a martial artist? You don't know the Shadow Legion?
At that moment, Hao and Zhu found an empty 2-seater table and sat down. Just then, a waitress dressed in a sexy bunny girl outfit swayed her hips as she walked over, holding a menu.
2 martial artists, what would you like to eat? It was Hao and Zhu's first time at a martial artist restaurant like this.
For a moment, they couldn't make up their minds.
In the end, Hao made the call. Just bring us some ingredients that can replenish our mana. The bunny girl thought for a moment, then recommended a set meal for 2. After she left, Hao lit another cigarette and said, "Zhu, when the food comes out, you're going to eat it all by yourself." Zhu was taken aback and asked in a deep, booming voice, "Bro, how aren't you going to eat?"
Hao smiled and replied,
"My primary talent is fasting. I can't eat. Eating would interrupt my fasting state."
Hearing this, Zhu gave a good-natured grin.
Bro, how? Life is all about eating, drinking, and chasing women. Even though we're martial artists now, we still can't escape that ironclad rule. If you don't eat or drink, what's the point of living? You can't just give up a man's three great pleasures just to train in martial arts, can you? How shot him a sidelong glance, you can talk until the cows come home, but I'm not eating. Just then, the deluxe duo meal was brought out by a bunny girl waitress. Then just watch me eat. Shu gave a sly grin, then popped open a bottle of mana beer, downed it in 3 gulps, and let out a long, satisfied sigh. Ah! Ice cold, that's the life. Bro, how? Are you really not going to have a sip? Hao swallowed hard. Seeing that Hao could actually resist the temptation, Ju kept up the show. He tore into a big meat leg, popped it in his mouth, and chewed away. Munch, munch, munch. Mmm. So tasty. How couldn't he take it anymore? You're such a fucking jerk. Screw it, we'll fast another day. With that, Hao popped open a bottle of beer and downed it in 1 gulp. He let out a long, satisfied sigh, that's so good. See? That's the spirit. Zhu chuckled. After that, the two of them ate and drank to their heart's content, drawing mana from the food. Just as they were about to finish, a filthy wad of toilet paper whizzed past and landed right in the big pot in front of them. Hao and Zhu turned to look. They saw a little boy at the next table pulling faces at them. Ha. I'm the one who threw that stinky paper. Well, what do you think? What do you think? Hit me. Come on, hit me. The little boy's arrogant, provoking demeanor made Zhu clench his fists. Damn it. How dare you mess with this fat guy? With that, Zhu stood up, ready to slap the kid across the face. Sit down. But Hao grabbed Zhu's arm and held him back. Bro, how can you put up with this? Zhu asked, looking completely baffled. We were enjoying our meal, and this brat goes and throws stinky paper into our pot? If I can put up with that, I'd be a ninja turtle. Leave it to me. With that, Hao turned around, picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, held it to the little boy's mouth, and praised him with a beaming smile. Handsome kid, you did a great job throwing that stinky paper just now. You threw it so accurately. You did a great job. Uncle's giving you a piece of meat as a reward. Hearing this, the little rascal was overjoyed and gobbled up the meat in 1 bite. Then, Hao pointed to the table across from us and said, Look, there are 2 uncles over there eating too. Go play a little prank on them. I'll give you meat just like I did. Hearing this, the little rascal was overjoyed. He immediately grabbed the trash can and strode over with great gusto. At that moment, the 2 men across the way were eating, drinking, and chatting with each other. They both had menacing expressions and didn't look like good people. Bro, life on the run is too hard. Why don't we turn ourselves in? Sigh. I'm actually sick of living like a rat on the run too. But we've already killed dozens of warriors in the Abyss dungeon. If we turn ourselves in, we'll definitely be executed. So be it. I'm sick and tired of this miserable life where I never know if I'll have my next meal. We're not exactly gifted anyway, this is as far as we'll go in this life. Might as well delete our accounts and start over. Alright, then. Let's finish this meal, and then we'll turn ourselves in. Just as the 2 of them had reached this conclusion, a trash can filled with filth fell from the sky and crashed into the large pot right in front of them. Clang! The splashing scalding broth made them both wince in pain. The 2 of them flew into a rage instantly. They turned to look. All they saw was a brat standing right in front of them, wiggling his butt and pulling faces, saying smugly and defiantly, He. I did it. Well, what do you think? Gonna hit me? Give me a piece of meat to eat. The 2 were furious. Their eyes bulged with rage. Damn it all to hell. I was planning to finish this meal and then turn myself in, and you ruined my meal? And you're actually asking me to give you a piece of meat? I'm gonna boil you alive.
One of them snarled, then grabbed the brat by the collar with a huge hand and shoved him headfirst into the scalding pot. The brat couldn't even let out a scream, he just gurgled and bubbled in the oil and water of the iron pot. At the same time, not far away, the brat's parents spotted their son being shoved into the pot, so they let out a howl and charged over.
You bastard! How dare you touch my son? Do you know who I am? I'll fight you to the death.
The couple braced themselves for a fight. But just then, the two ruthless bandits swiftly drew their weapons and aimed straight for the couple's vital spots.
They'd already killed so many, what difference would two more make?
With a swift swing of their blades, they struck with brutal ferocity. The couple's heads rolled to the ground.
Both heads plopped into the pot of boiling oil. After killing their victims, the two ruthless bandits smashed through the window and fled. They didn't give the diners at the scene even a moment to react.
By the time everyone came to their senses, all that remained were two headless corpses and a boiled brat.
In an instant, the scene descended into chaos. As for Zhu, he finally snapped out of it. Holy shit! Brother Hao, you're killing it! Only now did he begin to see the pattern.
It seemed Brother Hao had used an incredibly clever praise to destroy tactic using someone else's hand to take out that brat.
Damn! Brother Hao really is a hidden gem.
Zhu, when dealing with assholes like this, sometimes flattery is way more effective than beating the crap out of them.
Let the bad guys deal with each other, Hao said calmly. Hearing this, Zhu raised an eyebrow. Hao, you're so mean. But I really like it. He.
Meanwhile, over at Hao's ex-girlfriend, Lu Ruyan's place.
Lu Ruyan was temporarily staying at her cousin's house. Ruyan, I think you should give Hao another chance. Forgive him this once. A guy like Hao, given the current situation, isn't exactly easy to come by. Besides, you haven't found anyone else yet, so why not keep him on the hook for now?
Hearing her cousin's analysis, Lu Ruyan thought it made some sense, so she feigned reluctance and said,
All right, I'll reluctantly give him another chance.
Her cousin thought for a moment, then added a reminder. This time, when you go back, you absolutely must take control of the finances.
You can't just go around mindlessly spending all the money.
If you control his money, he won't be able to stir up any trouble.
Got it? Lu Ruyan nodded. I know what to do.
Just then, Hao pushed open the door and walked back into the house.
He took a closer look. That bitch Lu Ruyan was sitting on the couch eating durian.
The whole room stank like shit.
Who let you into my house? Hao's eyes turned cold.
But then Lu Ruyan got up from the couch, walked straight over to Hao, and said in a condescending tone.
Hao, I've decided to forgive you.
How? Even though I've forgiven you, I haven't completely forgiven you.
You slapped me a few times yesterday, and I remember it. You have to apologize to me. I'm not asking for much, just transfer me 880,000 yuan.
Also, from now on, you must hand over every penny of your salary to me. Of course, I'll give you 100 yuan a month for pocket money. Oh, and my younger brother recently set his sights on an awakening stone, but he is still short 500,000 yuan.
You'll have to cover that too.
Oh, and one more thing, I know you've always wanted to marry me.
If you really want to marry me, the title to this house has to be transferred to my name. Also, you'll have to buy me a car.
It doesn't have to be anything fancy, just get me a Nyoma X5 or something.
Anyway, those are the conditions. They're not that hard to meet, are they? Having said that, Lu Ruyan looked down on Hao with an air of superiority.
Lu Ruyan believed that by lowering herself and coming to him first, giving Hao a chance to kneel and apologize, she was already showing him immense gratitude. She also thought that, given Hao's cowardly nature, he would surely agree to all her conditions without hesitation. If he didn't agree, it would be like the sun rising in the west.
Okay, I'll think about it. How couldn't he even be bothered to slap her anymore?
He didn't feel like arguing with her either. Hitting her would only dirty his own hands. His top priority was to find an excuse and get rid of this pest as soon as possible.
Then he'd go back and change the locks. What? You still need to think about it? Lu Ruyan's eyes instantly turned cold. Don't push your luck. If it weren't for my cousin's persuasion, I wouldn't even bother with you. I want you to understand, right now, I'm the one giving you this opportunity. I'm giving you a chance, and you actually still need to think about it? How pathetic is that? How? Looks like I've got no choice but to slap you. How couldn't he take it anymore and slapped her across the face? Smack! Lu Ruyan spun around 10 times on the spot from the blow. She clutched her stinging cheek, staring at Hao in disbelief. You son of a bitch! How dare you hit me? I'll fight you to the death. With that, Lu Ruyan lunged at him, flailing her arms and legs wildly. It was as if Zhou Zhirua had mastered the 9-in white bone claw. Go to hell! You stupid bitch! How wasn't he about to go easy on her, so he slapped her again. Lu Ruyan spun like a top after whirling around abruptly for dozens of times. She plopped down onto the ground with a thud. Hao thought Lu Ruyan would finally behave herself. But who would have thought that even after being beaten into such a pitiful state, she remained incredibly confident. I get it now. How? What the hell do you understand now? You hitting me means you love me. As the old saying goes, hitting is affection, scolding is love. You hit me so hard and so fiercely that proves you love me very much. Since you love me so much, I can't let you off that easily. I've decided to add a few more conditions to what we agreed on earlier. The compensation for your apology goes from 880,000 to 1,880,000. On top of that, you'll have to buy me another big house 200 square meters. Also, I'll only give you 50 yuan a month for living expenses. You brought this on yourself. You're the one who was so pathetic you forced me to treat you this way. How? Hao was left speechless. What kind of massive idiot is this, anyway? How could she be so delusional? Hao grabbed Lu Ruyan by the collar and threw her out the door. At first, she tried to come back in. Hao immediately kicked her right in the face with his big foot. After a few kicks, she didn't dare come back in and ran away. Next, Hao called the owner of the locksmith company and asked him to come over and change the locks. Once everything was taken care of, Hao washed up and lay down on the bed. After calming his mind and clearing his thoughts, Hao activated the talent support system with a thought. Talent support system. Level, 2115 310 EXP. HP, 71. Attack, 26. Defense, 22. Agility, 9.1. Mana, 0.35 kilograms 1.21 kilograms. Talent, Sage Divinity F rank. First talent, Fasting 6-star 12600 EXP. Second talent, Colossal Form 4-star 12400 EXP. Third talent, Stun Skill 1-star 2100 EXP. Looking at his character stats panel, which was already looking quite impressive, Hao's lips curled slightly into a smile, feeling a sense of accomplishment. However, as his level increased, the growth of his 5 core stats was indeed a bit slow. The Sage Divinity talent was only rated F, so with each level up, his HP, attack, and defense increased by 1. Agility increased by 0.1. Mana plus 0.01. As for Zhu, thanks to his A rank talent, with every level up, his HP, attack, and defense increased by 6. Agility plus 0.6. Mana plus 0.07. Shu is currently level 15, which means his base 5 stat attributes have actually surpassed Hao's for quite some time. However, Hao didn't feel discouraged. After all, in 4-star colossal form, his 5 stats will skyrocket by 12.5 times. 12.5 times, what more could you ask for? Right now, the third talent, Stun Skill, is pretty hard to level up. Hao muttered to himself in a subdued voice, feeling a bit stumped. Each time the Stun Skill is cast, it consumes 0.5 kilograms of mana. Upgrading it to 3-star comes at a significant cost. It'll take at least a few days.
Next, Hao opened the Martial Wiki app, entered the Abyss Dungeon forum, and quietly browsed through the guides to see which monster zones offered the most XP and which ones dropped valuable gear. Just then, a highly popular post caught Hao's attention.
Everyone, be careful. An unknown creature has appeared in the 40-50 monster zone of the Abyss Dungeon. There have already been at least 20 casualties. Please avoid entering this area while leveling up. Hao clicked on it to take a look.
In the post, the original poster had included several high-resolution and censored photos of corpses at the scene. In the photos, the corpses' faces showed gaping wounds. It looked as if something sharp had forcibly torn open their faces. Brain matter was scattered all over the floor, a truly gruesome and terrifying sight.
At 2 p.m., inside Miracle Games Company, Ltd. The development department was in complete chaos. A dozen or so balding middle-aged programmers sat in front of their computers, their fingers pounding away at the keyboards. At times their brows were furrowed, at others, their eyes were vacant. They looked completely at a loss. 30 minutes earlier, a major bug had struck the company's hit online game, Martial Arts Supreme. The game was crashing and players couldn't log in. The players were absolutely furious. After all, Martial Arts Supreme was the company's flagship product, a pay-per-hour game. It boasted a massive daily active user base of 1 million. Revenue from game cards alone amounted to hundreds of thousands every day. Now that a bug preventing access to the game had emerged, the longer it dragged on, the greater the company's losses would be. Just then, the boss, Sean, strode into the development department. He was a massive man, weighing at least 300 kilograms. With every step he took, the floor shook. Seeing Sean arrive, the colleagues in the development department held their breath. Sean was also a martial artist. Thanks to this game company, he had spent 5 years saving up enough capital to successfully acquire an S-class awakening stone. He became an S-rank martial artist. But this guy is a total coward. Rumor has it that once, on a whim, Sean hired a group of martial artist bodyguards to go on a little adventure in the Abyss Dungeon. As a result, he was so terrified by a ghost-faced spider that fell from the sky, he wet his pants. The kind of scare that made him shit his pants. After that, the kid didn't dare set foot in the Abyss Dungeon again, instead dutifully taking expensive experience pills to level up. Besides, Sean is always spouting this line. I might not be able to take on the monsters in the secret realms, but can't I still beat the crap out of you guys? At the office, whenever an employee displeased him, he'd raise his hand and hit them. If any employee dared to quit without his permission, he'd dispatch the company's martial artist bodyguards to drag them back in and force them to work overtime. On top of that, this guy was incredibly harsh and stingy with his employees. If he could skimp on a single mile, he absolutely wouldn't pay a single fen more. If an employee was late or left early, their entire day's wages were immediately forfeited. Overtime was considered unpaid. If a mistake is made at work, he punishes them mercilessly. There's no social insurance or housing fund. Working around the clock is the norm. At most, there's an overtime meal allowance. To prevent employees from slacking off during work hours, he even installs surveillance cameras in the restrooms. If an employee spends too long on the toilet, a high-voltage electric shock is released into the toilet bowl. His actions are nothing short of absurd. In short, he is a boss with a feudal landlord's mindset. In his eyes, employees are nothing more than slaves and laborers. Ironically, people like him wield a great deal of influence, and ordinary people can't touch him at all. And bosses like this are practically the norm on the Tianyuan continent. Some might ask, why aren't there any labor protection laws? Sorry, labor laws only protect martial artists. This is why so many ordinary people, even if it means selling everything they own, will save up to buy an awakening stone and become martial artists. Once you become a martial artist, life really does get much better. Martial artists and ordinary people are two different kinds of creatures. Ordinary people are like little chicks, they'll be eaten the moment someone decides to eat them. Martial artists, on the other hand, are at least like a plow ox. If the farm owner really wants to kill one, he'll at least think twice about it. Sean shuffled his obese frame over to the development team's office area.
His face was ashen, as if he were about to devour someone. A dozen or so programmers felt a chill run down the backs of their necks. Their faces were deathly pale as they braced themselves for Sean's impending rage.
Damn it all. Are you guys even capable of doing your jobs? Just a tiny little bug like this, and you've been fiddling with it for half an hour and still haven't fixed it? Useless. Useless. Useless.
As he spoke, Sean swung his massive, calloused hands, slapping down on the heads of the dozen or so developers.
Smack. 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 These programmers were ordinary people. How could they possibly withstand the heavy blows of a martial artist?
Instantly, a large number of them were knocked unconscious. After venting his anger, Sean's gaze sharpened as he noticed that the two workstations in the corner by the wall were empty. He knew exactly who occupied those two workstations.
Sean scanned the room, then pointed at Howe's workstation and demanded, "Where's that bastard How? Where the hell has he gone? Did he get electrocuted in the bathroom or something? Tell him to get his ass over here."
Sean knew full well that, at the moment, How was the only one who could fix this bug.
How was the company's pillar?
His programming skills, bug tracking abilities, and knack for dealing with ransomware hackers were all top-notch. If he didn't have what it takes, how could he hold the titles of chief architect, technical director, and lead programmer all at once?
If he didn't have what it takes, how could he have managed to earn $50,000 a month working for a boss like this?
Although Howe's titles of chief architect and technical director had been revoked due to CGIU's underhanded scheming, it didn't affect Howe's status as the company's pillar in the slightest. "Sir, our lead programmer has taken the day off today." The HR manager rushed over in a panic, stammering as he explained the situation.
Took the day off?
Sean was puzzled. After all, ever since How started working at his company 8 years ago, he worked 24/7 without a single day off.
He never taken a single day off. Who the hell gave him permission to take the day off? Did he get my approval?
Go call him and tell him his day off is cancelled. Tell him to come to the office immediately. Hearing Sean barking orders, the HR manager in charge of the leave request didn't dare delay and rushed out to make the call. Before long, the HR manager returned, trembling, and reported,
"Sir, How's phone isn't picking up." Sean's eyes widened in fury. Damn it all to hell. That bastard Howie didn't just drop dead, did he? Go to How's house right now and find out exactly what's going on. If he is still breathing, drag him here. Just then, Chief Architect and Technical Director CGIU approached.
Yesterday, How and CGIU had gotten into a fight in the Abyss dungeon, and CGIU had been beaten to a pulp by How.
He was still limping even now.
This was the perfect opportunity to get back at How, so CGIU quickly started stirring up trouble.
"Boss, you don't know yet, do you?" "What do I not know?"
Sean shot him a sidelong glance.
"That idiot How bought an awakening stone and became a warrior."
CGIU gestured wildly, his eyes sparkling as he described the scene.
"I'd bet he is still in the Abyss dungeon, slaying monsters and leveling up right now. He is definitely not in the mood to come to work right now."
Sean froze for a moment, then hurriedly asked,
"Old you, how do you know that?"
CGIU certainly couldn't reveal that he'd been hung up and beaten to a pulp by How in the Abyss dungeon yesterday.
If he let that slip, he'd be utterly humiliated.
His eyes darted around, and he came up with an excuse.
"Hey! I heard it from Zhu.
Shu bought an awakening stone too. He even posted about it on his moments yesterday. Those two idiots are best buddies.
They'd even want to sleep with the same woman if they were paying for it. Neither of them is at the office right now. My guess is, they're probably teaming up to run a dungeon." Hearing this, Sean let out a cold laugh. "Ha ha ha, earning peanuts every day, scrimping and saving for 8 or 10 years, saving up to buy the crappiest awakening stone, and you think you can become a martial artist? What kind of delusional fantasy is that?
Pass it on. How's leave for the past 2 days is now considered an unauthorized absence.
Triple the salary penalty.
As soon as these words were spoken, Si Jiayu, standing nearby, smiled smugly.
How, oh how, you actually dare to mess with me? I've got plenty of ways to take you down.
All I have to do is stir up some trouble in front of the boss, and you'll wish you were dead.
You dare hit me? Ha ha. This is the price you pay. By the way, old you, what is this idiot how has talent? Do you know? Sean asked out of the blue. I did some digging on the side. It's called fasting, I think, Si Jiayu replied. But? What the hell is that? Hearing Si Jiayu's less than perfect Mandarin, Sean looked completely baffled. It's a talent that lets you go without eating an F rank, the absolute worst kind. It's such a piece of junk that no one would even pick it up if you threw it on the street. As soon as he heard that, Sean's eyes lit up. No need to eat? That's great. No need to eat means I'll save on food costs. Perfect. Just perfect.
Go notify the finance department right away, effective immediately. How's daily overtime meal allowance is cancelled.
He doesn't even need to eat anymore. What the hell does he need a meal allowance for? We've got to save that allowance for other colleagues. We can't just sit on the toilet without doing our business.
The company's profits have been sluggish lately. I need to cut
and increase revenue. Si Jiayu flattered him. You're so wise, boss. Oh, right. Cut How's salary by 20% too. Since he doesn't need to eat anyway, 8,000 yuan a month is more than enough for him. Si Jiayu continued to flatter him. You're so wise, boss. At that moment, Sean looked at Si Jiayu with an amused expression and said, Old you, that idiot how isn't even at the office. He probably won't be back anytime soon. I'll leave it to you to fix the game bug.
You're the technical director and chief game architect.
A minor issue like this shouldn't be a big deal for you, right?
Hearing this, Si Jiayu choked on his words.
How the hell was he supposed to fix some stupid game bug?
Apart from sucking up to the boss, flattering him, sidelining his rivals, and exploiting his subordinates, he couldn't do a damn thing.
Si Jiayu quickly distanced himself from the situation and said, feigning a righteous air. Boss, I'm not saying I can't fix this bug. For me, this is actually a piece of cake. It's just that I think it'd be better if that idiot how handled this bug. He wrote the code, so he'll be more comfortable dealing with it. If I were to take it on rashly, I'd definitely be less efficient. Besides, it's almost 4 o'clock. That idiot how should be coming out of the Abyss dungeon any minute now, and we'll be able to reach him by phone then. Why don't we just wait a little longer? Sean thought that made some sense, so he patted Si Jiayu on the shoulder and said, How about this, you go wait outside How's house right now. As soon as that kid gets home, you drag him over here. Ha? Me?
Si Jiayu flinched in fright. The scene from yesterday, when Hao smashed his turtle shell technique with 3 blows, was still fresh in his mind. That Hao guy taking on a level 30 martial artist like me, even though he is only level 9, was like a fucking walk in the park for him. At first, Si Jiayu thought Hao must have taken some kind of power pill to boost his combat strength. But after doing some research at the market, Si Jiayu found out that a single power pill costs over 100,000, and its effects only last 10 minutes. With Hao's stingy personality, how could he possibly afford that? So, Hao is just plain crazy. If I rashly went to confront Hao, who knows how badly I'd get beaten up. I'd probably end up with my turtle shell kicked in by Hao. Seeing Si Jiayu hesitating, Shauna's expression immediately darkened. What? You're not even willing to do me this small favor? Old you, you've been getting a big head lately. Can't I even boss you around anymore? Si Jiayu realized that if he kept making excuses, he'd almost certainly upset his boss, so he gritted his teeth and agreed. Boss, leave it to me. I'm a level 30 martial artist, after all. If that asshole Hao refuses to come in for overtime, I'll beat him up. I'll knock him out with 1 punch at a time. Hearing this, Sean looked on with approval. 1 punch at a time. Oh, and be careful don't kill him. That big bull horse is valuable. If he dies, we'll lose a fortune.
Si Jiayu, got it. Boss, don't worry, I know my limits.
After seeing the boss off, Si Jiayu paced back and forth, mulling over his options. He didn't dare go find Hao in person. He was worried he'd get beaten up. Getting beaten up was one thing, but if word got out, it would be a massive embarrassment. His usual persona among the girls at the company was that of an invincible, exceptionally brave high-level martial artist. If that persona were to crumble, how would he ever pick up girls again? How would he ever trick them into going with him to the Abyss Dungeon for some outdoor action? Just then, his colleague Li Fangfang came over.
Hey, isn't this old you? Why the long face? Did the boss give you a hard time? Hearing Li Fangfang's sarcasm, Si Jiayu glared at her. You bitch, none of your damn business. Si Jiayu got angry just seeing Li Fangfang. If it hadn't been for that bitch blabbering a few words yesterday, would he have gotten into a fight with Hao? Seeing Si Jiayu curse at her, Li Fangfang didn't back down either. She put her hands on her hips and fired back. Watch your mouth. I wonder who it was yesterday who got pinned to the ground by Hao and beaten to a pulp. That person was you, wasn't he it? Let me tell you this, I'm Hao's woman now. Si Jiayu froze for a moment. He hurriedly asked. You're Hao's woman? Since when? Li Fangfang replied with absolute confidence. It happened just yesterday. Didn't Hao say right in front of the Abyss Guard yesterday that you stole his girlfriend? Yeah, so what? Si Jiayu asked eagerly. After you ran off, Hao confessed his feelings to me and admitted that the woman he was talking about was me. As she finished speaking, Li Fangfang's face beamed with happiness. Whoa! Really? Is Hao blind? Going for a trashy girl like you? Oh, wait, so did you accept his proposal? Si Jiayu found it hard to believe. Not exactly. Li Fangfang said with a haughty look in her eyes, that idiot Hao might have some skills, but he's way too poor. I'm as beautiful as a flower, he can't afford to support me. I plan to wait until he's rich before I say yes. For now, I'm just testing him out. Hearing this, Si Jiayu's eyes darted around, and he came up with a brilliant idea for the task his boss had assigned him. Fangfang, since I used to take you on dungeon runs, would you do me a favor? Hearing this, Li Fangfang looked wary. What kind of favor? You're not trying to set me up, are you? Si Jiayu waved his hand and leaned in close to her ear. Why would I set you up? It's not hard, you just need to do this and then that. After listening, Li Fangfang began to weigh her options. This doesn't sound too hard. But let us be clear from the start, I'm not doing this for free. You'll have to give me something in return. Si Jiayu rubbed his hands together and laughed. Of course. As long as the job gets done, you'll definitely get your reward. Seeing that she agreed, Li Fangfang still felt it wasn't quite secure, so she deliberately issued a warning. Don't even think about pulling any tricks, or else I'll go around the office spreading the word about how Hao beat you up yesterday. There are so many women in the office. If they find out you're just a weakling who's all bark and no bite, Si Jiayu, oh. My dear sister Fangfang, you really shouldn't say things like that. Meanwhile, over at Hao's place, Hao was woken up by his alarm clock and glanced at the time. 5 p.m. On top of that, his phone screen showed several missed calls. They were from HR. Hao pretended not to see them. Hao had already made up his mind, since there were still 3 days left until the end of the month, he'd just take the rest of the month off. First, he'd pocket this month's paycheck. Then he'd quit and run away next month. Before I became a martial artist, I held my nose and went to work. Now that I'm a martial artist, why the hell would I still go to work? That would make being a martial artist pointless, wouldn't it? Just then, the doorbell rang at the security door. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Hao got up to answer the door. When he opened it, he was surprised to see Li Fangfang standing there. What do you want? Hao gave her a cold look.
Back in the Abyss dungeon, after Hao had beaten Si Jiayu, this woman had suddenly and shamelessly approached him, saying she wanted to date him. She even set up some kind of a trial period for their relationship. It left Hao completely baffled. When Hao ignored her, she insisted he was just putting on an aloof act and was actually insecure deep down. Hao simply slapped her twice to bring her to her senses and make her give up her delusions. Logically speaking, those 2 slaps should have brought Li Fangfang back to her senses, right? For the time being, Hao still couldn't figure out why this woman had come to his door. As for Li Fangfang, regardless of whether Hao had actually invited her or not, she walked right in. Then, in her sky-high stilettos, she wandered around Hao's apartment. Just as if she were back at her own home. And as she wandered, she made snide, critical remarks. Could you at least clean up your place a little? It's filthy. Don't you even fold your clothes? Just left like this in the closet? And the kitchen, where are your kitchen utensils? Where are the bowls and chopsticks? How come they're all gone? Don't you ever think about getting some? Oh my god, you're such a slob. How? Are you out of your mind? You came all this way just to tour my place? Hao really couldn't figure out what the hell she was up to. Ha! Li Fangfang gave a haughty chuckle, completely unfazed, wiggled her hips, and plopped down on the couch. Then, with an air of superiority, she stated the reason for her visit. The boss sent me to let you know. There's a bug in the company's game. He told you to rush over immediately to handle it. How, I need to remind you, even though you're a martial artist now, you should know your place. You should be a martial artist and juggle both your work and your personal life. Without neglecting either one. If you don't work hard, how are you going to support me? I'm expensive. How, whether you're expensive or not, what the hell does that have to do with me? Haha, just keep pretending. Li Fangfang smiled smugly, as if she'd seen right through Hao's thoughts. You men are always so hypocritical. You clearly want to date me and sleep with me behind the scenes. But on the surface, you insist on acting like you don't care. Do you find that amusing? Never mind, never mind. I'll give you a little taste of something sweet instead. From now on, I think our relationship has taken a step further. It's become something more than friends, but less than lovers. With that, Li Fangfang took off her shoes and propped her stinky feet up on the coffee table. Now, I'll let you kiss my right foot. This is my gift to you. In her mind, Hao would surely pounce on her, hugging her delicate feet and licking them wildly. Hao took a deep breath, then spat out a single word. Get lost. Li Fangfang? Get the hell out of my room. Li Fangfang chuckled, unfazed. Ha, look at you, here we go again. You're putting on an act again. You clearly have a thing for me, yet you're pulling that sour face. I seriously suspect you're a pervert. You're not a sadist, are you? How? Fuck you. Hao had had enough. He slapped her right across the face. Smack. Li Fangfang's newly done nose was instantly knocked askew. You hit me? You really are a sadist. How? Yeah. I am a sadist. Congratulations, you got it right. Gritting his teeth, Hao grabbed her by the collar and started slapping her left and right. Smack. Smack, smack. Smack, smack, smack. After a dozen or so slaps, Li Fangfang's hair was a mess, and she looked like a total wreck. Then, Hao tossed her outside like a dead dog. Meanwhile, Li Fangfang, locked out on the other side of the door, wore an incredibly confident smile on her lips. Just as I thought, this guy really is a sadist. He has already fallen deeply in love with me. Half an hour later, inside Miracle Responsibility Company, Ltd. Si Jiayu had been waiting and finally, Li Fangfang returned. Li Fangfang walked in with a crooked nose and her hair a mess. What the hell? Why do you look like a ghost? Did Hao beat you up? Li Fangfang rolled her eyes, ignoring the question, and simply stated the outcome of her trip. Old you, you'll have to go ask Hao yourself. He refuses to come to work.
There's nothing I can do.
Hearing this, Si Jiayu felt as if the sky had fallen.
Could it be that he really had to go after Hao himself? He didn't dare. Just then, Boss Sean called. Hello? Boss. Did you fucking manage to drag Hao back yet? The players are going crazy. The company has already lost over $1 million. Si Jiayu's eyes darted around as he began to lie. Boss, I just saw Hao. I was about to go grab him, but that kid got away. I don't know what got into him, but he was running like the wind. I just couldn't catch up to him. Otherwise, I'd have knocked him out with a single punch. Hearing Si Jiayu's explanation, Sean flew into a rage. You good for nothing. A level 30 martial artist, and you can't even catch some greenhorn who has just stepped into the martial arts world? What good are you to me? Don't worry about this. I'll handle it myself. Click. The call ended. Meanwhile, over at Hao's place. Hao was on the Martial Wiki app, checking the Abyss Dungeon guide. The Abyss Dungeon was incredibly dangerous. The more he knew about it, the better he could protect himself. Just then, his phone rang. It was Sean calling. Damn it! Are you trying to annoy me? Hao frowned and answered the call. How? Do you think I'm messing with you? You dare not come back to work? You've lost your mind. I'm ordering you to get your ass back here right now to work overtime. Fix that game bug. Otherwise, I'll chop you up. How? Screw off. I'm busy. Sean froze, completely taken aback by Hao's domineering retort for a full 3 seconds. Was that really Hao on the other end of the line? The Hao of the past wouldn't say a word even if you beat him with 8 sticks. He'd just do whatever he was told. He was notorious for being a total pushover. And today he dares to talk to me like that? What's this about the sky has turned upside down? Ha ha. I've figured it out. This kid has gotten too big for his britches. Just because he became a martial artist, he thinks he can skip work. Just because he became a martial artist, he thinks he can talk back to me at the top of his lungs. It turns out he is just an ant daydreaming about grand ambitions. With these thoughts running through his mind, Sean issued an ultimatum. Give me a straight answer. Are you coming in for overtime or not? How? Fuck that. You stupid asshole. Let me make this clear, I'm quitting. And just so you know, make sure to pay me this month's salary. I care about money, not people. If you're short even a single penny, I'll fucking take you down. Sean, oh really? You're pretty cocky, aren't you? If you've got the guts, give me your address. How? Come on then. The address is 977,759,745. After Sean hung up, he summoned all 3 of the company's bodyguards and called Si Jiayu over as well. When Si Jiayu realized they were going to beat the crap out of Hao, he trembled and shook his head in refusal. Boss, can I get out of this? Sean, I've noticed you've been acting a little strange lately. Why do you act like a mouse seeing a cat whenever Hao's name comes up? Have you started to fear him? Si Jiayu shook his head frantically. No way. How could I be afraid of that F-tier trash? I can take him down with one punch. Hearing this, Sean spread his hands. Then what's the problem? Come with me. Let us give that disobedient scumbag a good beating. A chance to beat someone up for free doesn't come around often, you know. Si Jiayu swallowed hard. But when he thought about the fact that there were 5 of them on this trip, all martial artists above level 30, surely nothing too serious would go wrong, right? That asshole Hao can't possibly take on 5 of us alone, right? Before long, the 5 of them arrived at the entrance of Hao's apartment complex in an unlicensed, unregistered black minivan. Sean instructed the 3 bodyguards and Si Jiayu. When we make our move, hold back a little. We can't kill him. I'm counting on that scumbag to fix my bug, after all. Hearing this, the 3 bodyguards rubbed their hands together eagerly and said, Boss, don't worry. We'll storm in, tie him up inside his apartment, drag him to the car, put a plastic bag over his head, and beat the crap out of him. We're pros at this, we know exactly how to handle it. Upon hearing this, Sean nodded, in satisfaction. Let us get to it, then. With that, the five of them climbed out of the black van and entered the building's elevator. They headed straight for Howe's floor. Upon reaching the security door, Sean gave a subtle nod. At his signal, one of the bodyguards stepped forward, his right hand drawn back like a full moon bow, a blue aura of mana swirling around his fist. The next second. Boom! A massive hole was blasted through the security door. The bodyguard stepped forward, tore off the shattered door in one swift motion, and walked inside. Inside the apartment, Hal watched the five men enter with a cold gaze. A mocking expression spread across his face. Hey, you actually dared to come? Turning to Sean, he was sprawled out on the sofa, looking extremely arrogant as he snapped his fingers. Let us move. No sooner had the words left his mouth than three bodyguards advanced toward Hal. Hal let out a cold laugh, flipped his hand, and a rebar appeared in his grasp at the same moment. He activated colossal form. In an instant, he transformed into a 2.25-meter-tall giant. The next second, the three level 40 bodyguards were each struck by Hal with a single blow, sent crashing through the balcony and flying through the air. Sean's eyes widened. He jumped up from the sofa in shock. This isn't how the script goes. Sean let out a cry of shock and instinctively looked at Si Jiayu. Sean's gut told him that this bastard had been bragging. As for Si Jiayu, that bastard, he glanced at Sean and smiled slightly. Yes, I was bragging. He dropped to his knees with a thud in front of Hal, clasped his hands, and said, Brother Hal, it was all a misunderstanding. As the old saying goes, where there's room to spare, spare them. Sean? Spare my ass. Hal snorted coldly and swung his bat. Bam! Si Jiayu flew off too, turning into a flying dead turtle. Next, Hal, wielding the rebar, strode toward Sean with fierce momentum. Sean's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! He's coming for me. How, it's all a a fucking misunderstanding. Hal swept his rod horizontally. Boom! Sean's obese snapped in half at the waist. Then he flew sideways out through the wide open balcony. At that moment, down on the flower bed below, Sean was hanging from a tree, while Si Jiayu had slammed into the edge of the flower bed. The other three martial artist bodyguards had plunged headfirst into the ornamental trees. Cries of ouch and groans echoed one after another. Boss, let us call the police, Si Jiayu suggested, climbing to his feet and addressing Sean, who was hanging from a tree branch. As soon as he heard this, Sean flew into a rage. He jumped down from the branch and unleashed a barrage of kicks on Si Jiayu's ugly mug. Fucking hell! You've got the nerve to call the cops? 4 of us against 1, and we got our asses kicked, isn't that embarrassing enough? And another thing. You fucking bastard, you're lying. What did you say earlier? That you chased Hal away? You're fucking full of shit. You could chase him away? And you took them out one by one with a single punch? Fuck that. Sean was so furious he could bite his teeth off. He leaped up and kicked Si Jia. After letting off some steam, Sean began to think things through. Right now, if they kept fighting, they'd definitely be outmatched. Who knows what's going on with that kid? How could he be so strong in a fight? After a moment's thought, Sean ordered. Retreat. Back to the company. Let us come up with a long-term plan. The next morning, Hal woke up at exactly 7 a.m. Hal was a very disciplined person. He knew full well that the path of martial arts was like rowing against the current. One couldn't afford to slack off even for a single day. Only through persistent, long-term effort could one reap rewards. If you're going to be inconsistent, working hard for 3 days and slacking off for 2, you might as well not be a martial artist at all. Now that his soul had been transported to the Tianyuan continent, he was determined to make a name for himself no matter what. Hal cast his stun skill. He immobilized a mosquito that had been buzzing around.
The stun skill has an extremely long cooldown and consumes a terrifying amount of mana to upgrade it to 3 stars, he must practice frequently. After freshening up, Hao headed out to see Guan Shirin to restock on mana potions and sell some materials while he was at it. Just then, Zhu sent a message, "Bro Hao, are you up yet? Are we going to the secret realm today? My boar form is already ravenous." Hearing this, Hao chuckled. That goofball was already hooked on the Abyss dungeon. He immediately typed out a reply, "Let us go. Wait for me at the entrance to Martial Arts Pedestrian Street." Shoo, okay. Before long, Hao arrived at Martial Arts Pedestrian Street. Guan Shirin had just opened up and was fiddling with the roller shutter. Seeing Hao arrive, he immediately greeted him with a smile. "Young Master Guan, you're here early. I just opened up." Hao smiled slightly and explained the purpose of his visit. "Mr. Guan, I went to the secret realm yesterday. It seems you made some gains." Guan Shirin naturally understood what Hao meant. He ushered Hao into the shop. The two sat facing each other at the tea table. While pouring tea for Hao, Guan Shirin deliberately struck up a conversation. "Young Master Guan, what did you manage to get yesterday?" Hao smiled faintly and gently stroked his spatial ring. A flash of white light followed. The following items appeared on the tea table. Ghost-faced spider sack belts 30. Stone souls 20. Guan Shirin let out a long gasp, looking somewhat astonished. "Young Master Guan, did you get all this solo?" Hao waved his hand. "No, I was in a party." Guan Shirin gave a soft "oh," as if he'd seen it all before. If he'd obtained these materials solo, that would be truly remarkable. Level 15 ghost-faced spiders. Level 20 lava behemoths. Both of these were tough monsters to deal with. But if they were obtained in a party, it was nothing out of the ordinary. Guan Shirin looked at the supplies on the table, did a quick mental calculation, and quoted a purchase price. The market price for a ghost-faced spider sack is 2,000 yuan each. The market price for a stone soul is 20,000 yuan each. The total comes to 460,000. According to our partnership agreement, I'll add an extra 20% to this price. That means I'll need to pay you 552,000. Young Master Guan, do you have any objections to this price? Hao nodded in response. Next, Guan Shirin transferred the payment to Hao via his phone. Then, he casually asked, "Young Master Guan, what supplies did you use up yesterday?" "I'll give you the breakdown. 14 bottles of low-level mana blue potions," Hao replied. Guan Shirin let out another long gasp. 14 bottles? That's. As everyone knows, one bottle of low-level mana blue potion provides 0.1 kilograms of mana. 14 bottles would be 1.4 kilograms of mana. If you factor in the mana originally stored within a martial artist's body, young Master Guan's mana consumption yesterday must have reached at least 2.4 kilograms. Even for a level 50 martial artist, mana consumption during the next dungeon run would be no more than 1.5–1.8 kilograms at most. And look at young Master Guan, he actually consumed that much? What the hell did you do? That's such a huge drain. Could he be faking the numbers? Having muttered these thoughts to himself, Guan Shirin decided to scan Hao. The device displayed Level 21. Guan Shirin's pupils contracted. He'd gone from level 9 to level 21 in just one day? It suddenly dawned on Guan Shirin, how hadn't he teamed up with anyone at all? He'd been bragging. He'd soloed all those monsters. Otherwise, how could he have gained so much experience? Guan Shirin couldn't help but look at Hao with newfound respect. This kid is no ordinary player. Just the ability to solo monsters alone is something no ordinary martial artist could match. He really hadn't misjudged this guy. Boss Guan, do you think I'm using up too much mana? Hao asked tentatively. No, not at all. Guan Shirin chuckled, stood up, walked over to the display case, and took out 14 bottles of low-level mana potions. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he produced 10 bottles of intermediate-grade mana potions from his spatial storage ring and handed them over as well.
What's this?
Hao looked at the extra 10 bottles of intermediate-grade mana potions, somewhat puzzled. Each bottle of intermediate-grade mana potion sells for 5,000 yuan. It can provide a martial artist with 0.5 kilograms of mana in a single use. They were ridiculously expensive. In other words, Boss Guan had just given him 50,000 yuan in one go.
What on earth was the meaning behind this? Guan Shirin gave a hearty laugh and explained.
These 10 bottles are your supply reserves for today's dungeon run. I'm paying you in advance.
Guan Shirin actually wanted to see just how much mana Hao could consume. 10 blue mana bottles that has 5 kilograms of mana.
If young Master Wan could burn through 5 kilograms of mana in a single day, it would prove he is no ordinary person.
Then I won't hold back. Hao laughed heartily and accepted them all without hesitation. If it's free, why not eat it? If it's free, why not take it? Eating it is a waste, taking it is a waste.
Only a fool won't take it.
However, Hao's intuition told him that Boss Guan's generosity must have some ulterior motive. Boss Guan, I'm about to head into a dungeon.
According to our partnership agreement, you can make a request of me.
Go ahead, what supplies do you want me to get for you from the dungeon? Feel free to ask. Hao asked tentatively.
But Guan Shirin just chuckled and waved his hand.
I'm not short on any supplies right now. Just get whatever you think is appropriate. Alright. Then I'll take my leave. With that, Hao stood up to leave. Wait a minute. Young Master Wan, please stay.
Guan Shirin slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering something.
What is it? Young Master Wan, come with me. Guan Shirin gave a mysterious smile and pulled Hao toward the weapons display case.
When they reached the display case, right in the center stood a long, gleaming gilded staff. This staff was precisely the weapon Hao had commissioned Guan Shirin to forge the day before.
At first glance, it was almost identical to the Monkey King's golden staff. The level of detail was incredibly high.
Standing in the center of the weapons display case, it instantly overshadowed all the surrounding swords, spears, and staffs.
It stood out like a crane among chickens. Young Master Wan, are you satisfied?
Guan Shirin quietly watched Hao, somewhat eager to see his reaction. The staff is a very faithful reproduction, I really like it, but Hao changed the subject, pointing at the 3 large gilded characters on the staff with a puzzled expression.
Golden staff, what's the story with those 3 characters? Hao found this completely illogical.
This is the Tianyuan continent, not fucking Earth.
Could it be that the locals have read Journey to the West? What's wrong? Don't you like those 3 characters, young hero? Guan Shirin looked a bit flustered. No. I really like them. But I'm a bit curious, why did you name it Golden Staff? Can you tell me why?
Guan Shirin let out a sigh of relief and explained the whole story.
Young hero, it's a strange story. You might not even believe it.
The weaponsmith who forged this staff told me yesterday that just as he was finishing it, right when it was about to take shape, he suddenly fell asleep. Then, in his half-asleep state, he dreamed of a giant monkey.
That monkey was huge. Just like a gorilla.
The giant monkey made a huge fuss, insisting that the blacksmith carve these 3 characters onto the staff.
If he didn't carve them, the staff would be ruined.
The blacksmith had no choice but to agree on the spot. After waking up, he felt there might be something to this story.
So he came to me to discuss it.
At the time, the staff was still being heated and hammered in the forge, about to come out of the furnace. There was absolutely no time to waste. Since I couldn't get in touch with you, I had no choice but to take matters into my own hands and make the decision to add those 3 characters. After saying this, Guan Shirin looked at Hao with a complex expression.
Young hero, do you believe it? In Guanin's view, what had just been said was basically nothing more than nonsense. However, the very next second.
I believe it, Hao said with a faint smile.
Why would you believe that? Guan Shirin asked, somewhat curious. Such a bizarre story, any normal person would find it preposterous. Could it be that young Master Wan knows something? I simply believe it. How didn't T want to say much more? His intuition told him that the giant monkey was most likely. Thank you for your trust, young hero Wan, Guan Shirin said, then opened the glass cover of the display case. Young hero, please. Hao nodded, reached out with his large hand, and grabbed the golden staff. With a slight effort, he lifted it right up. After swinging it around in his hand for a moment, Hao felt it fit him perfectly. The staff's weight and density were exceptionally well balanced. It felt just right in his hands. Moreover, when he swung it, it whistled through the air, sounding just like a monkey's cry, which was rather amusing. This staff is exactly what I was looking for. Mr. Guan, thank you for the gift. Hearing this, Guan Shirin waved his hand and laughed. Don't be so formal. Since ancient times, heroes have been paired with fine steeds. This is what you deserve. Stay safe in the secret realm. Hao nodded with a smile, clasped his fists in a bow, and strode away. Just as he stepped out of the martial arts pedestrian street, 2 car horns blared behind him. Beep beep. Glancing back, he saw Zhu's BMW X5. Hao walked over, pulled open the car door, and got in. Brother Hao, breakfast. Zhu handed him a breakfast he'd bought on the way. I'm not eating. I'm fasting, Hao politely declined. Well, then I won't hold back. Zhu chuckled, grabbed it, and dug in. After stuffing his cheeks full with a few bites, he asked with his mouth full. Bro Hao, which part of the secret realm are we heading to for monster hunting today? Hao recited the strategy he'd put together last night. Let us go to coordinates 23,458, where the level 40 monsters gather. Whoa! Level 40? Zhu was a bit surprised. Isn't level 40 a bit too tough for us? Hearing this, Hao smiled confidently. Don't you trust your brother Hao yet? Ha ha. You're right. Zhu felt reassured and took the opportunity to butter him up. With Big Bro Hao's combat prowess, forget level 40, even that mutated Emperor land crab from yesterday, you could take down with a single swing. By the way, Big Bro Hao, what are you planning to do about the company? I'm planning to quit. What about you? Same here, Hao replied. Perfect. Zhu was thrilled and immediately started chattering away. Bro Hao, I guess we're a duo now. I've noticed other duos all have names. Why don't we come up with a name for our duo too? What do you think of the Hao Zhu duo? How? Can we pick a different name? That one's a real ear splitter. Hao looked utterly speechless, his mind involuntarily drifting to a creature called a porcupine found on the African savanna. Bro Hao, haven't you heard the saying? The weirder the name, the more badass they are. I actually think Hao Zhu sounds pretty cool. The Hao Zhu duo. Let us go, go, go. Zhu chuckled and floored the gas pedal. The Nyoma X5 surged forward like a wild horse breaking free from its reins. Before long, the car pulled into the secret realm parking lot. The two got out and headed straight for the entrance to the Abyss dungeon. It was already 8 a.m. The martial artists waiting in line at the secret realm entrance were already bustling about. The queue stretched out like a long dragon. The two had intended to wait in line according to the rules, but before they knew it, they were spotted again by the sharp-eyed guard, Haonan. Haonan grabbed them and led them straight to the front of the line. He even claimed it was Captain Zhong's orders. The two didn't feel right refusing, so they just closed their eyes and enjoyed this special treatment. Once the two entered the Abyss dungeon, 2 masked figures emerged from a corner, looking rather shady. Sis, did you get footage of those two cutting in line? Yep. I caught it all on camera. After Hao and Zhu entered the Abyss dungeon, they made their way along a wide, muddy path that stretched as far as the eye could see, heading toward their designated coordinates. The higher the monster level at a coordinate point, the farther it was from the Abyss dungeon entrance. The two channeled mana into their feet and rushed forward at top speed. They absolutely wouldn't waste any time on the way. The Abyss dungeon was open from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m.
That left them a full 10 hours, at most.
If they wasted too much time traveling, their rewards would suffer.
Bro, how? I think we need warhorses. I spotted an E-rank warhorse on Marshall.
Last night it's about 4 million. I'm planning to buy it.
Hearing this, Hao gave Zhu a once-over, a playful look on his face.
Don't we already have one? One we already have?
Where?
Zhu was taken aback.
Your boar form, Hao reminded him.
Damn. I totally forgot.
Zhu slapped his forehead, then transformed with a clang into a massive black wild boar.
Bro, how? Hop on. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at the designated coordinates. It was a marshy area. Many enormous turtle crocodiles were basking in the sun at the edge of the swamp.
Turtle crocodiles are a hybrid of turtles and crocodiles.
Their skin is hard, and their defense is extremely high. Ordinary attacks are like a tickle to them.
Their hide is an excellent material for crafting armor.
Hao activated the scanner on his Tianyuan watch and scanned one of the turtle crocodiles. Monster, turtle crocodile. Level, 41. HP, 4560. Attack, 290. Defense, 450. Skill, Death Roll.
Death Roll. After biting its prey, the turtle croc spins its body at high speed, dealing 400-600 true damage to the target.
No cooldown. That's actually pretty impressive.
Hao muttered to himself. After forming a party with Zhu through the talent support system, he instructed Zhu.
Zhu, today you just need to sit back and relax. Find a place to hide. Ha? I don't need to pull mobs? Zhu really wanted something to do. He felt guilty just sitting around.
He had to at least help brother Hao shoulder some of the monster
killing burden. The turtle crocodile's death roll is way too powerful.
If you don't judge the distance right while pulling monsters and get bitten, something bad could happen.
Let me handle it.
Hao's tone was full of concern. And upon hearing this, Zhu was deeply moved.
Bro, Hao is so kind.
Hao gently stroked his space ring. After a flash of white light, the golden staff appeared in his hand.
Holy crap! Did Bro Hao switch gear? That staff is so cool! Zhu exclaimed in surprise. This weapon clearly wasn't ordinary, it was definitely top tier.
Zhu was a weapon expert, well versed in all the popular weapons from levels 1 to 100.
But this staff he'd never heard of it before. Is it a custom-made one? Zhu asked curiously. Yes, it's custom-made. Someone gave it to me.
With that, Hao activated colossal form with a thought, aimed at a turtle crocodile, and charged at it with the staff raised.
Whoa, I'm so jealous.
Zhu was practically drooling.
After all, a custom-made weapon isn't something you can get just by throwing money at it. To commission a custom weapon, there's one prerequisite. You have to be on very good terms with the weaponsmith. Otherwise, if you show up with your silver, all I'll say is 2 words, get lost. I've got hundreds of orders a day.
I don't have time to forge some bullshit custom weapon for you. Keep nagging and I'll toss you in the furnace to roast. With that thought in mind, Zhu made up his mind. Once he got out of the Abyss dungeon, he asked brother Hao to hook him up with a way to get a custom weapon.
What kind of weapon should I get made?
Zhu propped his chin in his hand and fell deep in thought.
After pondering for a moment, he suddenly felt completely baffled. After the bafflement, he felt utterly hopeless. As for why he was pondering, baffled, and then felt hopeless? Because he realized. He simply couldn't use a weapon. His first talent is transforming into a giant wild boar. His second talent is the boar form charge.
His third talent is freezing in area.
His fourth talent is currently unknown.
Anyway, he's in wild boar form the whole time. He can't use a weapon at all.
This is fucking ridiculous. He spent all that time mastering this weapon for nothing. Damn it. This is so frustrating.
Realizing all this, Zhu threw his hands up in despair. Meanwhile, over on Hao's side, Hao had already clubbed a turtle crocodile to death. Although the turtle crocodiles had extremely high defense, it was nothing compared to true damage. They just had a lot of health that took 8-10 hits to finish one off. Experience, plus 260 plus 90 level bonus. Experience, plus 260 plus 170 level bonus. In an instant, experience gain numbers appeared above both of them, accompanied by level up effects. Hao, level 22. Shu, level 16. As expected, the guide never lies. Hao's face lit up with delight. There were at least 7 or 8 of them. Any ordinary martial artist, faced with a horde of monsters closing in, would surely think to flee immediately. But who was Hao, after all? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was a disciple of the great sage equal to heaven. And who was the great sage equal to heaven? The great sage equal to heaven himself. So, what were a few lizard turtles to him? Ha! Hao executed a leaping strike, bringing his staff down hard on the head of the nearest turtle crocodile. Boom! The turtle crocodile's head was smashed into the ground. The massive impact even sent the rear half of its body flying into the air. By this point, the 7 or 8 turtle crocodiles surrounding him were practically upon Hao. Yet Hao didn't flinch in the slightest. He swept the golden staff across in a wide arc. Bang, 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 bang. Wherever the pommel of the golden staff struck, these massive turtle crocodiles were all sent flying. There was no specific martial art technique to Hao's attacks. But every move, every strike, was imbued with the brutal aesthetic of brute force overcomes all skill. After sweeping aside 7 or 8 of them, Hao continued his one-on-one battle with the one in front of him. He swung his staff in wide arcs, striking out with all his might. 80. 80. 80. The staff crashed against the turtle crocodile's skull and shell, clanging and clattering. Before long, he had finished it off. As for the remaining turtle crocodiles, they were just now arriving. Hao repeated the same tactic, sweeping them all aside while leaving only one to fight one-on-one. With this highly efficient strategy, just 5 minutes later, all 7 or 8 turtle crocodiles lay dead. Hao and Zhu's levels had reached level 26, level 21. Hao looked around and realized that the turtle crocodiles in this area had been completely wiped out. The remaining ones had all jumped into the swamp and vanished. He was about to move to a different spot to continue hunting turtle crocodiles. Just then, a female voice full of admiration came from not far away. Wow, this person is so amazing. Hao turned to look and saw a group of people approaching along the path he had just come from. 4 men and 1 woman. The 4 men were arranged in a protective formation front, back, left, and right with the woman in the center. Clearly, the voice he had just heard had come from the woman in the middle. At that moment, the 5 of them continued walking toward him. Hao's expression turned wary as he gripped his golden staff tightly. Hao knew full well that the deeper one ventured into the heart of the Abyss dungeon, the more common it became for people to kill and steal treasure. Although there were the 10 ironclad rules of the Abyss dungeon, in a remote, uninhabited coordinate like this, those rules were little more than verbal agreements. They held no legal weight whatsoever. If someone killed you and tossed your body into the swamp, who would even investigate? Although these 5 didn't look like criminals, Hao remained on guard. After all, one should never harbor malicious intent, but one must always be on guard against others. Being overly kind and naive is tantamount to committing a crime against oneself. As for Zhu, he too jumped down from the tree and stood beside Hao, ready to transform at any moment. At that moment, Hao silently activated the scanning device on his Tianyuan watch and scanned the 5 of them. The leader, a long-haired man with 2 swords strapped to his back, had the highest level, reaching level 50. The other 3 men were around level 40. As for the young woman sandwiched between them, she was only level 20. If it comes to a fight, we'll take out that level 21 first, Hao decided to himself. As an earthling, Hao knew one truth well. If you're outnumbered, take out the weakest one first. Even if you die, you can take one of them down with you.
It's just like playing League of Legends Brawl Mode. I'd rather die than let one of them get away. At that moment, the five of them approached Hao and his companion. The man leading the group, with dual blades strapped to his back, looked down on Hao with an air of arrogance and said in a commanding tone, "We've got this place all to ourselves. You two go find monsters to fight and level up somewhere else. Get lost." The Haozhu duo. Wow, so you're bullying people in the secret realm, huh? Shu, who spoke his mind, immediately fired back with a sneer. As soon as those words left his mouth, the man's brow furrowed, and he drew his twin swords in a flash. The dual sword man pointed his blades directly at Zhu, his expression brimming with arrogance and defiance. "You pathetic level 20-something, you dare mock me? Why don't you go ask around? I, Lord Chen, am a. What are you barking about?" Shu immediately cast a spell to interrupt, forcibly cutting short the man's posturing. "The dual sword man? You dare call me a dog? Looks like you're tired of living." The dual sword man was furious, truly furious. The twin swords in his hands began to glow faintly red, like laser swords. "Friend, don't get so worked up." At that moment, Hao stepped in to smooth things over. "That's just how my brother is. He's straightforward and speaks his mind." But, hearing this, the dual sword guy paused, somewhat curious to see what Hao would say next. "But your barking really is pretty annoying." The moment those words left his mouth, the dual sword guy's blood pressure instantly skyrocketed to 180. "I thought you were here to break up the fight, but I never expected you to be here to stir things up. I'm gonna unleash my double sword divine slash right now." The man with the twin swords said no more and was about to unleash his innate divine ability. But just then, "Stop!" The young, beautiful woman spoke up to stop him. The man with the twin swords seemed to be very afraid of women. He immediately backed down and quickly sheathed his weapons. Still, he shot Hao a resentful glare before explaining to the woman. "Judge, it's not my fault. You heard it yourself just now, those two kids." Before he could finish, the woman cut him off. "Come on, I'm not deaf. Stop talking." The twin sword guy thought to himself, "What the hell? Am I a clown?" The woman paid no further attention to the dual sword man. Instead, she walked over to Hao with a slightly cheerful stride. She twirled the ends of her long hair around her finger, a beaming smile on her face. "Handsome guy, we're not the bad guys. I've been watching you from the shadows for quite a while. You took down a turtle croc with just a few swings. You're way better than my bodyguards." Hearing this, Hao clasped his fists and smiled slightly. "I wouldn't dare accept such praise. I'll be going now." With that, Hao prepared to head back to continue slaying monsters. But then the beautiful woman followed him, chattering away. "Handsome guy, let us team up? Let us slay monsters together. Don't worry, I want to let you join my party for free. I'll pay you a salary. Just name your hourly rate." Hearing this, Hao finally figured out where they were from. On the Tianyuan continent, many wealthy and influential young masters and princesses also loved entering the Abyss Dungeon to slay monsters and seek thrills. For these high society figures, they already experienced everything ordinary people could only dream of in a lifetime. And they grown tired of it all, bored and fed up. Only the Abyss Dungeon could keep them hooked and give them a sense of novelty. But they were all quite cautious about their lives, worried about suffering any losses inside the Abyss Dungeon. So they would hire a group of martial artists to provide security services for them. Clearly, she must be the princess of some prominent family. Those 4 men were her bodyguards. 600,000 per hour. "If you agree, I'll team up with you." Hao was asking for an exorbitant price. It was a clear rejection. How didn't he want to team up with her? After all, in a party, experience points are split evenly. The more people there are, the less experience each person gets. With just the 2 of them, Hao could earn over 200 experience points for killing a single turtle crocodile. If there were 7 people, he'd probably only get a few dozen. Besides, this rich girl was clearly just here to have fun. She wasn't here to seriously kill monsters and level up. Her monster-killing efficiency wouldn't be high.
How's goal for today was to reach level 30. He couldn't afford to waste time. Most importantly, that long-haired guy wielding twin swords made him feel very uneasy. He had long hair and looked sleazy. He also talked like a total show-off.
How didn't he want to be grossed out? In contrast, the rich girl seemed completely at ease, not the least bit intimidated. She began counting on her fingers. 60,000 per hour if I convert that to minutes. That's 10,000 per minute? Not too bad, actually. I agree.
How? Oh.
Zhu?
At that moment, Hao was completely baffled. He just couldn't wrap his head around it.
10,000 per minute not expensive? Whoa! Are all rich people this down to earth yet subtly showy? Damn! I asked for too little just now.
Once Hao suddenly snapped out of it, he was overcome with regret.
Handsome guy, join our party.
The rich girl's voice rang in his ear. At the same time, a party invitation from the rich girl popped up in Hao's talent support system.
I really don't want to join this party. Guess I'm just unlucky. Hee.
With a silent sigh, Hao quietly left Zhu's party and joined the rich girl's squad.
Bro, how, so love fades away, right? Zhu looked at Hao with pleading eyes. How? Oh. Ahem, this is my buddy. Can I count him in?
Hao pointed at Zhu and asked the rich girl for her opinion.
Hearing this, the rich girl eyed Zhu from head to toe. As for Zhu, he felt like a piece of meat hanging in a butcher shop, being scrutinized by a customer. I'm not half bad either. Take a good look. With that, Zhu began to prove himself. With a clang, he transformed into a huge black wild boar. He even grunted twice on purpose. Pretty cool, huh? The rich girl furrowed her brow. Zhu, oh. If you don't like wild boars, should I turn into something else? Zhu said, sounding very humble. Although Zhu was the son of a factory owner. Faced with an hourly wage of 600,000, he had to bow down. 600,000? What does that even mean? For an ordinary person, that's enough to buy a car in an hour, a house in 2 hours, get married in 3 hours, and get a new wife in 4 hours. Oh my god, my parents! But for Zhu, his data's weapons raw materials processing plant only made a net profit of 20 or 30,000 a day. If he could score an hourly wage for a few hours working for this rich girl, that would truly be a success story for a spendthrift rich kid starting his own business. By then, wouldn't my dad be praising me to the skies? Hee. Alright. For a handsome guy like you, I'll take you on. But you'll have to lower your hourly rate a bit, let us say 3. Miss, let you deliver the finishing blow.
The rich girl nodded, drew her emerald green, crystal clear sword, and swung it at the turtle crocodile.
Clang!
The young heiress's sword cut through the turtle crocodile's defenses as if slicing through mud, killing it with ease.
Yay! I'm so awesome!
Slaughtering a turtle crocodile with her own hands gave the young heiress a strong sense of involvement, and she danced with excitement.
Hao stood nearby, rubbing his hands together and praising her. Yeah, you're the best, miss. Zhu also nodded and bowed. Awesome. At that moment, the rich girl handed her phone to Hao.
Handsome guy, take a picture of me, I want to post it on my moments later. With that, she stood on the turtle croc's carcass and struck a pose. Hao obliged, pointing his phone at her and coaching her on her pose.
Chest out, head up, chin up. 1, 2, 3, say cheese. That's it. You're amazing, Mississippi.
But the sight of the two of them trying to please the wealthy young lady made Chen, the twin swords guy standing nearby, feel extremely uneasy. Chen's target was Miss Qin. He planned to win her over and become a son-in-law fit for a dragon. But now, Hao's appearance had inexplicably stirred a sense of crisis within him. His intuition told him this man would ruin his plans. Just then, as Hao began slaying monsters again, Chen silently crept up beside him and whispered a threat. Kid, I'm warning you, don't even think about making a move on Miss Qin. You're not good enough. You hear me? Hao gave him a sidelong glance,
Oh. So you are good enough, then?
Hearing this, Chen flicked his long hair back with great confidence.
Of course I am. Because I'm better looking than you.
Jejia has kept me by her side all this time because of my good looks.
We're a perfect match. How? The next second. Jia.
Hao called out to the rich girl sitting on a rock nearby, drinking water.
What's up?
The rich girl set down her cup and ran over cheerfully.
Who do you think is better looking, him or me? Hao asked, pointing at Chen. That's a no-brainer, it's obviously you.
Hee, the rich girl giggled, her face glowing with a slightly starry-eyed smile.
Snap. Chen's heart shattered into a million pieces.
Listen, it sounded like something just broke. Hao deliberately slung his arm around the rich girl's shoulders as he asked.
What? I didn't hear anything.
The rich girl didn't mind Hao's arm around her shoulders. In fact, she even leaned into his embrace on purpose. It was the sound of someone's heart breaking.
Someone? Who is it?
The rich girl looked around as she asked, her gaze finally settling on Chen.
She understood what Hao meant.
Her expression changed instantly, and she said coldly.
Chen, hurry up and go kill some monsters.
This young lady is going to level up to 30 today.
Stop slacking off. I hope you understand your place. You're just my bodyguard. That's all. Chen, oh. Chen walked away reluctantly.
As he looked back and saw Hao and Jejia standing close to, he gritted his teeth so hard he nearly shattered his molars.
Damn it. You fucking animal. Stealing my woman. I'll kill you.
Double sword slash. With that furious outburst, Chen grabbed his twin swords and vented all his rage on a turtle crocodile not far away. He imagined the turtle crocodile was Hao and slashed away wildly.
Meanwhile, over on Hao's side,
Hao and Zhu were busy keeping the rich girl entertained. Earning that hourly wage right then felt absolutely amazing. On top of that, the rich girl suddenly got a wild idea. She wanted Zhu to transform into a wild boar and climb a tree. Although Zhu was 100 times reluctant, he put up with it for the sake of his 300,000 hourly wage. Zhu huffed and puffed as he climbed the tree. Then, once he reached the top, he plopped right down on a tree branch. The pose was utterly absurd. The rich girl was amused by the scene and couldn't stop giggling. She casually recorded a video and posted it on her Moments, captioning it. If you want a man you can rely on, you'd better hope a wild boar can climb a tree. Look, the big wild boar is up in the tree, hee.
Shoo, not hee.
Just then, a bizarre scene unfolded. From the depths of the swamp, a wisp of white mist suddenly swept in.
The white mist came incredibly fast.
In the blink of an eye, visibility had dropped to the point where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face.
2 meters away, you couldn't tell a person from an animal. Bro, how, why is there fog all of a sudden?
Zhu jumped down from the tree, scanning her surroundings with a wary expression.
Yeah, what a thick fog. The rich girl chimed in as well.
She was a little scared and quietly hid behind Hao, her slender jade-like fingers clutching the hem of his shirt. Hao, on the other hand, looked at the mist before him and fell deep in thought. In his mind, he recalled a trending post he'd seen yesterday on the Martial Wiki app. The post stated that strange occurrences had recently been reported in the gathering grounds of level 40-50 monsters, where martial artists were consistently being killed. The victims met gruesome deaths, their faces and heads appeared to have been torn open by something. Furthermore, according to eyewitness accounts from survivors, a thick fog would always suddenly appear just before these strange events took place. And the location where the group currently stood was precisely the gathering grounds for level 40-50 monsters. And right now, a white mist was rolling in over the area. Every single detail matched the description. Hao immediately sensed danger in the air. Jejia, we shouldn't stay here any longer.
Let us get out of here fast.
With that, Hao leaped onto the pig and pulled the rich girl onto its back, holding her close.
Just as Zhu was about to make a run for it,
a blood-curdling scream rang out 10 meters ahead. Judging by the sound, it was a scream from one of the rich girl's bodyguards.
Oh no! Something happened to my bodyguards. The rich girl looked frantic. She looked up at Hao and said imploringly, "Handsome guy, can you help them? I can pay you extra." Hao nodded solemnly, then asked, "How much extra?" The wealthy young woman, 1 million. Hao, deal. Hao leapt off the boar and walked toward the source of the scream, instructing Zhu as he went. "Zhu, you must protect the client's safety." "Zhu, fuck that." With that, Zhu focused his mind. Boar form, third talent. Frost domain. Roar. After Zhu let out a roar, he spat from his pig's snout. A massive, frost-shrouded ice ball shot from his mouth and slammed into the ground below. Crack, crack, crack. The ground around them froze, radiating outward from the ice ball's center. Once the frozen area reached a diameter of 5 meters, it began to freeze upward. Eventually, it closed in at the top, forming a hemispherical ice barrier. Just like an igloo. It enveloped the man and the pig inside. "Ha! This talent of yours actually makes me feel pretty safe." The rich girl tapped the sudden ice wall, looking somewhat surprised. Hearing this, Zhu tilted his pig head, stuck out his long pig tongue, and said proudly, "Of course. My frost domain is totally awesome. By the way, this igloo isn't exactly cheap, you know. You'll have to pay extra." Meanwhile, over on Chen's side, Chen stared in horror as one of his companions fell backward. Attached to his companion's face was a bug as big as a human head. He could faintly hear the sound of the insect chewing on his companion's skull. His companion's body was shaking violently. He flailed his arms wildly, trying to remove the insect from his face, but its claws had already dug deep into his skin, clinging tightly to his facial bones. "Brother Chen, save me ah!" His companion let out a heart-wrenching cry. Chen was petrified. He'd never seen a creature like this before. For a moment, he didn't dare get any closer. Just then, a whistling sound pierced the air from within the mist. Whoosh! 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 3 insects burst out of the mist, lunging toward the faces of Chen and his 2 companions. Chen was horrified. These insects were twisting their bodies, curling their tails like shrimp, ready to launch themselves at him once more. The sight sent a chill down Chen's spine. There are so many of these insects, and their attacks rely mainly on ambushes. In my opinion, Jia is probably done for. I'd better run. With that, Chen actually turned off the tracking system on his Abyss Dungeon watch and took off running, fleeing the scene. No sooner had Chen left than Hao arrived. His gaze sharpened, and through the thick fog, Hao saw 3 human-shaped corpses on the ground. He moved closer to take a look. Sure enough, they were Jiajia's bodyguards. 3 of them were dead. Their deaths were utterly gruesome. Their entire heads and faces had been completely gnawed away by something. All that remained was the back of their skulls and their chins. This was exactly the same as the photos of the victims Hao had seen in that viral post yesterday. Sure enough, it's a facehugger. Hao offered his analysis. Facehugger was the name given to this mysterious creature by the netizens in the post. Although no one in the thread had managed to capture a front view photo of this mysterious creature, the netizens had deduced from the victim's condition that it wasn't very large and specialized in attacking people as faces. So the name facehugger was quite fitting. Hao crouched down next to the body of one of the martial artists, preparing to take a closer look at how the facehugger had killed him. But just then, whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air directly in front of him. Hao looked up. 2 eerie insects, each as big as a human head and covered in sharp claws, were lunging toward his face. The 2 facehuggers attacked from both sides, one on the left, one on the right. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 10 centimeters from Hao's face. Stun! Hao barked the command. Currently, his stun skill had reached 2 stars. A 2-star stun skill could be cast on 2 targets simultaneously.
Additionally, the stun duration had increased from the previous 0.5 seconds to 0.6 seconds. The cooldown has been reduced from 1 hour to 54 minutes. Of course, the trade-off is that fuel consumption has risen from 0.5 kilograms to 0.6 kilograms. At that moment, with How's command of freeze, the two facehuggers were suddenly frozen mid-air. It was as if time had stopped. Seizing this opportunity, How swung his golden staff in a sweeping arc. Bang! 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 The staff's head, wielding immense force, sent all three facehuggers flying. Damage, 200. Overflow. Damage, 200. Overflow. Experience, plus 40. Experience frowny face plus 40. Killed them with a single blow? Ha, not that impressive after all. How relaxed. He assumed a fighting stance, ready to battle these facehuggers. At that moment, the white mist grew even thicker. Earlier, he could still see about 2 meters ahead. Now, visibility was less than 1 meter. The reduced visibility meant that dealing with the facehuggers' flying attacks would require extremely quick reflexes. On top of that, since his stun skill was currently on cooldown, How had no backup plan. However, How wasn't he afraid of the facehuggers. He already understood their attack patterns and instantly devised a combat strategy. You like hugging faces, huh? Bring it on! With that, How began to swing the golden staff in front of him. In an instant, the staff whirled wildly. It looked just like a high-speed electric fan. It shielded his face completely, leaving no gaps. Just then. Whoosh! 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 A series of piercing whistles rang out. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 facehuggers lunged at How's face. However, they were all knocked back by the barrier of staff flourishes. Damage, 200. Overflow. Damage, 200. Overflow. Damage, 200. Overflow. Ha ha. That's all you've got. How laughed heartily. Just then. Oink. 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 Several piglet squeals rang out nearby. How pricked up his ears and recognized the sound as Ju's squeals in his boar form. Trouble. Ju and the patron are in danger. How's expression grew serious, and he quickly dashed toward Ju's location. What was the handsome guy up to? Ju. Lift that pig head up. How roared. Oh. Okay. Ju didn't suspect a thing and lifted his pig head high. Although he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of How swinging a club at his pig head, he trusted How completely. If How Cohen hits me, there must be a good reason for it. Thud. After the club came crashing down. The several facehuggers clinging to Ju's face all burst open and died. Moreover, the club's momentum didn't let up, but actually knocked Ju flat on his back. Ju's forehooves stiffened, and he fell straight to the side. Judge, oh. How? The next second. Ju crawled back up from the ground. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Ju opened his mouth and spat out a stream of blood, then slurped his pig tongue as he said, "Do you have a health potion? Quick, pour it into my mouth. I've only got 1 drop of blood left. I don't dare break out of my wild boar form. I've got one." Judja flicked her hand, pulled a top-tier blood potion from her spatial storage ring, and poured it into the boar's mouth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The numbers representing Ju's health kept rising. He was soon back at full health. As for How, he took 2 mid-tier mana potions from his spatial storage ring and downed them in 1 gulp. His mana, which had been completely depleted, quickly replenished by 1 kilogram. What do we do now? Judja asked. It's simple, How said calmly, pointing at Ju and speaking sparingly. We'll mount Ju, and then run. Ju, agree. Judja, agree +1. The next second. As How swung himself onto Ju, he pulled Judja into his arms. The two sat facing each other. Judge, this kind of insect is called a facehugger. I think you've seen how they attack. So for your own safety, please bury your face against my chest. I apologize for the inconvenience. Hearing this, Judge hugged Hao without hesitation, burying her face deep into his incredibly broad chest. Even that didn't feel safe enough, so she simply pulled open Hao's shirt and crawled inside. Hao, oh. At that moment, Zhu was running for his life. Suddenly, he felt something strange against his back and asked, "Bro, Hao, is your beret sticking up? It's pressing against me and it's really uncomfortable." "Hao, you idiot. Shut the hell up." Zhu, hee. Next, Hao activated the Abyss Dungeon's navigation system and used the real-time map to guide Zhu to safety. At the same time, he swung the golden staff to shield Zhu's head. Before long, the fog began to lift. Their field of vision gradually cleared. This allowed the Hao-Zhu duo to handle the facehugger with even greater composure. A little while later, Zhu's eyes narrowed as he spotted a martial artist sprinting ahead. Seeing his long, disheveled hair, Zhu recognized him instantly. "Damn it! So you bastard had already bolted? As if I do that, fatso." Second talent, Bore Form Charge, activate. Zhu immediately switched to charge mode and barreled straight toward Chen. Boom! Chen was sent flying through the air. Zhu's collision sent him crashing into a tree branch. "Who the hell dares to ram me?" Chen flipped down from the branch, drew his twin swords, and strode forward in a rage. However, peering through the light mist, he realized his opponents were actually Judge, Hao, and Zhu. Chen's heart immediately skipped a beat. After all, he'd been on the run. And the fact that he ended up here practically confirmed that he looked like a fugitive. As a bodyguard, if he abandoned his employer in a crisis and ran away, the consequences. After shifting his gaze for a moment, Chen immediately clasped his fists in a bow toward Judge and briefly explained the situation. "Judge, I'm sorry I'm late to your rescue, Judge. Please forgive me. The fog was so thick just now that I couldn't find you at all. Now that the fog has cleared, I realize I was heading in the wrong direction." As soon as he said this, Zhu snapped back. "Stop spouting that bullshit. Was this really a wrong turn? You were clearly running in the right direction." Hearing this, Chen let out an awkward laugh. "My friend, Lord Chen, would never do something like abandoning my client and running away. That's the bottom line for a bodyguard. Judge, what do you think?" After saying this, Chen quietly looked at Judge, waiting for her reaction. If Judge also thought he was running away, then, sorry, not a single one of the three of us here would survive. Brother Chen wouldn't run away. Judge suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Lord Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu, on the other hand, looked extremely displeased. He gave the pig-ass back a sharp tug, flinging both me, Hao, and Judge off its back, then turned to Miss Chen and said, "Judge, are you an idiot? Can't you see this is a blatant attempt to make a run for it?" Hearing this, Judge put her hands on her hips, gave the pig-ass head a furious slap, and scolded. "Hey! Is that any way to talk to a sugar daddy? Who are you calling that?" As for Hao, he pondered for a moment, then smiled faintly. "Bro Hao, what are you laughing at?" Zhu looked completely baffled. "I am nothing. We're in for a good show in a bit," Hao said calmly, then pulled a cigarette from his pocket and began puffing away. "A good show? What kind of show?" Zhu still didn't get it, so he simply shifted back into human form, took the cigarette Hao handed him, and asked eagerly as he puffed away. "The show should be starting now." Hao pointed ahead. On the path ahead, a large group of people was approaching. There were about 20 of them. Every single one was riding a tall, black horse. There were even a few Abyss Guard soldiers flanking them on either side. They were certainly a formidable group. The group rode up to Judge, whipping their horses as they approached. The leader, an elderly man with a long white beard, dismounted and bowed his fist toward Judge, saying, Judge, I hope you weren't scared? Judge shook her head, then calmly uttered 2 words.
Arrest them.
Yes, sir. The white-bearded old man acknowledged the order, then waved his hand and pointed at Hao and Zhu, telling his men, arrest these 2.
How?
Zhu? We're supposed to arrest him. Judge rolled her eyes in exasperation and pointed at Chen.
Ha? The white-bearded old man paused for a moment, then amended his order, arrest Chen. Chen. The next second.
Several burly martial artists dismounted, grabbed specially made ropes, and immediately began tying Chen up.
Chen was outnumbered and quickly subdued on the ground. He looked at Jia, completely bewildered. Miss, why are you arresting me?
But Jia's expression was stern, and her tone icy as she said.
Chen, do you think I'm an idiot? If I were trying to save myself, would I have taken the wrong path? Do you think the Abyss Dungeon's tracking system is just for show?
You were clearly trying to make a run for it. I was just trying to keep you in check a moment ago, in case you tried to kill the 3 of us.
You're so mean.
Chen suddenly realized what had happened.
He then roared. You bitch, you set me up? Hearing this, Jia gave a cold laugh. Humph. When dealing with someone like you, how could I not play dirty?
Hearing this, Chen flew into a rage and started cursing at the top of his lungs. However, before he could get 2 sentences out, he was beaten senseless by several martial
artists and passed out. Butler, do you have any money on you?
Jia looked at the white-bearded old man, her tone almost commanding. Yes, I have 2,800,000 in cash.
Give all the money to those 2.
Jia pointed at Hao and Zhu.
Ha? All of it? Manager Zhang was taken aback. Do I have to say it a second time?
Jia glared at him, exuding an undeniably powerful aura.
Oh. Yes, ma'am.
The butler didn't dare say another word. He quickly reached into his spatial storage ring, pulled out all the cash over 2 million and respectfully presented it to Hao and Zhu.
Please accept this, gentlemen.
Zhu rubbed his hands together excitedly at the sight of so much money.
Ha ha. A successful startup.
Hao, on the other hand, didn't seem particularly excited by the money. Instead, he clasped his fists in a bow toward Jia, thank you.
For a moment, Hao wondered why had Jia suddenly become so cold and aloof.
It was as if she were a completely different person.
Hao, oh. Bro Hao, are you interested in her? Do you want to know her background?
Hearing this, Hao narrowed his eyes and asked.
What? Do you know who she is? Zhu nodded his piggy head and began to analyze.
At first, I didn't catch on, but as soon as I realized her last name was Qin, it suddenly clicked.
Just think about it, in all of Blaze City, which Qin family could pull off such a grand display? It's got to be one of Blaze City's 3 major families, the Qin family.
So I'll bet she is definitely the Qin family's eldest daughter.
Jia. At that, Zhu grinned mischievously and emphasized once more. Bro Hao, you've got to seize this opportunity.
A chance to become a son-in-law to a wealthy family doesn't come along every day. Hao ignored Zhu's teasing and spoke up on his own. By the way, I think we forgot something.
What is it?
Zhu stopped in his tracks. We killed so many turtle crocodiles, but we didn't collect a single piece of material. Hao was heartbroken. After all, ghost crocodile shells are an excellent raw material for crafting high-level armor.
They're worth quite a bit of money. Hey! I was wondering what it was. It's just a few lousy turtle shells, isn't it?
Zhu seemed completely unconcerned. Jia just gave us 2.8 million. Listen to me, let us just leave those turtle shells behind.
Let us be reckless for once. How, yeah. Let us splurge a little. 2 hours later, Hao and Zhu finally returned to the entrance of the Abyss Dungeon. Whoa! You 2 are back with another big haul? Haonan approached with a smile and said to Hao, got any cigarettes? I just ran out.
Hearing this, Hao laughed heartily.
Haonan, sure.
Saying this, Hao handed over most of the pack of Yushi cigarettes from his pocket.
Hey, 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 don't do that, just one will do. Hanan took only one cigarette from the pack, then handed the pack back. I've got something I want to talk to you about.
Shu, you should stay out of this.
Shu, oh. Next, Hanan shooed Zhu away and pulled Hao to a secluded spot.
As the two puffed away, they began to chat casually.
Little brother, it seems you've become famous.
Hanan looked at Hao with a smile, his tone full of mystery.
Oh? How come I don't know about this? Hao feigned confusion. In reality, he had already figured out what it was. Hey, just keep pretending, kid.
Hanan playfully punched Hao, then shared what he'd heard. I just heard from a few of the rescue guys who came back. They said you saved the Qin family's eldest daughter from a facehugger.
Hee hee kid, looks like you're in for some romantic luck. Hao scratched his head and gave a sheepish grin. Hanan, don't tease me like that. I'm just an ordinary guy, how could I dare to climb so high on the social ladder? Hanan chuckled and handed him a sheet of white paper and a pen. By the way, there's one more thing I need your help with. We in the military have very little information on the facehugger.
As a facehugger survivor, please sketch what it looks like on this paper, and ideally describe its attack patterns as well. Based on the information you provide, the military will develop a counter-strategy for the facehugger. With that strategy in place, we can reduce casualties among our soldiers.
No problem. The military and civilians have always been one family.
With that, Hao took the paper and pen and began to draw. Before long, Hao had sketched a remarkably lifelike image, as if it were a photograph taken at the scene. In this drawing, every detail of the facehugger was meticulously depicted. Even the exact number of armor plates on its body was clearly shown.
What's more,
he had even used a pencil to render the colors through shading.
Holy crap! This drawing is so freaking awesome. Hanan was stunned. I thought you'd just sketch something quickly. I didn't expect you to go all out like this. You're like a human camera. Hanan couldn't help but exclaim again.
Hearing this, Hao scratched his head and laughed. Actually, my original dream was to become a painter. Back when Hao was on Earth, he failed the art school entrance exam. Since he didn't get in, he had to switch careers and become a real estate salesperson just to make a living. Although Hao had been away from painting for many years, his drawing skills hadn't deteriorated one bit.
No other reason, just sheer talent. A human camera.
It's not too late to become a painter now, Hanan said with a smile. Although painting enriches my spiritual world, the path of martial arts offers me even broader horizons. Hao's face flushed as he explained.
Whoa! You're such a hypocrite. Hanan punched him. After roughhousing for a while, Hanan shared some inside information.
Little brother, the Blaze City Abyss Guard Military District will be holding open recruitment for martial artists in about 15 days, in the form of an assessment. The requirements are, level 50, a full set of gear, and mastery of one martial skill.
If you want to join the Abyss Guard, you'd better start preparing early and level up.
As for gear and martial arts techniques, you don't need to worry about those.
Captain Zhong has already taken care of everything for you. With that, Hanan flipped his hand and pulled 2 packages out of his spatial storage ring. This a bit too much? Hao felt a bit awkward accepting them. Just take them. It's a small token of Captain Zhao's appreciation.
He was planning to talk to you in person today, but he had to leave on official business at the last minute. He'll be gone for several days. So he asked me to give these to you first.
As he spoke, Hanan forcefully shoved the 2 packages into Hao's hands.
In that case, I'll humbly accept them. Hao clasped his fists in a bow and stored the 2 packages in his spatial storage ring.
Hanan stretched, stood up, patted his butt, and said, I finished everything Captain Zhao asked me to do, so I should head back on duty. Young man, I'm actually really looking forward to you joining the Abyss Guard.
I hope you'll become my comrade in arms.
Why? Hao asked, puzzled. Because the impression you give me can be summed up in one word. What? Reliable. Haonan declared emphatically.
But that's clearly 2 words.
Haonan, oh. Is that even the point? You dare question the Abyss Guard? I'll beat you up, you know? Haonan raised his hand as if to strike, though he was actually joking. Ha ha. Haonan's right, it really is just 1 word. Hao chimed in with a smile. After that, the two walked back, chatting and laughing. Just then, a man and a woman emerged from around the corner and blocked their path. Hee, Sergeant Shah. Tianla greeted them with a mocking grin.
Haonan furrowed his brow. He'd already guessed what these 2 pesky little pests were up to, and spoke directly.
The Abyss Guard doesn't cut anyone special. You 2 will never be removed from the blacklist. Adults have to pay the price for their actions. You 2 can forget about it. Oh? Is that so? Tianla gave a cold smile, then pulled out his phone and played a video.
In the video, Haonan led the way, guiding Hao and Zhu as they cut in line and entered the Abyss dungeon without waiting.
Corporal Shah, I now have evidence of your violation of military discipline, Tianla said smugly.
As the guard on duty at the Abyss dungeon entrance, you actually let acquaintances cut in line to enter the Abyss dungeon.
To put it bluntly, that's a violation of military discipline. Oh? Is that so? Haonan said with an amused expression.
Corporal Shah, if you don't want us to post this video online, you'd better do exactly as we say.
Tianla's sister, Wangli, who was standing nearby, chimed in with a smug tone. Ha, go ahead, what are your demands?
Haonan feigned indifference, wanting to hear just what demands these 2 brats would come up with.
First, remove us from the Abyss dungeon blacklist. Tianla spoke up first. Second,
from now on, we should also have the right to cut in line,
Wang Li added. Third, add him and his fat accomplice to the Abyss dungeon blacklist. Tianla added again. Otherwise, we'll expose you. You don't want to lose your position as an Abyss Guard, do you? Humph. Wang Li sneered. Is that all? Haonan asked with an amused look. That's all for now. If we have any additional demands later, I'll let you know. Just take care of this one first. Tianla looked completely confident.
In his view, faced with this video evidence, Haonan had no choice but to give in. If he doesn't give in, I'll release the video.
Let everyone see what military discipline is like in the Abyss Guard. Haonan surely can't afford the charge of embezzlement, can he? However, the very next second. Ha! You dare threaten the Abyss Guard? You really are tired of living. Haonan gave a mocking smile and immediately pulled out his military walkie-talkie.
Sergeant Haonan, ID 9527, calling the military district. 2 vagrants are suspected of extorting me.
Please send backup immediately. They even beat me up. Tianla, oh. Wang Li, oh. Hao, 6. Just then,
from the opposite direction, a massive crowd of Abyss Guards arrived.
At least 50 of them.
They were all dressed in uniform, their leather boots thudding loudly as they marched.
Old Shah, who has been extorting you? Asked the officer in charge. These 2 right here. Haonan pointed at the couple. The officer nodded and pointed at the 2. Arrest them.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than 7 or 8 burly guards pounced on them.
Just like tying up a pig during the New Year in the countryside, they bound the 2 tightly. Haonan, are you trying to make a big deal out of this? Tianla struggled fiercely, putting on an act and raising his voice for effect. Don't push your luck. We're clearly giving you a chance right now. And you're not even grateful? Hearing that shrill voice, the officer frowned. So it really is a threat. Beat him. Beat him hard. Beat them until they're smoking. Crack. 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 The 2 scoundrels were soon beaten into a bloody mess. So badly that even their own mothers Wu Ti recognized them. Next, several guards escorted the pair away. They were headed for the military prison to be beaten some more. As for Haonan, he clasped his hands toward Hao and smiled. "Little brother, I hope that didn't scare you just now?" Hearing this, Hao waved his hand. "What's there to be scared of? I'll be going now." With that, Hao clasped his fists in a bow. "All right. Take care." Haonan returned the gesture. The two went their separate ways. Hao made his way to the parking lot and headed straight for Zhu's fancy X5. As soon as he got into the car, Zhu started asking all sorts of questions. "Bro Hao, what did that officer talk to you about? Tell me, then. There can be no secrets between good brothers." He. Seeing the other guy grinning like an idiot, Hao chuckled. "You're such a dummy. Alright, I'll satisfy your curiosity then." Hao told Zhu everything without holding back, how Haonan had asked him to sketch the facehugger's form, the Abyss Guard South public recruitment drive, and the incident where those two idiots from the Wang family caused trouble and got beaten up. However, Hao didn't mention the gift Captain Zhong had given him. Mainly because it was a delicate matter. If word got out, it wouldn't be good for Zhong. "Bro Hao, are you applying for the Abyss Guard?" Zhu asked suddenly. "Absolutely, no question about it." Hao lit another cigarette, gazed straight ahead, and his eyes suddenly turned icy. In a man's life, there are certain things he can never refuse. Be the first to charge, break through enemy lines, slay generals, and capture the flag. And these things can only be achieved in the military. Zhu, oh. That sounds so badass. Zhu was awed, even if he didn't quite get it, and began imagining scenes of those four things in his mind. There is something even more badass. Do you want to hear it? Yeah. Zhu nodded frantically. By the mandate of heaven, may we enjoy eternal prosperity. Zhu, holy shit. You're not supposed to say that. Before long, Zhu drove up to the building where Hao lived. Before getting out of the car, Hao started dividing up the money. Earlier, Jia had given them 2.8 million. Hao split it evenly, giving Zhu 1.4 million. Zhu felt awkward taking so much and was only willing to take 800,000. After all, Hao's hourly rate at the time was 600,000, while Zhu's was only 300,000. Moreover, when they rescued Jia, Hao had been the main attacker, while Zhu had merely provided support. With that, Hao dropped the money and left. Back at home. After freshening up, Hao opened the two packages from Captain Zhong. The first package contained a full set of level 50 gear. Helmet, shoulder guards, arm guards, gauntlets, chestplate, belt, greaves, and boots. The entire set was included. At first glance, Hao could tell this set was worth a fortune. So he logged into the Martial Wiki app's marketplace to look it up. He wouldn't have known until he checked, and when he did, he was shocked. The set's name was Lone Hero Set. A grade B item, it was a popular, high-value set among level 50 gear. The price tag, 5 million. Whoa! That's way too expensive, isn't it? Hao was utterly astonished. Captain Zhao was really willing to splurge to repay the debt of saving his life. After putting on the set, Hao stood in front of the full-length mirror, holding the golden staff. That look clad head to toe in gilded armor really did bear a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong. Cool. Hao gave a self-satisfied V sign to the mirror. Then, with a thought, Hao opened the talent support system to check the stat boosts provided by the Lone Hero Set. Talent support system. Level, 2925 390 EXP. HP, 79 plus 1000 equipment. Attack, 34 plus 350 equipment. Defense, 30 plus 150 equipment. Agility, 9.9 plus 5 equipment. Mana, 0.40 kilograms 1.28 kilograms plus 0.5 kilograms equipment. This gear is really impressive. Hao marveled. The boost to attack power provided by the Lone Hero Set was enormous. A whopping 350-point increase in attack power. That's absolutely insane. Keep in mind that an S-rank martial artist would need to reach level 50 just to achieve that much attack power. For an F-rank martial artist, it would take 350 levels.
On top of that, the set also increases mana capacity.
For a mana guzzler like Hao, this is exactly what he needed. The only downside is the agility boost isn't very significant.
After all, this set of gear is incredibly heavy, at least several hundred gene.
That's completely understandable. Let us activate colossal form and take another look. Hao muttered to himself, then with a thought, activated colossal form. He then opened the talent support system again. Talent support system. Level 2925 390 EXP. HP 13,487.5. Attack power 4,800. Defense 2,250. Agility 186.25. Mana 0.39 kilograms 1.78 kilograms. This is insane.
Even though Hao had mentally prepared himself, he was still completely blown away by these outrageous stats. Not to brag, but with his current stats, Hao could easily solo that level 70 Imperial Land Crab mutant he encountered yesterday. 4,800 attack power, plus the 600-900 true damage from colossal form. One swing of that club, and it's total devastation. To borrow a phrase often used by League of Legends players, all I see in this stat monster is hard work and sweat. Normal attacks interspersed with basic attacks. Give it a round of applause. After exiting colossal form, Hao opened the second package. Inside was a beautifully bound book. The cover depicted a figure standing with a long staff in hand, flanked by a line of flowing vertical script that read 36 Astral Strikes. Next, Hao flipped open the cover to the second page. There, the second page displayed the book's details. Martial Art, 36 Astral Strikes. Author, Sun Wu. Martial Artist Level, 4829, Class, Confidential. Martial Art Overview. This martial art comprises a total of 36 staff techniques. Its power is boundless. Upon mastering it, one can cleave through secret realms and split the heavens with a single strike. Whoa, a martial artist over level 4,800? Hao's pupils contracted. He felt as if he were peering through the gaps in the leaves of a dense forest, catching a glimpse of distant mountains. Over level 4,800. That's insane, isn't it? His own level was only a fraction of that person's? Of course, compared to the author of this book's level, what Hao found even more astonishing was that this person's surname was Sun. Tisk, TSK. Do all people with the surname Sun like to use staffs? Or is there a special bonus for people with the surname Sun when wielding staffs? That's kind of interesting. Hao wore an amused expression as he mused inwardly. Maybe he should change his name. Changing his surname to Sun would be a blast. Pushing aside his distracting thoughts, Hao tried to turn to the third page of the book. But he couldn't turn it. That's because this book wasn't a traditional paper book. Instead, it was an exquisitely crafted box. Upon opening the box, he found an AV holographic projection device inside. The device was shaped like a sphere. An instruction manual was included alongside it. In the original owner's memories, there was no record of this device. After all, martial arts were far too advanced. Ordinary people rarely had the opportunity to come into contact with them before becoming martial artists. Hao had no choice but to open the manual and begin studying it. After reading through the manual, Hao had a general understanding. First, all it takes is pressing a button, entering a unique passcode, and your mind will enter a virtual space. In this space, the author's virtual avatar will personally guide you through practicing martial arts techniques. From the theoretical explanations of martial arts techniques to the fine-tuning of every single move and posture. How to swing the staff, how to generate power from the waist, how to channel mana, how to do this, how to do that. It's essentially a step-by-step tutorial, covering every last detail. What's more, you can engage in live combat with the author within this virtual space. The virtual space allows you to freely adjust the author's strength level. Make him stronger, and he'll be stronger. Make him weaker, and he'll be weaker. It's just like playing a video game. Once you manage to knock the author's strongest form to the ground,
you'll have mastered the art perfectly. But this author, Sun Wu, is a whopping level 4829. To take down his full power form, that's probably going to be a tiny bit challenging. Let us give it a try. Hao sat cross-legged on the bed as instructed in the manual, then placed the AV holographic projection device right in front of him. Then, using voice commands to wake up the device, he spoke the special passcode listed in the manual. The very next second, Hao felt a momentary blur before his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself in a virtual space. He was standing by a river, holding a wooden stick. The world was blanketed in snow. It was absolutely beautiful. Looking out at the frozen river, he saw a tall, masked figure wearing a conical hat and a straw raincoat, holding a wooden staff. The figure was walking slowly toward him. How didn't he even have to think this person was undoubtedly Sun Wu, the author of 36 Astral Strikes? Chosen One, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Sun Wu let out a low, magnetic growl with his deep, resonant voice, a sound that cut right through the air. Hao found this opening line a bit funny. Could it be that Sun Wu had played Black Monkey? That's interesting. Chosen One, do you dare take a blow from my staff? As he spoke, Sun Wu's pace suddenly quickened, and with a leaping strike, he brought the staff crashing down toward Hao's head. His momentum was as if he could swallow the heavens. The sense of pressure was off the charts. Attacking right off the bat? It's not too late to chat a bit before we fight. Hao was startled. Instinctively, he raised both hands to block the staff from above. The next second, a thunderous crash. The massive impact snapped the wooden staff in Hao's hands right in half. Hao's upper body was slammed into the ground. But what surprised Hao even more was this. Sun Wu's staff hadn't even touched Hao. He was standing 3 zhang away. He'd just used the energy of his staff to accomplish all of this. You are too weak. So weak it makes my heart ache. The masked Sun Wu muttered under his breath, his tone brimming with pity for the weak. Hao was at a loss for words. He felt that this Sun Wu was showing off a bit. Hao had never been one to take show-offs lying down. He leapt out of the ground, summoned a new wooden staff with a thought, and swung it directly at Sun Wu, who stood 3 zhang away. Sun the Bandit, bring it on again. Sun Wu let out a low, slightly mocking chuckle. Chosen One, do you need me to tone down my strength? In my opinion, you really do. Hao wiggled his index finger back and forth, mimicking Bruce Lee's moves, as his reply. Very good indeed. Though your strength is extremely pathetic, your courage is commendable. For the sake of fairness, this time it's your turn to attack me. As soon as Sun Wu finished speaking, he stood there with his staff held high. No matter how you looked at him, he just looked like he was asking for a beating. Screw you. I'll beat the crap out of you, you show off. Hao really couldn't take it anymore. He raised his staff and charged. And just as the staff was about to come down, he bellowed, freeze. In an instant, his third talent activated. Sun Wu was frozen in place. Hard locked. He. Take this, my old one strike. Hao gripped the end of the staff with both hands, swung it over his head from back to front, top to bottom, and brought it down with all his might. However, there was a loud clang. Just as his gaze fell on Sun Wu's head, Hao felt as if he struck something incredibly hard. The skin on his knuckles went numb and began to bleed. The massive recoil sent the staff flying right out of Hao's hands. Just then, the 0.6-second stun effect of the stun skill had already ended. Sun Wu let out a low chuckle, his tone utterly mocking. Is that your best shot? Too weak. Admittedly, your talent is quite interesting. But that's all it is, just interesting. Now, it's my turn. As soon as the words left his mouth, a gleam of determination flashed in Sun Wu's eyes. His mana surged throughout his body. It caused the straw raincoat on his back to flap and crackle. How? Oh. 36 Astral Strikes, first strike. Sweep the 1,000 armies. Sun Wu, striking a cool pose and wielding his wooden staff,
swept it horizontally toward Hao's waist. Crack! Hao's body snapped in half at the waist and flew off horizontally. He must have flown at least 200 meters before getting caught on a tree branch. Even his underwear was knocked off. Second strike. Autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Third strike. Splitting the secret realm. Fourth strike. Overcoming hardness with softness. Fifth strike. The returning spear. Sixth strike. Place yourself in a life or death situation to find new life. 36th strike. Cleaving the heavens with a single strike. Hao spent basically the entire time in the air. He never once came back down. If this weren't a virtual space where Hao couldn't die, not even 100,000 Haos would be enough for Sun Wu to kill. A level 48-29 martial artist, that's no joke. And the opponent was just attacking casually, he wasn't even using his full strength. Hao felt like he'd just learned how to box, then stepped into an offline friendly match, only to have Tyson walk right up to him. Hao's massive frame trembled. His pupils contracted. But then Tyson gave a mysterious smile, leaned close to Hao's ear, and said, "Just kidding. I'm not your opponent. I'm just the referee." Hao secretly let out a sigh of relief. But the very next second, Tyson announced loudly, "Hao's opponent is the giant from the Land of Light, Taro." A round of applause for Taro's entrance. "Stop. Please lower your power level." Hao made a decision straight from the heart. This time, Sun Wu finally stopped. "Chosen One, my current level is 4,829. By how much should I lower it?" 29. "Okay, level reduction successful. My current level is 4,800. Your opponent is me, the martial emperor of the Xuanwu Kingdom." "Sun Wu. How? You lowered it to 29 levels, for fuck's sake." Sun Wu fell silent. After a long silence, Sun Wu spoke. "Chosen One, the art of the staff is the progenitor of all weapons. It is the origin of all weapons. The fact that you chose 36 astral strikes at level 29 shows you have exceptional foresight. I have every reason to believe that, under my personal guidance, you will eventually achieve great things. You will far surpass others at your level and blaze a trail of your own. I will lead you to break through the enemy lines." Hao was getting a headache listening to this. "Come on, can you stop showing off?" Sun Wu, "Sure, I'll try to hold back." After that, the two continued sparring. Sure enough, once Sun Wu's level dropped, the difficulty plummeted. Hao secretly activated Colossal Form and, relying on true damage, one-shot him with a single swing. That settled the score. But play is play, and fun is fun. Learning martial arts is no joke. Hao put aside his reckless and frivolous attitude and stopped using his supreme great sage talent. He became a devout disciple, humbly following Sun Wu's lead as he practiced each move one by one. No one knew how much time had passed. The scenery around them saw spring give way to autumn, then winter set and the frozen river surface thawed and froze over again. Finally, hard work paid off. Hao was now able to hold his own against Sun Wu, a level 29 martial artist. Sun Wu stopped, resting his staff behind him. He looked at Hao with a calm expression, a hint of admiration in his voice. "Chosen One, you are the most gifted of all the countless apprentices I have ever seen. In just 10 years, you have achieved 1,000th of my martial arts mastery." "Hao, that sounds like an insult. Your future will surely be as brilliant as the starry sky. Please tell me your name." "Hao. From Blaze City," Hao declared with conviction. "Alright, Hao, let us call it a day for now. Prolonged immersion in the virtual soul space can damage your soul. Please take a few days to rest. Goodbye." With that, Sun Wu turned and walked toward the river, his figure gradually fading until he vanished into nothingness, merging with the heavens and earth. The next second, Hao was forcibly logged out of the AV Soul virtual space and returned to reality. He pulled out his phone and glanced at it, discovering that only 2 hours had passed. It had been 4:30 p.m. earlier, now it was 6:30 p.m.
Clearly, time in the virtual space moved much faster than in reality.
It was even faster than the saying, a day in heaven, a year on earth.
This time acceleration technology is truly impressive.
The Tianyuan continent not only boasts a wealth of martial arts but also has a technological level far surpassing Earth's.
This trip was well worth it.
Hao felt luckier than most people on Earth, fortunate to have arrived in this fascinating and exciting martial arts world. Next, Hao got up and went to the living room, where he began to wield the golden staff. After a full decade of training in the Seoul virtual space, Hao felt a noticeable difference the moment he gripped the golden staff. It felt as if the staff had fused with his body, becoming an extension of himself.
It no longer felt as unfamiliar as before.
Under Hao's control, the golden staff whistled through the air. It struck exactly where he aimed. After playing with it for a while, Hao noticed that the cooldown for his stun skill had ended, so he began to cast it. With a shout of freeze,
the long-awaited voice finally rang out in his mind.
Third talent, stun skill has been upgraded to 3 stars. The fourth talent has been successfully unlocked.
Finally, 3 stars. That wasn't easy. With a thought, Hao opened the talent support system. First talent, fasting 6 stars, 480-600 EXP. Second talent, colossal form 4 stars, 380-400 EXP. Third talent, stun skill 3 stars, 0-300 EXP. Fourth talent,
Supreme Celestial Immortal Art 1 star, 1-100. Supreme Celestial Immortal Art 1 star.
Talent Effect 1, all talents receive a 10% overall boost. Talent Effect 2, automatically gain 10 EXP per hour for leveling up. Talent Effect 3, automatically increases the base values of the 5 stats by 1% daily. Passive skill mana cost, 1 kilogram day. Sage Divinity truly lives up to its reputation.
Hao was brimming with interest, his face beaming with excitement.
3 talent effects, each one more mind-blowing than the last.
Talent 1, a percentage-based boost to all talents.
One word, powerful. Talent 2, automatically gaining experience.
If you do the math, that's a guaranteed minimum of 240 experience points per day. You can level up your warrior rank just by lying around doing nothing. Although the amount of experience isn't huge, Hao believes that as the star rating of the Supreme Celestial Art increases, the daily cap on guaranteed experience will definitely rise along with it.
As for Talent 3, that's downright mind-blowing. It automatically increases the 5 basic attributes by 1% every day. In other words, even without leveling up, it would only. This is going to be tight.
Hao scratched his head and decided to call Guan Shireen.
Old Guan, have you closed up for the night yet?
Almost.
Guan Shireen paused as he was rolling up the shutter and asked, is it urgent?
I'm still here at the shop.
You can come over. I ran out of mana, Hao replied. Guan Shireen, 10 bottles of intermediate level blue mana potions, you used them all up? Guan Shireen's voice was almost shrill. 10 bottles, that's enough to provide 5 kilograms of mana.
That's enough to cover the mana consumption of a level 50 martial artist for at least 2-3 days.
How come it doesn't work for you? I didn't give you any fakes, you know.
I didn't actually use them all up, Hao scratched his head, speaking somewhat sheepishly.
I still have half a bottle left. Guan Shireen, Half a bottle? What's the difference between that and using them all up? Your mana consumption is way too high.
Come on, you didn't have to make a trip out here in the middle of the night.
I'll call a delivery driver right now and have them send you 10 more bottles. Oh, wait, make that 20.
After saying that, Guan Shireen was about to hang up to go pick up the goods at the store.
I'll just buy them. Name your price.
Hao felt genuinely sorry for Guan Shireen. Damn it, old Guan signed a contract for this gas guzzler of ours. He's really taking a massive hit.
American V8 environmental friendliness, my ass. Ha, I never would guessed you'd be the considerate type, kid.
Guan Shireen felt a warm glow in his heart as he chuckled. But I, Quan Shirin, am a businessman who keeps his word.
Our agreement already stipulates that I'm responsible for your mana consumption.
If you paid for it, that would count as me breaching the agreement.
If word got out, how would I ever keep my reputation?
Who knows how my peers would mock me?
I appreciate your kindness.
But there's no need for this. I, Quan Shirin, am not exactly short on a few pennies.
How? Oh. Then give me 30 bottles. I want the intermediate ones. The advanced ones are fine too. Quan Shirin, oh. The next morning, at 7 o'clock. Hao woke up right on time.
The first thing he did after getting up was drink a bottle of advanced mana blue bottle to replenish 1 kilogram of mana, then cast the stun skill. Next, Hao, wielding his golden staff, began to move with great vigor in the modest living room.
Martial arts, unlike talents, cannot go a single day without practice. Otherwise, one will inevitably lose proficiency.
This insight was imparted to Hao yesterday by Sun Wu, the author of 36 Astral Strikes, in the AV Virtual Soul Space.
Hao took it to heart and was diligently putting it into practice.
Half an hour later, Hao had completed his practice, the 36 staff techniques. A layer of sweat had broken out on his body. After taking a shower, Hao opened the Martial Wiki app and entered the Abyss Guard recruitment interface. He tapped reserve, entered his martial artist information, and submitted it. A prompt then popped up. Dear martial artist Hao, your current level is only 30. Please raise your level to 50 within 15 days, otherwise, you will be unable to participate in the Abyss Guard martial arts exam.
Hao simply smiled it off. Reaching level 50 was a piece of cake for Hao.
With the Grand Celestial Immortal Art in his left hand and Colossal Form in his right, he could take down monsters with a single swing of his staff.
Forget 15 days, even 5 days would be too long.
It's just that Zhu might have a little problem, he is only level 23.
Hao muttered to himself.
Perhaps it was a case of minds connecting, but just as Hao thought of his good brother, Zhu's call came in. He was wailing at the top of his lungs, sounding like a pig being slaughtered.
Bro, Hao.
We're screwed. The minimum level requirement for the Abyss Guard martial arts exam really is level 50.
I'm only level 23. What are we going to do?
There's only 15 days left.
Is there still time? Hearing this, Hao chuckled.
You idiot, what's the rush?
With brother Hao here, why worry about that?
This is no big deal.
Shoo, hee hee.
You're right.
Are we going to the secret realm today? Hao, yeah.
Of course.
Hold on, I've got a call coming in. Let me answer this first.
Hao hung up and immediately called back the number that had just called him.
It was a former co-worker.
His last name was Zhang, he was the operations manager. Like the original host, he was a honest, down-to-earth guy. The original host had been on decent terms with him.
Hello? Old Zhang, what's up? Hao asked straight to the point.
Ahem, old one, there's still a crash bug at the company that hasn't been fixed yet.
Could you come over and take care of it? A voice on the phone, deliberately imitating old Zhang's, rang out. Hao recognized it immediately. Sean? Are you fucking out of your mind?
The night before last, Hao had gotten into a fight with Sean's men. After knocking all 5 of them to the ground, he immediately blocked all of Sean's contact information.
Who would VE thought this asshole would have the nerve to use old Zhang's phone to call him?
On the other end of the line, Sean, seeing that he'd been exposed, decided to drop the act and lay his cards on the table.
Yeah, it's me, Sean. How about we talk this out? The unpleasantness earlier was all just a misunderstanding. It was that asshole Si Jiayu who incited me. I've already fired him. That asshole is nothing but a good-for-nothing who just eats and doesn't do any work. During the few days you were away from the company, I finally realized how important you are. Before, I thought the company could keep running without anyone. But I've discovered that without you, the company just can't function. Hearing these words, Hao found it amusing. Sean, that asshole, he is actually capable of sucking up? So what? What are you getting at? Hao asked. Well, I want you to come back to work. I'll give you back your titles as chief architect and technical director. Also, I'll give you a raise. How about 200 yuan? Sounds tempting, doesn't it? How? What? Is that too little? Then I'll add more. How about 500 yuan?
Also, I'll refund the overtime meal allowance I withheld from you earlier. These terms are already very good.
Hao took a deep breath and calmly uttered a single word. Get lost.
Hearing this, Sean dropped his act.
Hao, don't be so ungrateful. Who do you think you are? You're just a stinking wage slave. You think just because you're a martial artist, you can walk all over people? Let me tell you the truth. The path of martial arts isn't about fighting and killing, it's about social graces. My connections are far more powerful than you could ever imagine. Killing you would be easier than killing an ant. Well, scared yet? Hao burst out laughing and suddenly asked. Where are you right now? At the office? What? Why the hell are you asking that all of a sudden?
Sean felt a sudden tightness in his ass.
He had a really bad feeling about this.
The scene from the night before last when Hao knocked him flying with a single blow was still fresh in his mind.
If that guy showed up at the office, then. After all, I worked under you for 5 years. Now that I've quit, I thought we should part on good terms. I'd like to personally present you with a local specialty, some rebar. It's really delicious. Want to try some?
As he spoke, Hao pulled out the rebar rod piled in the corner of the room.
Why not use the golden staff?
Hao was mainly worried about getting dirty.
No. I don't eat rebar. I'm not at the office right now. I'm traveling abroad.
Sean hurriedly protested.
Is that so? That's such a shame. Then I'll bring you the local specialty another day. Hao hung up the phone.
Just then, the distinctive horn of the Nyoma X5 sounded downstairs. Clearly, Zhu had arrived. Hao shouldered the rebar and headed out the door.
He got into Zhu's car.
Let us go to the office, Hao ordered.
Ha? What for?
Zhu asked, puzzled.
To beat up Sean. Then we got to go.
With that, Zhu floored the gas pedal, revving the engine to 7,200 revolutions per minute and sped straight toward their destination.
Meanwhile, at Miracle Online Games Company, Ltd. In the boss's office. After hanging up the phone, Sean's right eyelid started twitching uncontrollably. That asshole Hao isn't really coming to beat me up, is he? Looks like I can't stay at the office for the next few days.
Better not get my head smashed with rebar. Just thinking about the night before last when he'd been outnumbered 5-1 and ended up getting killed sent shivers down Sean's spine. Without delay, Sean began packing his things, preparing to go into hiding for a while.
Meanwhile, in the company's employee office area.
Because the crash bug in Supreme Martial Arts still hadn't been fixed, most of his colleagues had nothing to do. A few female co-workers who loved to gossip gathered around the water cooler while filling their cups, chatting about what they'd seen and heard recently.
Have you guys heard?
Hao, the lead programmer on the development team, has become a martial artist, a girl with glasses said to her colleagues in a slightly surprised tone.
Ha? That can't be true. He has such a pushover with his wife, how could he become a martial artist?
Where did he get the money to buy an awakening stone? A chubby female colleague asked, finding it hard to believe. He must have saved up for it on the sly. I even heard from one of Sean's bodyguards that Hao is really something now, the girl with glasses continued, revealing the inside scoop. Last night, Sean took 3 bodyguards and Jiayu 5 of them in total to Hao's house to round him up. They planned to tie him up and drag him back to the office to work overtime fixing bugs.
Then, guess what happened?
After saying this, the girl with glasses looked at her female co-workers with a mysterious expression.
What happened?
Hurry up and tell us, the girls chimed in unison, bursting with curiosity.
How took on all 5 of them single-handedly.
As she said this, the girl with glasses' voice rose a few notches.
Whoa!
The girls let out a collective gasp, their eyes wide with astonishment.
Wow, is How really that good now? Ugh! What a shame! I should ve spotted this hidden gem sooner.
The chubby girl slapped her thigh in regret. Hearing this, the girl with glasses gave a mischievous smile.
It's not too late to go hit on How now.
I also heard that after How became a martial artist, he dumped his girlfriend in a heartbeat. As soon as those words were spoken, the girls around them immediately perked up. One long-haired girl in particular had a distinct gleam in her eyes. If she could make such a formidable martial artist fall at her feet, she'd be set for life. In an instant, the girls began discussing How's preferences.
They exchanged information, preparing to cater to his tastes. They didn't hold anything back from one another. After all, this was fair competition. But just then,
sorry,
you've already missed your chance. Li Fangfang leaned in, speaking with an air of superiority. How is my boyfriend? You can all forget about it.
As soon as those words were spoken, the girls' faces immediately twisted with disgust. Not a single one of them believed a word Li Fangfang said. In their colleagues' eyes, Li Fangfang was nothing but a narcissistic nutcase. Plus, everyone had heard about how How had beaten her up in the Abyss dungeon. So, of course, none of them were buying Li Fangfang's nonsense. Unless How was blind, he'd never date a girl this average-looking. At that moment, the girl with glasses pushed her frames up and sneered.
Oh?
I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the narcissist.
Ladies, I'm heading back to work. With that, the girl with glasses walked away.
As soon as she left, the remaining girls scattered in a flash, leaving only Li Fangfang behind.
No one wanted to have anything to do with her.
Li Fangfang, on the other hand, seeing that no one believed her, let out a cold laugh.
Ha! You don't believe me, do you? I'll prove it to you. Just then. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out from Sean's office. The ground shook.
In an instant, dozens of employees in the office jumped to their feet and rushed toward the source of the noise to see what was going on.
10 seconds earlier,
Sean and his 3 bodyguards had just stepped out of the office when they saw How and Zhu coming toward them. How was carrying a rebar on his shoulder, striding forward with a confident, powerful gait.
It was obvious he'd come to deliver local specialties. Oh no! They're really here. Sean's heart sank, and he quickly ordered the 3 bodyguards beside him, "You guys, hold them off for me." With that, Sean ran toward the back door without looking back. But as soon as the 3 bodyguards saw How, they acted like mice seeing a cat. They ran as fast as they could. They sprinted right past Sean. They dashed through the back door before Sean could. Bang! The back door slammed shut and locked. Sean, oh. You bunch of animals. I'm not out yet.
Sean pounded on the massive iron door, so frantic he was about to wet himself. Immediately, Sean gathered power in his fist, preparing to smash the door open. But how wasn't he about to let him have his way? He hurled the rebar in his hand,
executing one of the 36 astral strikes, heaven and earth in turmoil. In an instant,
the rebar spun at high speed and, with a clang, struck Sean's left ribs.
Boom!
Sean was sent flying sideways by the immense force of the impact.
He crashed heavily to the ground.
At that moment, colleagues who had heard the commotion rushed into the hallway to watch the spectacle. They saw How stride toward Sean with the confidence of a dragon and the power of a tiger. With a slight effort, he lifted Sean off the ground as easily as picking up a little chick. Then he rained punch after punch down on him. The colleagues were all thrilled. Especially those who had previously doubted that How was a martial artist. They couldn't utter a single word of skepticism now.
How is so awesome. He beats up the boss like he is beating a little chick. Did you see that?
How lifted that 300-kilogram fat pig with just one hand.
That must take incredible strength. Looks like the rumors are true after all. How really that good?
Before long, Sean had been beaten beyond recognition. His face was already big to begin with. After the beating, it looked even bigger. How tossed Sean to the ground like a dead dog. Then, he pulled an envelope out of his pocket and flung it onto Sean's face. "This is my resignation letter. Pick up that resignation letter. Pick up that resignation letter. Pick up that resignation letter." Sean dared not disobey and quickly reached down to pick it up. "Sign it for me. Sign it for me. Sign it for me." Sean nodded frantically. "I'll sign it, I'll sign it, I'll sign it." Sean quickly pulled out a pen and signed his name on the resignation letter. Meanwhile, Hao crouched down, grabbed Sean by the collar, and said with a stern expression, "Sean, I did the math before I came over. My salary for this month totals 8,888 yuan. I care about money, not people. If a single penny is missing, I'll make you pay." Sean nodded frantically. "Yes, yes, yes. I'll definitely pay you by the end of the month." Meanwhile, Zhu, standing nearby, saw how fierce Hao was being, so he decided to show off a bit and get in on the fun. Zhu also tossed his resignation letter in front of Sean. "Pick up that resignation letter." Sean's eyes widened. "Huh? Shu, oh. Hao shot him a sidelong glance. "Oh, really?" Sean's but clenched. "I'll pick it up. I'll pick it up." Before long, the matter was settled. Hao and Zhu were about to leave. But then Li Fangfang came over, suddenly slinging her arm around Hao's, and began acting all sweet and cloying in a way that was downright sickening. "Honey, you're so awesome. Honey, you must have hit Sean just for me, right? How did you know Sean took advantage of me yesterday? You really do think of me." After saying that, Li Fangfang turned her head toward her colleagues in the hallway and flashed them a smug, triumphant look. For a moment, the girls who had been gathered around the water cooler gossiping about how all froze. Could it be that this nutcase really is Hao's girlfriend? Is Hao blind? He actually picked this kind of trash as his girlfriend? What makes me any worse than Li Fangfang? Just as the girls were discussing this, suddenly, smack! A loud slap echoed through the hallway. Hao had just slapped Li Fangfang right across the face. Li Fangfang was sent spinning like a top after whirling around dozens of times. She plopped down onto the floor with a thud. "Where did this delusional, stupid bitch come from? Who the hell is your boyfriend?" Hao shot her a sidelong glance, then stomped on Li Fangfang's snake-like face and strode away. The next second, ha ha ha, the colleagues burst into uproarious laughter. And mixed in with their mockery were jibes aimed at Li Fangfang. "She really is a delusional girl. What a great I'll prove it to you all, you sure proved it well, ha." That slap from Hao was so satisfying. I've been sick of that narcissist for ages. As for Li Fangfang, hearing all this mockery made her face twist with rage. She planted her hands on her hips, looking like a rural shrew, and shouted at her colleagues. "What the fuck are you laughing at? Haven't you ever seen such a beautiful woman before? Put." Her colleagues all snorted in unison, rolled their eyes, and walked away. Over on Sean's side, only after confirming that Hao had truly left did he dare to mutter a few words under his breath. He swore a vicious oath. "Damn it, I swear I'll never be human again until I get my revenge. Hao, just you wait." Meanwhile, over at the Hao-Zhu duo. Thanks to Zhu's masterful razor-sharp passing skills, it took them only half an hour to reach the parking lot at the entrance to the Abyss Dungeon. After parking the car, Hao had barely stepped out when his phone rang. Brother Hao, you've been getting a lot of calls lately, must be busy with work," Zhu teased. Hearing this, Hao just smiled and said, "It's an unknown number. It's probably Sean calling again. Damn it, that idiot. I beat him up, and he still won't behave? I'll go beat him up again when I have time." Hao couldn't be bothered to answer, so he hung up right away. But before he knew it, the number called again. Hao decided to just block it. Then he and Zhu walked into the Abyss Dungeon together. Meanwhile, over at the Qin family's butler's place. "Whoa, why did he block me? The Chin family butler listened to the voicemail message with a completely baffled expression and couldn't help but mutter.
Is this kid really that short-tempered when it comes to unknown numbers? Looks like he must get a lot of scam calls.
The Chin family butler decided to try calling from a different number. This time, however, the message said the number was out of service.
Whoa, that's harsh. Did he even pull out his SIM card?
At that moment, inside the Abyss dungeon. After a 2-hour trek, the Haoju duo arrived at their new monster hunting spot, 689,547. This was the territory of the Imperial Land Crab, a monster found in the level 50-70 range. Last night, Hao had researched the area. The Imperial Land Crab offers the highest experience points in the level 50-70 range.
This area is a vast expanse of gravel. Yellow sand fills the sky.
Scorching gales, carrying waves of heat, blow against players, instantly making them feel sweltering. Hao glanced around and saw several groups of martial artists battling the massive Imperial Land Crabs. Furthermore, almost every party followed the same composition.
3-4 high-level martial artists plus 1 low-level martial artist.
Clearly, these were professional leveling guides. With the Abyss Guard public recruitment exam approaching, many martial artists aspiring to join the Abyss Guard would hire these professional leveling guides to quickly level up and pass the exam smoothly. These professional leveling guides are highly skilled in martial arts, possess excellent combat prowess, and can clear monsters at a rapid pace.
Of course, their services don't come cheap.
They charge by the hour. Furthermore, they handle the looting of materials from the monsters themselves. However, compared to experience pills priced at 100,000 per 100 experience points, they still offer good value for money. In short, compared to Earth, the existence of martial arts in this world has given rise to a vast array of new professions.
After careful consideration, Hao selected an area that no one had set foot in. There were 2 Imperial Land Crabs there.
These Imperial Land Crabs were a bit different from the one Captain Zhong had dealt with a few days ago. The Imperial Land Crab Captain Zhong had dealt with was a mutant-level boss. It was even more formidable. The Imperial Land Crabs before him, however, were just ordinary monsters.
Hao pressed the blue button on his Abyss Dungeon watch. He scanned one of the Imperial Land Crabs. Monster, Imperial Land Crab. Level, 52. HP, 8,932. Attack, 560. Defense, 500. Agility, 60. Skill 1, Suppression.
Releases a shockwave that inflicts a group suppression effect on all enemies within a certain area.
Suppressed targets are immobilized for 1 second.
After the suppression effect ends, the target takes 500-900 true damage.
Active skill, 1 minute cooldown. Skill 2, Super Heavy Strike.
Swings a massive crab claw and slams it heavily into the ground. If it misses the target, it grants the user a shield equal to 10% of their maximum health. If it hits the target directly, it deals 1,000-2,000 true damage to the target. It also heals the user for 30% of their lost health.
After casting Super Heavy Strike, the user is immobilized for 3 seconds.
Active skill, 10-second cooldown.
Whoa, Hao, this thing is way too powerful, isn't it? It's got 2 skills.
Standing nearby, Zhu looked worried after checking the monster's stats. I can already picture the combo this thing is going to pull off.
First, it'll use suppression to hard control you. Then it'll follow up with a super heavy strike, a guaranteed hit. 2 hits like that, and you'll lose 1,000 or 2 HP in no time. Gulp. That's brutal. Zhu's concern wasn't unfounded. That's exactly how the Imperial Land Crab attacks.
Suppression is used for crowd control, while Super Heavy Strike deals additional damage.
A single combo can knock off at least 1,500 HP.
At worst, it can take out 2,900 HP in
one go.
Zhu, a level 23 player in boar form, barely has 1,500 HP to begin with.
In other words, a single hit from that giant crab would kill him. Zhu, don't worry. If I dared to come here, it's because I have what it takes. Accept this party invitation. Also, find a place to hide and stay out of sight. With that, Hao focused his mind and retrieved a level 50 set from his spatial storage ring, the Lone Hero set. After equipping the set, he immediately activated Colossal Form. Whoosh! Hao instantly transformed into a 2.28 meter tall, burly, golden armored war god. Wielding the golden staff, he smashed it down toward an Imperial land crab. Clang! A string of enormous, blood-red numbers instantly appeared on the Imperial land crab's body. Damage, 5,100. At that moment, Zhu curled up like a cat was puffing on a cigarette and digging in the sand. He was in one of those states where he was bored out of his mind. If he tried to find something to do, he couldn't be of any damn help. But if he didn't do anything, he'd feel guilty. Just then, his gaze sharpened as he looked toward a small squad of warriors not far away, who were ganging up on an Imperial land crab. Damage numbers kept popping up on the Imperial land crab's body. 456. 345. 123. 10. Seeing that this group had been at it for ages without managing to kill a single one, Zhu couldn't help but remark. That big crab is really hard to kill. Keep in mind, the highest level fighter in this squad was already level 60, equipped with a level 60 set and armed with combat skills. Yet even so, their damage couldn't break the 1,000 mark. I wonder how things are going over at Hao's end. After muttering to himself, Zhu looked over toward Hao with a worried expression. The very next second, his pupils contracted. Because on the body of the Imperial land crab right in front of Hao, a string of enormous, blood-red numbers appeared. 5,100. Am I seeing things? Zhu momentarily suspected he'd misread it. That he'd mistaken 510 for 5,100. He rubbed his and looked again. The next second. It really is 5,100. Not 510. Zhu was absolutely, positively certain. He hadn't misread it. Just as Zhu was reeling from the shock, Hao swung his second blow. Clang! Damage, 3,832. Overflow. Whoa! Zhu let out a long gasp. The shock he felt lingered for a long time. He began to wonder. Was Hao's Sage Divinity talent really just an F rank? This was clearly way more badass than even an S rank. Holy shit! Hao really did snag a steal. Zhu finally came to his senses. And because he was so envious, he almost started crying. 510,000 snagging such an awesome talent for a steal. Damn, why wasn't he at me? But despite his envy, as a good brother, Zhu was genuinely happy for Hao. At that moment, after effortlessly taking down an Imperial land crab, Hao gained the following experience. Experience, plus 480 plus 78 level bonus. At the same time, a level up effect appeared around him. And not just once, but twice. Talent Support System. Level, 3125 410 EXP. HP, 13,487.5 plus 25. Attack, 4,800 plus 25. Defense, 2,250 plus 25. Agility, 186.25 plus 2.5. Mana, 0.39 kilograms 1.80 kilograms. The experience from these crabs is seriously awesome. 2 levels up in a row. Hao licked his lips excitedly. His gaze sharpened as he looked at Zhu. He saw that Zhu had jumped up 4 levels in one go, going from level 23 to level 27. I bet it'll only take half a day for the two of us to reach level 50, Hao declared confidently. Just then, a second Imperial land crab charged toward Hao. Roar! The creature opened its mouth, filled with menacing mandibles, and let out a roar. In an instant, a tangible shockwave erupted from the crab's mouth. It struck Hao. Hao immediately felt dizzy and disoriented. His body shook violently, beyond his control. He was pinned firmly to the spot, unable to move. Back at the Imperial land crab,
It swung its two claws each larger than a truck's cab and brought them crashing down on Hao in a crushing blow. This was clearly the Emperor land crab's super heavy strike. Freeze! Hao moved his lips and roared. The next second, the Emperor land crab was instantly immobilized. Oomph! My turn now. Hao felt the restraining effect on his body disappear, so he plunged one end of the golden staff into the sand and violently flicked the other end upward. This was one of the supreme martial arts techniques from the 36 astral strikes, Forli move 1000 Jin. Boom! This massive crab a full 2 stories tall was actually sent flying. It landed upside down in the yellow sand. Damage, 4,900. Hee. Nothing special. Hao let out a hearty laugh and struck with a stylish jumping slash. Split Mount Hua. The original name of this move was Split the Secret Realm. But Hao thought it sounded clunky and lacked dominance, so he changed it. Split Mount Hua, how badass is that? Clang. Damage, 4,200. Overflow. Experience, plus 460 plus 68 level bonus. Leveled up again. Next, Hao strode with the confidence of a dragon and the grace of a tiger toward another imperial land crab not far away. But just then, on the path they had come from, more than a dozen towering horses charged toward them. The horses were all black. Each bore a single horn on its forehead and was exceptionally tall and majestic, clearly not the sort ordinary martial artists could ride. At the head of the group was a young man. His demeanor was haughty, his face a picture of pretentiousness. He wore a level 70 set that glowed with a red radiance. In his hand, he held a multicolored, gilded spear. He was clearly the spoiled son of a wealthy family. Hey! All of you, get the hell out of here! The young man brandished a long whip, pointing at the several warrior squads still grinding monsters nearby, shouting orders. This place belongs to yours truly. Get out, get out! As soon as he said this, the surrounding warrior squads all turned to look at him. Who is that guy? Why is he so cocky? Whoa, it's the Rin family's eldest son, Rin Yufei. The Rin family? We can't mess with them. Let us get out of here fast, we don't want to bring bad luck on ourselves. The warrior squads all scattered in a hurry. This scene filled Rin Yufei with immense satisfaction. The Rin family's reputation really carries weight. What a rush! However, as Rin Yufei narrowed his eyes, he spotted a scene that really got under his skin. Far away, a burly young man was still slaying monsters. And crouched beside him was a fat guy smoking a cigarette and digging in the sand. Ran Yufei felt provoked. Everyone else had already cleared out, and yet you two aren't even leaving? Are you fucking trying to disrespect the Run family? Damn it, are you deaf, you little bastard? Ran Yufei spurred his horse toward Hao and lashed out at him viciously with his riding crop. Meanwhile, Hao, who had been focused on slaying monsters, suddenly sensed a murderous aura behind him and immediately counterattacked. Reverse spear. Hao's long staff thrust violently backward. Thud. Ran Yufei, horse and all, was sent flying backward by that single strike. He soared high into the air. Just like a damn trapeze artist. This scene left Ren Yufei's martial artist bodyguards staring wide-eyed. Damn it! You dare lay a hand on my young master? You're asking for death. The level 80 bodyguard captain slammed his heels into the stirrups. His body shot up from the horse's back like an arrow, whizzing toward Hao. As he lunged, he swung a pair of massive gilded hammers in a wide arc toward Hao. Ha ha! You're asking for it. Hao let out a cold laugh and swept his staff out in a horizontal strike. Sweep the 1,000 armies. Clang! The level 80 bodyguard captain was sent flying sideways. Holy shit! The remaining martial artist bodyguards all let out a cry of shock. They could already tell that the man before them was no ordinary person. So none of them dared to charge recklessly anymore. At that moment, Ran Yufei, who'd been sent flying, panted his way back to Hao's feet, stamping his feet and shouting. You fucking idiot! You dare hit me? You're asking for it. With that, Ran Yufei brandished his multicolored spear and lunged toward Hao's vital spots. "Humph. You piece of shit." Hao let out a cold laugh. In Hao's eyes, this guy's attack style, speed, and efficiency were nothing short of trash. Plus, his defenses were wide open and riddled with holes. Suddenly, Hao thrust his golden staff forward. The tip of the golden staff struck the oncoming spear head-on. The two weapons collided. With a loud duong, the massive impact sent Ran Yufei flying once again, spear and all. Ran Yufei crashed heavily into the gravel, filling his mouth with sand. He scrambled to his feet in a rage, pointing at Hao and shouting, "Fuck you! You dare fight back? Do you know who I am? I'm the eldest son of the Rin family." Before he could finish, Hao struck with a forceful chop of Mount Hua's stance, slashing directly at him. Before Ran Yufei could even react, the staff was already hovering right above his forehead. "Say one more word, and you're dead," Hao said in a deep, commanding voice. His words couldn't have been more domineering. Ran Yufei was terrified. Just now, Ran Yufei had felt a life or death crisis unlike anything he'd ever experienced. He felt as if he'd just walked through the gates of hell. This guy really was willing to kill him. Ran Yufei swallowed hard and, for the moment, dared not utter a single word. Just then, the martial arts bodyguard captain who'd been knocked flying by Hao's staff earlier walked over, his face already bruised and swollen. Clearly, Hao's strike had left him seriously injured. He had lost the sharp, aggressive edge he'd displayed earlier. He bowed apologetically to Hao and said, "Young man, we are members of the Rin family. The one who exchanged a few blows with you is the Rin family's young master, Ran Yufei. We're here today to help young Master Rin hone his innate martial arts skills. We ask that you kindly move elsewhere to slay monsters." Hearing this, Hao let out a cold laugh and calmly uttered two words. "Get lost. Martial artist bodyguard captain." Meanwhile, Ran Yufei raised his hand and slapped him across the face. Then, pointing a finger at his nose, he began cursing at the group of martial artists. "You bunch of cowards, why are you trying to reason with him? Get on it. Kill him. I refuse to believe that with all of us here, we can't take down just one guy." Hearing this, the martial artist bodyguards exchanged complicated glances and, with no other choice, reluctantly moved to attack. There was no way around it. This was young Master Ren's order, and no one dared disobey. As for Hao, seeing these martial artists approaching him with hostile intent, he stood his ground, taking a fighting stance with his long staff. "If you want to die, take one step forward. My staff is itching for a fight." Undeterred, the martial artists continued to advance. Just as Hao was about to unleash a killing spree, a reckless imperial land crab charged straight at Hao. "Looking for death? I'll use you as a sacrificial offering first. Sweep the field." Hao swung his staff with all his might. The imperial land crab was sent flying. Damage, 5,100. Such an outrageous damage number caused every martial artist present to widen their eyes in shock. Holy shit? 5,000 damage? Is this the kind of damage a martial artist in the 30s can deal? Who the hell is this guy? Why is he so fierce? For a moment, no one dared to take another step forward. A few martial artists even backed away in fear. They knew full well, faced with the opponent's overwhelming brute force where sheer power trumps all skill, their own level advantage was truly no match at all. As for Ran Yufei, he too was stunned by the massive damage Hao had dealt with a single blow. He wasn't an idiot. How could he fail to see just how formidable this guy was? The next second, he made a decision that came straight from the heart. Forget it. If he is going to stick around, then let him stick around. But after taking such a beating, the resentment in Yufei's heart wouldn't go away, so he started taunting him, spouting a few snide remarks. "You think you're such a great fighter? What good is being a great fighter? In this line of work, it's all about connections. The other fighters? Idiot." Hao said this with a look of utter contempt, then turned away to kill monsters. As for Zhu, he was also amused and couldn't resist teasing him.
Ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard my dick is about to fall off.
Bro, how? The only thing tough about this guy is his big mouth.
Ran Yufei.
After that, both groups went about killing monsters in peace. On Ran Yufei's team, the martial artist bodyguards were responsible for whittling the Imperial Land Crab down to low health, then letting Ran Yufei unleash his spear technique to deliver the finishing blow. This tactic was essentially like having someone hold you up and guide you in during sex.
As for Hao's side,
facing the ferocious Imperial Land Crab, he took it down with just 2 swings of his staff.
The entire process was clean and crisp. Yet it also came across as unpretentious and low-key. Such a stark contrast left Ran Yufei seething with resentment. So he made a decision that was absolutely mind-blowing. All of you, get out of my way. I'm going to take on the Imperial Land Crab one-on-one.
As soon as he said this, the martial artists were taken aback and rushed to dissuade him.
Young master, you need to stay calm. The Imperial Land Crab is absolutely not an opponent you can take on alone. Not to mention even the captain couldn't handle it alone.
Please, young master, think it over. In an instant, the bodyguards all clasped their fists in unison to plead with him. However, Ran Yufei not only ignored their advice but actually felt that his subordinates were mocking him.
What the hell? So in your eyes, I'm not even as good as that punk? Not only am I going to take on a single Imperial Land Crab, but I'm going to take on a big one. Get out of my way, all of you.
With that, Ran Yufei ignored the martial artists' pleas and scampered toward the center of the sandy wasteland.
Just then, rumble. 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 Ground ahead suddenly began to tremble. Immediately afterward,
an incredibly massive Imperial Land Crab revealed its true form.
This Imperial Land Crab was completely different from the ordinary ones. Its entire shell was blood red.
Its size was a full 3 or 4 stories tall.
It was 2 or 3 times larger than the ordinary ones. Trouble. This is a mutated Emperor Land Crab boss. Level 70.
After analyzing it with his device, the bodyguard captain immediately issued a warning, "Young master,
retreat quickly." As soon as he spoke, another martial artist bodyguard recognized it.
This must be the Imperial Land Crab that wreaked havoc in the Abyss dungeon a few days ago. I heard even Captain Zhong of the Abyss Guard couldn't handle it. Let us retreat, young master, another martial artist urged.
However, Ran Yufei wouldn't hear of it. Brimming with confidence, he declared, "What the hell are you guys worried about?
My dragon-slaying spear technique has reached perfection.
Get out of my way."
With that, Ran Yufei kicked aside a martial artist blocking his path. Wielding his multicolored, gilded spear, he strode boldly toward the mutated Imperial Land Crab that had just woken up.
"Monster, take this."
Ran Yufei drew his spear back like a longbow, aimed, and hurled it forward. The spear shot through the air like a rainbow piercing the sky, striking the Imperial Land Crab's carapace.
The next second, the damage numbers popped up. Damage, 1. Ran Yufei, 0. The martial artists.
As for the mutated Imperial Land Crab, it was enraged by this attack that felt like nothing more than a tickle.
Roar.
It opened its menacing crab jaws. A tangible shockwave surged toward Ran Yufei.
The next second,
Ran Yufei was pinned firmly to the spot. At the same time, the mutant Imperial Land Crab's dozen or so claws began flailing wildly. Moving with the speed of a whirlwind, they closed in on Ran Yufei in the blink of an eye. Those crab claws twice as big as a truck's front end came crashing down on Ran Yufei.
Super heavy strike.
Describing the sequence takes a while, but it all happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Ran Yufei realized what was happening, the pair of crab claws were already hanging high above his head.
"Help me! Sorry Lang!" Ran Yufei screamed.
As for the martial artists around him, even if they wanted to come to his rescue at that moment, it was already too late.
The next second, boom!
The massive crab claws came crashing down on his head.
Boom!
Ran Yufei was struck squarely on the head by the massive crab claws, and his entire body was slammed into the sand. Only his head remained above the surface. On top of that, a string of blood-red damage numbers appeared on his body.
Damage, 3,800. Holy shit! That took out half my HP in one hit? Ran Yufei was stunned. What the hell was the point of a one-on-one fight anyway? He'd be down for the count after just 2 hits. Save me!
Ran Yufei turned his head and barked at the martial artist bodyguards nearby.
Young master, don't panic.
The level 80 bodyguard captain leaped forward to Ran Yufei's side, grabbed his hands, and yanked him out of the sand. Just then, the mutant Imperial Land Crab's massive claw swung down once more.
I'll take it.
The bodyguard captain conjured 2 gilded hammers and raised them with both hands to block the blow.
Boom!
The crab's claw smashed down on his head. The massive impact sent both the bodyguard captain and Ran Yufei crashing face first into the sand.
2 damage numbers appeared above their heads. Damage, 3,900. Damage, 4,500. Damn it!
I've only got 10 health points left.
Ran Yufei turned deathly pale with fear.
He scrambled to his feet and fled frantically, but not before shouting to the bodyguard captain, "You hold it off for me."
If I can't hold it off, I'll hold you off.
Hearing this, the bodyguard captain had no choice but to grit his teeth and hold his ground.
I don't know if I can hold it off.
Meanwhile, the remaining martial artist bodyguards provided cover as Ran Yufei mounted a black horse. The group prepared to spur their horses and ride away from this place.
However, just then, the sandy ground ahead rumbled once more. The sand shook unceasingly.
The group's horses, terrified, whinnied repeatedly and bolted wildly out of control. Clearly, whatever was about to burst forth from beneath the sand was utterly terrifying.
The next second,
a gigantic, pitch-black crab crawled out of the ground. It was even larger than the Imperial land crab they'd just encountered. The Imperial land crab was as big as 3 or 4 stories. But this one was at least as big as 5 or 6 stories. Its shell was pitch black, as if it could devour all light. Those massive claws were as big as damn little mountains. Just then, after a martial artist bodyguard managed to rein in his frantic warhorse, he scanned the crab and let out a startled cry.
Oh no! This is actually the legendary Imperial land crab. Level 80.
Upon hearing this, Ran Yufei nearly fell off his horse in shock.
Damn it! Didn't anyone check the almanac before coming out today? It's bad enough that an Imperial land crab showed up, but now another one pops out of nowhere? If I'd known, I never would come to this godforsaken place.
After venting his frustration, Ran Yufei glared fiercely at Hao, who was still calmly slaying monsters not far away, and couldn't help but rant.
It must be that idiot Fong who's on my team. Right. He's the one who flanked me. Retreat.
With that, Ran Yufei was the first to turn tail and flee, turning his horse around and galloping off in the opposite direction.
However, just then, roar!
The Imperial land crab's menacing mandibles snapped open, unleashing an incredibly powerful sonic wave.
Its sonic wave was even more powerful than that of the Imperial land crab.
Its range was even wider. In an instant, it pinned the group who had already fled more than 10 meters away firmly to the spot.
The Imperial crab charged toward them at breakneck speed. Its speed was like the wind.
So fast that the moment the suppression effect on the group lifted, its crab claws as big as small mountains had already come crashing down.
Boom!
Strings of blood-red numbers flashed across the group's bodies.
Damage, 8,900. Death. Damage, 9,200. Death. Damage, 7,200. Damage, 10,000. Death. Damage.
At that moment, because Ran Yufei had taken a high-grade health potion in advance to fully restore his health and was being fiercely protected by his bodyguards, he took the least damage, only 7,200. But even with just 7,200 damage, Ran Yufei's health bar was instantly drained to the bottom, leaving him with only 200 health.
Ran Yufei scrambled to his feet.
He shook his head, which was spinning from dizziness. When he finally focused his gaze on the scene before him,
he was absolutely horrified.
All 15 of his martial artist bodyguards were dead. Blood had soaked the sandy ground, turning it a deep crimson.
Splattered intestines, brain matter, and body parts littered the ground.
Even the prized horse beneath him had its intestines spewed out by the force of the blow. At that moment, the Imperial land crab's massive claw slowly rose to its highest point, poised to smash down on his head once more.
Ran Yufei wet himself in terror and scrambled toward Hao.
He felt that, at that moment, only Hao could handle this Imperial land crab. Of course, he also wanted to shift the blame onto someone else.
As he ran, he waved at Hao. "Bro! Save me! I'm the eldest son of the Ren family, one of the 3 great families of Blaze City.
If you save me, I'll guarantee you a life of luxury and wealth for the rest of your days."
"Save your ass."
Hao's eyes turned cold as he retreated 50 meters in an instant with a graceful leap.
The next second,
the Imperial land crab closed in, delivering a massive blow straight at Ran Yufei.
Boom!
This time, Ran Yufei was completely finished. He was dead as a doornail. His body was smashed into a pulp. At the same time, the level 80 martial artist bodyguard captain, who was locked in a fierce battle with the Imperial land crab, was startled to the core upon seeing Ran Yufei get crushed to death. It was precisely this momentary distraction that threw his martial arts technique into complete disarray.
He was struck squarely on the head by the Imperial land crab's claw. He was dead too.
Next, the 2 crabs began to savor their meal. They swung their massive claws, scooping up the horse meat and human flesh from the ground, and crunched it into their mouths. In just a minute or two, the entire Rin family, people and horses alike, had been devoured by the crabs. Not a single body remained intact. As for Hao, he showed no hurry to leave the scene. He stared at the stats displayed on the 2 Imperial land crabs' interface, a look of amusement on his face.
Monster, mutant Imperial land crab. Level, 80. HP, 39,922. Attack, 3,260. Defense, 1,500. Agility, 90. Skill 1, Suppression Boss version. Skill 2, Super Heavy Strike Boss version. Monster, Mutant Imperial Land Crab. Level, 70. HP, 22,922. Attack, 2,290. Defense, 900. Agility, 75. Skill 1, Suppression Boss version. Skill 2, Super Heavy Strike Boss version. Bro Hao, stop spacing out. Hop on my back.
Zhu's voice rang in his ears. Hao froze for a moment, then turned to look only to see that Zhu had already transformed into a huge wild boar. With all 4 hooves scraping the sand, he was fully prepared to take off.
It seemed that as soon as Hao mounted him, he'd be able to reach top speed in no time.
Hao didn't mount the boar, but instead gave a sly grin.
"Zhu, do you think these 2 crabs, even if they're not very meaty, will give us much experience?"
"Zhu, oh.
Holy crap. Brother Hao, you're not seriously thinking of taking on these 2 bosses solo, are you?" Zhu immediately caught on and hurried to persuade, "Brother Hao, you've got to stay calm." "Hee, I've always been calm." With a smile, Hao turned around and walked toward one of the Imperial land crabs.
"Holy shit. You're..." After a moment of inner struggle, Zhu made up his mind. "If we're gonna die, let us die together.
Let us go for it." Boar form charge. Zhu charged at the Imperial land crab with fierce momentum. Hee. That's some real brotherhood.
A smile flickered in Hao's eyes. The instant Zhu passed by him, he planted his foot on Zhu's piggyback. Propelled by the massive recoil, his entire body soared high into the air. With a somersault, he landed right on the Imperial land crab's back. At that moment, the Imperial land crab had absolutely no idea just how much damage this little guy on its back could inflict.
It didn't care. All it cared about was the huge wild boar charging toward it. That wild boar must taste delicious, right? Right then. The imperial land crab swung its massive claws, ready to smash the boar into a pancake. The enormous claws came crashing down. Oh my god. Shu saw the crab claws coming at him and, in the end, couldn't he hold back. He turned and ran. The emperor land crab prepared to give chase. But just then. Thwack! 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 The king crab felt wave after wave of terrifying damage slamming into its back. Damage, 3,125. Damage, 3,258. Damage, 3,600. Damage, 4,000. By the time the king crab realized something was wrong, its health bar had already dropped by more than half. It panicked. It was terrified. It wanted to cast suppression, but the kid was on its back right in its blind spot. It tried to swing its claws to reach him, but couldn't he quite reach. With no other choice, it could only thrash its body wildly, trying to shake the little guy off its back. But it was completely useless. How drove his staff right into the crab's shell. It stuck there like a nail. Then, gripping the golden staff with one hand, he pounded the crab shell with one fist after another. Bam! 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 Damage, 2,987. Damage, 3,100. Damage. Finally. After Hao landed 5 or 6 consecutive punches, the king crab didn't put up a fight. With a thud, it collapsed to the ground, dead. Holy shit! He really soloed it? Zhu let out a cry of surprise. His pig-like mouth was wide open. Holy shit! Whose subordinate is this guy, to be so fierce? At that moment, a cry of surprise also rang out from nearby. Shu glanced back and discovered that the arrivals were none other than Captain Zhong and a group of guards. 10 minutes earlier, Captain Zhong had received a distress signal from an Abyss Dungeon Watch. And the signal was signed by the Rin family's eldest son. Zhong was well aware of the Rin family's influence in Blaze City and knew that many military figures had close ties to them, so he immediately mustered his men and rushed to the designated coordinates. To save time, he used the secret realm teleportation array to teleport directly to the nearby teleportation platform. He then spurred his horse forward at full speed. As soon as he arrived and saw these two meatless crabs, his heart sank. He realized the Rin family's young master was most likely doomed. Just as he was about to check for any survivors, he saw one of the imperial land crabs let out a mournful, agonized scream before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Zhong looked closely. On the back of the crab, not meat, there was a man. This man was clad in gilded battle armor. His build was incredibly imposing. Thick gift crab. Whose commander is this man? How could he be so valiant as to take down crab not meat single-handedly? Amidst his shock, Zhong took a closer look at the man's physique and features. The more he looked, the more something felt off. The more he looked, the more familiar he seemed. He had this nagging feeling he'd seen him somewhere before. How? The answer flashed through Captain Zhao's mind, but he instinctively refused to believe it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After all, just a few days ago, when Hao had saved him, he'd been nothing more than a novice martial artist barely past level 20. Had only a few days passed, and he was already capable of soloing a level 70 imperial land crab? That's ridiculous. Captain Zhao, what are you doing here? Just then, Zhu came trotting over, his massive boar testicles swaying from side to side. Looking at this huge wild boar, the aide standing next to Zhong froze for a moment. Holy shit! A wild boar can speak human? This monster-s turning into a spirit. Guys, get ready to attack. Clack, clack, clack. Dozens of mana bows were drawn tight as full moons, all aimed squarely at Zhu. Zhu, oh. Captain Zhao. It's me. I'm not a wild boar spirit. Zhu quickly shifted back into human form. Zhu? Zhong recognized him. Yeah, Zhu quickly admitted. Then is that Hao? Zhong pointed at Hao, who was dozens of meters away. Yeah, that's brother Hao, Zhu replied. Zhong let out a long snort. It really is him. He hadn't seen him in a few days, and this young guy had actually soloed an imperial land crab? Holy DJ. Isn't the growth rate a little too out of this world? At that moment, the jet-black imperial land crab, upon seeing its mate killed by someone, immediately let out a furious roar to the heavens. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave spread out. It actually pinned down everyone within 100 meters. Immediately afterward, the imperial land crab sprinted toward Hao like the wind. Dozens of crab claws created afterimages as they whirled through the air. In the blink of an eye, the imperial land crab had already lunged at Hao. Its massive claws, glowing with an eerie blood red light, came crashing down on Hao's head. No! Zhong, who had been immobilized, watched the scene with eyes bulging in horror. Zhong had dealt with the crab before he knew all too well the terrifying power of a level 80 imperial land crab's super heavy strike. If it landed with full force, death was virtually certain. But just then, freeze! Hao barked the command. The crab claw, which had been hurtling down like a falling meteor, suddenly froze in mid-air, less than a meter above Hao's head. Taking advantage of the 0.6 seconds that crab no meat was hard control, Hao immediately executed a 4 liang deflect 1000 gene maneuver. Boom! Crab no meat was actually forced back 3 to 5 meters. The super heavy strike skill was also forcibly interrupted. Furthermore, a string of damage numbers appeared on crab meat's body. Damage, 2100. Whoa! Zhong's eyes widened. It wasn't the 2100 damage that made his eyes widen. He was stunned by the force of Hao's stop command. Others might not have noticed, but Zhong saw it crystal clear. As a level 60 martial artist, Zhong's level wasn't particularly high, but years of battling monsters in secret realms had honed his combat skills to a high level, giving him an analytical ability far surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. He had seen it clearly just now. After Hao muttered freeze, under his breath, the massive crab claw was instantly immobilized, as if time itself had stopped. Though it lasted only a moment, it had truly happened. It's him! It's him! It's definitely him! Zhong finally realized that the person in the crowd a few days ago who had shouted stop, and forcibly immobilized the imperial land crab, successfully helping him escape the crab's jaws, was none other than Hao. You little rascal, you've kept me searching for you. Zhong's face lit up with excitement. Meanwhile, over on Hao's side. How much longer are you guys going to just stand there watching? What? Do the Abyss Guards also prefer to just watch the show instead of helping out? Hao's footsteps flickered as he circled the crab at lightning speed, all while throwing a sarcastic jab at the Abyss Guard soldiers. Although Hao was confident he could take down this crab no meat on his own, he didn't like to show off. Now that he had backup, why go it alone? Let us just gang up on it and finish it off. Oh! Quick, go provide backup. Zhong snapped out of it and hurriedly issued the order. In an instant, the guards dismounted and formed a battle formation, launching ranged attacks at crab no meat. Meanwhile, Zhong, wielding his blue longsword, charged toward crab no meat. He. Old Zhu's here to join the fun too. Zhu transformed into a massive wild boar with a clang, then activated boar form to charge. Next, he cast Frost Domain. The boar spat out a massive ice ball from its snout, which slammed into crab no meat. Crack. In an instant, Crab Buroa's body began to freeze. His movements were clearly impeded. But since Crab Buroa was simply too massive, the frozen area remained quite limited. So Zhu's Frost Domain had some effect, but not much. At the same time, Zhong also arrived right in front of Crab Buroa. He swung the blue long-handled broadsword in his hand. Dragon Roar of the Nine Heavens. In an instant, a writhing blue dragon actually burst forth from the broadsword. The blue dragon let out a series of roars as it crashed into Xia Buroa's body. Damage, 1100. Over on Hao's side, he stood firmly directly in front of Xie Buru, battling a pair of swinging claws. The golden staff clashed with the crab's claws, producing a clanging sound. Damage, 1900. Damage, 2100. At the same time, not far away, the ranged guards were rapidly drawing their mana bows. One after another, mana arrows of various colors whizzed through the air, piercing Crab No Meat's body. Although the damage wasn't high, more like a light scratch, their sheer volume made up for it. Plus, these mana arrows came with a built-in slow effect. They firmly suppressed Crab No Meat's movement speed. In the blink of an eye, Crab No Meat's health plummeted. 35,000. 30,000. 20,000. 10,000. 5,000. 3,000. 2,000. Watching Crab Meat's health bar dwindle to near zero, Hao's eyes darted around as he realized something. The Haozhu duo and these guards weren't in the same party. If the monsters let them kill it, the experience would go to them. But if we too were to kill it? He. Without hesitation, Hao seized the moment and brought his staff down with a mighty swing. Damage, 1500. Overflow. Kill. Kill successful. Crab No Meat let out a pitiful wail to the heavens before crashing down onto the sandy ground with a thud. Experience, plus 2894 plus 580 level bonus. The next second. Level up effects appeared one after another on Hao and Zhu. In the end, Hao leveled up to level 45. As for Zhu, he reached level 42. Damn! We ran into the headshot prince. Zhong realized he hadn't managed to snag the kill on Crab No Meat and gave a slightly awkward smile. Actually, just a moment ago, Zhong had been thinking about landing a headshot too. After all, experience is a great thing. And since this thing was a boss, the experience was absolutely massive. No one could resist. Captain Zhao, long time no see. Hao approached with a cheerful smile and greeted him. Zhong laughed heartily, slung his arm around Hao's shoulder, and said approvingly. You're quite the guy, aren't you? Just a few days away, and you're already this good. You're already soloing bosses. These past few days, I was worried you wouldn't level up in time to take the Abyss Guard's open recruitment exam. Looks like my worries were for nothing. After saying that, Zhong glanced at the level 50 lone hero set Hao was wearing and asked. Hao, are you happy with the gift I gave you? Hao nodded and replied. It's just a little too expensive. Zhu? Gift? What gift? Zhu stumbled over, looking bewildered. After a moment of confusion, it finally clicked. The next second. Whoa, damn. Old Zhao. You're so unfair. Sure, brother Hao saved you that day, but I saved you too. I was the one who carried you out of the crab's mouth. And you didn't even give me a gift? Wow, you're such a bore. Zhu was practically rolling on the ground in frustration. As for Zhong, he simply flipped his hand and pulled 2 packages out of his spatial storage ring, handing them over with a cheerful smile. Ha ha ha. How could I possibly forget about you? The reason I'm only giving you a gift now is mainly because you're different from everyone else. It's hard to pick something for you. I spent ages looking before I found something that suits you. Want to take a look? Humph. Now that's more like it. Zhu puckered his chubby lips and cheerfully accepted the 2 packages. Upon opening them, he saw that one contained a set of battle armor for a pet pig. The other was a martial arts manual titled Wild Boar's Brutal Force Shatters the Void. Zhu's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. He gave a thumbs up. You're a true buddy. As for Hao, seeing that Zhu had received a gift too put his mind at ease. Earlier, when he accepted Zhong's gift, he actually felt a pang of guilt. He'd been wondering the whole time why Zhu hadn't received a gift. It turned out Zhong hadn't forgotten Zhu after all. Captain Zhao, can I take these crab claws with me? You see, the meat inside the claws of an imperial land crab is incredibly delicious and succulent. At the martial arts restaurant,
they're considered a top-tier ingredient.
The market price is 500 yuan per kilogram.
Just the meat from the 4 claws of these 2 boss crabs alone must total at least several metric tons, right?
If he could take that back, he'd make a nice little fortune. Zhong thought for a moment before replying.
According to Abyss Guard regulations, the corpses of any monsters we participate in killing must be handed over to the Abyss Guard for disposal. That level 70 giant crab you just killed, we didn't participate, so according to the rules, you're free to do with it as you please. As for this level 80 crab, we from the Abyss Guard participated in its kill.
However, since you were the main attacker, I can give you the claws from both crabs. How about that?
Hao was delighted. That's great. Crab claws were exactly what Hao wanted. He couldn't care less about the rest of the bodies. With the spoils divided, both sides began collecting their share of the loot. Hao cut off and took the 4 crab claws. Then he cut off and took all the claws from the dozen or so ordinary imperial land crabs he'd slain earlier. In total, he harvested over 20 metric tons. As he was about to leave, Hao clasped his fists in a martial arts salute toward Zhong.
Captain Zhao, farewell for now.
Let us get together for a drink sometime, the 3 of us. Hearing this, Zhong returned the martial arts salute.
Don't worry. Once I'm done with my recent official duties, I'll definitely find you for a drink.
By the way, you two should be careful in the secret realm these days. The Shadow Legion is up to no good again. Hearing this, Hao froze for a moment.
The Shadow Legion? What is that?
In the original hostess memories, there was nothing related to it. You can think of the Shadow Legion as.
Just as Zhong began to explain.
From the direction they had come, the sound of whips cracking and horses galloping grew louder.
Clop, clop, clop. Clop, clop, clop. Damn it, clop. The hoofbeats were incredibly rapid. Everyone turned to look and saw a procession of well over 100 people. Every single one was a tall, jet black horse. In the center of the formation stood a martial artist holding a flagpole. The banner bore a single large character, Ren. Zhong furrowed his brow and said to Hao and Zhu. You two should leave right away.
The Ren family has arrived.
Let us not invite trouble. Hao nodded and rode off on Zhu. Meanwhile, the procession rode straight toward Zhong. At the head was a middle-aged woman.
Dressed in luxurious robes and with a haughty demeanor, it was clear at a glance that she held a high social status. Upon seeing Zhong, she did not dismount but, in a commanding tone, interrogated him.
Captain Zhao, where is my nephew?
In response, Zhong pointed at the level 80 imperial land crab, which had already been torn to pieces, and replied. I'm sorry the Abyss Guard, arrived too late.
He has already been devoured by the crab. Boom! The middle-aged woman's eyes bulged in disbelief. She staggered for a moment. You bastards! What the hell are you Abyss Guards good for? With that, she actually raised her riding crop and lashed out at Zhong. Zhong wasn't about to put up with her nonsense. With a swift grab, he snatched the riding crop, and with a slight tug, pulled the woman off her horse. Then, with a swish, he pressed his greatsword against her throat. How dare you attack the Abyss Guard? How insolent!
Since your nephew died today, I'll spare you this once.
The middle-aged woman turned deathly pale with fear.
But she still managed to retort.
Captain Zhong, you sure do have a lot of authority. You're the boss now, but you won't be the boss forever. Humph. Let us go.
With that, the middle-aged woman led her men straight toward the crab not meat.
The group sliced open the crab not meat's abdomen and began digging.
Before long, they unearthed several mangled corpses.
The middle-aged woman recognized one of the heads at a glance. It was her nephew's.
She clutched the head and burst into loud, wailing sobs.
My dear nephew, why? What a terrible death you've met. Auntie will avenge you. Blah, blah, blah.
Her wailing was excruciatingly shrill, making Zhong extremely uncomfortable.
Let us go.
Immediately, Zhong swung himself onto his horse, waved his hand, and led his men away from the scene. As for the middle-aged woman, after crying for quite a while, she resumed directing her men to gather the remains of Ren Yufei's body.
Just then,
a little old man carrying a huge sack emerged from the yellow sand.
With every step he took, the bells hanging from his body jingled and clanged.
The middle-aged woman recognized him at a glance as the Secret Realm merchant.
"Who are you, you stinking old man? Get lost!" the middle-aged woman snapped.
The old man chuckled, completely unfazed by her abuse, and instead said mysteriously,
"Actually, your nephew wasn't he supposed to die?" The middle-aged woman's pupils contracted.
She was a smart woman and immediately grasped the implication of the old man's words. Without hesitation, she reached behind her back, pulled out $1 million in bundled cash, and tossed it at the old man's feet.
"Go on."
The old man glanced at the $1 million at his feet, smiled, and stroked his long beard.
"That person and I had a deal. He's a friend of mine, so to speak. How could I betray my dearest friends and family? You'll have to pay more."
Meanwhile, over at the Haoju duo, the two had already exited the Abyss dungeon and arrived at the parking lot.
"Bro, how?
It's only 3 o'clock, Zhu glanced at the time on his watch and immediately grinned mischievously.
How about I treat you to a massage? A new spa just opened recently. The therapists there are all absolutely stunning." He. "How?"
"I'm not going," Hao said politely, declining the offer.
"My fourth talent is already at 3 stars. I plan to go back and study the 5th talent I just unlocked first."
Just moments ago, Hao had mentally accessed the talent support system and discovered that his 4th talent, the Supreme Celestial Art, was already close to 3 stars. Zhu, on the other hand, couldn't care less about any of that. He floored the gas pedal and headed straight for their destination.
And the whole way there, he kept trying to talk Hao into it. "Bro, Hao, when it comes to studying talents, does it really matter where you do it? Instead of studying at home, why not go there?
If you get tired of studying talents, you can always check out other things."
He. "How?" Before long, the two arrived at the Red Romance Club. Hao looked up and saw the pink neon sign, which exuded a provocative and seductive vibe. "Whoa! Big guy." The receptionist, upon seeing Zhu, immediately perked up. You've been coming here quite often, haven't you?"
Hao shot him a sidelong glance, his expression a mix of amusement and skepticism. "Heh," Zhu chuckled, then slung his arm around Hao's shoulder and said to the receptionist, "This is my good buddy.
Get him the best attendant."
"I'll stick to the usual number 88 will do." "Sure," the receptionist agreed and began making the arrangements. Before long, after Hao had finished studying the secrets of human origins, he turned his attention to his talents. With a thought, he activated the talent support system.
Talent support system. Level 45 3550 EXP. HP 96. Attack 50.5. Defense 46.4. Agility 11.6. Mana 0.32 kilograms 1.46 kilograms. Talent Sage Divinity Grade F. First talent, Fasting 6 stars 48600 EXP.
Enhancement, while in the fasting state, automatically restores lost HP and mana, heals physical injuries, and increases recovery rate 7.5% 10% of maximum per hour.
Second talent, Colossal Form 4 star 38400 EXP. Third talent, Stun Skill 3 star 8300 EXP. Fourth talent, Supreme Celestial Art 3 star 1300. Enhancement.
Talent Effect 1, all talents are enhanced across the board 10% 15%. Talent Effect 2, automatically gain 10-20 level up experience per hour.
Talent Effect 3, automatically increase base stats by 1% 3% daily.
Passive Skill, Mana Cost, 1 kilogram 1.5 kilograms day.
Fifth talent, Eagle Eye 1 star 0100 EXP. Eagle Eye 1 star.
Talent Effect 1, you can discern a target's true nature and see through disguises. No illusions or sleight of hand can escape your keen eyes. Additionally, you possess a certain degree of X-ray vision.
Maximum range, 50 meters.
Talent effect 2. You can identify a target's weaknesses, causing each attack to deal an additional 300-600 true damage.
Active talent lasts 10 minutes after activation, with a 1-hour cooldown. Mana cost, 50% of current mana. Whoa, another American V8 beast. How felt like crying and laughing at the same time. It's a great talent. But the fuel consumption is still so high. Every time you use it, it instantly drains 50% of your current mana. That's terrifying. Handsome, aren't you going to extend your session?
Just then, the seductive, teasing voice of the sexy mechanic rang in his ears. Looking at her incredibly perfect and delicate features, How would be lying if he said he didn't want to go for a second round?
But How wondered. Could there really be such a beautiful, perfect woman in this world?
On the spot, How had a sudden thought and activated his fire-eye golden gaze,
ready to test its capabilities. The next second. Holy crap!
She's just a plastic surgery-addicted monster.
How exclaimed in shock. He looked down. He let out another gasp of shock. Holy crap! That is fake too?
Before long, How returned home.
After downing a bottle of premium mana blue elixir, he began his training.
He activated both his stun skill and golden eye of insight once. The path of martial arts is like a long, dark night. Only through relentless, round-the-clock perseverance can one finally see the light.
How was eager to discover what talents the golden eye of insight would reveal. Next, How, wielding his golden staff, began practicing the martial art 36 astral strikes.
By the time he finished his training, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. How had planned to order takeout to treat himself. After all, today's trip to the Abyss dungeon had been quite fruitful. First, his level had jumped from the 20s to level 45.
He was now just 5 levels short of the Abyss Guard recruitment requirements. Second, he managed to score over 20 metric tons of crab meat.
Of course, what gave How the greatest sense of satisfaction was that the arrogant and overbearing young master from the Ren family had been devoured by the crabs serves him right. However, realizing that eating would break his fasting state, How decided to just order a few bottles of chilled mana beer instead. A few days ago, while eating at the martial arts restaurant, How discovered that drinking beer doesn't interrupt his fasting state. Before long, the delivery person had brought the beer right to his door. How sipped his ice-cold beer while browsing the Martial Wiki app. He planned to look into the Shadow Legion. Earlier, while they were in the Abyss dungeon, Captain Zhong had warned How to be extra careful when entering secret realms in the near future. He also emphasized the existence of the Shadow Legion. How had never even heard of the Shadow Legion.
So he decided to look it up on the Martial Wiki app.
Soon, several posts popped up. A look at one of the top 10 terrifying factions in the Abyss dungeon, the Shadow Legion.
The origins of the Shadow Legion. How can I join the Shadow Legion? High-quality answers rewarded.
After browsing through them carefully, How gained a general understanding of the Shadow Legion. First of all, the Shadow Legion is an organization founded by humanoid creatures native to the Abyss dungeon.
The organization's sole purpose is to hunt down martial artists. In their eyes, martial artists entering the Abyss dungeon is an active invasion of their homeland.
They come like shadows and vanish like the wind.
Their specialty is stealthy assassination. Hence the name, the Shadow Legion.
According to official statistics from Martial Wiki, out of every 10 martial artists who die in the Abyss dungeon, 3 are killed by the Shadow Legion's assassinations. Furthermore, every member of the Shadow Legion uses secret magic to commit suicide before being captured.
The Abyss Guards simply cannot capture any survivors.
As a result, even now, very little is known about the Shadow Legion at the national level.
How many members do they have? Do they possess innate talents? Do they have martial skills? Do they wield some kind of supernatural power? None of this is known.
In short, the Shadow Legion, just like its name suggests, is shrouded in mystery.
They come like shadows and vanish like the wind? Then wouldn't Fire-Eye Golden Gaze be the perfect counter to them? If I capture a live one, could I sell them for a lot of money? With these thoughts running through his mind, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Hao's mouth. Next, Hao planned to scout out a spot for monster hunting the next day. Currently at level 45, Hao felt it was time to take on higher level monsters. Just then, a friend request notification popped up on the giant light chat app. Handsome guy, are you there? Are you there? From Baby Tummy Rumbling. Who is this? Hao scratched his head. He decided to just click the accept friend button. Hao typed quickly, who are you? Baby Tummy Rumbling, hee hee. Take a guess. Hao, I'm not guessing. If you don't tell me, I'll delete you. The other person, no. It's Jia. Hao froze for a moment. Jia? Last name Qin? Hao suddenly remembered the girl he met yesterday in the Abyss dungeon. Back then, she'd been very generous, offering Hao an hourly rate of 600,000. Later, the group encountered a facehugger, and it was Hao who saved her. Hao, Miss Qin? Jia, congratulations. You got it right. Cute emoji. Hao, is there something you need? Jia, yes, there is. Hao, go ahead. Jia, why don't you come over to my place for dinner tonight? It's my dad's idea. He wants to thank you for saving his one and only good daughter from the facehugger yesterday. You wouldn't say no, would you? How could I say no? You said before that we're even. You paid me, and I did my part to protect you. So this dinner isn't really necessary. Jia, wah. How could you turn me down? How could you turn down such a cute girl? Doesn't your conscience bother you? How found it very puzzling and bizarre. Why did Jiajo's writing style when chatting with people give off such a soft, cute little sister vibe? After all, just yesterday, in front of everyone, she was clearly acting like a cold, stern empress who never smiled. What kind of drastic contrast is this? Just then, as if she read Hao's mind, Jia replied. Do you know why I acted so cold toward you in front of so many people yesterday? Do you want to know? Hao frowny face. No, I don't. Jia, I'm gonna hit you gif emoji. Jia, come on, say you wanna know. Humph. Attached, a 10,000 yuan red envelope. Hao, oh, I do. Silently claims the red envelope. Jia, I had no choice. Actually, acting cold toward you was my way of protecting you. I couldn't show too much interest in you, it would been bad for you. How, is that even a thing? Jia frowny face because I'm engaged. My future husband is the eldest son of the Ren family, Ren Yufei. How frowny face, he is already dead. Jia frowny face? How can you say that? How frowny face, you didn't know. Okay, never mind. Jia frowny face, I'll have my butler drive over to pick you up. Attached, a 100,000 yuan red envelope. How frowny face, alright, then come pick me up. Silently accepts the red envelope. Jia frowny face, by the way, my butler just mentioned why did you block his phone number? How frowny face, I thought it was my ex-boss, Sean. I'll unblock him. Before long, Hao arrived at the Qin family mansion by car. The Qin family mansion was an incredibly grand complex of villas. It was just like a palace. Led by the butler, Hao wound his way through the grounds and finally arrived at the reception hall. Sitting on the sofa was an incredibly burly middle-aged man. He was like a mountain. His build was on par with Hao's. This man bore a striking resemblance to Jia, who was sitting beside him. He was clearly Jiajo's father. Ha ha. True heroes do emerge in youth. Seeing Hao arrive, Long laughed heartily and offered his praise. He genuinely liked this young man. Long had a soft spot for burly martial artists. And Hao was definitely substantial enough. Big enough. Meanwhile, Hao secretly scanned Long's level. Level 988. Talent, S rank. Whoa. Hello, uncle. Hao clasped his fists in a bow. In response, Long returned the gesture and thanked him.
Hao, thank you for saving my precious daughter from the facehugger's attack yesterday.
He didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Long looked quite taken aback, but then he understood what Hao was thinking. Young man, self-reliance is a rare quality.
But as far as I know, the Abyss Guard entrance exam is hellishly difficult.
The competition is incredibly fierce. Take last year's exam, for example.
Back then, over 100,000 martial artists signed up, but in the end, only a little over 100
were accepted. The acceptance rate was as low as 1 in 1,000.
At this point, Long cast a complex glance at Hao and advised.
If you follow my plan, you won't have to face such brutal competition.
Taking a shortcut now and then isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Hao smiled faintly inside. Uncle Qin, I've made up my mind.
Hearing this, Long knew that further persuasion would be futile, so he simply waved his hand inside. Since you're unwilling to accept my goodwill, then let us leave it at that.
But you've got to let me help you a little, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't feel right about it. Tell me, is there anything you need my help with lately? Just say the word. I'll definitely make it happen for you.
Long decided to offer Hao some material support for his martial arts training.
Hao, however, continued to decline with a smile. Uncle Qin, saving your daughter was really just a small favor. I'm not looking for anything in return.
Besides, at the time, your daughter and I were in a contractual relationship. It was only natural for me to save her.
If you keep insisting, I'm going to have to leave. With that, Hao made to stand up.
Long, however, quickly urged Hao to sit back down.
Ha, you're quite a unique young man, aren't you? Come on. Let me toast you to you, the young hero.
With that, Long stood up of his own accord and raised his glass to Hao.
Hao stood up and clinked glasses with him.
With Long showing such favor, the Qin family relatives naturally dared not treat Hao with indifference. One after another, they raised their glasses to toast him.
Hao returned each toast in turn.
Just then, Long's wife, Fongling, leaned close to Long's ear and whispered.
Old Qin, the more I look at this young man, the more I like him. Just his character alone puts him far ahead of other people's children. How wonderful it would be if he were our Qin family's ideal son-in-law. This, Long replied in a low voice. Honey, do you think I don't want that?
But you know our family's situation. Jia and Xiao Run were betrothed 8 years ago.
There's just no other way. Fong Ling shot him a disapproving glance and teased. Why did you have to settle Jejo's marriage so early? Hearing this, Long shook his head and gave a wry smile. How can anyone predict what will happen years down the road? Never mind.
At worst, I'll just adopt Hao as my adopted son.
I've looked into it. The boy is an orphan, so it'll definitely work out.
Hearing this, Fong Ling finally felt a little better, but she still scolded him playfully.
Humph. You turned a perfectly good son-in-law into an adopted son. Your late father was absolutely right. You really are a wastrel. Long.
Just then, Jia leaned in and whispered.
Dad, what do you think of Hao? He is a good kid.
I plan to take him in as my adopted son, Long replied.
Is it just that simple, an adopted son?
Jia looked at Long with her big, sparkling eyes, her tone pleading.
Dad, how about we call off my arranged marriage? Would that be okay? Hearing this, Long's eyes widened. What are you talking about, you little brat? If I call off the engagement, will I even have the face to keep living in Blaze City? What will people say about me then? Humph. Are you so concerned about saving face that you don't care about your daughter's feelings at all? I don't like Ren Yufei one bit, you know that.
Jia said indignantly, he is just a spoiled rich kid who has been bullying people for years. I really hate him. Jia was speaking so loudly that everyone turned to look at her. Long glared at Jia, then smiled broadly at the group and said.
Go ahead and eat, go ahead and eat. It's nothing, it's nothing.
Once everyone had settled back into their conversations and continued eating, Long put on a stern face and turned to Jia again.
You little brat, I know exactly what you're thinking. But I'm leaving you here. Unless Rin dies. Otherwise, it'll never work out between you and Hao. That's fate. You have to accept your fate, do you understand? But just then, a man who looked like a butler stumbled his way in, shouting at the top of his lungs. Future in-laws. It's a disaster. Your future son-in-law is dead. Boom. Everyone present stared in disbelief. All of them sprang to their feet in an instant. Holy shit? Did my words just come true? Long felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. This was way too bizarre, wasn't it? The next second, he clamped down hard on the corners of his mouth, which were harder to control than an AK-47, then rushed over to support the Rin family member who brought the bad news and asked, "Is he really dead?" The Rin family butler thought to himself, "Damn it, the way you're talking, it sounds like you're practically hoping my young master is dead." The Rin family butler forced a single tear from his eye and wailed, "He is really dead. He was eaten by crabs." Whoa! Long sucked in a sharp breath. No way? Did his words really just come true? As for Judja, she was stunned at first, then burst into wild joy. She could barely suppress the corners of her mouth, which were harder to control than an AK-47, and let out a wail. Wah! In an instant, the Chin family's relatives and elders all rose from their seats and rushed over to the Rin family's butler to ask for specific details. It turned out that the Rin family's eldest son, Rin Yufei, had led a group of martial artist bodyguards into the Abyss dungeon at noon to train his martial arts skills. As it turned out, they encountered the Imperial Land Crab boss. Rin Yufei and his dozen or so martial artist bodyguards fought valiantly but were no match for it. They all perished in the crab's jaws. Not a single body remained intact. Meanwhile, over at Hao's table, Hao was still eating his meal, completely unfazed. As for why he was so calm? Because he was an eyewitness to the entire incident. He had known all along that Ren Yu was done for. In fact, he had witnessed with his own eyes the scene of Ren Yufei being crushed to death and devoured by the crab. After finishing a bare paw, Hao silently stood up, walked over to Long, clasped his fists in a bow, and said, "Uncle Chin, such a major incident has occurred in your household, so I'll take my leave for now." Long snapped back to his senses and quickly clasped his fists, saying, "Young man, with today's sudden turn of events, I haven't been able to host you properly. I'll treat you to a proper feast another day. I'm truly sorry. Steward, see the young man off." After watching Hao and the Rin family steward, who had brought the news of the death, leave one after the other, Long immediately gave instructions to the Chin family. "Go change your clothes right away. Then follow me to the Rin family's home to offer our condolences." As soon as he said this, the Chin family sprang into action. Meanwhile, Judja crept up to Long, tugged at the hem of his shirt, and asked, Dad, can I skip this?" At those words, Long's eyes widened in shock. "You little brat. Don't you have any manners at all? After all, you two were betrothed as children. What will people think if you don't go? If you don't go, you'll leave your old man." Seeing that her dad was about to launch into another lecture, Judja helplessly covered her ears and ran off. "Fine, I'll go." Humph. At that moment, at the Rin family mansion, the entire Rin family mansion had been transformed into a funeral venue. Mournful music played softly in the background. The entrance was lined with flowers and white mourning banners. Mourners dressed in black or white funeral attire came and went frequently. Inside the memorial hall, Ren Yufei's portrait hung on the wall. A massive, opulent coffin sat in the center. On the table in front of the coffin were offerings, incense, and candles. Members of the Rin family stood vigil beside the coffin, occasionally wiping away tears. This was especially true of Ren Yufei's eldest aunt, Ren Chang. She was leaning over her nephew's coffin, weeping so hard she was on the verge of fainting. In contrast, the head of the Ren family, Ren Yufei's father, Ren Wuxing, was glaring sternly at the butler. "Where are the Chins? Why haven't they arrived yet?" The butler replied, his voice trembling. Sir, I've already notified them. They should be here soon, shouldn't they? No sooner had he finished speaking than a group of men in black suits walked in through the door. Leading the group was none other than Long. Flanking Long were Jejia, his wife Fongling, and his youngest son, Qin Chang. Upon seeing Long arrive, Ren Wuxing stepped forward and called out, "Brother Qin." Long nodded and clasped his fists in a traditional salute, saying, "I am deeply sorry about what happened to young Ren. Life is unpredictable, one day it's you, the next it's me. Please take comfort." Hearing this, Ren Wuxing found Long utterly insincere and couldn't help but retort sarcastically. "Take comfort? Humph. That's easy for you to say. It's not your son who died, after all. Long? You're a bit short-tempered today, but I won't hold it against you." Long didn't want to get into a confrontation with him after all, respect for the deceased comes first. He immediately led the Qin family straight to the memorial hall to pay their respects. After paying their respects, Long clasped his fists and said, "I have other business to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave now." "Wait!" Ren Wuxing suddenly shouted. "Oh? What do you wish?" Long stopped in his tracks and asked. "The next second." Ren Wuxing pointed at Jejia and said in a confrontational tone, "My eldest son, Ren Yufei, and your eldest daughter, Jejia, are betrothed. According to Blaze City customs, a betrothal is equivalent to marriage. Therefore, Jejia is fully considered a daughter-in-law to be of the Ren family. Now that my eldest son is dead, Jejia must fulfill her duties and obligations as an in-law. I demand that on the day of the funeral, Jejia wear mourning clothes and hold little Ren's portrait. Furthermore, I also demand that Jejia observe a 3-year mourning period at my son's grave." As soon as he said this, Jejia's beautiful eyes widened in shock. "What kind of ridiculous demand is this? Wearing mourning clothes I could just about tolerate, but you actually want me to keep vigil at your son's grave for 3 years? Where in Blaze City is there such a custom? Did you just make this up? If I actually did what you're asking, where would my dignity be? And what about my dad's dignity? You're really pushing it." Before Jejia could finish her sentence, Long had already spoken up. "Bullshit." Long's voice boomed like a bell, piercing through the air. This caused the surrounding mourners and Ren's family members to turn and look their way. The atmosphere was extremely somber, awkward, and silent. The next second. "Dad, are you yelling at me?" Jejia sniffed, instinctively thinking her dad was scolding her. After all, he'd always been like this ever since she was a kid. But the very next second. "Are you an idiot? Why would I be yelling at you?" Long rolled his eyes at Jejia, then glared at Ren Wuxing and roared. "I brought my whole family here today to pay our respects that's already giving your Ren family plenty of face. And you still dare to make such outrageous demands? Who do you think you're messing with? Let us go." With that, Long waved his hand and led his family away. As for Ren Wuxing, his face was dark and sullen. He remained silent, lost in thought. "Brother, the Qin family has no manners at all." At that moment, Ren Yufei's aunt, Ren Shang, came over, stamping her feet as she said, "Brother, let me handle this. I'll go over there right now with some people and make a scene. I swear I won't rest until the Qin family hands Jejia over." But Ren Wuxing simply waved his hand. "Let us leave it at that. If the Qin family refuses to give us this face, they'll pay the price later. Our top priority right now is to investigate the cause of your eldest nephew's death. Shaoqing, have you figured it out yet?" Ren Shang nodded, flipped her hand, pulled out her phone, tapped on a video, and played it. "Brother, this video was filmed by an eyewitness who was there. According to the footage, when Xiao Ren was in trouble, a young man was also present. With that young man's abilities, he could have easily rescued Xiao Ren from the crab's jaws. But he didn't. He just stood there and watched as Xiao Ren was devoured by the crab. His heart is beyond redemption." Hearing this, the gloom on Ren Wuxing's face deepened even further. What's his name?
I've already sent Jing into the Abyss Guard military district to launch an investigation, Ren Qing replied. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a figure walked in through the door.
It was none other than Ren Wuxing's second son, Ren Jing'an. Dad, Auntie. I've identified that man. His name is Hao. He is on friendly terms with Zhong. Ren Wuxing nodded, then issued an order in that icy cold tone of his. Once the funeral is over, round up all our men and arrest him. The next day, at 7 in the morning, Hao woke up on time, washed up, and began his cultivation. After consuming 1.5 bottles of high-grade mana elixir, he performed his routine, stun skill, colossal form, and fire eye golden gaze. It had to be said these three abilities were a real mana drain. The 1.5 kilograms of mana he just consumed was quickly devoured by these three abilities. Before long, a sudden flash of insight spread through his mind. It must be a talent star upgrade. With that thought, Hao focused his mind and opened the talent support system. Talent support system. Level 45,270,550 EXP. HP 97. Attack 51. Defense 47. Agility 11.7. Mana 0.02 kilograms 1.47 kilograms. Talent Sage Divinity F rank. First talent Fasting 7-star 12700 EXP. While in fasting mode, automatically restores lost HP and mana and heals physical injuries at a rate of 10% 12.5% of maximum per hour. Second talent Colossal Form 4 5 stars 1500 EXP. Talent Effect 1, Body Size increases 25% 30%. Talent Effect 2, all 5 stats HP, Attack, Defense, Agility, and Mana are comprehensively enhanced 1250% 1500%. Talent Effect 3, each basic attack deals an additional 600 900 900 1200 points of true damage to the target. Talent Effect 4, for every 1% of HP lost, the 5 core stats are boosted by 20% 25% on top of their current values. Active talent, once activated, mana consumption is 0.4 kilograms 0.5 kilograms per minute. Third talent, Stun Skill 3-star 19300 EXP. Fourth talent, Supreme Celestial Art 3-star 24300. Fifth talent, Fire Eye Golden Gaze 1 2-star 10200 EXP. Talent Effect 1, you can discern a target's true nature and see through disguises. No illusions or sleight of hand can escape your keen eyes. Additionally, you possess a certain degree of X-ray vision. Maximum X-ray range, 50-75 meters. Talent Effect 2, reveals the target's weaknesses, causing each attack to deal an additional 300,600,600,900 true damage. Active talent, once activated, lasts 10-11 minutes with a cooldown of 10.9 hours. Mana cost, current 50% 55% mana. Colossal Form is finally at 5 stars. Eagle Eye has been upgraded too. Hao's eyes were ablaze with excitement. Right now, Colossal Form can deal 900-1200 true damage. And Eagle Eye can also deal 600-900 true damage. This means Hao's minimum damage output is 1500. And his maximum can reach 2100. And that's not even counting the attack power bonus from activating Colossal Form. After equipping the level 50 Lone Hero set, Hao's attack power is 401. Colossal Form multiplies this by 15, bringing his total attack power to 6015. If the opponent has 0 defense, Hao can deal 8115 damage with a single strike. Those numbers are insane. He has worked so damn hard. Hao composed himself and began practicing 36 astral strikes. A martial artist must master both martial arts and talents. One must not neglect either. Superb martial arts skills can greatly amplify the power of one's talents. Take 4 Liang Move 1000 Jin from the 36 astral strikes, for example. This technique creates a lever effect, amplifying the power of Hao's attacks by more than tenfold. Therefore, he must not slack off, nor should he underestimate martial arts techniques. An hour later, Hao had completed all 36 strikes. Moreover, he had gained a whole new insight into the 36 astral strikes. He felt as though he was on the verge of discovering an entirely new technique. However, at his current level, he was still unable to put it into words. This insight was somewhat elusive. He wanted to grasp it but couldn't quite catch it yet. He could clearly sense its presence. Only by continuing to practice could he give it concrete form. Next, Hao took a shower, then headed out, making a beeline for Guan Shirin's shop. Hao sold all the crab meat, over 20 metric tons, from his spatial ring to Guan Shirin. When Guan Shirin saw so many plump, succulent crabs, he was so shocked he nearly fell to his knees. "How the hell many did you kill, anyway? That's insane." Hearing this, Hao gave an awkward smile. "Not many, just a few dozen." Guan Shirin, oh. "It feels like you, a level 45 martial artist, are even more formidable than some level 100 fighters." After offering his praise, Guan Shirin began calculating the total. The total weight of crab meat is 22 metric tons. The market price for crab meat is 500 yuan per kilogram. According to our agreement, I'll add 20% to that price. That means I should offer you 600 yuan per kilogram. All in all, the total comes to 13.2 million. Is that okay? Hao nodded, no problem. Next, Guan Shirin began transferring the money to Hao. After the transfer was complete, Guan Shirin casually added, "Brother Wan, I heard through the grapevine that the eldest son of the Ren family, one of the three major families in Blaze City, was devoured by an imperial land crab yesterday. Is that true?" Hao nodded in response. "Tell me honestly, was that land crab boss that devoured the Ren family's eldest son also killed by you?" Hao nodded again. Guan Shirin furrowed his brow and clapped his hands together. "Oh no. What's wrong?" How didn't he understand what exactly was wrong? "Brother Wan, can you tell me, were you present when the Ren family's eldest son was devoured by that crab?" Guan Shirin asked with a complex expression. Hao nodded in response. "This is bad." Guan Shirin furrowed his brow again and sighed, "You might be in big trouble soon." With that, Guan Shirin reached into his spatial ring and pulled out 10 million in cash, placing it in front of Hao. In a grave tone, he instructed, "Brother Wan, take this cash and leave Blaze City immediately. You can't go wrong by listening to me." Hao remained unmoved and asked in return, "Mr. Guan, why is that?" Guan Shirin sighed and explained the stakes. "The Ren family, they're notorious for being petty. Everyone fears their tendency to hold grudges and seek revenge for even the slightest offense. Take my daily deliveries to the Ren family, for example. I have to tread very carefully, afraid of causing them any dissatisfaction. Yesterday, you saw with your own eyes the Ren family's eldest son get eaten by that giant crab, and you didn't step in to save him. So, in the eyes of the Ren family, you're a traitor who deserves to die." How? What the hell kind of nonsense is that? Why should I have saved him? So, if I didn't save him, I deserve to die? Guan Shirin let out a bitter laugh. "Brother Wan, the Ren family is just that domineering. You can't reason with them. Listen to me, leave Blaze City immediately and lie low for a while. Once the Ren family has calmed down, I'll let you know when to come back. This 10 million in cash should be enough to keep you going for a while. Remember, once you're out of Blaze City, don't use any communication devices, and don't make online payments. Cash is king. Mr. Guan, I appreciate your concern. But I want to be leaving Blaze City. Goodbye." With that, Hao clasped his fists in a martial artist's salute and strode away. "Brother Wan! Brother Wan! You absolutely mustn't do this." Guan Shirin was frantic with worry and immediately ran after him. However, by the time he stepped out the door, Hao had already vanished. "Whoa, that footwork impressive." Guan Shirin's pupils contracted slightly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. At that moment, at the entrance to Martial Arts Pedestrian Street, Hao got into Zhuo's Nyoma X5. Earlier, Hao had sent Zhuo a message, telling him to wait for him at the entrance to the pedestrian street. Brother Hao, how much did you sell that crab meat for?" Zhu asked with a sly grin.
Over 13 million, Hao replied with a laugh.
Whoa! Brother Hao, you've struck it rich. Zhu's eyes widened in astonishment. Haha, you idiot.
Hao laughed heartily, then transferred 5 million to Zhu.
Bro Hao, why are you giving me money? Zhu was taken aback. I feel like it, what is it to you?
Hao shot him a sidelong glance.
He nothing. You're just being generous, that's awesome.
Zhu's grin stretched all the way to his back teeth.
Stop messing around. Let us head to the Abyss Dungeon right now.
Hao turned serious.
Let us aim to hit level 60 today. I checked the guide yesterday.
Although the Abyss Guard's minimum level requirement for the open recruitment is level 50, the average level of warriors who VE participated in past years is basically level 60. If we level up a few more times, we'll have a better chance of winning.
Yeah. I'll leave everything up to Brother Hao.
Zhu nodded, then stepped on the gas and headed toward the Abyss Dungeon.
Just then, a message notification popped up on Hao's phone.
He opened it to see it was from Jia.
Jia, are you there? Cute emoji.
Jia, your little cutie is here.
Jia, what are you doing? What a clingy little vixen.
Hao gave a wry smile but didn't reply.
Before long, Zhu pulled up in his Nyoma X5 at the Abyss Dungeon parking lot.
The moment they got out of the car, they saw a luxurious MPV parked right in front of Zhu's Nyoma X5.
Who the hell is that? With all these open spots, they had to park right in front of my car? They did that on purpose, didn't they? Damn it! Zhu was livid and prepared to confront the driver. Just then, the power door of the luxurious minivan opened. Out stepped Jia. Jia? Zhu froze. He. Surprised? Unexpected? Jia gave Zhu a mischievous smile, then trotted over to Hao.
Her smile instantly turned into a pout as she planted her hands on her hips and scolded him.
Humph.
You're such a cold fish. I sent him so many messages, and he didn't reply to a single one.
Humph. I'm mad now. There'll be serious consequences. How? Who has someone?
Zhu approached the pair with a dazed look on his face and asked.
How? Jia.
Why didn't you reply to my messages?
Jia asked Hao, her face flushing red. I didn't feel like it. Hao was as terse as ever. Jia, oh. Do you think I'm annoying? Jia asked again.
A little, Hao said, scratching his head.
Then I'm going to annoy you and stick to you like glue. Humph.
With that, Jia boldly slung her arm around Hao's.
How? We're heading to the Abyss Dungeon later. Are you sure you want to come along?
Hao asked, glancing sideways at her.
I want to come.
I can take care of myself.
Jia opened her big, sparkling eyes wide and asked earnestly, I really want to go with you. You won't turn me down, will you? These words from Jia were practically a bold confession of love. As for Hao, how could he not understand what she meant?
But Hao felt that a relationship between them was impossible. Although Jia was sexy and beautiful and exactly his type.
But still, the class gap between them was simply too vast. The Qin family was one of the 3 major families in Blaze City.
And Blaze City was a megacity with a population of hundreds of millions.
To rank among the top 3 in a city like this was proof enough of their immense power. Just how immense was it, exactly? To give you an example.
If Jia had a dream last night, she could basically make whatever was in that dream come true today. How wouldn't he even think of trying to climb the social ladder to get involved with a family like that? Back when Hao was on Earth, thanks to his good looks, tall, slender build, and the fact that he was a smooth talker and a talented artist, he once caught the eye of a mysterious heiress. The two were in a long-distance relationship for 8 years. But in the end, all it amounted to was her parents saying, "It's impossible between you two." That experience really stung Hao. So now, as the familiar scenario plays out once again, Hao can only chuckle.
Let us get one thing straight, I'm not leveling you up for free. 600,000 per hour.
Hao intended to use money to draw a clear line between their relationship.
Sure.
I won't let you put in the effort for nothing, Judge Ya agreed readily. Next, the trio successfully formed a party and entered the Abyss Dungeon. Shortly after, Zhu transformed with a clang into a giant wild boar, carrying Hao and Judge Ya as they raced toward their destination. Along the way, Zhu ran in a bumpy, jerky manner, deliberately choosing the roughest parts of the path.
He was intentionally making Judge Ya lose her balance so she declinged to Hao. It was obvious he was acting as a wingman, setting up plays for Hao. Hee brother Hao, your Barrett seems to be standing up again. Zhu chuckled as he ran. You idiot! Shut the hell up! Hao snapped irritably. What S.A. Barrett? Judge Ya asked innocently, clinging tightly to Hao. Ahem, nothing. Hao laughed awkwardly. Miss Jean, this Barrett is a great piece of gear. Barrett, its official name is. Ouch, ouch, ouch.
Zhu had barely gotten halfway through his sentence when Hao yanked his pig ears, causing him to yelp in pain.
An hour later, the three arrived at 685,324.
This was the habitat of the Void Colossus. The area was completely barren, there was nothing here.
Forget trees, there wasn't even soil or sand.
Only bare rock remained on the surface.
This was clearly the handiwork of the Void Behemoth. Void Behemoths possess an extremely complex bodily structure, capable of rapidly converting all matter into growth for their bodies.
Not only does this increase the mass and density of their muscles, but it also makes their exoskeletons as hard as diamonds.
They feed on absolutely everything. Furthermore, their bodies contain an extremely terrifying void power.
Across the entire Pango continent, no one has yet been able to fully understand this void power. However, many material trading companies are willing to pay high prices for the carcasses of void behemoths. It is said they send the carcasses to a certain research institute for mysterious studies. At that moment, Hao's gaze sharpened, and he spotted a massive void behemoth not far away, devouring rocks. It stood about 5 or 6 meters tall.
Its appearance was utterly hideous.
It resembled an upright dinosaur, but its entire body was covered in insect-like armor and bristled with sharp spines.
Most notably, its mouth alone took up roughly 1/3 of its body.
This made its head appear large compared to its body.
The proportions were extremely disproportionate.
Why is this thing so ugly? Standing nearby, Judge Ya couldn't help but quip, Bro Hao, let us find a good-looking monster, shall we? Hearing this, Hao shot her a sidelong glance.
A good-looking monster? Would you even be able to bring yourself to attack it? Judge Ya, now that you mention it.
Next, Hao tapped the scan button on his Abyss Dungeon watch to scan the Void Colossus.
Monster, Void Colossus. Level, 61. HP, 16,000. Attack, 860. Defense, 900. Agility, 10. Skill 1.
Shatter, causes the ground beneath the target to shatter, launching the target into the air for 2 seconds, dealing 1,000 physical damage,
and reducing the target's agility by 50% lasts 3 seconds. Active skill, 1 minute cooldown. Skill 2. Feral Scream.
The Void Colossus unleashes a terrifying sonic wave in a cone-shaped area in front of it, silencing targets.
While silenced, targets cannot cast any talents.
Active skill, 10-minute cooldown.
Skill 3. Spike of Fear. The Void Colossus releases spikes from its body.
Upon hitting a target, the spikes deal 500 physical damage and apply a slow effect that reduces the target's agility by 20%.
Active skill, 1 minute cooldown. Skill 4. Feast of the Glutton.
Devours an enemy unit, dealing 1,000 true damage. If the target is killed by the Devourer, the Void Colossus' size increases by 10%, and its maximum health rises by 10%.
Additionally, it restores 50% of its lost health. Active skill, 1 minute cooldown. Holy shit! How? How does this thing have 4 skills? Zhu let out a startled exclamation after analyzing the stats. This is way too brutal, isn't it? 4 skills? What the hell? And each of these 4 skills is crazier than the last. Physical damage, knock up, silence, talent deactivation, true damage. It feels way more powerful than the Imperial Land Crab. Bro, how, do you think we can beat it? Judja also began to worry. Hao, on the other hand, lit another cigarette and chuckled. Don't let it scare you. Haven T, you guys noticed? Its agility is only 10. Haha, 10 agility? Even an old hen in the countryside could outrun it, right? Last night, Hao had pored over a ton of information on Martial Wiki, thoroughly researching monster types between levels 50 and 80. He wouldn't have known until he looked into it, but once he did, he was completely taken aback. Compared to the widely recognized Experience King, the Imperial Landcrab, there was actually another monster that offered even more experience. That monster was the Void Colossus. But because the Void Colossus had so many skills and was overly powerful, hardly anyone dared to come here to farm it. It had become a niche monster. However, after Hao conducted a thorough analysis, he discovered that although this thing looked incredibly strong, it actually wasn't. Its agility is way too low. You can totally outmaneuver it using the Qin Wang rounds the column tactic. Hearing Hao's insight, Zhu and Jia took a closer look at the Void Colossus' stats. Hey! It really does have 10 agility. Zhu exclaimed. 10 agility, so that means its maximum movement speed is only 10 meters per second? After doing the math in her head, Jia burst out laughing. It can't even run as fast as I can. Bro, Hao, you take a break, I'll tank it. With that, Jia whipped out her rainbow exquisite sword and scampered gleefully toward the void behemoth. Hey! Why do you steal my job? Zhu wasn't happy. Damn it, pulling aggro has always been old pig's job. You're taking it, what am I supposed to do now? Without hesitation, Zhu activated the boar form talent, transforming with a clang into a massive wild boar, then roared past Jia. Boar form charge. The second talent activated. With a clang, Zhu's boar form rammed 2 tusks right between the hind legs of the Void Colossus, which was busy munching on a rock. Damage, 10. Roar. The Void Colossus let out a roar to the heavens, swiveling its massive head to look at Zhu. Zhu, oh. Gotta get out of here. Zhu turned and ran, shouting at Jia as she approached. You silly girl. Get back. The monster's coming. With that, Zhu whizzed past Jia. At that moment, the void beast rumbled toward Jia. With every step it took, the ground shook. Jia, oh. Hey. Wait for me. I didn't ride a pig. Jia was terrified and took off running as fast as she could. The absurdity of the scene had Hao laughing his head off. This monster's stride is just too funny, isn't it? Suppressing his laughter, Hao flicked his wrist, and the gleaming golden staff appeared in his hand. With a thought, he activated colossal form. His figure instantly became towering and imposing. His height reached a staggering 2.34 meters. Just then, Zhu ran up behind Hao. Before long, Jia came running over, crying all the while. Fatso, you actually left me behind. Why, you scared the living daylights out of me. Zhu puckered his pig-like lips. Ha! It's obvious you don't know how to tank, yet you had to show off. Looking back at the monster, it was shuffling its massive feet, advancing slowly. Boom! Boom! With every step, the ground shook. You two, fall back. Hao said in a tone that brooked no argument, then launched himself like a cannonball, hurtling toward the Void Colossus. Mighty cleave of Mount Hua. Hao roared, executing an incredibly cool and stylish jumping slash aim straight at the Void Colossus' head. Clang! The next second, a massive, blood-red damage number popped up. Damage, 7,200. Holy shit! Zhu and Jia exclaimed in unison. Bro, Hao has gotten even stronger. Zhu added. You have to understand.
Just yesterday, when Broha was battling crab not meat, a single swing only dealt 5,000 damage.
It's only been a day, and his damage has already increased by 2,000? That growth rate is off the charts. Meanwhile, over on Hao's side. After taking that blow, the Void Colossus felt the world spinning. Immediately, it opened its gaping maw, activated Feast of the Glutton, and lunged at Hao. Humph. You're too slow. Hao let out a cold laugh and quickly took a step back. The next second, the Void Colossus's bite missed completely. Meanwhile, Hao seized the opportunity to strike twice with his staff. Left and right. Clang, clang. Damage, 6,300. Damage, 2,500. Overflow. Experience, plus 490 plus 99 level bonus. The next second, the massive void beast let out a death cry before crashing to the ground with a thud. Yay! Brother Hao, you're the best. Judgyo cheered excitedly. 666, Zhu praised as well. However, Zhu didn't seem all that excited. After all, over the past few days, he witnessed Hao's one-hit kills far too many times. For Hao, one-hit kills were the norm. It would be strange if he didn't pull one off. But just then, clop, clop, clop. Clop, 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 clop. A series of rapid dense horse hooves echoed from the path they come from. Hearing this, Hao turned to look back. His brow immediately furrowed slightly. Along the road they had just traveled, well over 100 towering, jet-black horses were charging toward them. Dust swirled in the air, and they looked menacing. Among them were several men carrying massive flagpoles. The banners on the poles flapped and rustled in the wind. Embroidered on the banners was a single large character, Run. Ha, they sure got here fast. Hao let out a cold laugh, instinctively assuming the Ren family had come seeking revenge. He gripped the golden staff tightly, ready to fight to the death at any moment. Before long, the group of horsemen galloped up to Hao. The leader had a stern demeanor, and his face bore a slight resemblance to Ren Yufei. This man was none other than the second young master of the Ren family, Ren Jing'an. Ren Jing'an didn't recognize Hao. He turned and glared at the steward, demanding, "Didn't you say the Void Colossus was a rare monster? Why are there still people here competing with this young master for the monster?" At these words, the steward broke out in a cold sweat and stammered in reply. "Young master, please calm down. I'll go chase them away." With that, the butler spurred his horse forward, rode up to Hao, and, looking down on him with a look of contempt, said, "Kid, this place is reserved exclusively for the Ren family. Get lost." Hao let out a contemptuous, cold laugh, completely unfazed. "What? You don't agree? Do you know who we are?" Before the Ren family butler could finish his sentence, a woman's voice spoke up from beside Hao. "The Ren family sure thinks highly of itself. What are you so cocky about?" "Humph. Do you know who I am?" The Ren family butler froze, staring intently. The next second, the Ren family butler's pupils suddenly contracted. "Whoa! It's Miss Qin." For a moment, the Ren family butler was at a loss, not knowing what to do. Although the Ren family was powerful, the Qin family was no slouch either. "You good for nothing. Can't even chase someone away?" Just then, Ren Jing'an spurred his horse forward and pulled up beside them. Just as he was about to confront her, he recognized Jia at a glance. His expression instantly turned mocking. "Oh. Isn't this my sister-in-law?" "Put. Who is your sister-in-law?" Jia spat. Ren Jing'an didn't seem to mind and continued to tease her. "Even though my brother is dead, it doesn't change the fact that you're my sister-in-law. As the old saying goes, nothing tastes better than dumplings, and nothing is more fun than a sister-in-law. Now that my brother is dead, he can't marry you. As his younger brother, it's only right that I marry you." According to the customs and traditions of Blaze City, you should marry me. Such insulting words made Jia so furious she felt like her lungs were about to explode. I'll rip your mouth to shreds. I'll teach you to talk nonsense. With that, Jia brandished her colorful, delicate sword and was about to charge forward. Hold on. But Hao stepped in, blocking Jia's path with his staff. What? Jia looked puzzled. You can't beat him. Hao was as terse as ever. Jia. Humph. Even if I can't beat him, I'm still going to fight. Jia stomped her foot in frustration. Let me handle this. Hao took a step forward. Then he glanced back at Jia and said, if I knock him out, how much will you pay me? Jia, 10 million. How, deal. Meanwhile, Ren Jing'an, upon hearing their conversation, immediately burst into a cackling laugh. Ha 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 ha. Are you fucking kidding me? Knock me out? You, a level 46 little punk, do you even think you're worthy? Get out of my way, all of you. This young master is going to fight him one-on-one. As soon as he said this, the martial artist bodyguards surrounding Ren Jing'an wisely stepped back. They formed a large circle, enclosing the two men in the center. In the eyes of these bodyguards, young Master Ren's chances of winning this one-on-one duel were virtually 100%. After all, young Master Ren was a level 70. And he was wearing a full set of level 70's rank gear. Never mind beating up a level 46 independent martial artist. Even if a level 100 martial artist showed up, he'd still get thoroughly trounced. Jia, on the other hand, was feeling a little worried at that moment. She quietly crept up to Zhu and asked, peering at his massive pig ears. Fatso, do you think Hao Gu can win? I'm a little worried. Hearing this, Zhu pondered for a moment before sighing. I'm not worried about whether brother Hao can beat that Ren Diaomao. Then what are you worried about? Jia asked. I'm worried that after brother Hao beats the crap out of Ren Jiaomao, he won't be able to take it and will order his martial artist bodyguards to gang up on us, Zhu replied. That makes sense. I'd better call for backup right away. With that, Jia quietly activated her Abyss Dungeon Watch to contact the butler. Meanwhile, over at Hao and Ren Jing'an's side, the two stood facing each other, weapons in hand. Hao, of course, was wielding the golden staff. As for Ren Jing'an, he held a flaming mountain-splitting broadsword. Kid, I'll stand still and let you attack me 3 times first. That way, no one will spread rumors that the Ren family bullies the weak. Really? Hao asked with an amused expression. He. Once Ren Jing'an, give my word, it's set in stone. Come on. I'll let you attack me 3 times first. Ren Jing'an looked utterly confident. You see, the 5th ability in Ren Jing'an's SS rank talents is Blade Chi Barrier. Once activated, a shield composed of Blade Chi would materialize around him. It could block the next 3 attacks 100% of the time. It could even block true damage. The only weakness of this talent is that he cannot move while it's active, otherwise, it will deactivate. Ren Jing'an had already decided, after blocking these 3 attacks, he would kill this man in the most brutal way possible. That way, he would not only establish his reputation as someone who doesn't bully the weak, but also intimidate those who were itching to challenge the Ren family. Here comes the little flying staff. Mighty Cleave of Mount Hua. Hao's body transformed into a projectile, leaping forward to deliver a downward slash straight at Ren Jing'an's head. Humph. Blade Chi Barrier. Ren Jing'an activated his 5th talent with immense smugness. In an instant, a layer of Blade Chi materialized around him. It completely enveloped Ren Jing'an. The next second. Crash. Hao's golden staff actually ignored the Blade Chi barrier, landing a solid blow right on the top of Ren Jing'an's head. Ren Jing'an felt like his head was about to be smashed flat. He glanced at his health bar. 7,110,000. Damn. Ren Jing'an jumped up in shock. One swing took 2,900 of my HP? Why didn't I block it? Why is this guy's damage so insanely high? Just as Rin Jingyan's scalp was tingling with fear. The little flying staff is back. Sweep the 1,000 armies. Hao's long staff swept horizontally toward Ren Jingyan's waist. Ren Jingyan's pupils contracted. He made a split-second decision. He abandoned his blade chi barrier and swung his cleaver to block. The next second, the long staff collided with the mountain-splitting cleaver. Clang! The massive impact sent Ren Jingyan flying sideways. He crashed heavily into the crowd. HP 110,000. What the hell? The second strike took 7,000 off my HP? Ren Jingyan was completely dumbfounded. Is this guy 8 years old? Is this the kind of damage a level 46 martial artist can deal? Is there any justice left? Is there any law left? Young Master Ren, the third strike is coming. With that, Hao strode forward with a fierce, powerful stride. Ren Jingyan was petrified with fear. There was no way in hell he dared take that third blow. One more hit and he'd be dead as a doornail. The next second, Ren Jingyan made a decision that came straight from the heart. He roared at the martial artist bodyguards surrounding him. Save me! Sorry Lang. Seeing Ren Jingyan in such a desperate state, his 100 or so martial artist bodyguards finally snapped out of it. They took a closer look and gasped in shock. Holy shit! How is the second young master down to just 100 health? Quick, protect our second young master. Stop that kid. Kid! How dare you try to kill him? A martial arts bodyguard captain leaped out of the crowd in a hawk-like somersault. He lunged straight at Hao's face. His iron fists, like eagle-less talons, radiated a chilling glow. Ha, you're asking for death. Hao snorted coldly, and the golden staff which had been heading straight for Ren Jingyan changed course and swept upward. Clang! The golden staff struck the iron fist. Sparks flew everywhere. The martial arts bodyguard captain was sent flying. He crashed into a crowd of people. After crawling to his feet, dazed, from the human cushion beneath him, he immediately felt a searing pain in both hands. He felt like both his hands were about to break. They trembled uncontrollably. How can this kid's attack power be so strong? The martial artist bodyguard captain found it unbelievable. This was clearly the kind of damage only a martial artist over level 200 could deal. Everyone, attack together. Without a second thought, the martial arts bodyguard captain ordered a group assault. As soon as he spoke, over 100 martial arts bodyguards surged forward in a frenzy. Wielding all manner of weapons, they closed in on Hao, intent on killing him. Ha, a bunch of strays. Hao let out a cold laugh, showing not a trace of fear. Wielding the golden staff, he unleashed every move of the 36 astral strikes without holding back. First strike. Sweep the 1,000 armies. Second strike. Autumn wind sweeps fallen leaves. Third strike. Split Mount Hua with might. Fourth strike. Overcome hardness with softness. Fifth strike. The returning spear. Sixth strike. Face death to find life. 35th strike. Deflect 1,000 Jin with 4 liang. 36th strike. Split the heavens with a single strike. Moreover, with the aid of his fire-eye golden gaze, Hao could easily discern the weaknesses of these martial artists. Wherever his staff struck, it hit their vital points. Hao was like a tiger in a sheep pen, charging wildly and slaughtering his opponents. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 Thud! 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 One martial artist after another was sent flying. As for Zhu, he was no slouch either. He immediately activated boar form and charged. He charged straight into that cluster of people, ramming into them with all his might. After all, aside from Hao, everyone else there was an enemy. He might as well just unleash indiscriminate attacks. Furthermore, Zhu's frost domain proved incredibly effective.
Once activated, it severely restricted the fighter's movement speed, allowing Hao to wreak havoc with his fluid footwork. Of course, Hao sustained a few injuries during the melee, but they were all minor and nothing to worry about. Moreover, through this real-world combat, Hao's understanding of the staff reached a whole new level. He had a vague feeling that his mastery of the 36 Astral Strikes martial art might be on the verge of a breakthrough.
It was as if an entirely new, unknown move was beckoning to him. About 10 minutes later,
the only ones still standing were Hao, Zhu, and Jia.
As for Rin Jingyan and his entourage of martial artist bodyguards,
they were all lying on the ground, groaning in pain.
23 of them had even been killed outright.
As for Rin Jingyan himself, he had long since made a run for it under the butler's cover.
Damn it! That kid is seriously fucking good. He took on over 100 of us all by himself. Butler, don't you think he looks familiar?
As Rin Jingyan ran side by side with his butler, he couldn't help but ask.
With all due respect, second young master, I also feel like I've seen him somewhere before.
Especially his fighting style, it feels very familiar. The butler also found the man very familiar.
Whoa! I remember now.
Ren Jingyan slapped his forehead as it suddenly dawned on him.
It's Hao. The butler froze for a moment, then began nodding frantically. Right. It's him. He looks exactly like the Hao in the video provided by the Secret Realm merchant.
Hearing this, Ren Jingyan nodded, then his face hardened with a ruthless expression.
So it's you, Hao. So it was you all along. You really chose the path to hell when there was a way to heaven. Butler, notify my father immediately.
Tell him to summon every expert from the Ren Family Martial Arts Agency.
Butler, yes, second young master. At that moment, at a branch of the Ren Family Martial Arts Agency. The Ren Family Martial Arts Agency is one of the Ren family's core businesses in Blaze City. In the martial arts industry, it essentially holds the leading position. No one can challenge its dominance. The services provided by the martial arts enterprise include, but are not limited to, bodyguard services, leveling up guides, assassinations, revenge missions, and sparring partners for martial arts talent training. At this moment, in the office of this branch, Shan Hao's former boss was explaining the situation to his older cousin. Cousin, I got beaten up recently. That kid is an employee under my company. He has got a bit of skill.
His older cousin nodded, fully aware of what Shan was getting at, and asked with a sidelong glance.
What's his name? What level is he? What's his talent rank? Shan answered honestly. His name is Hao. He is around level 20 or 30. His talent is F rank.
Hearing this, his older cousin snorted derisively.
You actually got beaten up by an F rank martial artist? You really need to lose some weight, you know?
Shan's face turned bright red, and he dared not say a word. Don't worry, cousin, I'll take care of this for you. My older cousin took a puff on his cigar and went on to describe his plan for revenge. It's not a good idea to make a move in Blaze City at LL cause a stirred up. I plan to kidnap him to the secret realm, find a deserted spot, and just kill him and bury him. I guarantee no one will discover it for 100 years. But Shan shook his head in refusal.
Killing him is out of the question. I'm counting on him to fix my bug. Hearing this, my older cousin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Then what do you suggest we do? Shan thought for a moment and asked tentatively. Is there a way to strip him of his talent and turn him into an ordinary person?
That way, I could manipulate and exploit him however I please.
My older cousin thought for a moment before answering. There is a way.
As far as I know, there is a talent blocking serum that can suppress a martial artist's innate talent. But this serum isn't cheap, about 20 million per vial. If you're interested, I can put you in touch with a supplier. Hearing this, Sean's head shook like a rattle. That expensive? Then let us just kill him. My older cousin nodded and said. All right, I'll make the arrangements. Just then, the red dedicated line landline in front of my older cousin rang. My older cousin picked it up. Right now, immediately gather all the martial artists above level 100 in your branch and head to the Abyss Dungeon.
The coordinates are 685, 324. Hurry! Move out immediately. Hearing this, my older cousin asked curiously, "Director, what is going on?"
In response, the person on the other end briefly explained the situation.
Got it. I understand.
My older cousin hung up the phone, immediately put on his coat, and got ready to go.
Cousin, what is going on? Sean asked curiously.
That former employee of yours, Hao, has offended the Rin family's second young master.
After saying this, my older cousin added, someone has avenged you. Upon hearing this, Sean was overjoyed. Is that so? Ha ha ha. Has Hao lost his mind? How dare he cross the Rin family? Cousin, take me with you. I want to see with my own eyes how you guys beat that guy to death. His older cousin thought for a moment before replying. Fine. Since we're cousins, I'll take you along. But you can only watch, no talking. Got it? Sean bowed and scraped as he followed behind. I know that. Meanwhile, over at Hao's end. After beating up Rin Jing and S100 or so martial artist bodyguards, Hao lit another cigarette with a satisfied smile. Killing people and killing monsters are two completely different feelings. Hao took a deep drag on his cigarette, unable to help but reflect. He absolutely loved this world. The feeling of killing people in broad daylight was truly exhilarating. Some might ask, according to the 10 ironclad rules of the Abyss Dungeon, isn't killing people forbidden inside the secret realm? Ha! In Hao's case, this was self-defense. And he possessed the unlimited right to self-defense. Just then, the martial arts bodyguard captain who'd been beaten to the brink of death forced himself to his feet and pointed at Hao defiantly, saying, Kid! You're in trouble now. Just wait and die. As he spoke, the martial arts bodyguard captain's hand flickered, and a firecracker appeared in his grasp. He aimed the firecracker at the sky, then lit the fuse. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Whoosh! Boom! A burst of fireworks exploded in the sky. A line of text appeared. One arrow pierces the clouds. The Rin family's troops are coming to meet you. Looking at the words in the sky, how couldn't he help but chuckle? This way of taunting someone interesting. Hao looked at him with an amused expression. Have you seen Kung Fu? The martial arts bodyguard captain, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh. It's okay if you don't get it. Just reincarnate on Earth in your next life, and you'll understand. With that, Hao launched a jumping slash at him. Clang! The martial arts bodyguard captain's brain matter splattered everywhere. He was dead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 48, 49. Just then, Zhu's voice counting aloud rang in his ears. Hao was a bit baffled, so he turned his head and asked, What the hell are you up to, you idiot? Hearing this, Zhu chuckled and replied, I'm counting how many people you've killed, brother Hao, hee hee. How? Brother Hao, let us get out of here fast. The Ren family's retaliation is coming any minute now. Jia leaned in, her tone urgent. You can't be reckless right now, you've got to listen to me. Hearing this, Hao smiled slightly and nodded. I'll listen to you this time. How wasn't he an idiot? How could he not know that the Rin family's retaliation was just around the corner? As the old saying goes, a wise man doesn't take a loss when it's right in front of him. Of the 36 stratagems, flight is the best strategy. However, Hao had underestimated how quickly the Rin family would strike back. The two of them had barely raced a dozen li when they were met head-on by no fewer than 200 jet black, towering horses charging toward them. There were two riders leading the pack. One was Rin Jingen, his face bruised and swollen. The other was a middle-aged man whom Hao didn't recognize, but who bore a striking resemblance to Rin Jingen. He was most likely Rin Jingen's father. Dad. That's Hao. Rin Jingen recognized his enemy at a glance and pointed at him. His father, Ren Wuxing, his eyes turning cold, pointed and ordered. Surround them! As soon as the order was given, the martial artists behind him spurred their horses forward, surrounding the Qin Haozhu trio at lightning speed. This scene terrified Jia. She immediately pressed the communication button on her Abyss Dungeon watch to contact Long.
Dad. I'm surrounded by the Rin family.
That's right.
They even hit me.
Wah!
They're even trying to rip my clothes off.
Okay, come here quickly.
Ran Wuxing?
Who the hell is trying to rip your clothes off? With that, Ren Wuxing snapped his hand out, unleashing an eerie suction force that shot straight toward Jia.
In an instant,
Jia was sucked through the air and grabbed by Ren Wuxing.
Keep an eye on her.
With that, Ren Wuxing tossed Jia behind him. The next second, several martial artists leaped off their horses, bound Jia hand and foot, and stuffed a gag into her mouth. After clearing Jia of any involvement in this matter, Ren Wuxing immediately began settling scores. He spurred his black horse forward and rode up to Hao. With an incredibly vicious expression, he asked, "Kid, let us put aside for now the fact that you injured my second son today. Let me ask you this, the day before yesterday, my eldest son, Ryan Yufei, was in grave danger. You clearly could have stepped in to save him, so why didn't you?" Hao replied nonchalantly, "I didn't save him, and that's that."
Hearing this answer, Ren Wuxing burst into a maniacal laugh.
Ha 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 ha. Well said, I didn't save him, and that's that.
Bring me some tea.
Ha, just kidding. You've got guts.
But people with guts usually don't live very long.
Let us get this over with. With that, Ren Wuxing urged his horse to turn away. Ren Wuxing had a quirk. He didn't like seeing people die. He did tell anyone who listened that he had a kind heart and couldn't bear to witness gruesome scenes. In reality, he was utterly hypocritical. Meanwhile, over on Hao's side, the 100 or so martial artists surrounding him dismounted, stowed their horses in their spatial rings, and advanced step by step toward Hao. Even the lowest ranked among these martial artists was level 100. Mana was overflowing from their bodies. Their power was visibly overwhelming. They were clearly Ren Wuxing's top-tier experts. "Zhu, are you scared?" Hao dismounted from the pig, gently stroked Zhu's fur, and asked. "Brother Hao, I'm not afraid." Zhu shook his head, then said firmly, "Brother Hao, it's been a pleasure getting to know you. In the next life, I'll be your brother again." Hao's heart warmed, and he suddenly shouted, "Mr. Ren, Hao, take full responsibility for my actions. This pig has nothing to do with this matter. Let him go. What do you say?" As soon as these words were spoken, the martial artists surrounding them all froze in their tracks, then turned their gaze in unison toward Ren Wuxing. They were waiting for Ren Wuxing's instructions. Ren Wuxing, however, spoke in a grim tone. "If letting this pig go can bring my eldest son back from the dead, then I'll let him go." Such words clearly left no room for negotiation. The very next second, these martial artists, wielding all manner of weapons, charged toward the Haozhu duo.
"Brother Hao, climb onto me. Mounted combat gives us an advantage over foot combat."
As Zhu roared, his pig bristles quivered. He unleashed a dense shower of flying bristles, forcing the surrounding martial artists to retreat 2 or 3 steps.
Seizing this opportunity, Hao leaped onto the pig.
Wielding the golden staff, he rode Zhu Xiaopang and charged toward a gap in the encirclement.
As an earthling, Hao knew all too well how to fight when surrounded.
Once surrounded by enemies, the primary objective is to break through the encirclement. As long as he breaks out of the encirclement first, then the rest will be much easier. Freeze! Hao pointed at the 3 martial artists directly in front of him and bellowed.
The next second,
he unleashed the stun skill 3-star. The were instantly frozen in place. A blow to the head. Hao swung the golden staff in his hand in a wide arc and smashed it down. One blow struck all 3 heads. Clang. Damage, 7,000. Damage, 7,200. Damage, 6,900. The 3 of them were knocked flat on their faces by the sheer force of the impact. In an instant, a gap appeared in the encirclement. He. Boar form charge. Shu twisted his pig-like snout and immediately activated his second talent. Rumble. With all four hooves pounding the ground, he charged forward, ramming and crashing his way out of the encirclement. As Ju raced for his life deeper into the Abyss dungeon, he didn't forget to show off to Hao. Bro Hao, I'll lead you out of this encirclement. He. But the very next second, a chilling voice rang out from behind him. Trying to escape? No way. He glanced back. To his surprise, a level 200 martial artist had actually caught up on foot. His limbs were incredibly thick. With every step he took, the ground shook. Stay right there. The man lunged forward and grabbed Zhu's back leg. A massive twisting force suddenly erupted from his waist. In an instant, he managed to twist Zhu, who weighed several hundred kilograms, to the ground. As for Hao, caught off guard, he tumbled off Zhu's back. The immense momentum caused Hao to temporarily lose control of his body. After crashing to the ground, he rolled dozens of times, finally coming to a stop only after smashing into and snapping a large tree. Before he could even catch his breath, that martial artist who had attained sainthood through physical cultivation had already transformed into a cannonball, launching a punch straight at Hao. Without a moment's hesitation, Hao swung his staff to meet the attack. But the man's technique was incredibly agile. His left fist transformed into an eagle's claw and actually clamped down on the golden staff. It directly neutralized the golden staff's power. At the same time, he yanked the golden staff violently. Caught off guard, Hao was instantly sent flying by the force of the pull. Seizing this opportunity, the martial artist swung his massive right fist, smashing it into Hao's solar plexus. Thud! A deep, muffled sound exploded. The air itself trembled. Hao was knocked straight to his knees. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. At the same time, a massive, blood-red damage number flashed across his body. Damage, 15,000. Near death. You're still alive? The high-attack, tank-like warrior was taken aback for a moment, then a look of amusement crossed his face. This is interesting. He grabbed Hao by the neck and hoisted him into the air. A terrifying grip erupted from his hand. He was clearly preparing to crush Hao's cervical vertebrae. But just then, he suddenly felt Hao's neck become incredibly hard. As if it were made of steel. No. Harder than steel. No matter how hard he squeezed, he couldn't budge it. Ugh. What's going on? The man looked utterly bewildered. But then, a smirk curled up at the corner of Hao's mouth. Friend, you've messed with the wrong person. The man? The next second, Hao reached out and clamped his hand around the man's neck. Oh no! The man sensed danger and looked terrified. He felt his neck being clamped by an irresistible force. No matter how hard he channeled his mana to resist, it was all in vain. A suffocating sensation welled up in his chest. Die! Hao let out a low growl, like a beast's roar. The next second, the sound of bones shattering erupted from the man's cervical spine. Crack, crack, crack. Put. The man opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes immediately went lifeless. At the same time, a string of blood-red damage numbers popped up on his body. Damage, 19,800. Death. Damn it. Hao tossed the man aside like a dead dog. With a thought, he opened the talent support system. Talent support system. Level, 45,270,550 EXP. HP, 1,500 371,250. Attack power, 135,675. Defense, 66,825. Agility, 5,670. Mana, 0.92 kilograms 675 kilograms.
Talent, Sage Divinity Grade F. Severe anomalies detected in this talent S stats. Please upgrade your primary talent to 10 stars immediately to facilitate a re-evaluation.
Ha 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 ha. 370,000 HP. 130,000 attack. 60,000 defense. Who else is there? Hao laughed out loud, looking up at the sky. Hao knew full well why his 5 core stats had experienced such an abnormal increase. There was no other reason. It was because Talent Effect 4 of his second talent, Colossal Form, had been activated. Talent Effect 4, for every 1% of HP lost, the 5 core stats are boosted by 25% on top of their current values. In his full HP Colossal Form, Hao's HP was 16,500. After taking a punch from that jerk, he lost 15,000 HP. He was left with only 1,500 HP. In other words, he lost nearly 90% of his HP. According to Talent Effect 4, Hao received an additional 2,250% boost to his stats on top of his current 5 core attributes. This is insane. All I have to do is keep beating people up. Then my sweat will drench my opponents' heads. That's what hard work and sweat are all about. Just as Hao was wildly admiring his insanely high stats, another martial artist was already in hot pursuit. He had arrived on horseback. When he saw the tank-like, high-attack martial artist lying on the ground with his neck snapped, like a dead dog, his pupils couldn't help but contract. Whoa! You actually killed our head of the bank? Instantly, he swung his long sword and lunged at Hao. Hao, on the other hand, let out a cold laugh. Your sword is too slow. Faced with Hao, who possessed 5,670 agility, the opponent's attack speed truly seemed like slow motion in a movie. Too slow. So slow it was infuriating. Go join your bank president. Hao transformed into a cannonball, charging head-on into the fray. Boom! The impact was so powerful that it severely warped space itself. The man and his horse were shattered on the spot. Shattered into 1,000 pieces. Witnessing this scene, Zhu, who was lying on the ground nearby, moaning in pain, silently widened his eyes. Holy crap! How did you just shatter that guy? Oh my god! That's awesome! Ouch, ouch, ouch! Zhu's loud exclamation caused his wound to twinge, and he instantly grimaced in pain. Next, a slaughter with virtually no suspense began. Wherever he went, no opponent could stand a single blow. Wherever he went, both men and horses were shattered. Wherever he went, the heavens shook and the earth split. And to be on the safe side in case the opponent possessed the true Wound talent, Hao downed a few health potions. He restored his health to a safe level. 8,000. Although restoring health would lower the bonus from Talent Effect 4 of Colossal Form. But then again, every punch deals excess damage anyway. Such high numbers are completely meaningless. 130,000 attack power 1 punch kills. 100,000 attack power 1 punch kills. Even 60,000 attack power 1 punch kills. Might as well go with 60,000. Better to play it safe and boost my health a bit, just in case I get one shot by true damage. If only I could awaken the ultimate ability of the Barbarian King, Tryndamere, that would be awesome. 5 seconds of invincibility, the kind where you can't be killed, then I wouldn't have to worry about true damage. True damage is a real pain. As Hao mowed down enemies one by one with a single punch, he grumbled to himself. Meanwhile, as Hao was charging around and slaughtering everyone. Over on Shan and Si Jiayu's side. Shan's older cousin had been running late, so he finally showed up. With a thick-skinned grin, he asked Ren Wuxing where Hao was, then led his men charging straight toward him. As the group raced forward, they chatted cheerfully with one another. Shan, in particular, seemed extremely excited. In his view, no matter how badass Hao was, there was no way he could take on over 100 opponents alone, right? And all of them were high-level martial artists above level 100. Damn, just thinking about slashing Hao a couple of times to vent my anger makes me feel great. Shan frantically cracked his whip, urging his warhorse to run even faster.
Meanwhile, Si Jiayu, riding side by side with him, was also feeling pretty good. Earlier, Sean had called Si Jiayu, saying there'd be a chance to beat up Hao soon and asking if he wanted to come along. At first, Si Jiayu was a little hesitant. But when Sean told him that Hao had offended the Ren family and was currently being beaten to a pulp by hundreds of level 100 martial artists led by Ren Wuxing, Si Jiayu immediately agreed and followed Sean here. With so many level 100 martial artists taking on just him, it's a sure win. He had to come along and land at least a couple of blows, right? Boss, this time, I'm gonna knock Hao's head off with one punch. Si Jiayu boasted cheerfully. Yeah. Knock Hao's head off. One punch, one kill. Sean chimed in. Before long, the two spurred their horses forward until they were less than 100 meters away from Hao. They dismounted, stowed their expensive horses in their spatial rings, and weapons in hand charged toward Hao with glee. The closer they got, the more something felt off. They looked more closely. How come every single martial artist surrounding Hao had turned into a flying acrobat, soaring into the air? Then, among the dozen or so of them, their eldest cousin who had been charging the fastest had just reached Hao when, with a loud bang, he was turned into a mist of blood by Hao. It really was a mist of blood. His entire body had evaporated out of nowhere. Damn! My eldest cousin. My eldest cousin is gone. Sean's eyes widened. Holy shit! He wiped him out with a single punch? Boss, let us get the hell out of here. Si Jiayu, standing nearby, sensed something was wrong. The two were just about to turn around and run back, but the ground was too slippery, covered in blood, so they couldn't T-stop even if they wanted to. They slid right up to Hao. For a moment, their eyes locked, filled with longing. Delivering a head 1,000 miles? How amusing. Hao let out a cold laugh and slammed a punch toward Si Jiayu. Boom! Si Jiayu's entire body exploded on the spot. He was blown to bits, turning into a mist of blood. It splattered all over Sean, who was standing nearby. Sean, you're here to join the fun, aren't you? Hao glanced sideways at Sean. That blood-soaked figure looked just like the demon lord descending to earth. Sean was so terrified he dropped to his knees on the spot. Brother Hao. Let me explain. I was just passing by. Ha! Even if you're just passing by, you're still getting punched. With that, Hao slammed a fist into Sean's potbelly. Thud! A huge dent instantly caved in Sean's abdomen. The massive impact sent him flying. By now, the martial artists who had been surrounding Hao were so terrified by his power that none of them dared to step forward. They began to talk among themselves, trembling. I just slashed this kid with my blade. Why did it deal 0 damage? My attack power is over 10,000. How could it be 0? Unless his defense is over 10,000, one martial artist blurted out in disbelief. Use true damage. Use true damage. Who knows true damage? Another martial artist shouted. Any martial artist who knows true damage has already been killed by him, one martial artist cried out in despair. Then we're screwed. There is no point. Let us run. As soon as those words were spoken, what little fighting spirit the martial artists had left completely crumbled, and one by one, they fled as fast as they could. It even triggered a stampede. Meanwhile, Hao was chasing after them, delivering frenzied blows. One punch, one kill. At that moment, over on Ren Wuxing's side. Ren Wuxing still had his back turned to Hao. He was leisurely smoking a cigarette with his second son, Ren Jing'an. Dad, listen, the sounds of the fight are so intense. You can tell our Ren Wuxing martial artists are really giving it their all. Hearing this, Ren Wuxing gave a cold chuckle. Humph. Who dares to slack off right in front of me? Ren Jing'an nodded in response, then added. Dad, can I turn around and take a look? I want to enjoy the sight of Hao being pinned to the ground and humiliated. Hearing this, Ren Wuxing's eyes widened. What is there to see in a dead man? Be careful not to catch bad luck. Your older brother is already dead. From now on, you'll be the one carrying the Ren family on your shoulders.
How can you manage if you don't have good fortune?
Hearing this, Ren Jingyan had no choice but to give up.
But just then, the butler pointed behind the two men and said shakily,
Master, second young master, something's not right.
Why are you stuttering?
Ran Wuxing looked annoyed.
Could it be that Hao is holding his own against over 100 of them? Hearing this, the butler's voice trembled even more. He is not just holding his own, he is chasing down our martial artists and pounding them mercilessly. He is taking them out one by one with a single punch. He has gone completely berserk. Boom!
At those words, the Ren family father and son's eyes widened, in shock. The two could no longer hold back, they both turned their heads in unison.
Instantly,
their eyes widened even further. They saw that of Ren Wuxing's more than 100 martial artists above level 100, at least half were already lying flat on the ground. The other half were being mercilessly pounded by Hao like dogs. With every blow Hao landed, the outrageously blood-red damage numbers sent shivers down their spines.
Damage, 17,903. Death. Damage, 19,923. Death. Damage, 23,989. Death. What the hell kind of monster is this?
Ren Wuxing could no longer keep his composure and let out a loud scream.
Dad, he is taking them out one by one with a single punch.
Ren Jingyan was also petrified with fear, his face deathly pale.
Ren Wuxing knew full well that,
given the current situation, if he didn't step in now, all of Ren Wuxing's elite troops would be wiped out.
Stop!
Ren Wuxing executed a somersault, lunging toward Hao as his hand transformed into a massive double-bladed mountain-splitting axe.
The axe swung down toward Hao's head.
As for Hao, seeing the golden glowing axe hurtling toward him, he didn't dodge or flinch, he simply slammed a fist straight into the blade.
Boom! The two collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The immense force of the impact forced both of them back. At the same time, damage numbers appeared above both of them. Hao, 5,000. Near death. Ren Wuxing, 32,365. Whoa!
Ren Wuxing let out a long gasp. The shock he felt lingered for a long time.
As a level 788 martial artist, I actually took 60,000 damage from a single punch from you? Wait, no. How on earth could you deal such massive damage? This boy must not be spared.
He will surely become a major threat in the future.
Slaughter all around. Ren Wuxing's eyes turned cold.
His feet flashed as he spun rapidly, wielding his double-bladed mountain-splitting axes, and unleashed a barrage of strikes toward Hao.
This slaughter all around is one of Ren Wuxing's innate talents. Once activated, his subsequent physical attacks are converted into true damage. Each axe strike deals 500 true damage.
Within 3 seconds, he can land a total of 10 strikes. If he manages to land all 10 strikes, the total true damage will reach 5,000.
Hao currently has only 3,000 HP left, more than enough to take him out instantly.
As for Hao, even though he knew Ren Wuxing was a martial artist with the true damage talent, he still didn't dodge or evade.
No other choice. He'd fight to the death. He couldn't escape anyway. Might as well pluck a few of your whiskers. Come on.
Hao didn't even bother to block or parry, he charged straight at Ren Wuxing for a face-to-face brawl.
You swing an axe at me. I return the favor with a punch. In an instant, damage numbers flashed above both of them. 500. Near death. 35,365. 500. Near death. 40,365. 500. Near death. 49,393. 500. Near death. 54,322. Near death. Whoa! I actually ran out of health first?
Ren Wuxing stared wide-eyed at his health bar, which was now nearly empty.
How is this kid's damage getting higher with every punch? And it's so ridiculously high? What kind of bizarre talent is this?
Ran Wuxing didn't dare to go head to head with Hao anymore. As he darted away, he pulled off a dirty trick. He flicked his sleeve. Dozens of throwing weapons capable of dealing true damage flew from his sleeve toward Hao. Every single one of these projectiles was coated in a potent poison, each capable of dealing over 100 true damage. Hao currently had only 1000 HP left, more than enough to finish him off instantly. Kid. Time to meet your maker. Ran Wuxing wore a sinister grin. At that moment, all the projectiles hidden in Ran Wuxing's sleeve surged toward Hao. There were over 20 arrows in his sleeve. Each one could deal over 100 true damage. If he took them all, the damage would be at least 2000 plus. And Hao currently had a mere 500 HP left. Barring any surprises, he was as good as dead. Actually, if I could capture this kid alive and study his talents, that would be the best option. Ran Wuxing grumbled to himself. But given the situation at hand, it was like an arrow on the string. He had no choice but to fire. Ran Wuxing had already been beaten down to critical health by Hao. Forget capturing Hao alive, the slightest lapse in concentration could result in Hao turning the tables and killing him. So, he had no choice but to resort to underhanded tactics and kill him first. What a waste! Such a powerful talent. Ran Wuxing lamented once again. He wasn't lamenting Hao as a person. Rather, it was Hao's talent. If he could harness the talent for himself, the Rin family's glory would shine brighter than ever. Just then, in the very instant that over 20 arrows from his sleeves were about to pierce Hao's body, from the side of the two men, a voice deep, powerful, and commanding suddenly rang out. Heaven shatters, earth splits. The very next second, a remarkably agile figure flashed in from the side high above, almost as if teleporting. Then, with a duon, he leaped right up close to Hao. Boom! A shield of rock composed of jet black, incredibly solid stone sprang up from the ground. The shield grew at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped both this man and Hao in a 360-degree, seamless enclosure. As a result, a massive, seamless boulder appeared directly in front of Ran Wuxing. Describing this sequence would take ages, but in reality, it all happened in the blink of an eye. The very next second, more than 20 arrows from Ran Wuxing's sleeves struck the rock with a crackling sound, sending sparks flying in all directions. Meanwhile, Ran Wuxing's pupils suddenly contracted. He recognized this man and he recognized this move. This was clearly the signature technique of the Qin family's leader, Long, heaven shattering, earth splitting. As it happens, heaven crumbles, earth shattered is one of Long's signature moves. This move can be used for both offense and defense. On offense, it can trap enemies within a barrier of rocks, forcing a one-on-one duel. On defense, it can shield teammates and absorb lethal damage. Back in the day, it was precisely with this move, Heaven Crumbles, Earth Shattered, that Long pulled off a heroic rescue, saving Fong Ling, the daughter of the Abyss Guard's commander-in-chief. From then on, that little brat Long climbed into the Phoenix bed and, leveraging the power of the Abyss Guard, rose to prominence in no time. He made the Qin family one of the three great families of Blaze City. At that moment, the rock shield directly in front of Ran Wuxing crumbled away, revealing Hao and Long's figures. Long was seen holding a massive long spear, pointing it straight at Ran Wuxing. Why did you kill my adopted son? Hearing the accusation, Ran Wuxing let out a cold laugh. Adopted son? You mean my son-in-law? Long, I've finally seen through you. You're quite the schemer. Hearing this, Long's eyes darkened. I don't understand what you're talking about. Humph. You don't understand. Stop pretending. Ran Wuxing said through gritted teeth, pointing the double-bladed mountain-splitting axe in his hand directly at his opponent as he roared. I strongly suspect that the imperial land crab that killed my eldest son was summoned by you. After you killed my eldest son, you could then openly remarry your daughter to this kid. You're truly vicious. Long? Bullshit. Stop blaming everyone else. Long wasn't about to put up with this and fired back immediately. As far as I know, your eldest son, Ren Yufei,
died at the crab's claws because he was overconfident he brought it on himself. It's nobody else's fault. Ren Wuxing was momentarily at a loss for words, but he still pointed directly at Hao and retorted. That kid could have saved my son back then. Why didn't he? Long shot him a sidelong glance and immediately spoke up for Hao. Saving him would have been a favor, not saving him was his duty. The situation was so dangerous at the time anyone would have thought to save themselves first. That's only natural. Was he even close to your son? Why should he have saved him? Ren Wuxing, by not saving him, he is showing no respect for the Rin family. Long, what exactly are you trying to do? Ren Wuxing, I'm going to kill him to avenge my son. He is the one who killed my son. How, you idiot? Long, this guy is out of his mind. Let us get out of here. Seeing the two about to leave, Ren Wuxing blocked their path and brandished the double-bladed giant axe in his hands. Think you can leave? No way. Long looked at him with disdain, his long spear pointed straight at the opponent. Go ahead and try. Seeing that the other guy seemed ready to go all out, Ren Wuxing chickened out. He was in terrible shape right now. Forget exchanging a few blows with Long, even a single touch would kill him. Besides, even if he were at full health, he might not be able to beat the other guy. Long's level was nearly 1,988. Meanwhile, Ren Wuxing was only level 820. That's a difference of 168 levels. Going head-to-head would definitely not work in his favor. Next, Long conjured two blood-red unicorn steeds and had Hao and Zhu ride away on them. Wherever the two Rin brothers went, none of Ren Wuxing's martial artists dared to intercept or block them. They automatically cleared a path for them. Wah! Wah! At that moment, Jia with a gag in her mouth came running over, wailing. Seeing his daughter bound hand and foot, Long's expression darkened. He scanned the Rin family's martial artists and barked. Who tied my daughter up like this? At these words, the Rin family's martial artists all lowered their heads in silence. Fine. You want to speak, is that it? With that, Long's long halberd whirled through the air as he lunged at them with a fierce thrust. Whoosh! Thud! Crack! In just 3 moves, he swiftly killed 6 level 100 martial artists. After indiscriminately slaughtering all 6, Long scanned the room and growled softly. From now on, anyone who dares lay a hand on my daughter will meet this fate. If you touch her with your hand, I'll chop it off. Touch her with your foot, and I'll chop off your foot. Touch her at all, and you'll die. As for Ren Wuxing, his face turned crimson as he watched, helplessly powerless to do anything as his opponent slaughtered his men right before his very eyes. Next, Long summoned a fine steed and, accompanied by over 200 Qin family private soldiers flanking him, galloped away at full speed. Dad! Are we just going to let the Qin family take him away like this? At that moment, Ren Jingyan leaned in close to Ren Wuxing and asked, his face full of defiance and frustration. He looked as though, given the slightest order from his father, he'd dare to lead Ren Wuxing's martial artists in pursuit. As for Ren Wuxing, his eyes darkened. He whipped his hand back and slapped him across the face. Smack! Why did you hit me? Ren Jingyan covered his stinging cheek, looking completely bewildered. I'm really pissed off right now. I slapped my son to let off some steam. What's the big deal? Ren Wuxing's face was filled with murderous intent. Ren Jingyan. Jingyan, I have a task for you, Ren Wuxing said, his tone suddenly softening. Go ahead, Dad. Hao's talent is terrifyingly strong. I want you to conduct a private investigation and uncover every detail about his talents. Ren Wuxing instructed. Ren Jingyan's eyes darted about. He had already figured out his father's intentions, so he asked tentatively. Dad, you don't happen to want me to swap talents with him, do you? Ren Wuxing shook his head. You're wrong. Then why do you want me to investigate him? Ren Jingyan looked completely baffled. It's me, I'm the one who wants to swap talents with him. Ren Jingyan. Meanwhile, over at Hao's side. Hao, Zhu, and Long turned off the main path and entered the Abyss dungeon. They were only about 20 minutes away from the secret realm's exit. Riding on horseback, Hao clasped his fists in a bow toward Long beside him. Hao asked himself in all honesty, if Long Hen-T stepped in to save him in the nick of time, he would have certainly died today. Although he had the ability to fight Ren Wuxing head-on. But his opponent's level was too high, the chances of turning the tables were practically zero. Moreover, his opponent had no honor in battle, he even resorted to a sneak attack with a hidden weapon in the end. What a despicable person. In contrast, Long simply gave a hearty laugh and waved his hand. No need to be so formal. I came to save my daughter, and I just happened to save you along the way. It was just a small favor. Hao smiled faintly and said nothing more. Just then, Jia, who had been standing nearby, urged her horse closer and pouted, her cherry red lips curled. Humph. Dad, why does it feel like you got it backwards? I saw you throw yourself at how to save him first, you didn't even look at me the whole time. If I hadn't run up to you and whimpered a couple of times at the end, I bet you would completely forgotten about your precious daughter. You clearly came to save Hao, and I was just a bonus. Humph. Humph, humph, humph. I'm not talking to you anymore. Long. This is a grown-up conversation, what business do you have butting in? Long glared at Jia. Jia pursed her little lips in fright and didn't dare to blab loudly anymore, but she still couldn't resist muttering under her breath. Humph. Here we go again. Who are you trying to scare? I'm not afraid. Seeing this, Long smiled cheerfully at Hao and said, I've spoiled my eldest daughter too much these days, so she doesn't know proper etiquette. Please don't hold it against her, young Hao. Hao smiled slightly, clasped his fists, and replied, Uncle Qin, you're being too self-deprecating. Jia is stunningly beautiful, dignified in her demeanor, yet playful and charming, truly a lady of noble birth. As soon as those words were spoken, Jia's pretty face instantly flushed. She couldn't help but think to herself. He. This goofball actually knows how to pay a compliment? As for Long, upon hearing Hao's honeyed words, he stroked his long beard and laughed heartily. The last time you visited my home, due to unexpected circumstances, I didn't host you properly. It's already afternoon now. Why don't you come to my place? I'll have my wife cook a couple of dishes herself, and we can have a few drinks. How about it? While we're at it, I'd like to introduce someone to you. Uncle Qin, I wouldn't want to be so rude as to refuse. Hao clasped his fists in a bow once more. Although Hao still had some things to take care of. Since the host had gone to such lengths, even having his wife cook a meal herself, it would be rather ungrateful to refuse. That evening, at the Qin family mansion, a large group of people sat around the big round table. Long, Jia's uncles and aunts, Jia, Qin Shang Long's youngest son, Hao Ju, and a young man Hao had never met before. This man had sharp, arched eyebrows and starry eyes, with a tall, straight posture. If a perfect score for looks were 100 points, and Hao could score 95, then this man would score at least 90. In short, this man was a formidable rival who could go head-to-head with Hao in the realm of good looks. Hao secretly activated his Abyss Dungeon Watch to scan him. Talent, S rank. Level, 589. Age, 27. Whoa. 27 years old, level 589. What kind of prodigy is this? Hao was a bit stunned. You see, according to Martial Wiki's big data analysis, the average rate of leveling up for an ordinary person after turning 18, purchasing and using an awakening stone, and successfully activating their talent is 20 levels per year. In other words, assuming Xiaoming bought an awakening stone at age 18 and activated his talent, even if he leveled up at a rate of 28 levels per year, he would only reach level 200 by the time he turned 27. Yet the person standing before him had actually reached level 589. That is 3 times the average. It was clear just how diligent this person was. Meanwhile, the man noticed Hao's gaze, turned his head, smiled slightly, raised his cup, and said, Friend, may I offer you a toast? Let me toast you instead. With that, Hao stood up,
performed the ritual of toasting, bowed slightly, and clinked glasses with him.
Long watched the scene unfold and burst out laughing. I haven't even introduced them to each other yet, and these two kids have already hit it off. It really is a case of young heroes admiring one another.
At these words, everyone present burst into laughter. Long stood up, stepped between the two, and began introducing them to each other. This is Hao, 26 years old.
Don't let his level 50 fool you, he is incredibly powerful. He was able to fight Ren Wuxing to a standstill without being outmatched.
This is Jian, 27 years old. He is my adopted son, and his skills are quite remarkable. He wields a long spear with divine mastery. A year ago, I was trapped in a beast horde deep within the Abyss dungeon. When there was no hope of breaking through, it was Jian who led me out of the encirclement and saved my life. Hearing this, both men's pupils contracted, and they couldn't help but look at each other with newfound respect.
Hao was impressed that Jian actually had the skill to save a level 988 martial artist.
Meanwhile, Jian was impressed that Hao, at just level 50, could go toe-to-toe with Ren Wuxing who was over level 800?
Hello? My name is Hao.
Hao stood up and extended his hand toward Jian.
Hello? My name is Jian.
Jian also stood up and clasped Hao's large hand firmly.
And me. My name is Shu.
Shu cheerfully joined them, resting his chubby pig-ass trotter on the backs of their hands.
Me too, me too. Don't forget me. Jia joined in as well. Me. I want a handshake too. Count me in. Qin Chang also joined the crowd.
Ha ha ha, the elders all burst into laughter. After several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, Long pulled Hao and Yang Jian aside into a corner. Bolstered by the alcohol, he spoke from the heart.
Jian, I'm leaving Hao in your care.
I hope you'll protect him well. The reason Long had hired a bodyguard to protect Hao was simply because he knew the Ren family's temperament all too well. Earlier that day, Hao had single-handedly wiped out dozens of high-ranking martial artists from Ren Wuxing's faction and even severely wounded Ren Wuxing himself.
How could Ren Wuxing possibly let Hao off the hook?
Long predicted that within a few days, the Ren family's retaliation would come crashing down on Hao like a torrential flood. That's why he had to find someone to help protect Hao.
Every moment of protection counts.
As for why Long didn't simply strike down Ren Wuxing with a single blow of his halberd during the day, the reason is very simple.
Ren Wuxing isn't the highest-ranked martial artist in the Ren family. The Ren family has another ultra-high-level martial artist.
Although this person doesn't meddle in the Ren family's affairs and his whereabouts are unpredictable, spending most of the year in the Abyss dungeon, he is Ren Wuxing's own uncle. If Long had acted rashly and killed Ren Wuxing, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hao, on the other hand, thought it over for a moment and immediately understood the reasoning behind Long's arrangement.
Deeply moved, Hao couldn't help but ask. Uncle Qin, we're complete strangers, why are you treating me so generously?
In response, Long laughed heartily, then, emboldened by the alcohol, began to explain half seriously, half jokingly.
I went to see a fortune teller a few days ago. The fortune teller said that I in the next few days would meet a son-in-law worthy of riding a dragon. Right then, I thought to myself, I haven't met any young man I've never seen before in the last few days. Wait, actually, there was one. That person was you. At that moment, I thought, could you be the future son-in-law of the Qin family? How? Oh. Jian, 6.
Seeing Hao looking completely flustered, he patted him on the shoulder and said, "Once you get home, remember to give my drunken ramblings some serious thought."
With that, Long strode off. After watching Long leave, Jian turned to Hao with a smile.
"Brother One, it looks like you're going to become the Qin family's ideal son-in-law."
Hao didn't respond immediately.
He pulled out his cigarette pack, took 2 cigarettes, handed one to Jian, and silently lit the other.
After taking a deep drag, he sighed in a low voice. I'm just a rootless drifting weed, how could I possibly climb such a high branch? Brother Yang, please don't tease me like that.
Hearing this, Jian smiled but said nothing more. Before long, the dinner party came to an end. Hao had no desire to linger any longer and was about to take his leave.
Long, on the other hand, showed the utmost hospitality, instructing his butler to drive a luxury MPV to take Hao and Zhu home.
The butler first dropped off Zhu, who was quite drunk, at his home, and then took Hao.
Before long, the MPV pulled up to the entrance of Hao's residential complex. "Uncle Butler, this is far enough. It's south hard to park inside."
After saying this to the butler behind the wheel, Hao turned to Jian, who had accompanied him, and bowed with clasped fists.
"Brother Yang, farewell for now. Let us get together again when we have time. Goodbye."
With that, Hao opened the car door, got out, and strode away. However, he saw that Jian had also gotten out of the car and was following him.
"Brother Wan, from now on, we can't be apart. I'm moving in with you." "How?" "I'm not into guys."
Hao's but clenched in shock.
"In the middle of the night, you're insisting on staying at my place?
Holy shit, are you trying to scare me or what?
Do I look like a shield machine to you?"
Jian rolled his eyes, then explained the reason. "This is what Father Qin wants."
"Got it?" Hao thought about it for a moment and figured it out.
Long is worried the Ren family might try to pull a dirty trick on us, so he sent a top-notch expert to keep me safe.
Sigh.
Uncle Qin has been so good to me I don't know how to repay him.
Hao felt completely overwhelmed. If you really want to repay him, why not just become his son-in-law? Jian gave a sly smile, his expression full of amusement. How?
Before long, the two returned to Hao's home together.
"Brother Yang, I'll get a room ready for you."
Hao was about to prepare the spare bedroom for Jian to stay in.
But Jian just smiled slightly and said calmly, "No need. I'll just sleep in your room." "The two of us in the same bed?" "How? Oh. Two grown men sharing a bed, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Hao instinctively resisted the idea. What if one day they both got really drunk and accidentally crossed the line? That would be a huge problem. He. I told you I'm not a tunnel boring machine. If I'm not afraid, why should you be?
With that, Jian smiled and strode into Hao's bedroom. Upon pushing the door open, Jian froze.
"Is this a bedroom? Are you sure it's not a pig pen in a pig farm?" "How? It's not as filthy as you're making it out to be, is it?"
Hao was far from convinced and began to defend himself.
"Look, my clothes are all hanging in the closet even if they're not folded very well. There's an ashtray even if it's just a repurposed Coke bottle. But at least I'm not tossing cigarette butts on the floor. And the sheets and pillowcases, well, they smell a bit like sweaty feet, but at least they don't look dirty. And this floor, well, there's a bit of lint, but it's still pretty tidy." "Tidy?"
Jian smiled, then bent down, picked up a jet black hair from a cricket's nest off the floor, and held it up in front of Hao's face.
"If I'm not mistaken, this hair must be yours, right? My pubic hair is literally flying all over the place and you call this tidy?" "How? Oh.
Hao wished the ground would swallow him whole.
What a total embarrassment."
But then Jian patted him on the shoulder and said comfortingly,
"Actually, I understand where you're coming from.
For a single guy living alone, keeping your room this clean is actually pretty good, above average, even."
Hearing this, Hao felt a little better. So I'm not doing too badly after all. I'm actually pretty neat. But compared to me, you're way behind.
Jian added the final blow, then reached into his spatial storage ring and pulled out a pair of blue rubber gloves specifically designed for cleaning toilets.
Next, Jian got to scrubbing. It was clear he was treating the bedroom like a toilet. 3 hours later,
Jian had finished all the cleaning.
"Come take a look."
"Don't forget to put on shoe covers," Jian called out to Hao, who was sitting on the couch watching TV, as he stepped out of the bedroom.
"Oh."
Hao put on his shoe covers and pushed open the door.
His eyes widened in surprise. The once yellowed and cluttered bedroom had been completely transformed.
The walls were painted snow white and spotless. The floor was covered with a brand new, pure white carpet, soft and comfortable.
The window panes were polished to a crystal clear shine, allowing moonlight to stream unobstructed into the room, illuminating every corner.
The furniture, which had once been haphazardly arranged, was now neatly organized. Even the bedding on the bed was folded as neatly as a block of tofu. The entire bedroom looks both cozy and elegant, making one feel exceptionally comfortable and relaxed.
Anyone who didn't know better would think it had been completely renovated. Brother Yang, with skills like yours, it'd be a shame not to go into the renovation business. Hao remarked with admiration.
In response, Jian gave a mischievous smile. Actually, my original dream was to start a construction and renovation company.
Hearing this, how couldn't he help but ask? It's not too late to get into renovation now.
Although renovation enriches my spiritual world, the path of martial arts offers me even broader horizons, Jian explained without batting an eye.
How? Oh. You're such a hypocrite.
Hao punched him playfully.
Ha, you saw right through me. Jian laughed heartily.
Next, the two set to work cleaning and renovating the bathroom, kitchen, living room, and balcony. It had to be said, cleaning was way more exhausting than slaying monsters. After a few hours of work, Hao was so exhausted he couldn't even straighten his back. Jian, on the other hand, seemed completely at ease, listening to music while scrubbing away, as if he were thoroughly enjoying himself. Clearly, he was a severe neat freak. Hao thought for a moment and decided to play a prank on him. Brother Yang, actually, there is something I want to tell you. What is it? Jian asked, turning his head while scrubbing the toilet.
I'm selling this place tomorrow. I just moved into a bigger house. We'll have to move out the day after tomorrow.
Hao replied expressionlessly.
Jian? Holy shit.
Jian jumped up in a fit of rage. You little brat.
Why the hell didn't you say so sooner? So I've been cleaning for nothing all night? Ha, Brother Yang. I was just joking with you.
Hao quickly backed away and explained. Hearing this, Jian stopped in his tracks, rolled his eyes, and said, You little brat, I'm telling you you're not allowed to sell this house in the future, okay?
Yes. Hao nodded rapidly, like a chick pecking at grain. The night passed without incident, and the next morning dawned. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Hao got out of his incredibly comfortable bed. He slept like a log.
Glancing to the right side of the bed, he saw that Jian's side of the covers was completely empty. The sound of cooking drifted from the kitchen. Clearly, Jian was busy at work. By now, the aroma of the meal had already wafted through the crack under the door into the bedroom.
Hao took a deep breath and couldn't help but remark. I never would have guessed Brother Yang was such a good cook. After getting up and freshening up, Hao went to the kitchen dining area.
There, he saw 3 dishes and a soup laid out on the table.
1 meat dish and 3 vegetable dishes. The aroma filled the air.
All of them were high-quality ingredients from the Abyss dungeon. Hao paused for a moment, unsure whether to eat or not. If he ate, his fasting state would be interrupted.
Over the past few days, Hao had been studying his fasting talent and discovered that the longer he maintained the fasting state, the more fasting experience points he gained per hour, and the longer he went, the higher the rate became.
If he interrupted it midway, he'd have to start earning fasting experience all over again.
But if he didn't eat? Brother Yang had gone to all that trouble to cook a whole tableful of food, wouldn't that be embarrassing for him?
Just then, Jian emerged from the kitchen carrying a large bowl filled with rice. Seeing that Hao hadn't budged, he shot him a sidelong glance and said irritably,
What are you standing there for? Serve yourself some rice. Do you expect me to feed you? Hao scratched his head and explained with a sheepish grin. Brother Yang, to be honest, I have a talent that lets me go without eating.
Hearing Hao's tactful way of putting it, Jian got the picture.
Oh, no wonder.
I was wondering last night when I was cleaning your kitchen why wasn't there a single pot, bowl, or utensil in there?
I thought you only ate takeout.
With that, Jian plopped down at the dining table and buried his head in his meal. Meanwhile, Hao, having donned his level 50 lone hero set, headed to the living room to put his talent to the test. First,
he downed a high-grade mana potion to fill his mana bar. Then he activated Colossal Form, Stun Skill, and Eagle Eye. After finishing his talent training, Hao thought for a moment and opened the Talent Assistance System. Talent Assistance System. Level 50-5600 EXP. HP 103 plus 1000 equipment. Attack power 57 plus 350 equipment. Defense 53 plus 150 equipment. Agility 12.3 plus 5 equipment. Mana 0.05 kilograms 1.53 kilograms plus 0.5 kilograms equipment. Talent Sage Divinity Grade F, Tentative. First talent, Fasting 7 stars 56700 EXP. Second talent, Colossal Form 5 star 19500 EXP. Third talent, Stun Skill 3 star 4 star 26300 EXP. Talent Effect 1 can immobilize a person's body and soul, as well as divine birds, mythical beasts, or any object, rendering them unable to move. The stun effect lasts 0.7-0.8 seconds, maximum number of targets that can be immobilized, 3-4. While targets are immobilized, their 5 core attributes are reduced by 15% 17.5%. Active talent, cooldown, 0.8-0.7 hours. Mana cost per use, 0.7 kilograms 0.8 kilograms. Fourth talent, Supreme Celestial Immortal Art 3 star 4 star 13400. Talent Effect 1, all talents are enhanced by 15% 17.5%. Talent Effect 2, automatically gain 20-25 experience points per hour. Talent Effect 3, automatically increases the 5 basic attributes by 3% 4% daily. Passive skill mana cost, 1 kilogram 1.3 kilograms per 24 hours. Fifth talent, Eagle Eye 2 star 9200 EXP. Before I knew it, Stun Skill and Supreme Celestial Immortal Art had already reached 4 stars. Fasting is already at 7 stars. I figure in another 10 days or so, Fasting will reach 10 stars. When that happens, the system will re-evaluate the talents and reassess their levels based on the strength standards of the second talent. I've heard that after the re-evaluation, if a talent's level is higher than its original level, you'll receive a boost to your 5 basic attributes. My guess that LL be another major buff. Hao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Suddenly, Hao glanced at the level bar and was startled to find that his level had skyrocketed to 50. Ha! How did I get to level 50? Hao was a little surprised and recalled the scene from yesterday when he was slaying monsters in the Abyss dungeon. Hao remembered clearly that he only killed 1 or 2 void behemoths before Ren's men came looking for a fight. After that, Hao had been too busy dispatching Ren Wuxing's martial artists 1 punch per person to even think about fighting monsters to level up. Puzzled, Hao suddenly came up with an explanation. Could it be that this experience came from killing those martial artists? Whoa! That's interesting. Hao found this mechanic rather amusing. Next, he retrieved the golden staff from his spatial ring and began practicing the 36 moves of the 36 astral strikes with great vigor. Hao's staff technique was so refined that it drew frequent glances from Jian, who was in the middle of eating. Before long, Hao finished his practice. At the same time, his newfound understanding of the 36 astral strikes grew even stronger. Hao sensed that a breakthrough in his martial arts was imminent. A brand new staff technique was beckoning to him. Are you about to make a breakthrough in your martial arts? Just then, Jian's voice rang in his ear. Hao paused in surprise and turned to look. To his astonishment, he discovered that Jian had silently slipped up behind him at some point. Brother Yang, to be honest, I have a new, elusive insight into the 36 astral strikes. I keep feeling like there's a move waiting for me to discover. It's right there, but I can't quite grasp it yet. Jian didn't seem particularly surprised. Instead, he explained calmly. This is a sign that you're on the verge of a breakthrough in your martial arts. As far as I know, the 36 astral strikes is an extremely mature martial art. Logically speaking, a technique like this should have reached its limit. There is nothing left to break through or improve upon. Yet you're still gaining new insights, which shows that you have exceptional talent. I'm actually quite curious to see what kind of powerful techniques you'll develop based on the 36 astral strikes. With that, Jian slung his arm around Hao's shoulder and headed toward the door. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. It should help you with your martial arts breakthrough. Where is it? How couldn't he help but ask? You'll find out when we get there. Jian gave a mischievous smile, deliberately keeping him in the dark. You're not taking me to a martial arts hall for a sparring match, are you? How couldn't he help but mutter to himself? 2 hours later, the two finally arrived at their destination. It was a small alley off the main street. This is the place. Jian pointed to the entrance of a shop. Hao looked at the sign, which bore a line of large characters written in bold, vigorous brushstrokes, Handsome Guy Tavern. The intoxicating aroma of alcohol filled the entire alley. Brother Yang, I thought you were going to take me to a martial arts hall for a sparring match, so I could break through my martial arts skills in the process. Hao gave a wry smile and sighed. Why do you bring me here to drink? Hearing this, Jian smiled slightly. Spending all your time just sparring and sparring, what good is that? Haven't you heard the saying? All talk and no action makes you a phony, all action and no talk makes you a fool. You've been nothing but a fool up until now. How? Come on, follow me inside for a drink. With that, Jian slung his arm around Hao's shoulder, pulled back the curtain at Handsome Guy Bar, and strode inside. Hao followed him into Handsome Guy Bar. The bar wasn't large, but it wasn't exactly small either. Although the decor was a bit dated, it was quite tidy. Moreover, the rich aroma of alcohol was intoxicating enough to get you drunk just by smelling it. 7 of the 8 tables were already full. Business was clearly booming. Jian dragged Hao straight to the bar at the front. There, a man was standing. He had long, tousled hair and looked incredibly cool. His feet, clad in flip-flops, were crossed, his body leaning against the bar, and he held a tall glass filled to the brim with a dark liquid. He kept swirling the tall glass in his hand. Overall, he looked just like Da Vinci from Domestic James Bond. So damn cool. Hey there, scumbag, the bar owner said, opening his narrow, half-closed eyes to look at the two approaching men. Why is the owner cursing at us? Hao asked, completely baffled. Calling someone a scumbag right off the bat? Holy crap, is that any way to run a business? He meant handsome guy, not scumbag. This guy is drunk as a skunk every day, he just can't slur his words, Jian explained with a laugh. Okay, Hao said awkwardly, pressing his hand to his forehead. Shanghua, 2 of the usual. Jian held up 2 fingers toward Shanghua, then slung his arm around Hao's shoulder and led him to the last empty table, where they sat down. Next, as Jian unwrapped the disposable plates and bowls on the table, he began telling Hao. This bar has been around for over 50 years. Whenever I've got some free time, I always like to come here for a few drinks. Personally, I think the drinks here are right up there with the best. As he spoke, Jian gave a thumbs up. Hao nodded thoughtfully, then asked. Is Shanghua really the owner's real name? Who would name someone that? Jian waved his hand with a laugh and sighed. His real name is Shanghua. But since he calls everyone handsome guy and his pronunciation isn't very clear, he always ends up saying rotten guy. So we gave him the nickname Shanghua. As for this Handsome Guy Tavern, we always jokingly call it the Rotten Guy Tavern. Get it? Yang Jian said, raising an eyebrow. That's kind of interesting. Hao listened with a smile on his face. These kinds of human stories are always so entertaining. Before long, Shanghua brought over 2 soy sauce-colored wine jars, along with 2 plates of pickled radish. Then, Shanghua personally poured wine for the 2 of them. As he poured, Shanghua looked at Hao with a smile and asked. This Ranzai looks like a stranger around here. After saying that, Shanghua let out a tipsy burp and asked again. Is this your first time here? Hao nodded, then asked in return. How old are you, boss? I just turned 30, Shanghua replied. Holy crap? You look that old at 30? You look just like Da Vinci, Hao said, clearly surprised. Don't listen to his nonsense, he is at least over 100, Jian chimed in with a laugh.
Hao was momentarily speechless, then silently looked at Shanghua and asked, "Boss, why did you lie about your age?"
The next second, Shanghua gave a mischievous chuckle. "Because I like to tell little white lies, he 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 he." "How?"
"Shanghua, go back to work." "I'll chat with my friend for a bit," Jian said, deliberately sending him away.
"Okay, let me know if you need anything." Burp. With that, Shanghua let out a drunken burp and staggered off. "I keep feeling like I've seen him somewhere before." Hao watched Shenghua's retreating figure with keen interest. A sense of déjà vu inexplicably welled up inside him. As for Jian, upon hearing Hao's muttered remark, he was taken aback at first, then asked in return, "You feel that way too?" "Yeah." Hao nodded. "Me too. Maybe it's a connection from a past life." With that, Jian raised his glass and changed the subject. "Come on, have a drink. Get a taste of the Ranzai Tavern." "Sure." Hao clinked glasses with him and downed it in one gulp. In an instant, a powerful surge of alcohol exploded inside his chest. Hao couldn't help but let out a long whoosh. "How does it feel?" Jian asked curiously, narrowing his eyes. "I feel a surge of power. I don't feel afraid of anything right now." Hao marveled as he savored the lingering taste of the liquor in his mouth. What a fine drink! Hearing Hao's praise, Jian's initial concerns vanished instantly, and he said with a touch of smugness, "This wine is called Shangwei wine. After drinking it, not only does it temporarily boost a martial artist's 5 core attributes, but it also bolsters one's courage. At the same time, it enhances one's understanding of martial arts techniques." Is it really that amazing? Hao was taken aback at first, but then, with a thought, he opened the talent support system to check his 5 core attributes. Talent support system. Level 50-8600 EXP. HP 103 plus 1000 equipment plus 5 Shangwei. Attack 57 plus 350 equipment plus 5 Shangwei. Defense 53 plus 150 equipment plus 5 Shangwei. Agility 12.3 plus 5 equipment plus 0.5 mighty presence. Mana 0.15 kilograms 1.53 kilograms plus 0.5 kilograms equipment plus 0.05 mighty presence. Interesting, interesting. Hao's eyes sparkled. He felt as if he struck gold. Although the increase wasn't huge, if he entered colossal form, these stats would be multiplied by 1,500%, which would be downright insane. "Can I buy a few jars to take with me?" Hao asked Jian. "Not a chance," Jian said with a laugh, waving his hand. "Shenghua has a rule: his wine can only be drunk here in the tavern, you can't take it to go." Oh, Hao looked a little disappointed. Just then, a martial artist at the neighboring table stood up and turned on the large wall-mounted TV. The TV began broadcasting the news. "Viewers at home, you are now watching Blaze City Morning News. According to reports, a mysterious monster appeared yesterday in Blaze City's Abyss Dungeon. This monster is exceptionally ferocious and has killed over 100 high-level martial artists. The specific reason for the monster's appearance is currently under investigation. We urge all martial artists to remain on high alert when entering the secret realm and to travel in groups whenever possible." After listening to the news report, Hao was a bit puzzled. He couldn't help but think to himself, "A mysterious monster? Yesterday? Did that really happen?" Hao had been in the Abyss Dungeon yesterday and hadn't heard a thing about it. Looking over at Jian beside him, he saw him smile slightly, as if he had already seen right through everything. Just then, a few martial artists drinking at the table next to them began whispering to each other, deliberately keeping their voices low. Their voices sounded faint, but Hao pricked up his ears and could still make out what they were saying. A long-haired martial artist spoke in a hushed tone, revealing what he knew. "Let me tell you, there is no such thing as some bullshit mysterious monster. This whole thing was actually caused by a brawl among martial artists." As soon as he finished speaking, the bald martial artist next to him couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "A brawl? Holy shit! Who did that? Who was bold enough to start a brawl inside the Abyss Dungeon?" And over 100 people died in one go. Aren't they afraid of being thrown into military prison by the Abyss Guard and sentenced to death? At this, the long-haired martial artist rolled his eyes and said, "Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone else hear us. I'll tell you the truth. Here's what happened. There was a martial artist surnamed Wan who offended the Rin family. So the Rin family sent fighters from Run Wuxing's faction into the Abyss dungeon, planning to take out the guy surnamed Wan. But then..." With that, the long-haired martial artist clapped his hands and continued. "Run Wuxing's faction got crushed. That guy surnamed Wan is a total badass. He took on over 100 high-ranking fighters from Run Wuxing's faction all by himself. One punch, one kill. I've even heard that old man Rin got injured too." The moment those words were spoken, it was like a stone causing ripples across a pond. Martial artists drinking at nearby tables all turned their heads to listen. That can't be possible. Old man Rin is a martial artist over level 800. One martial artist looked utterly incredulous, his voice rising slightly as he spoke. If that guy surnamed Wan could actually injure old Master Rin, just how powerful would he have to be? Hearing this, the long-haired martial artist who had revealed the inside story earlier shrugged inside. "Don't doubt it, my sources are very reliable. That's really how it is. So what level is this guy surnamed Wan? He must be at least on the same level as old Master Rin, right?" One martial artist couldn't help but analyze the situation. "As far as I know, there are only a handful of martial artists in Blaze City above level 800. There's no one surnamed Wan at all." The long-haired martial artist replied, "He's only level 50. All the martial artists' eyes widened. They looked at each other in disbelief. "Whoa! Level 50? Are you sure it's not level 500? Level 50 can injure someone over level 800? You're fucking lying. This isn't just bullshit anymore. This is straight up making up a myth." Disbelief was written all over these martial artists' faces. Level 50, how could he possibly injure a martial artist over level 800? That's ridiculous. It's like asking how a 3-year-old could possibly beat an adult. Unless old man Rin was going easy on him. But given old Master Rin's reputation for holding grudges, how could he possibly have gone easy on him? In an instant, the martial artists began voicing their opinions and debating heatedly, turning the once quiet tavern into a chaotic hubbub. Meanwhile, the long-haired martial artist made no attempt to defend his claim of being level 50. Instead, he gave a sly smile, deliberately lowered his voice, and revealed another piece of inside information. "Let me tell you this, the incident where the man surnamed Wan severely injured Rin Wuxing and wounded old Master Rin, the reason it was twisted into a monster rampage is actually the work of the Qin family. It was the Qin family who used their connections to force the matter to be swept under the rug." Upon hearing this, many martial artists were stunned. "How is the Qin family involved in this now?" one martial artist asked, voicing everyone's thoughts. Hearing this, the long-haired martial artist explained. "Rumor has it that the man surnamed Wan is the Qin family's future son-in-law. At the time, the man surnamed Wan was on the verge of being beaten to death by old Master Ren, but old Master Qin personally intervened to save him. Otherwise, the man surnamed Wan would have met his end right there." Hearing this, one martial artist nodded thoughtfully and said, "A father-in-law saving his son-in-law, that makes perfect sense." At these words, the crowd burst into laughter. However, just then, a martial artist asked a fundamental question. "Wait a minute. I'm a bit curious. How did that man surnamed Wan end up offending the Rin family? Did he actually force old Master Ren to send Rin Wuxing after him? What exactly did the man surnamed Wan do?" In response, the martial artist with the buzz cut chimed in, sharing what he knew. "From what I understand, it seems to be because the man surnamed Wan failed to save the Rin family's eldest son, Rin Yufei. A few days ago, wasn't there an obituary in the news? It said Rin Yufei was eaten by a giant crab, do you remember that?" The martial artists nodded in response. "Rumor has it that when the incident with Rin Yufei happened, the man surnamed Wan was right there. But he didn't step in to save him, so Rin Yufei was eaten by the crab.
That's why the Rin family started seeking revenge against him, the martial artist with the buzz cut added. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. It felt as though a veil had been lifted, revealing the truth. But just then, a martial artist at the table next to them let out a cold laugh and said, "That's just a rumor, it's not accurate at all. I've actually heard that the guy surnamed Wan stole Qin Jia, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, right from under Ren Yufei's nose. And he slept with her, too." Then Ren Yufei, unable to swallow his pride, challenged the man surnamed Wan to a one-on-one duel in the Abyss Dungeon, only to be killed by him. As soon as these words were spoken, another martial artist at the table too offered a different version of the story. "Everything you're saying is completely wrong. I heard that the guy surnamed Wan is gay. He got carried away while drunk and slept with Rin Jingyan, the second young master of the Rin family." Then Rin Jingyan, furious and humiliated, sought revenge on Hao. The martial artists? What the hell is this nonsense? The guy surnamed Wan slept with the Rin family's second young master? Holy crap! Is that for real? Is your circle really that chaotic? I recognize every single word you're saying, but put together, why does this feel so jarring to my eyes? Suddenly, with the emergence of such a preposterous rumor, the martial artists all opened up, chatting animatedly one after another. Meanwhile, over at Hao and Jian's table. Ha 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 ha. Jian was absolutely cracking up, clutching his stomach in fits of laughter. Hao, on the other hand, had a look of utter exasperation on his face, as if life held no joy left for him. Silently lighting another cigarette, he mused with a hint of melancholy. Rumors really are a terrifying thing. They actually slandered me as gay? Holy shit! Whether on the Tianyin continent or back on Earth, public opinion is a terrifying thing. People on both sides are all the same. At that moment, Jian was still laughing non-stop, while Hao glared at him with a look of resentment. "Brother Yang, can you stop laughing? It's true that your joy is built on someone else's misery, but seeing you laugh so hard, doesn't your conscience hurt at all?" "Ha, I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing at..." Jian couldn't come up with anything else to say, so he clutched his stomach and kept grinning like an idiot. "I give up on you." Hao's expression grew even more resentful. He angrily filled a bowl with wine and downed it in one gulp. Just then, a dismissive voice rang out from the doorway. "Humph. You two are really having a blast chatting. I could hear every word clearly even before I walked in. That guy surnamed Wan, is he really more powerful than me?" His tone was incredibly cocky, loud, and over the top. Any normal person would find it irritating. "Who the hell is that?" A martial artist who had been chatting happily cursed under his breath and turned to look toward the doorway. The next second, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine and quickly changed his tune. "Oh, it's young Master Wan." As soon as those words were spoken, all the martial artists stopped talking and turned toward the doorway. In an instant, their expressions grew tense, and they all stood up, walking toward the figure at the doorway to bow with clasped fists. "Greetings, young Master Wan." "We pay our respects to young Master Wan." "What wind has blown young Master Wan this way?" "Young Master Wan, you're absolutely right in your presence. That guy surnamed Wan is nothing but a pile of crap. He's not even worth mentioning. Young Master Wan, all you need to do is snap your fingers, and you could wipe that guy surnamed Wan off the face of the earth." Hearing all this flattery, the sharp-headed young man with the sling was thoroughly pleased. "I'll be covering the entire bill for everyone here today." After delivering this show-off line, Bao Yu snapped open his folding fan with a sharp click. Fanning himself in a flamboyant manner, he strode confidently toward the back of the tavern. His butler attended to him on either side, pulling out a stool for him and finding an empty seat for him to sit in. Once seated, Bao Yu glanced around at the tavern's layout, immediately furrowed his brow, glared at his butler waiting nearby, and complained with a look of disgust. "Butler, is this what you call Blaze City's #1 tavern? What a crappy interior. Someone who didn't know any better would think this was a junkyard. It's nothing compared to memories of Jiangnan, where I usually go." Such remarks caused Hao and Jian, who were drinking while munching on dried radish, to both furrow their brows. What a downer, they said in unison.
Oh. We're pretty much on the same page, aren't we?
Jian raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat surprised. Hao smiled slightly and pointed at Baoyu, who was ranting about the heavens, the earth, and the tavern not far away, asking,
Brother Yang, who's that guy? Just like you, his surname is Wan.
After saying that, Jian realized it didn't quite sound right and added,
No, you two aren't the same. You're likable, he is detestable.
His name is Baoyu, he is the young master of the Wan family.
Do you know the Wan family?
Hao pondered for a moment, then shook his head. In the original host's memories, there was no information regarding the Wan family. The original host was a tech geek who, during his lifetime, had paid little attention to the major events of Blaze City's underworld, focusing solely on making money to buy awakening stones. As a result, he knew very little about these prominent clans and families.
The Wan family is one of the 3 major families in Blaze City. You didn't even know that?
Jian sounded a bit surprised. The Qin family, the Ren family, and then the Wan family.
What do you usually spend your time doing? Hao smiled slightly, offering no explanation. Oh, I get it. You're a martial arts fanatic.
Jian seemed to understand.
You're so focused on training that you don't pay attention to anything else. How? Right, a martial arts fanatic. Jian, let us drink.
How? Cheers. Meanwhile, over at Baoyu's table, Baoyu was surrounded by a crowd of martial artists, all there to suck up to him.
After all, the Wan family was one of the 3 great families of Blaze City. Their power was immense.
If they could win young Master Wan's favor, they were sure to reap some benefits. As for Baoyu, upon hearing the flattery from these martial artists, he suddenly felt a bit annoyed.
Get lost. All of you, get lost. Let me have some peace and quiet. With that, the martial artists had no choice but to slink away. Damn it.
Baoyu muttered a curse out of the blue, his face clearly displeased.
Why, you ask? The story behind it is actually quite amusing.
Yesterday, Baoyu spent a fortune to hire several media outlets in Blaze City to stage a show.
By show, he meant
Baoyu, at level 60, took on a level 60 monster all by himself in the Abyss dungeon. As everyone knows, for a martial artist to take on a monster one-on-one at the same level is basically impossible. If someone actually pulled it off, it would be nothing short of incredible.
But this one-on-one was actually just a cheat.
Before the fight, Baoyu's martial artist bodyguards had already beaten that level 60 monster down to critical health.
Baoyu could finish it off with just a couple of hits.
While Baoyu was fighting, the news reporters and cameramen standing by were busy snapping photos. Afterward, they write a few news articles, hire online trolls to push the story to the top of the trending list, and generate some buzz. The headlines of the news articles were along the lines of,
Shocking. A legendary talent emerges. You were supposed to be a rich playboy but you became Blaze City's top fighter instead? Oh my god. If rich kids are working this hard, how can we ordinary folks even think about slacking off? Shocking. A martial artist can solo monsters of the same level?
The reason Baoyu chose to pay for trending topics and stage a media spectacle was simply to pave the way for the Abyss Guard's open recruitment exam a few days later. He wanted to use this method to enhance his credentials and attract the attention of Abyss Guard's upper management.
It's important to note that although the Wan family is one of Blaze City's 3 major clans, its actual strength pales in comparison to that of the Qin and Ren families. The gap isn't in financial resources, but in power.
Whether it's the Qin family or the Ren family, their henchmen have long infiltrated the Abyss Guard.
Both families have their own representatives within the Abyss Guard. In contrast, the Wan family has very little military background.
That's precisely why the Wan family came up with the plan to mold Baoyu into the image of a peerless prodigy. This was meant to attract the attention of the Abyss Guard's high command, and then, through the Wan family's mediation, Baoyu might secure a high-ranking position once he joined the Abyss Guard.
At that point, the Wan family would skyrocket to prominence.
But as the saying goes,
all that scheming came to nothing. Originally, there was practically nothing wrong with Bao Yu's performance. Logically speaking, it should have made it to the trending list. But he was out of luck. This morning, when he opened the trending section on Martial Wiki Blaze City, he found that the trending keywords were all things like over 100 high-level martial artists above level 100 died in the Abyss dungeon yesterday. That guy surnamed Wan. Ron Wushing. One punch, one kill. A level 50 fighter taking on a high-level martial artist over level 800 alone. And so on. Meanwhile, the trending topic Bao Yu had paid to promote was completely pushed off the list. It was all for nothing. After investigating, Bao Yu figured out what had happened. He was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out where this guy with the same surname had even come from. He huffed and puffed his way through a solo battle against a level 50 monster, thinking that would be enough to establish an invincible persona. Who would have thought that, in the eyes of that guy surnamed Wan, his little stunt wasn't even worth mentioning? That guy took down over 100 martial artists above level 101 punch at a time. Compared to him, the difference in skill was crystal clear. Bao Yu hated Hao with a passion. No. To be precise, the entire Wan family hated Hao with a passion. You have to understand the Wan family had spent at least several hundred million on this spectacle. And in the end, it didn't make a single ripple. All the limelight had been stolen by that guy with the same surname. Bao Yu was so furious that he developed huge blisters on the corners of his mouth. The pain was so intense he couldn't even eat abalone. With no other choice, Bao Yu ordered his butler to find a quick remedy for the blisters. After making the rounds, the butler heard from an acquaintance that the liquor at Handsome Guy's tavern had miraculous effects for strengthening bones, building stamina, and curing illnesses. So the butler suggested that Bao Yu come here to sample the liquor and treat his blisters. Yes, young master is right. This tavern is a total piece of crap. Your presence here is a real honor for this place. At that moment, the steward standing nearby was bowing and scraping, fawning over him. Hearing this, Bao Yu was still not satisfied. He took another look around at the tavern's layout and decor, then fixed his gaze on Shanghua. And that balding old man, he looks so damn gross. Just as gross as this tavern. And he is actually wearing flip-flops? He doesn't care about etiquette or hygiene at all. I seriously suspect he likes to pick his toes while brewing wine. Shanghua? You little punk, you can question my looks, but you can't question my brewing skills. Shanghua leaned against the liquor cabinet, swirling the wine glass in his hand, his eyes narrowed as he spoke. Oh really? You've got some nerve. How dare you talk back to this young master? Bao Yu, desperate for an outlet for his frustration, immediately rolled up his sleeves and was about to stand up. But the butler standing nearby interjected. Young master, getting worked up over a scruffy bum like that would be beneath you. Let me handle this. With that, the butler rose and strode over to Shanghua. Standing right in front of him, he said with a look of contempt. What are you standing there for, you scruffy bum? Hurry up and pour my young master some wine. You've got no common sense at all. Move faster. Or I'll smash your lousy little shop to pieces. Oh. Shanghua rolled his eyes and went to fetch the wine. Before long, Shanghua returned carrying a jar of wine and presented it to Bao Yu and the butler. Shanghua stood by, pouring the wine. Meanwhile, Bao Yu and the butler struck up a conversation. Butler, doesn't this really piss you off? I finally managed to trend on Weibo, only to have that kid steal the spotlight from me. Damn it all to hell. Bao Yu was still bitter about it. Yes. That kid is so ungrateful. How dare he steal the spotlight from the young master of the Wan family? He is clearly tired of living. The steward chimed in, then his eyes darted around as he suddenly thought of something. Young master, I actually have a brilliant plan. It can help you reclaim all the attention you've lost in one fell swoop. Bao Yu's interest was piqued, and he hurriedly asked. What is it? The butler leaned close to Bao Yu's ear and whispered. Young master, why don't you just have a fight with Hao? As long as you can beat that bratty kid from the Wan family. Ha! How dare you call everyone from the Wan family a brat? Bao Yu's eyes widened in shock. Steward, oh. Ah, no.
I meant that jerk named Hao. The steward slapped himself across the face, then continued, as long as you can beat him, doesn't that prove your combat prowess is superior to Hao's? By then, it'll be impossible for you not to trend on social media. Hearing the stewardess reasoning, Bao Yu thought it made perfect sense. Hao can take on over 100 martial artists above level 100. And if I can face off against and defeat Hao, doesn't that mean I can take on over 100 martial artists above level 100 too? With that thought in mind, Bao Yu immediately raised his voice and bellowed to the martial artists drinking nearby. This young master has an announcement to make, you'd better all prick up your ears and listen carefully. As soon as he said this, more than 20 martial artists in the tavern turned to look at him, waiting for Bao Yu to continue. Whoever can help me find Hao, I'll reward them with 10 million. At these words, the martial artists present all widened their eyes in shock. Holy crap! A 10 million reward? We're going to strike it rich. 10 million, that's enough to buy a full set of level 100 luxury gear. Young Master Wan, why are you offering such a huge reward to find Hao? One martial artist asked curiously. In response, Bao Yu snapped open his folding fan with a sharp click. As he fanned himself, he said with an air of arrogance, because I'm going to fight him. At those words, the martial artists all froze. Not a single one dared to utter a peep. Because everyone knew full well it was as clear as day in their minds. With your greenhorn, no good fighting skills, if you went head to head with Hao, he'd probably scatter your ashes to the winds. What? Why aren't you saying anything? Do you think I can't beat Hao? Seeing the silence, Bao Yu barked out. At his words, the martial artists immediately began to suck up. Ha, no. Young Master Wan, you've misunderstood. Young Master Wan, you're so wise and mighty, so strong and powerful, beating up that Hao would be as easy as an old lady wiping her nose with a handkerchief. In my opinion, when young Master Wan takes on Hao, he'll definitely knock him out with a single punch. Right. One punch per guy. He won't even need to throw a single extra punch. Hearing the martial artist's flattery, Bao Yu felt much better. And he truly believed he could take Hao down with a single punch. After all, that's what everyone was saying. That meant everyone knew what was up. Since everyone knew what was up, he figured he knew what was up too. Steward. Come on. Have a drink with me. Bao Yu cheerfully lifted his wine bowl. Sure, okay. The steward quickly raised his own bowl. Meanwhile, over at Hao and Jian's table, Jian raised his wine bowl to his lips, ready to drink, and said to Hao with a smile, Brother Hao, I've got a way to make some quick cash. Are you interested? What is it? Hao asked. I'll take you to Bao Yu right now, then I'll collect that 10 million, and you'll fight him. Afterward, we'll split the money 50-50. After Jian finished speaking with a sly grin, he didn't forget to add a bit of flair to his pitch. After all, why let the money go to outsiders? Whoever gets the 10 million reward, it's going to someone anyway. Might as well let the two of us get it. Hearing Jian's underhanded scheme, Hao laughed heartily. Haha, brother Yang, you've got some ideas. I'll think about it. Just then. Put. Spit, spit, spit. Why does this wine taste like horse urine? A few tables away, Bao Yu's foul mouth was spewing the wine he'd just swallowed like a showerhead. As he spat, he wiped his mouth and cursed. It's fucking disgusting. This must be horse urine. Meanwhile, the butler, who was holding a wine bowl to his lips, looked a bit skeptical. Young master, that can't be right. Their wine is famous far and wide. Even if it's not to your taste, it couldn't possibly taste like horse urine, could it? Let me try it. With that, the butler lifted the bowl and downed it in one gulp. The next second. Put. The butler sprayed it out too. Owner. Why does this wine taste just like horse urine?
Owner! Owner! The butler shouted loudly. Coming, coming. Shenghua staggered over. Gentlemen, what can I do for you? At this, the butler spoke up first. Why does this wine taste like horse urine? Bao Yu, standing nearby, chimed in with a curse of his own. It's fucking disgusting. Hearing this, Shenghua belched and began to explain haltingly. You two don't know the whole story. Although this wine tastes like horse piss, it's actually burp. For God's sake, just say it in one go. Bao Yu was getting impatient. Actually, it is horse urine, Shenghua concluded. Bao Yu and the butler? Damn it! You old fool! How dare you pull our leg? The two leapt to their feet in unison, their eyes bulging wide. Bao Yu was the first to react. He grabbed Shenghua by the collar and snarled. You old codger, how dare you make a fool of this young master? You're asking for it. As he spoke, Bao Yu swung his fist toward Shenghua's face. A blue glow emanated from his fist. He had clearly channeled his mana. For a moment, all the martial artists nearby held their breath in shock. If that punch landed, the old man would be crippled, if not killed. But just then, just as Bao Yu's right fist was about to smash into Shenghua's forehead, a massive hand suddenly shot out. It clamped down on Bao Yu's wrist. The immense pulling force prevented Bao Yu's right fist from advancing even a single step further. Bao Yu froze for a moment, then felt excruciating pain in his wrist. The other man's grip was incredibly strong. So strong that Bao Yu felt as if his wrist were being squeezed by a pair of pliers. The intense pain made Bao Yu scream out in agony. Aya! It hurts! It hurts! Let go! Let the hell go! As he shouted, Bao Yu swung his free left fist at the man. But the man's lips curled into a smirk. The hand gripping Bao Yu's right wrist tilted slightly upward, using Bao Yu's own right fist to block his incoming left punch. Bam! The two fists collided, and the knuckles on all 10 of Bao Yu's fingers were crushed out of shape. The pain was so intense, Bao Yu felt like he was about to shit himself. Kid! You're fucking sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, aren't you? At that moment, the butler standing nearby shouted a warning, but he didn't dare step in to fight the man. He could only stand on the sidelines and talk trash. Do you even know who you're hitting? Let me tell you, you're in deep trouble. If you've got the guts, give me your name. In response, the man let out a cold laugh, and the large hand that had been gripping Bao Yu's left wrist suddenly shoved him forward with all its might. The massive force sent Bao Yu flying through the air, slamming him into an octagonal table. The table shattered into pieces in an instant. Then, the man parted his lips slightly and uttered a few words in a calm tone. A man from Blaze City How. Boom! The moment the word how came out of Hao's mouth, Bao Yu's butler, and the 20-odd martial artists who had been drinking all widened their eyes. HHES how? One martial artist stammered, his face etched with fear. I don't know. It could be an imposter, another martial artist said uncertainly, trying to steal his nerves. It can't be that much of a coincidence. Let us help young master one save face. Another shifty-eyed martial artist realized this was a golden opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. If they could help Bao Yu save face, there'd be a hefty payout. Of course, there were quite a few fighters who shared this same thought. 8 fighters from 2 nearby tables drew their weapons and advanced toward Hao. Hao, seeing that these men meant business, let out a cold laugh. Ha, so there really are some who aren't afraid to die? With that, Hao focused his mind, and colossal form activated instantly. His figure grew taller and larger. He looked like a small mountain. In addition, his fire-eye golden gaze activated as well. His eyes flashed like lightning, utterly terrifying. Such a fearsome aura instantly intimidated those petty thugs. They froze in place, not daring to take a single step forward. Ha, he says he is Hao, and you actually believe him? What if he is an imposter? Why not be a little bolder? Suddenly, Jen let out a playful chuckle,
then conjured a long spear from behind his back, shielding Hao from behind. The spear in Jian's hand was wrapped in a golden glow. Looking at the center of Jian's forehead, a vertical third eye had actually opened. This vertical eye flickered with golden light. He clearly looked incredibly powerful. He is the Qin family's adopted son, the three-eyed spear king Jian. A martial artist recognized him and cried out in astonishment. Damn it! Even Jian, the Qin family's adopted son, has shown up. Looks like the rumors are true. Hao really is Long's perfect son-in-law. He is Hao, someone in the crowd bellowed. Let us get out of here fast. We can't afford to cross the Qin family, another person said. The next second. These martial artists, who had originally been ready to step in and help, didn't even have the courage to stay in the tavern any longer. They all scattered in a panic, running toward the door. In an instant, the vast tavern was left with only Bao Yu, lying on the 8 immortals table that had been reduced to a pile of splinters, his steward and Shenghua, who was leaning against the liquor cabinet, savoring a fine wine. Hao and Jian exchanged a glance, then walked toward the two men in unison. Honored heroes. We were blind. We meant no offense. The butler dropped to his knees in a flash, and with a sharp crack, pulled Bao Yu down to kneel beside him. Hearing this, Jian snorted coldly. I'll make this clear, if this tavern suffers any retaliation afterward, you'll be the first person I hold responsible. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden spear in Jian's hand moved as swiftly as a hare on the run. With a clang, it pointed straight at Bao Yu's face. Bao Yu was instantly paralyzed with fear. His feces and urine gushed out like a motorcycle exhaust pipe, spurting out in a torrent. Get out! Jian bellowed. The moment he shouted, the butler immediately hoisted Bao Yu, who was still shitting uncontrollably and had gone limp like a pile of mud, and rushed toward the door. In an instant, the Handsome Guy Tavern fell silent. The crisis was averted. The next second, Hao and Jian both withdrew their supernatural powers and returned to their seats. Shenghua, we did you such a huge favor, don't you owe us something? Jian shot a sidelong glance at Shenghua, who was leaning against the liquor cabinet not far away. Burp, well, I guess I'll just let you off the bill, Shenghua slurred drunkenly. Hearing this, Jian let out a wry smile. You old man, you really know how to do business. Testing a cadre by offering a free drink? What cadre couldn't pass a test like that? Give me something more substantial. Hearing this, Hao stepped in to defuse the situation. Brother Yang, when you're standing up for someone like this, how can you ask for a reward? Forget it. He has had it tough enough. Hearing this, Jian rolled his eyes at Hao and sighed. Brother Hao, haven't you figured it out yet? That old geezer just served those 2 horse urine. He was actually forcing us to step in. Man, he is way more skilled than either of us. That old guy is sneaky as hell. With an old man this devious, how could we not rip him off? Hearing this, Hao suddenly realized. Wow! So Shenghua had been setting us up the whole time? Maybe set up isn't quite the right word. But that's pretty much how it went. Shenghua first used the horse urine to force Bao Yu to attack him. He pretended to be weak, then forced us to step in and save him. That way, the crisis was diffused. At the same time, he used our names to boost the Liangzai Tavern's reputation. He also used our names to ward off any future retaliation from Bao Yu. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Old age breeds cunning, that saying really rings true. You're such a sly one. Hao blared at Shenghua. Hearing this, Shenghua chuckled. You figured me out. Alright, to show my gratitude, I've decided to treat you two to some fine wine, the kind I wouldn't even drink myself. It's not horse urine again, is it? Jian teased. Of course not. Horse urine is for beasts, you two aren't beasts, after all. Shenghua chuckled and walked toward the wine cellar behind the liquor cabinet. This old guy is really something, Hao said, cracking up. What a line, horse urine is for beasts. I seriously suspect that if this old man doesn't like a guest, he'll slip some horse urine into their drink.
Before long, Shenghua emerged from the cellar carrying a blue and white porcelain wine jar. As he opened the lid, an incredibly refreshing aroma of wine instantly filled the air. Whoa, this wine is something else. Just the smell alone is enough to get me drunk. Hao exclaimed in admiration.
Hearing this, Jian, standing nearby, explained.
This wine is called the joy of family harmony.
Just one sip is enough to make you forget all your troubles and enter a truly wondrous state.
To be honest, I've only tasted this wine 3 times so far. Brother Hao, to be able to drink such a fine wine on your very first visit to the Ranzai Tavern, you're truly a man of good fortune. With that, Jian began pouring the wine.
Meanwhile, Shenghua, who had been waiting quietly nearby, pleaded with a look of concern on her face.
Oh my goodness, pour a little less. Don't pour any more. If you pour any more, there won't be any left. You can't pour any more. Do you want to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights?
Jian, however, paid no heed to her warnings. Holding the wine jar, he poured freely until the liquid reached the rim of the bowl and was about to overflow. Only then did he stop. Next, Jian carefully lifted his cup and raised it to Hao.
Here.
Cheers. In response, Hao raised his cup to him. Cheers.
The two tilted their heads back and drank heartily.
As the wine went down, Hao experienced an incredibly strange sensation. It was as if all the painful memories in his mind had been frozen solid. Only the pleasant memories remained.
Moreover, he suddenly sensed it.
The 37th strike of 36 astral strikes, which had always been elusive, tantalizingly close yet out of reach, something to be admired from afar but never touched, was on the verge of a breakthrough. In his mind, his illusory shadow was endlessly rehearsing the 37th strike.
Hao focused his mind, watching it over and over again from an observer's perspective. On the 37th repetition, Hao finally grasped it. Wonderful!
My martial art has broken through. Hao opened his eyes, let out a loud roar, and slammed his fist down on the table.
However, he didn't hear Jian's congratulations.
Turning to look, he saw that Jian had long since fallen asleep, his head resting on the table. Shenghua was draping a garment over his shoulders.
Should the little guy finally asleep?
Keep your voice down, Shenghua gestured to Hao.
Hao was taken aback and couldn't help but ask. I'm not even drunk yet, how come he passed out?
At this, Shenghua shed his drunken demeanor, shook his head, and sighed.
It's not the wine that gets you drunk, it's your own mind.
He has too many worries and grudges weighing on his mind.
Hao was taken aback. After a moment's thought, he asked pointedly. Boss, does Brother Yang have some unsavory past? Hearing this, Shenghua shook his head and sighed. I do know a little about him.
Over the past few years, he has often stayed here to sleep off his hangovers. Every time he drinks too much, he always spouts some drunken ramblings. From his drunken ramblings, I've pieced together most of the story.
At this point, Shenghua sighed again. But given this kid's temperament, I'm afraid he wouldn't want me to talk about his business. Never mind, never mind. You're not really an outsider. Even if I tell you, I don't think this kid would hold it against me.
At this point, Shenghua asked Hao for a cigarette. After lighting it and puffing away for a while, a look of nostalgia crossed his face as he began to recount. The story begins 10 years ago. It was a night of torrential rain, a night that claimed lives. It turned out that Jian's past was deeply tragic.
Jian, his real name was Jian. The Yang family was originally a prominent and distinguished clan in Blaze City.
Though not quite on par with the 3 major clans, the Qins, the Rens, and the Wans, they were still among the top 10. Jian had a childhood sweetheart named Manyu. The two had grown up together since childhood and shared a deep bond. Given the way things were going, it was practically a foregone conclusion that they would marry.
But Wujiu suddenly appeared out of nowhere.
This Wujiu was the son of the deputy commander of the Abyss Guard. He was a textbook example of a second-generation military brat. He was arrogant and tyrannical, the kind who would kill someone in broad daylight over the slightest disagreement. One day, Wujio was strolling down the street with his bodyguards when he happened to run into Manyu, who was out shopping. He was instantly captivated by Manyu's divine beauty. Without hesitation, he ordered his men to kidnap Manyu right there on the street. They dragged her to a luxurious mansion in the military district and raped her. When Jian heard the news, he went to the military district to demand her release. What he ended up retrieving, however, was only Manyu's mangled corpse, tortured beyond recognition.
Jian went berserk on the spot.
Wielding a mountain-splitting axe, he rampaged through the military district.
He killed 18 Abyss Guard lieutenants in a row. He even took down 3 field officers.
But his efforts, as a lone fighter, were utterly insignificant. In the end, Jian was captured alive and imprisoned in the Abyss Guard's military jail. At the same time, his reckless actions led to the Yang family being implicated. More than 30 members of the Yang family, young and old, were all arrested. They were then charged by Wujio, the son of a military official, with insubordination and rebellion, escorted to the execution ground in Blaze City, and executed without exception. Every member of the Yang family, young and old, was slaughtered without exception. As for Jian, Long had sent men ahead to orchestrate his rescue, forcibly freeing him from the military prison. Afterward, Long sent Jian into the Abyss dungeon, making it appear as though he had fled into the secret realm.
In this way, Jian managed to evade the Abyss Guard's subsequent pursuit.
Later, taking pity on Jian, Long adopted him as his foster son.
He had his appearance altered and gave him the alias Jian. Yang Yang is a homophone for Yang Yang. Jian between represents a room or a family, symbolizing that he is the last surviving descendant of the Yang family.
From then on, Long treated Jian as his own flesh and blood, teaching him spearmanship and helping him hone his martial arts skills.
Jian did not disappoint Long. He proved to be quite capable.
Ultimately, through his own strength and hard work, he rescued Long, who was deeply surrounded by a swarm of beasts during a combat mission, earning himself the title of the Three-Eyed Spear King of the Qin clan.
That kid had it rough, Xinhua said, taking a deep drag on his nearly burnt-out cigarette, but as he sighed,
his wrinkled face was now filled with deep emotion.
As for Hao, he, too, couldn't help but reflect. I never would have thought Brother Yang is such a man of deep feeling after all. Just then,
Jian, who had been sound asleep with his head on the table, suddenly began to mutter.
Man, you don't leave me. Dad, I'm sorry. Erlang has caused you all a huge mess. I'm useless. I can't protect you.
Hearing Jian's words of self-reproach, Hao felt a pang of sympathy.
Silently hoisting Jian onto his back, Hao walked toward the exit of the tavern. Hey! Where are you taking him? Xinhua ran out after him.
I'm taking him home, Hao said firmly.
Whose home?
His home, which is also my home, of course, Hao added.
Oh. I see. Are the two of you planning to move in together? Xinhua narrowed his slender eyes. Now he understood. Hao. Boss, see you next time. With that, Hao, carrying Jian on his back, strode out of the Handsome Guy bar.
At that moment, inside the Wan family mansion, Baoyu stepped out of the car, his face ashen. Even now, his legs were still trembling uncontrollably. He took one step and staggered 3, looking like the hell he was having a seizure. The butler could only stand by to support him. At that moment, the head of the Wan family, Yupeng, was watering flowers at the entrance. Seeing his son in such a pathetic state, he was completely dumbfounded. After a moment of bewilderment, Yupeng realized what had happened. He immediately strode over with a fierce air and slapped him across the face. You little bastard, look at the state you're in. Look at how your legs are shaking. How many women did you sleep with today, for God's sake? Do you want to live or die? As soon as he said this, the butler standing beside Baoyu spoke up to explain. Master, you've got the wrong idea. Young Master's legs aren't shaking because he has been with women. He was scared. At this point, the butler sensed something was amiss, so he shifted his gaze and quickly changed his story. He was injured by someone. Injured? Who did this?
Yu Peng's protective instincts flared up instantly. Don't let Yu Peng's usual attitude toward Bao Yu, always acting as if he were disappointed in his son's potential, fool you. If anyone dared lay a finger on his son, he'd go crazier than anyone else. Before the steward could answer, Bao Yu was the first to drop to his knees with a thud before Yu Peng and burst into tears. Dad! You have to avenge me. I got beaten up. His name is Hao. And there's another guy named Jian who was threatening me. Do you know how he scared me? He took his golden spear and slammed it right into my face with a clang. If I hadn't dodged in time, my head would have been blown off. Dad! I can't let this slide. Hearing Bao Yu's tearful, rambling outburst, Yu Peng finally understood the whole story from start to finish. How? Whoa, butler, is this how the same How? Yu Peng looked at the butler and couldn't help but ask. Yes, it's the very same Hao who killed over 100 high-level martial artists above level 100 in the secret realm, the butler replied with great emotion. Whoa! Yu Peng let out a long gasp and fell silent. After a moment of silence, Yu Peng asked again. So that guy who stabbed my son in the face is that Spear King Jian? Yes. That's him. The Qin family's adopted son, Jian, the butler replied. Ah! Yu Peng let out a heavy sigh. A look of helplessness crossed his face. Dad, why are you sighing? Bao Yu looked completely puzzled as he tugged at his dad's pant leg and asked. Of all the people you could have picked a fight with, why did you have to mess with the Qin family? Yu Peng glared at him and snapped. Who's messing with the Qin family? I'm messing with Hao and Jian. This has absolutely nothing to do with the Qin family. Bao Yu stiffened his neck. Hearing this, Yu Peng rolled his eyes in exasperation. He kicked Bao Yu across the room and then shouted angrily. I'm asking you. Whose adopted son is Jian? Long's adopted son. So what? Bao Yu asked, puzzled. You fucking know he's Long's adopted son. By messing with him, aren't you just messing with Long? And by messing with Long, aren't you messing with the Qin family? God damn it. Yu Peng said through gritted teeth. Oh, so I really did mess with the Qin family? Bao Yu scratched his head, finally realizing what had happened. Seeing his son act like such an idiot, Yu Peng felt like life wasn't worth living. They say a tiger father doesn't have a dog son. How could I, a tiger, have sired a fucking tigress like you? In response, Bao Yu planted his hands on his hips, clearly unconvinced. A tiger ass is still a tiger. Yu Peng, get the fuck out of here. Just then, the butler stepped in and tried to smooth things over. Master, the path of martial arts is, at its core, about cultivating the mind. If the young master doesn't vent this anger, it may lead to dark thoughts in the future. In my opinion, let us just let Jian's stab at the young master slide. After all, we can't afford to offend the Qin family right now. But as for that guy, how we've got to get back at him somehow, don't we? As far as I know, Hao is just a cocky brat with no connections. Although his combat prowess is impressive, he is still just a cocky brat with strong fighting skills at best. Why don't we make an example of him? Let the people of Blaze City know that the Wan family isn't to be messed with. Hearing the butler's analysis, Yu Peng sighed and revealed the inside story. As far as I know, Hao isn't just some upstart with no connections. Long has his eye on him. He wants to recruit him as a son-in-law. We'd better just sit back and see how things play out for now. Don't do anything rash. At that, Yu Peng shot Bao Yu a fierce glare and sighed, You little brat, listen to me carefully. Let us just drop this for now. In a few days, it'll be the Abyss Guard's major exam. You're carrying the hopes of the entire Wan family. During this time, you'd better behave yourself and stay out of trouble. Don't give the Abyss Guard a bad impression. Hearing this, Bao Yu was indignant and wanted to argue back. But then Yu Peng pulled out a rattan cane. Bao Yu had no choice but to give up grudgingly and darted inside the villa. As for Yu Peng, after putting away the cane, he instructed the butler. Butler, this How also has the surname Wan, right? Butler, yes, yes, yes. The same surname as you, master. Yupeng nodded, then issued an order. Butler, later on, discreetly investigate How. Find out everything about his family history going back 18 generations. I want to see exactly what connection he has to our Wan family. Hearing this, the butler caught on. Master, are you thinking of claiming How as a distant relative of the Wan family? Yupeng patted the butler on the shoulder with an appreciative look and burst out laughing. You're the only one who truly understands me. Ha ha ha. How is so talented. If we could establish a familial connection with him, it would be like adding wings to a tiger for our Wan family. Hearing this, the butler flattered him. Master, that's brilliant. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Rest assured, master. I'll definitely get to the bottom of How's background. By then, our Wan family will have gained another formidable warrior. It'll be impossible for us not to soar to new heights, ha. For a moment, the two of them burst into laughter. After laughing for quite a while, Yupeng suddenly realized there was a problem. This problem was extremely thorny and very difficult to handle. His expression immediately grew tense. Master, is something troubling you? The butler asked. Yupeng nodded and voiced his concern. It seems we've overlooked a very important detail. Suppose How really is related to the Wan family. When we invite him to join us, what if he refuses to acknowledge this kinship? What then? Hearing his master's concern, the butler smiled and flattered him. You're worrying too much, sir. Our Wan family is one of the three great families of Blaze City. Our power is unmatched. If I were How, faced with an olive branch from such a prestigious and influential family, I'd certainly rush over like a lapdog. There's no way he'd refuse to acknowledge the kinship. In fact, I think How has already been secretly preparing for this recognition of kinship on his own. He might even have worn out his family genealogy by now. Hearing such flattery, Yupeng thought it made sense. Exactly. You're absolutely right. There's no way How would refuse to join our Wan family. Go investigate this immediately. At that moment, inside the Qin family mansion, a man in black stood before Long. Reporting to you, master, this is the general situation regarding the incident at the Handsome Guy Tavern. The man in black had just recounted the brawl that took place at the Handsome Guy Tavern in full detail. Long nodded and sighed. Thank you for your hard work. Go rest now. Yes, sir. The man in black clasped his fists in a salute and turned to leave. After the man in black had left, Long paced back and forth in the vast living room, deep in thought. During this time, Long had not only dispatched his adopted son, Jian, to openly protect How, but had also secretly deployed a group of skilled agents to safeguard him. All of this was to ensure that How would not be assassinated in retaliation or killed. There were two reasons why Long went to such great lengths to protect How. First, he wanted How to become the Qin family's son-in-law. Second, that would have to wait. At first, when he heard the report from the man in black's subordinate about the incident at the tavern, Long was startled, thinking it was retaliation from the Rin family. However, upon learning that the troublemaker was merely a young master from the Wan family, Long breathed a sigh of relief. At the moment, the only ones capable of harming How were the Rin family. After all, Run Wuxing's strength was not to be underestimated. No way. I can't just sit back and defend, otherwise, that kid How will get killed sooner or later. I've got to make an example of him, kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Send a message to the Rin family. And to all the other scoundrels. As these thoughts swirled through his mind, a plan quickly took shape in Long's head. Butler. Look into this for me. Among the martial artists who joined Rin Wuxing in ambushing How in the Abyss dungeon yesterday, which ones were from the Rin family? Which one has the deepest grudge against How? Upon hearing this, the butler standing nearby immediately began his investigation. Soon, the results came in. Reporting to you, master, a martial artist named Shan was involved in that incident. And this Shan is quite interesting. He is How's former boss.
Before Hal became a martial artist, Sean bullied him terribly.
Hearing the butler's report, Long's eyes lit up.
He clapped his hands and exclaimed,
"Then let us make Sean our first target. Let us use him as an example to scare the others.
I'll use his life to show the people of Blaze City that anyone who dares to lay a finger on Hal will end up just like Sean."
The butler nodded and said,
"Rest assured, sir.
I'll handle this.
I guarantee I'll see it through to the very end."